I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. 2,745 different paths. Every aspect of the drawing flashed through Han Sen's brain with crystal clarity, helping him understand more and more about the Sit and Forget Sutra. It was different from Under the Sky. Sit and Forget Sutra was a completely unique path. Even to Han Sen, who had studied many different Jino arts, this skill was incredibly fresh and amazing. It was like opening the door to a new world. Exquisite and Li Qi were both stunned and deliriously happy. They could feel everything Han Sen was learning, and they gained new insights every time Han Sen understood something. They were beyond pleased with the incredible capabilities of the Sit and Forget Sutra. They both practiced the very high sense, so they knew how precious the Sit and Forget Sutra was. At the same time, they knew how hard it would be to truly learn the Sit and Forget Sutra. This was especially true for the very high who had practiced the very high sense. For them, learning the Sit and Forget Sutra would be pretty much impossible. Throughout the years, many gifted very high would have been incapable of learning this Jino art, even if it was right in front of them. The Alpha had his reasons for not recording the Sit and Forget Sutra in the historical records of the very high. If those who had studied the very high sense practiced the Sit and Forget Sutra, the results would be disastrous for most of them. Unless they had already surpassed the larva rank and become deified butterflies, learning the Sit and Forget Sutra might damage them instead of helping them. So, the Alpha didn't leave his new creation behind. He drew it on the ancient wall, hoping that someday, a very high would fulfill the requirements to learn it. Although the Sit and Forget Sutra was derived from the very high sense, it was far more extreme than its Jino art progenitor. Unless someone could completely understand the Sit and Forget Sutra, the two Jino arts would immediately fall into a devastating conflict. The very high forget love still lent the word, forget, into the Sit and Forget Sutra. That made this Jino art very special. The ultimate goal of the very high sense was achieving sky and man combined together. All practitioners of the very high sense wanted to combine their universes into one, so they could achieve an understanding of everything between the sky and the ground. They wanted to control and rule the entire universe. But the Sit and Forget Sutra was completely different from this. Its practitioners sought to forget things in themselves. They had to let go of the universe, the sky, and the ground around them. Once they had completely abandoned the things that they once held onto, they could reach an existence that was free of all constraints. Because Han Sen had only learned the method for practicing this new Jino art, he wasn't sure yet what would happen when he used the skill. In truth, Han Sen and the two women didn't know exactly what benefits the Sit and Forget Sutra would offer them. But one thing Exquisite knew for sure was that if she had learned the Jino art herself instead of receiving Han Sen's knowledge secondhand, the Sit and Forget Sutra and the very high sense would have conflicted. She would have been destroyed as the two Jino arts went to war within her. Learning the Sit and Forget Sutra from one end to the other was the only way to find out that the Sit and Forget Sutra was the very high sense in reverse. When they were pushed to the max, the two Jino arts became essentially the same. Exquisite and Li Qi continued to learn, and the more they learned, the more they were shocked by what the Alpha had achieved. If they hadn't practiced the very high sense, they would have been as high as kites. So high, it couldn't be described. No one else could have made this Jino art that was called Sit and Forget Sutra. BZZT. Han Sen looked at the final picture. And after he did, he felt as if his entire body had leveled up. Everything in the universe now looked different in his eyes. Nice things, evil things, love, hatred. Everything suddenly lost all of its importance. Everything seemed so still and calm that it couldn't be described. He had never known the true face of Lu Mountain, and fate only resided on that mountain. Humans were always trapped in the throes of love and hatred. It was because they were part of the game. They couldn't escape from it. Now Han Sen was feeling a bit different about things. It was like he had disconnected himself from the game. It was like he was a human looking at a bunch of ants scurrying about far beneath him. And in between those ants, there was love and there was hatred. There was life. There was death. There were goodbyes. To Han Sen, they were just small and insignificant things. If Han Sen's Under the Sky mind made him look like a chess piece, then the one he had gained from the Sit and Forget Sutra made him the person who was playing the game of chess. He had jumped off the chessboard. He was now looking down on the fate of all. It wasn't like one of them was right and one of them was wrong. It was just that his perspective had been altered. Han Sen's Under the Sky mind was about being a part of the world. The Sit and Forget Sutra was looking down at the world from a higher plane. It was only the path that was different. Of course, Han Sen's level was so much lower than the Alpha's had been. The Alpha had reached the end of his trail, but Han Sen had only started his a short while ago. There was no right road, and neither was there a wrong road. But there was a difference between people. Han Sen wanted to reach the same level as the Alpha, but he knew he had a while to go before he could reach such heights. But the Alpha's mind and the Sit and Forget Sutra gave Han Sen a chance to look through the other man's eyes for a bit. It was hard to guess how much of a benefit this would give him. After countless eons, the Sit and Forget Sutra has finally been returned to the very high. Han Sen, you are the one who did this. And I assure you, you will be handsomely rewarded. When Han Sen looked back, he saw an old man of the very high. The lanky, bony old man stood in front of Han Sen, looking so happy as he spoke. Exquisite and Li Qiu saw the pair standing there, and they were frozen. They quickly turned to Han Sen and said, "Hurry up and thank the ninth uncle." "Thank you, elder." Han Sen bowed. He didn't think that the elder's praise was something to be happy about. At that moment, he didn't have any particular feelings about anything in the world. The ninth uncle wasn't concerned about Han Sen's attitude. The very high that practiced the very high sense cared little for manners in their world. The ninth uncle was a butterfly elite, so he wasn't bothered by such petty concerns. The rebirth of the Sit and Forget Sutra shocked the whole of the very high. Many very high studied the Sit and Forget Sutra. Li Qiu and Exquisite taught it to any who wanted to learn, but most students were disappointed in the results of their studies. The Sit and Forget Sutra's conflict with the very high sense was too much. Unless their minds reached an alpha level, they couldn't practice the two Geno arts together. The Alpha called himself the highest very high beneath the leader. When he had been alive, he had looked through the whole of the very high race and failed to find one person with a mind that was the same as his. So, no one dared to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. When they failed to learn from Li Qiu and Exquisite, a few of the very high tried to replicate Han Sen's method by studying the feelings of the ancient wall. However, when they peered into the very high eye mark, they couldn't trigger the mind inside. Aside from Han Sen, Exquisite, and Li Qiu, no one in the very high could effectively practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. That made many of the very high feel sad. But Exquisite and Li Qiu could practice the Sit and Forget Sutra, at least, and that was very good for the very high on the whole. They were happy. Because Han Sen was the one who had brought the Sit and Forget Sutra back to the very high, he was given many rewards. When Han Sen received his rewards, he was upset. He thought he would at least be given some deified xenogenic genes, or perhaps some sort of treasure. If he was given a true god item, that would have been great. But instead, the very high gave him a pass that allowed him to go to the very high court. The very high court was a treasury that the very high used to store their Geno arts. When Han Sen received the spell, he gained the privileges of a very high. He had the authority to enter the very high court, and he could practice all sorts of Geno arts there. But to Han Sen, this reward was worse than Geno treasures and xenogenic genes. Exquisite and Li Qiu sneered when they noticed Han Sen's thoughts. He had gotten very lucky, but he didn't seem to acknowledge it. 2746 buried dragons. See, now that they had the Sit and Forget Sutra, Li Qiu and Exquisite had no more time to follow Han Sen around. The two of them had to relinquish all their other duties and focus on practicing. They needed to take the time to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra now, while their memories were still fresh. Han Sen wasn't keen on focusing on the Sit and Forget Sutra. Although the Geno art was certainly amazing, its style wasn't very suitable for him. Han Sen had learned the Under the Sky mind, and that meant he was walking a road that went against the Sit and Forget Sutra. He wasn't willing to traverse the Sit and Forget Sutra's old path. He only used the Sit and Forget Sutra to finish his Under the Sky. Once he did that, his Under the Sky mind had a breakthrough. Deified xenogenic gene consumed. Deified gene +1, evolution progress 1/100th. Since he was now unwatched by the two women, Han Sen brought out the deified genes he had hidden. Now that he was deified, he was able to absorb and refine them, allowing their powers to develop and reinforce his body. Over the course of the next few days, Han Sen did little else. Han Sen consumed all of the deified genes that he had saved up. By the end, he had eaten 23 deified genes. Every deified gene boosted the fitness of Han Sen's body. He was now even stronger than he had been before. It looks like the deified rank works the same as the others. If I get 100 deified genes, I can make my body evolve. Luckily, the body of one deified xenogeniac can provide up to 10 deified genes. It shouldn't be difficult to get 100. Outer Sky has many deified xenogeniacs roaming about. At this point, why should I wait? Han Sen thought, realizing that there was nothing to stop him from killing deified xenogeniacs. He brought out his map of Outer Sky. He researched the deified xenogeniacs that were in the vicinity and where he might find them. When he was done, he made the decision to head to the buried dragon sea to hunt xenogeniacs. Legends claimed that a true god-class dragon had once fallen into the sea. Whether or not that was true was up for debate, but high-class deified xenogeniacs rarely appeared near the buried dragon sea. That was the main reason that Han Sen decided to go to the buried dragon sea. Not many deified xenogeniacs were born there, so it would be a safer place than most for Han Sen to hunt. Han Sen had expected to have a difficult time convincing Bauer to stay behind, but he only had to speak one sentence before Bauer was agreeing. To Han Sen's utter astonishment, she didn't insist on going to buried dragon sea with him. It caught Han Sen completely off guard. He looked at the six-eared macaque. Its face looked terrible, its neck was buried between raised shoulders, and it seemed to be trying to hide from everything in sight. Han Sen finally understood, Bauer had found herself a new toy. Han Sen allowed Bauer to look after the star tree while he was gone. After he readied himself, he set out for the buried dragon sea. When he reached the outskirts of the sea, he saw people fighting in the distance. When he got a little closer to see what was going on, he saw that it was Princess Bai Wei of the Extreme King. Her presence gave him a shock. Upon seeing Han Sen, Bai Wei said nothing. She kept fighting the half-deified flying fish xenogeniac. After she killed the xenogeniac, she remained atop the waves, staring back at Han Sen. Princess Bai Wei, long time no see. What are you doing all the way out here? Han Sen said with a cough. Bai Wei had been the one who first took Han Sen to the Extreme King. That seemed like a long time ago now. There, Han Sen had murdered Prince Bai Yi and stolen the dead man's identity. For the longest time, he allowed Bai Wei to believe that Bai Yi had killed him instead. On top of that, Han Sen now had a terrible relationship with the Extreme King. It was quite awkward for them to meet now. You can be a very high silkworm, but I cannot. Bai Wei said coldly. Her eyes flickered with some strange emotion. Han Sen suddenly understood. After the last silkworm bout, a few of the silkworms had probably been cast away. Bai Wei must have been one of the replacement silkworms. Han Sen realized that he had no idea what to say. His relationship with Bai Wei was too strange for him to formulate a sentence. They were once allies, but he killed Bai Wei's older brother and went on to start a very unpleasant feud with the Extreme King. He didn't know where they were supposed to go from here. You are here to kill xenogeniacs in the buried dragon sea? Bai Wei asked. She seemed to be feeling generous. Yes, Han Sen nodded. If you aren't planning to cause me trouble, then let's go, Bai Wei said. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected Bai Wei to suggest that they go out and kill xenogeniacs together. If that's inconvenient for you, then don't worry about it, Bai Wei said when Han Sen didn't respond or make a move. She was ready to move on without him. Why would it not be convenient? Killing xenogeniacs with a fair queen would be an absolute pleasure, Han Sen said quickly. Bai Wei had once tried to save Bauer. She had been willing to make great sacrifices to someone she believed to be Bai Yi. Therefore, Han Sen felt as if he owed her one. Call me Bai Wei said. She looked around and said, there aren't many xenogeniacs here in the shallow sea. The few that you can find tend to be low level. If you want to kill deified xenogeniacs, you are going to have to venture into the deeper recesses of the sea to find them. Let us go to the deep sea, then. Han Sen wasn't a very eloquent man, nor was he skilled at small talk. This situation was especially difficult for him since he felt guilty about what he had put Bai Wei through. He wasn't sure how to relate to her or what the connection between them was supposed to mean, so they didn't speak as they dove into the deep sea. Together, the atmosphere was awkward. They encountered some xenogeniacs in the sea, and Bai Wei was able to kill them with ease. She had improved a lot. Although she wasn't yet deified, she was half-deified. Her performance of the Extreme King's shocking sky punch wasn't bad. After Bai Wei took down a half-deified jellyfish with one punch, Han Sen couldn't help but compliment her. I can't believe I haven't seen you in so long. You have grown so much. Bai Wei gave Han Sen an expressionless glance and said, you were lower level than me, and now you are deified. I'm still just half deified. Do you really think that means I've been developing quickly? Han Sen touched his nose and didn't say anything. The two of them continued to dive deeper. Not long after, they reached the seabed and found a weird sea creature that was 10 meters long floating above the sand. The creature's body was flat and colored blue. Its tail was akin to a lobster's tail, and pincers curled from the front of its body like a scorpion. 6 claws of various lengths hung from its belly. The xenogeniac looked like a shrimp or a crab. It kind of looked like a scorpion. It was an incredibly strange being, but blue substance chains rose from its body. It was clearly a deified xenogeniac. Without exquisite or Li Qir around, Han Sen merrily activated his Dongshuan Sutra. He could detect that the xenogeniac was a primitive deified, so he moved calmly toward it. Before Han Sen and Bai Wei got close, though, the xenogeniac noticed them. It raised its pincers, and its blue substance chains suddenly exploded. A large portion of the sea was painted dark blue, which somehow clouded Han Sen and Bai Wei's 7 senses. They could no longer tell where the xenogeniac was. Han Sen frowned. He was about to use his Dongshuan area, but he suddenly saw Bai Wei's body shake. The power that protected her vanished, and she fell down through the water. Han Sen put out his hand and used his power to pull Bai Wei toward him. He picked up her body and saw that her skin looked a bit blue. It was transparent like jade. She'd been hit. 2747 battle in the deep sea, a substance chain of the poison element. Han Sen looked down at Bai Wei and frowned. Her skin had become transparent and blue, and it seemed as fragile as silk. She looked incredibly weird. The water around Han Sen became dark blue, and the color started to drift straight through the substance chains that protected Han Sen's body. The color was about to touch down on Han Sen's body like a plume of blue smoke. Han Sen's eyes hardened, and his body transformed into icy jade. He lifted a hand and an icy jade substance chain suddenly crystallized large portions of the water around him, freezing the toxic substance chains in place. Once the toxic powers had been stopped, Han Sen immediately turned his attention back to Bai Wei and summoned his immortal dragon. Let's see if the immortal dragon's power can fix a body that's been affected by a toxic substance chain. The immortal dragon felt Han Sen's command, and it opened its immortal substance chains. A holy light landed on Bai Wei, causing the blue toxic gas around her to fade. In seconds, her skin had returned to its normal, healthy color. Bai Wei gave Han Sen a strange glance. She didn't speak, though, so Han Sen had to ask, "How do you feel?" Bai Wei shook her head and said, "There is no problem. I'm completely fine." As a matter of fact, Han Sen felt more secure once he had heard that. He looked at the sphere of blue ice that he had created around them, and then he threw a punch straight at it. When Han Sen first created the ice, his icy power had followed the path of the toxic substance chains as it went. Now, as he shattered the ice, the force of his punch followed the frozen substance chains back to their origin. At the end of the long trail of icy shards, a scorpion-like xenogeniac lay unmoving on the sea floor. It was like an icy sculpture. Bai Wei gave Han Sen a glance that was even more inscrutable. Han Sen was just a crystallizer. Despite that fact, and even though far fewer resources had been available to him than to her, Han Sen could freeze a deified xenogeniac in a single punch. That power was super rare even in the upper echelon of the Extreme King. Elites of the Extreme King could likely never perform such a grand feat against an enemy of the same level. Han Sen walked in front of the frozen deified xenogeniac. His fist blurred down, obliterating the creature's head in a single strike. Under the sheer force of Han Sen's fist, the incredibly resilient armor of the beast was as weak as a wet tissue. Xenogeniac deified killed. Deep blue sea scorpion. Deified xenogeniac Gene found. An announcement played in Han Sen's head once the finishing blow was delivered. It looks like deified xenogeniacs aren't that difficult to kill. Once I take down a few more, fulfilling the 100 deified gene requirement will be easy. But this deep blue sea scorpion is too big. If I have to eat its flesh, I will be casting consume for many days, Han Sen thought to himself. Just as he was about to grab the body of the deep blue sea scorpion and drag it away, something burst through the frozen seawater behind the deep blue sea scorpion. An enormous mouth appeared and gulped down the deep blue sea scorpion's body. Oh, **T. How dare he steal a kill that I, Han Sen, have earned? Did you eat a bear's heart? Han Sen was so angry. He stared darkly at the xenogeniac that had just swallowed his deep blue sea scorpion. The xenogeniac looked like an electric eel. Its body was snow white, and its scales shone like diamonds. Although it wasn't trying to attack, its body crackled with white lightning that looked like silk as it flickered. After the electric eel swallowed the deep blue sea scorpion, its hunger still wasn't satiated. Its eyes locked on Han Sen and Bai Wei like a prison spotlight. The next second, the creature exploded with a burst of lightning. A bolt of power flashed toward them, and Han Sen reacted with blinding speed. He generated a substance chain born from Jadeskin to counter the lightning. Pang! The lightning discharged violently when it slammed into Han Sen's counterattack. Han Sen's hair stood on end as the power swept over him, leaving his clothes charred and pitch black. This guy can't be a transmutation xenogeniac, can it? Han Sen was shocked by the fact that he hadn't completely deflected the lightning's power. He knew this electric eel was far from ordinary. The strike of the electric eel hadn't killed him, though. It just sent his body spinning through the blue water. That white lightning was incredibly powerful, though. The beast cast another attack, which surged toward Han Sen and Bai Wei like a net of electricity. Han Sen grabbed Bai Wei and hastily dodged. He also cast the Dongshuan Sutra at the same time, and he unsheathed Ghost Teeth Knife. He used Under the Sky to slash at the electric eel. The power that Han Sen could currently emit was enough to defeat an ordinary primitive xenogeniac, but the electric eel's lightning was able to break his offense with ease. Han Sen's brow furrowed as he wondered again what level the electric eel was. Boom! A flash of lightning that looked like it came from space landed on Han Sen. Han Sen didn't have time to dodge it. His whole body crackled with the power, and for a split second, it knocked him senseless. His body fell through the water. Bai Wei was in even worse shape, and she only stayed upright because Han Sen was holding her. Her body wasn't as strong as Han Sen's. She was racked with pain, and her electrified armor blackened under the power of the electricity. When Han Sen teleported away with her, the armor couldn't withstand the additional force, and it disintegrated into dust. Arg! When Bai Wei recovered from the lightning's paralysis, she noticed that her armor had turned to dust. She screamed and blushed deeply. Han Sen didn't have time to admire her. He used God's Wander to teleport away from the buried Dragon Sea. They returned to the coast. You stay here for now. That xenogeniac is too strong. I'm not confident that I can kill it, so I need to push my luck solo, Han Sen said, and then he used God's Wander to return to the deep sea. Although he knew the electric eel was extremely strong, it had swallowed his prey. He wasn't going to let that go so easily. The electric eel had lost track of Han Sen and begun to survey the area in an intense search. When it eventually found him, it immediately unleashed a wild burst of lightning. What seemed like an ocean of lightning was now surging toward Han Sen. Han Sen's heart pounded, and a blood-red color swept over his body. It made his skin look like a bloody shell. His body quickly changed, turning him into a half-human, half-demon creature. He looked like some beast that had just crawled out of hell. It was the red-blood demon Beast Soul. The Beast Soul wielded a demonic power, and after Han Sen demonized his body, his strength increased by heaps and bounds. Han Sen also clad himself in his Peacock King's soul robe. The two Beast Souls appeared on Han Sen at the same time, making Han Sen considerably stronger. He summoned power through Jadeskin again and threw a punch to meet the incoming storm of electricity. Han Sen's power rushed out, turning everything in front of him into ice. Even the lightning was frozen beneath the sea. It hung in the water, still blazing with light through the ice that encased it. When the electric eel noticed that its lightning had been frozen, it became furious. It opened its mouth and fired out a pillar of lightning like an aurora. Wherever the lightning pillar went, the ice was broken. Nothing seemed capable of stopping the advance of that wicked electricity. Han Sen stared at the pillar of lightning. He mustered his own power, not willing to fall back. He threw a punch forward, aiming directly for that grand force. Boom! The water exploded away as the two powers collided, forming a vacuum zone in the sea. The lightning didn't stop, though, and Han Sen's Jadeskin body could do little to stop the lightning that began surging through his body. He was electrified, and he spasmed and shook like he was doing a breakdance. Oh, no, there's something strange about this electric eel's lightning, Han Sen thought, his mouth going dry. Ordinary lightning power shouldn't have been able to hit him like that. 2748 Persuade. The electric eel didn't give Han Sen a moment to gather his thoughts. It continued to spew lightning, and whenever Han Sen saw its mouth gape open, a new burst of lightning soon surged over him. The creature attacked with the literal speed of lightning. Pang! Gritting his teeth, Han Sen raised the shield of the Medusa's gaze right in front of himself. It deflected the lightning that was about to touch down on him. But Han Sen had underestimated how scary that lightning truly was. The lightning couldn't harm the shield, but when the lightning exploded, it cast a net of electricity that reached behind and ensnared Han Sen, who was hiding behind the shield. If Han Sen was able to activate the power within the shield, he could enable its true protection, which would provide 360 degrees of cover. But right now, Han Sen could only use the shield like an ordinary piece of metal. He couldn't activate its power. He could only shield himself from the power that was coming for him from the front. The lightning again racked Han Sen's body. He shook more violently than a lady twerking as hard as she could. This is 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Han Sen moaned a lot as he continued to spasm. The electric eel was a powerful foe, there was no doubt about that. And Han Sen could barely scratch the creature, despite using everything he could against it. The numbing power of that lightning simply ignored his attacks and defense. While it didn't seem capable of killing him, it hurt like hell. It also severely decreased his performance in battle. The electric eel seemed to know that its lightning attacks were working against Han Sen. It wasn't stingy with its attacks, as it kept launching salvos of electric bolts. Han Sen couldn't block the lightning, and he couldn't dodge it either. He simply didn't have the time to teleport away, and so he couldn't dodge a single lightning bolt. He could only use the shield to block the lightning now and again. Every time he got electrified, he would twitch and convulse violently. It was like his body had installed an electric motor that made him shake super fast. Just because I've been keeping my temper in check, you think you can treat me like a Hello Kitty when I'm actually a tiger? Han Sen thought in rage. His jaw tightened, and the story of Gene's armor appeared around him. It activated a solidifying power that let Han Sen run crazily fast. Pang! Another bolt of lightning struck the Medusa's shield. The bolt exploded with a crackle of electricity, but Han Sen's body was shielded. This time, the lightning was unable to reach Han Sen's vulnerable flesh. Han Sen's forever solid power made the spell armor and his body invulnerable to change. Electricity couldn't spread through his armor and flesh, so no paralytic effect would linger on him. Now it's my turn to show off. Han Sen lifted his shield and ghost teeth knife. He pushed back the electric eel's lightning and moved forward, looking for a chance to slash the electric eel. The electric eel's power was stronger than Han Sen's demonic strength. But luckily, Han Sen's shield took most of the attack. The lightning that exploded couldn't harm Han Sen, who was still under the influence of Forever Solid. Han Sen's knife airs couldn't do anything to the electric eel. The electric eel broke each one of his strikes with ease. The man and the eel seemed to have reached a stalemate. One of them was looking for a chance to use his knife light, while another spewed countless bolts of lightning. They made the sea around them churn and slosh, the water forming whirlpools and powerful eddies as they fought. Much of the water was vaporized, even. Pang! Han Sen caught yet another barrage of lightning on his shield, and the impact pushed his body back 10 meters. This was the 100th time Han Sen had been pushed back thus far. It looks like I have to get a deified knife. Ghost Teeth knife is just king class. Using it to fight a deified is demonstrating that it clearly no longer has the strength to compete at my level, Han Sen thought sadly when he saw the cracks that were slowly spreading along Ghost Teeth knife's blade. Han Sen had been using that knife for a long time, so it was sad to see it get broken like this. Arg! Han Sen shouted. He thrust forward with Ghost Teeth knife, unleashing a knife light that seemed to encompass all of space. The raging knife lights converged into a scary knife stream that was headed for the electric eel. The electric eel's electric substance chains exploded out from its body in a writhing cloud. The endless stream of knife lights was like a flood. After fighting for a while, the knife lights finally broke. Through the electric net, Han Sen's attack went forward to strike the scales of the villain. Han Sen's hailstorm of attacks slammed into the eel, each impact giving off a metallic shriek. A few thousand knife lights tested their might against the hard scales of the electric eel. They finally drew blood, which seeped out from the wound in a steady stream. The electric eel squealed in pain, and it swung its tail. It became a flash of lightning as it escaped. Han Sen didn't even move for a split second, he was too stunned by the creature's speed. Not even his Apollo wings would be enough to catch up with the eel. You want to run? Escaping me won't be so easy. You ate my prey, and you're going to have to cough up a lot of interest when you pay that debt. Han Sen cast teleport and quickly followed it. The electric eel's lightning was so powerful that Han Sen's teleportation abilities almost weren't enough to follow it. He wasn't going to be able to close the gap between them. Let us see how long you can keep this up for, Han Sen angrily muttered. He summoned his Dongshuan armor to replace the spell armor he had been wearing. The Dongshuan armor connected with the entire universe, allowing him to continually pull power from the universe itself. That meant that Han Sen's energy reserves were essentially infinite. He never had to worry about how much energy things and activity of technique would cost. He could keep using teleportation techniques without the fear of exhaustion. Teleporting generally a lot of energy, but it wouldn't tire him out now. After the Dongshuan Sutra became deified, it heightened his connection with the universe and provided him with even more power. As long as he wore the Dongshuan armor, his body was practically a generator with an infinite amount of gas. He didn't have to worry about how much power he used. Even high-level deified elites that were deadlier than Han Sen would lose if things boiled down to a comparison of energy reserves. The electric eel didn't know how strong Han Sen was, so it kept trying to use its electricity to swim away as fast as possible. Its electric skills were Geno arts that cost a lot of energy, and after Han Sen chased the beast for half the day, he could sense that it was starting to slow. Run. You keep on running. If you compare your endurance with mine, you are sure to lose. Even if I let you run for 3 days, I can still keep up. This isn't the first time that I've chased the blood trail of weakening prey, Han Sen said, feeling rather cocky. While he was thinking, he saw a bolt of lightning in front of him. The electric eel headed into an underwater coral forest and disappeared. The coral forest was stately and beautiful. All of the coral was 10 meters high, and it glowed softly, like some ancient, mystic shrine. You think I will be unable to find you if you're hiding? Han Sen curled his lips in a disdainful sneer. He used his Dongshuan area to search the entirety of the coral forest. After his Dongshuan area became deified, the radius had expanded. He could now spread his senses over tens of thousands of miles of the blood coral forest. With such a wide search range, Han Sen was confident he could discover even tiny minnows, let alone a giant electric eel. When Han Sen's Dongshuan area covered the whole blood coral forest, he was given a shock. His senses didn't seem capable of penetrating the blood coral forest. Weird. What is so special about all of this blood coral? It is stopping me from using the Dongshuan area to search for the eel. The coral itself cannot be special, surely. The forest is so large that each piece of coral must be worth less than a head of Chinese cabbage. Han Sen looked at the blood coral forest with shock. Chapter 2749 Blood Coral. The Dongshuan area couldn't reveal what lay inside the coral forest, and so Han Sen was a little hesitant about proceeding with the chase. But he didn't want to let the electric eel off the hook scot-free. So, he made up his mind. He ventured down into the forest. If that electric eel can survive in there, can't I do the same? Han Sen made his mind up. He was going to kill that electric eel and dine on its xenogenic gene, no matter what it took. Steeling himself, Han Sen began to move through the coral forest. After he entered it, the effectiveness of his Dongshuan area fell dramatically. He couldn't see beyond the blood coral all around him. The blood coral was like a signal disruptor. It prohibited Han Sen's power from penetrating the red pillars that surrounded him. Han Sen kept traveling through the sea, and he observed the blood coral carefully as he went by. The blood coral looked like ordinary coral, but for some reason, the power of Han Sen's Dongshuan area couldn't get close to it. That being said, it didn't seem as if the blood coral was a living creature. If it was like normal coral, then swarms of small sea creatures should have been making their homes among it. But strangely, Han Sen had been inside the blood coral forest for a while now, and he hadn't seen another living creature. Not a single fish swam through the red trunks, and not even one crab scurried around the sandy floor of the coral forest. This place is really weird. I can't find a single xenogenic. Is this the electric eel's nest? Is it designed like this to prohibit any other creatures from daring to get close? Han Sen wondered to himself. The blood coral forest was around 10,000 miles wide, so it wasn't that big. Han Sen traveled steadily, and he had ventured through half of it before long. He had yet to find the body of the electric eel, but he also hadn't encountered any danger. It was like a dead zone that remained perfectly quiet and still. While Han Sen was pondering this mystery, he suddenly saw a light coming from inside the blood coral forest. When viewed from a distance, it was like a sun that had risen just over the horizon in the morning. It was red, but it didn't really shine all that brightly. It simply glowed like heated steel. What is that? Han Sen could see the light, but because of the blood coral, he couldn't see what was causing it. Since Han Sen had only just arrived in the coral forest, he couldn't leave just yet. He had to keep going forward and exploring. As Han Sen slowly drew nearer to the light started to look brighter. After many more coral stacks, Han Sen discovered the source of that illumination. It was a piece of blood coral that was releasing the red light. This particular coral tower looked different from all the other blood coral. It was much shorter than the rest of the coral, only standing 3 or 4 meters high. Compared to the other blood coral that could be 10 meters high, this one was quite diminutive. It was a darker color than the rest of the blood coral, too. The color was mysterious, and it was releasing a red light. The entire piece of coral seemed to glow. The blood coral was oddly shaped, too. Instead of having many branches like ordinary coral, this one had only a few small twigs. In addition, the main stalk was all twisted up. This blood coral, why does it look like a dragon? Han Sen looked at the blood coral as these thoughts flashed through his mind. The coral's shape was distinctly serpentine. It looked like a dragon that was circling among the clouds. Its shape suggested that it wanted to soar ever higher, but it was just a piece of coral. Still, it gave people a weird feeling that it was about to break free of the soil and fly to Cloud 9. Weird. What is this strange red coral thing? It looks very amazing, but it doesn't look like it is alive, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen was standing some distance from the strange coral, trying to decide whether he should approach, when he heard the water stir. A weird rubbing noise broke the silence. Wa-la-la, wa-la-la. He turned to where the noise was coming from, and he saw that the blood coral forest was shaking like mad. Not long after, he saw the electric eel emerge from among the coral. Because its body was too big, when it traveled between the trunks of the blood coral, its body would brush against the coral. But the blood coral didn't fall or break due to the electric eel's crude movements. In fact, some of the coral had sharp edges that actually cut through the electric eel's skin. The edges sliced effortlessly through the scales that looked like diamonds, covering the electric eel with many small wounds. The electric eel didn't seem very concerned about the injuries, though. It was still forcing its way quickly through the coral bushes. In seconds, it reached the twisted coral tree that looked like a blood dragon. When it was 10 meters away from that weird coral, the electric eel finally stopped. Its eyes were intense as it scanned the blood coral. It didn't move for some time. It looks like the electric eel's sensing powers have also been dampened by the coral forest. Otherwise, it would definitely have realized that I am so close to it. Han Sen had hidden behind a large stack of coral. He had leaned around the coral to get a better look at what the electric eel was doing. The electric eel looked at the blood coral for a while. Eventually, it seemed to come to a decision. It drew closer to the blood coral, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the weird blood coral in the sand around it. The enormous maw of the eel left a 10-meter wide hole in the sea floor. Things happened too quickly, though, and Han Sen didn't have time to react. When he saw the electric eel gulp down the weird blood coral, he instantly regretted his own inaction. It looks like that piece of blood coral was good stuff. If I had known that, I would have taken it first. Han Sen's heart suddenly jumped as another thought crossed his mind. This is the buried dragon sea. The legends say a true god-class evil dragon died here. That blood coral couldn't be related to the true god dragon, could it? If that is true, then I've missed out on something incredibly potent. I should have picked it up first. While Han Sen was regretting his life choices, he saw the electric eel that had eaten the blood coral start to thrash. It began convulsing and twisting its body, churning up the water around it. Its body erupted with wild lightning, but when the lightning touched the nearby blood coral, it was extinguished. It didn't leave so much as a scorch mark on the coral forest. This coral is so powerful. The electric eel has such a scary lightning power, yet the coral wasn't damaged by a full power attack. This blood coral seems to be made of harder materials than a primitive treasure, and this is a large coral forest. If I could take it all with me and use it to build a castle, then the castle would even bar the entrance of deified elites. Han Sen started to drool as he thought of this. He eyed the blood coral most lecherously. His mind began planning how to take thousands of miles of blood coral home with him. Once he had his own xenogenic space, he could use that blood coral to build a fortress. And then, he could have 3 palaces, 6 rooms in each, occupied by 72 wives. That would be delicious. Meanwhile, the electric eel seemed to be in agony. Its body repeatedly twitched, while its tail kept slapping the sand, forming a big hole in the bottom of the seabed. Its diamond-like scales suddenly became red. It looked like all of the creature's blood vessels had burst, and the blood was dyeing the creature's skin. Huh, what is this? Han Sen didn't bother watching the suffering of the electric eel as it struggled and writhed. Its thrashing had opened a hole where the weird blood coral had once been, and the hole seemed to be utterly devoid of sand. There was, however, something red glowing in the depths of the depression. Chapter 2750. Powerful slashing and killing. The glowing object in the hole looked kind of like the weird blood coral that the eel had just eaten. It looked red, and it gave off a faint bloody light. Han Sen could tell that it had nothing to do with the coral, though. Its surface was as smooth and polished as a mirror, and there were curves to its shape. The part of it that Han Sen could see was only about the size of a kitchen table. Han Sen couldn't tell what it was, but the creativity of humans could be rather amazing. Han Sen had already been thinking about the true god dragon, so when he saw the glowing object, his heart leapt. His brain flashed with an idea. No matter which way you look at it, this thing looks like a giant dragon scale. This cannot be the body of the legendary true god class evil dragon, can it? After the electric eel ate the blood coral, it continued to twist and convulse. Its body was growing redder and redder. I'll kill you while you are sick. This is a nifty opportunity. Han Sen stopped hesitating. While the electric eel was still writhing in pain, Han Sen began to generate power using ghost teeth knife. He teleported next to the electric eel, aimed at the beast's belly, and unleashed his swing. The electric eel was in too much pain, and it had no chance of protecting itself. Han Sen's knife stabbed toward the creature's belly, but the blade only left a small mark across the red scales. It didn't harm the electric eel too much, but the eel was already thrashing so badly that it almost whacked Han Sen with its tail. Holding his shield up to protect himself, Han Sen stabbed the creature a few more times. He cut a small wound into its stomach. In response, the electric eel's tail slapped Han Sen's shield, sending him flying a few hundred meters. When Han Sen teleported back, the wounds he had inflicted were being healed. They were healing so fast that he watched them seal back up. Ghost teeth knife really is useless now. I really have to find myself a deified knife at some point. The Buddha stole my knife blank, and I heard a while back that it got refined into a deified treasure. If I have the chance, I'm going to get my knife blank back, Han Sen thought to himself. Now that ghost teeth knife was no longer useful for combat, he would have to rectify this situation sooner or later. Now that the electric eel had consumed the blood coral, its body had grown stronger. Its healing power had also intensified. Even ghost teeth knife's ripping power couldn't stop the wounds from healing. It was a very strong foe to contend with. But at this time, the electric eel was also in incredible duress. It continued to writhe around on the seabed, and it didn't have time to deal with Han Sen. If I let it continue to change without killing it, I won't stand a chance later, Han Sen thought to himself. He made up his mind, and a weird shockwave of power emerged from his body. Han Sen's body changed fast. Ordinarily, the Dongshuan armor and his spell armor couldn't be used at the same time. However, when Han Sen and spell combined to become a xenogenic together, their powers were fused into one. Not just those two powers, either. The Blood Pulse Sutra and Jadeskin were also a part of the furious mix. The four powers combined in a special way, making fundamental changes. Throughout Han Sen's body, he was now releasing a presence like a xenogenic. His body looked like the dark form of some ruthless demon. It combined coldness and passion, holiness and evil, weirdness and beauty. It was a disturbing, chaotic scene. It was completely different from how Han Sen usually operated. At that moment, Han Sen no longer looked like a human. He looked like a cold and heartless xenogenic demon king. Han Sen looked impassively at the electric eel that was twitching with pain. In his hand, he clutched ghost teeth knife. It seemed to have been infected by his weird power. The purple and black colors of the knife became a pitch-black flame. Even the knife air darkened to black. Han Sen lifted his ghost teeth knife, and he could feel that the energy within him was now incredibly strong. Four types of battle bodies had merged into one, forming a xenogenic battle body. Han Sen's battle power had become an inferno. I wonder if this xenogenic battle body's power is enough to kill the electric eel now. If it can't, that would be rather annoying, Han Sen thought idly. He slashed toward the electric eel that was writhing around in pain. With that xenogenic battle body's boon of power, Ghost Teeth Knife's black flame roared to insane heights. It carried a scary knife air to slash across the electric eel's belly. Kacha! The diamond-like scales and hardened flesh of the electric eel were ripped open by Ghost Teeth Knife. Han Sen's knife sank inside the beast, all the way to the hilt. Han Sen was delighted by this result. He lifted his knife and slashed the foe again. He cut the creature's belly open from one end to the other. The blood and internal organs spilled out all over the sea floor. Xenogenic transmutation deified killed. Space electric eel. Deified xenogenic gene found. Obtained space electric eel beast soul. Han Sen had never expected to kill the electric eel with such ease. He looked at the ghost teeth knife in his hand in shock. When he shook off his shock, Han Sen was crazily happy. His xenogenic battle body was far more powerful than he thought it could be. He had killed a transmutation deified xenogenic with ease. I didn't expect my xenogenic battle body to be so strong. Such a scary power. I'm afraid it might be as strong as when I use Super God Spirit Body. Han Sen was filled with unfiltered joy at the thought. Han Sen retreated a little, allowing the blood to drain out of the electric eel's carcass for a while. Once the blood had drained, he could get a better look inside the electric eel's belly. In addition to the creature's organs, the weird blood coral was still inside the eel. Han Sen's mind might have been playing tricks on him, but the weird blood coral now looked even more like a dragon. The details were more defined than they had been. As he examined, Han Sen halfway expected the thing to open its eyes and fly away. Patterns were etched across the coral now, although Han Sen had no idea how they had gotten there. Perhaps the stomach acid of the electric eel had made them. Regardless, the patterns made the coral look even more like a dragon scale. This thing looks a bit evil. If the electric eel hadn't eaten this thing, I would have killed it so easily. As Han Sen examined the blood coral, he started to feel that something was wrong. The blood of a deified creature wouldn't blend into the sea water. It should sink to the bottom and pool there. However, Han Sen saw no blood pooling on the sea floor around him. Even the organs that fell out of the carcass were now clean, devoid of even a speck of blood. Where did all the god blood go? Han Sen stared at the blood coral that looked like a real dragon. The red light was growing brighter and brighter. This thing can't be alive, can it? Han Sen watched the blood coral warily, but it sank to the bottom without showing much of a reaction. He watched it for a while, but the chunk of blood coral didn't move. Then, Han Sen gathered up his power and grabbed the blood coral. He thought it would react when he touched it, but he picked the item up with ease. It was like an ordinary, living chunk of coral. He examined it thoroughly, but it continued to sit silently in his palms, just as he would expect from an ordinary chunk of coral. He put it aside and swam into the hole it had made in the sea floor. If the evil dragon's body is really down here, I'm going to be mega rich, Han Sen thought to himself as he descended into the hole. Chapter 2751 Dead Dragon Body. When he arrived beside the black object at the bottom of the hole, Han Sen got a better look at the blood light that surrounded it. It was just like the blood coral. After confirming that there wasn't any danger, Han Sen reached his hand out to touch it. The object was hot to the touch, and the texture of the surface felt kind of like snakeskin or the scales of some other sort of creature. But snakes were cold-blooded animals. Their scales were supposed to feel cool, but this black thing was burning hot. It glowed like heated steel. This thing can't be alive, can it? Han Sen knew that was impossible. The thing wasn't giving off any life force. He dug into the sand around the black object, and it was revealed to be the size of a house when he was all done. When he saw it in all its splendor, it was absolutely massive, just as he had expected. And beside the glowing scale was another scale. I'm rich. This could really be the carcass of the true god-evil dragon. Maybe the blood coral has grown here because of the nutrients it can absorb from the evil dragon's dead body. Han Sen's heart was frantic with excitement. He wanted to haul the body out of the lake as soon as possible, but he soon realized that he faced a serious problem. If a single scale was as big as a room, he couldn't imagine how big the entire dragon's body might be. Han Sen dug for a while, and he eventually dug under other parts of the blood coral forest. The dragon's scale seemed to extend even further under the ground. He couldn't accurately gauge how large the creature was. This dragon's body cannot extend the entire length of the 10,000-mile-wide blood coral forest, can it? Han Sen thought that must be possible. Otherwise, why would the blood coral only grow in this area and nowhere else? With Han Sen's power, he could easily dig beneath the blood coral. A large amount of sand could be thrown away with a simple wave. But displacing the blood coral itself was too much for him. Han Sen's power was insufficient, and all the strength he exhausted would be absorbed by the blood coral. He had to dig it out slowly, inch by inch. At that speed, and with Han Sen digging there alone, it would likely take him a year or two to excavate the dragon. Digging out the entire blood coral forest would be very difficult. No, I can't keep digging like this. Han Sen immediately realized that unearthing the dragon corpse by hand simply wasn't an option. Not to mention that if he continued, Li Qir and Exquisite were sure to find out what he was doing. The matter of the dragon body aside, even this blood coral that can absorb elemental powers is very rare and precious. The very high would desperately want something like that, even if there wasn't a true god corpse somewhere beneath it all. If the very high learned about this place in Han Sen's find, he wasn't sure if they would fight him for ownership. Although the very high allowed the silkworms to take the xenogeniacs they killed in outer sky, true god xenogeniac bodies were a bit more valuable than the average fare. It was too tempting, and Han Sen couldn't predict how things might play out if his discovery became known. I must find a way. How can I take the dragon body and blood coral without anyone noticing? Han Sen stopped digging. He replaced the sand he had disturbed with his digging, hiding all evidence that he had been there. After thinking over the matter for a while, Han Sen placed the strange blood coral into his Destiny's Tower. Then, he paused to examine the beast soul he had received from the space electric eel. Deified xenogeniac beast soul space electric eel, gem beast soul chance to evolve another gem beast soul. Han Sen was disappointed. Gem beast souls could raise the level of another beast soul and heighten its quality. But in order to use the beast soul, he would need another beast soul of the same type. Han Sen had received a gem beast soul from the Sun Raven, and he hadn't yet found another beast soul he could use that one on. In addition, he had no lightning element beast souls that he could combine with his most recent prize, the space electric eel's gem beast soul. What does the chance to evolve part mean? Han Sen was disappointed to receive another gem beast soul, but the words on the end of the description had managed to intrigue him somewhat. It was a shame the gem beast soul couldn't be used immediately. He also had no way of uncovering the secrets of the whole chance to evolve message just yet. He dragged the electric eel's body out of the buried dragon sea, and he found Bai Wei waiting for him on the shore. Han Sen went over to say hello. Bai Wei was surprised to see that Han Sen had actually defeated the electric eel. The conflicted emotions visible in her eyes deepened. After leaving the sea, Han Sen took the electric eel's corpse back to the star tree. Once he absorbed the electric eel's xenogeniac gene, he noticed that eating the electric eel's flesh provided more deified genes than ordinary primitive deifieds did. He had only eaten 1 out of the 20 portions of the electric eel's flesh, and he had already received 2 deified gene points. It looks like higher-class deifieds provide more element genes. If that is the case, maxing out my deified points shouldn't be all that difficult. Leveling up will be far easier than I thought, actually. Han Sen kept refining the xenogeniac genes as fast as he could, all the while thinking about how he might dig up the blood coral in the dragon's body. The dragon's body seemed far too large to dig up on the sly, but I can surely collect some of the blood coral. I can store it in the sanctuary to keep anyone from discovering it. It might take a while, but I should be able to dig up all the blood coral by myself. Han Sen couldn't come up with a better idea than that. He needed to grab any benefit he could get while he was able to. He rested the night, and when he woke up the next day, he intended to go back to digging up the red coral. He needed that blood coral for the castle he was planning to build. But after yawning and stretching, he noticed that something in his body felt off. Han Sen couldn't really put his finger on the sensation, but when he looked at his hands, he noticed there was something there. What is going on? Han Sen got a better look at his hands, and what he saw frightened him. The back of each hand had a black dot that was around the size of a fingernail. It looked like a freckle at first glance, but when Han Sen looked closer, the freckle seemed more like a piece of red coral or a scale from the dragon's body. It was black, but it glowed with a faint red light. The freckle was still somewhat incorporeal, though. He could still see his flesh through it. Han Sen swallowed nervously. He quickly checked over the rest of his body, and he found more freckles growing all over his body. What the FCK? Is this the sign of me growing dragon scales? Han Sen knew that something was severely wrong. Those freckles weren't painful or itchy, but they were spreading across his body. Han Sen used the Dongshuan Sutra to examine the rest of his body, and he discovered that the freckles were now a part of him. They didn't seem to be damaging his body, though. His body and the freckles were existing symbiotically. He steeled his resolve and peeled one of the freckles away, but when the flesh was healed, the black dot returned. More black dots showing up across his body with every minute that passed. He tried many ways to remove them, but none of them stuck. Han Sen tried activating his xenogenic Geno arts, and he even tried using his super god spirit body. But no matter what he tried, no method worked to get rid of the black dots. That was especially surprising since the super god spirit body had worked on pretty much everything in the past. Now, it couldn't do anything to remove the freckles. What the hell is this? Even my super god spirit body isn't working. Han Sen theorized that the freckles had something to do with the blood coral or the dragon body, but he couldn't accurately predict what effect the freckles might ultimately have. 2752 No Dragon. Han Sen thought about the matter for a while before he noticed that he had overlooked a very key concern. His super god spirit body made him invincible. That was its defining feature, and it could rid him of any negative energies that were impacting his body. But if he was being affected by energy that was coming from within him instead of invading from outside his body, then his super god spirit body wouldn't make any changes to it. Does this mean the freckles indicate that my body is changing on its own? Han Sen considered the possibility, but it didn't seem to hold water. Unless I was affected by an outside force, I shouldn't be growing freckles in the first place. Why will my super god spirit not purge the freckles like it does everything else? If growing freckles wasn't harmful to him, then his super god spirit body wasn't going to do anything. Even though Han Sen suspected the freckles might be the harbinger of something beneficial, he didn't fancy the prospect of turning into a freckle-covered monster. Han Sen thought of many ways to get rid of the freckles, but none of his attempts were successful, and the freckles were spreading more and more. Some of the freckles were already clumping together to take the shape of snake scales. Han Sen thought that the growing scales might be an effect of the blood coral, so he lobbed it back into the sea. But a short time later, Han Sen noticed that the blood coral had somehow returned to him. It was like a small, black dragon quietly waiting for him. This is terrible. Han Sen tried throwing the coral away a few more times, but nothing seemed to work. His scales continued to grow. It made him want to cry. For now, the scales weren't having any negative influence on him. They actually increased the defenses of his body. The scales also boosted his elemental resistances dramatically. When an attack landed on his scales, they would take away 80% of the damage incurred. If the scales expanded to cover his entire body, Han Sen's physical defense would be very scary. Even so, Han Sen didn't want to become some freak who was covered in scales. You couldn't hide a fire with paper. When Exquisite returned, she saw that Han Sen's body was covered in scales. It confused her quite a bit. Han Sen made no effort to hide anything from her. He told her everything, even the stuff concerning the blood coral and the dead dragon's body. He didn't want to turn into a monster, even if the process made him stronger. He couldn't get rid of the scales himself, so he had no choice but to ask for help. There were many elites among the very high, and they all had a lot of knowledge. They had studied Geno arts from all across the universe. Perhaps one of them would know some technique that could get rid of the scales. Exquisite was more and more shocked as Han Sen told his story. Her eyes opened wide. She stared at the blood coral. Han Sen was holding the one that looked like a dragon. That true god evil dragon, what sort of power did it have? Why would it make my body grow scales? Is there a way to remove them? Han Sen asked, his words almost tripping over each other in his haste. He really despised the freckle-like scales. He imagined that when he returned home, his daughter Little Ling might not even recognize her father. Exquisite was frozen in place. She didn't immediately answer Han Sen's question, but her face was warped in thought. What is going on? Can you please say something? Han Sen begged, sensing that something very grave had happened. Exquisite moved her lips silently for a moment, and then she said the last thing that Han Sen had expected. The buried dragon sea doesn't contain a true god evil dragon. That is just a legend. Exquisite looked at Han Sen weirdly. It doesn't? Han Sen asked, dumbfounded. Then he said, how can that be? What about the blood coral forest and the dragon corpse I found, then? I don't know where the blood coral forest or the dragon carcass came from, but I can tell you for sure that the buried dragon sea doesn't contain an evil dragon. Or at least, there isn't a true god class xenogenic. It is called the Buried Dragon Sea because a deified elite called Dragon died there. That is where it got its name. People started telling stories about the place, and eventually, the myth of an evil dragon dying there was created, Exquisite said. Even if the legend was fake, that doesn't mean that the Buried Dragon Sea doesn't contain the body of a true god-evil dragon. Han Sen wasn't eager to give up on his find. It won't be what you think it is, Exquisite answered staunchly. She could feel Han Sen's questions, and she went on to say, a long time ago, the Buried Dragon Sea didn't exist. There was an elite called Dragon that went there to fight. The battle devastated the landscape, creating the crater that you now know as the Buried Dragon Sea. There were no high-class xenogenics there, and because of the intense battle that happened there, even the resources of the local area were destroyed. No high-level xenogenics go there of their own volition. The space electric eel you killed was something that one of our elders threw into the sea to grow. Most of the xenogenics in the sea are brought there by similar methods. Our elders take xenogenics there periodically because they're trying to repopulate the Buried Dragon Sea. If a true god being had once fallen in the Buried Dragon Sea, the Very High wouldn't have to go to such trouble. After Han Sen heard what she had to say, he conceded. She was probably right. If what she said was true, it was doubtful that the sea held a true god xenogenic corpse. If it is impossible to find such a body there, then what kind of body did I stumble across? And what was that blood coral forest? Han Sen wondered in confusion. Exquisite could sense Han Sen's questions. I'm not sure. According to what I know of the Buried Dragon Sea, there shouldn't be any such powerful creatures there. Han Sen thought for a minute, and then he asked, why did the elite called Dragon die in the Buried Dragon Sea? Who was he? Are the blood coral forest and the corpse somehow related to him? Exquisite had a wry smile as she shook her head and answered, I don't know too much about the story. After all, it was a long time ago. All I know is that an elite named Dragon died there, and he hailed from Sacred. The Sacred of yore. Han Sen was shocked, and he made sure to rein in his thoughts. Otherwise, Exquisite might pick up on the fact that he had something to do with Sacred. How about this? I will take you to my ninth uncle. He was the person in charge of putting xenogenics inside the Buried Dragon Sea. Perhaps he will know a thing or two about this conundrum. He might not be able to answer your questions, but if there is anyone who can do something to fix your body, it will be Uncle Nine, Exquisite said after a moment of thought. Han Sen wasn't going to object to such a suggestion. He and Exquisite hurried out to visit the ninth uncle of the Very High. Although Han Sen really wanted to learn more about the person called Dragon, he didn't dare ask. He was afraid he might not be able to control his mind when it came to thinking about Sacred. If that happened, she might learn that his son was with Sacred right at that moment. Exquisite brought Han Sen to her ninth uncle. The man quite liked Han Sen, so he was happy about his visit. Uncle Nine seemed like a pleasant man, but when he heard Han Sen's story, his face went totally grim. Uncle Nine looked at Han Sen's piece of blood coral for a long while in silence. When he finally spoke, he sounded very serious. We need to go see the leader at once. Bring your coral with us. Han Sen and Exquisite were shocked. Uncle Nine's very high sense was at a very high level, so the chances of him getting emotional were very low. But now, he looked rather shaken. Not saying anything further, he took Han Sen and Exquisite and headed to see the leader. Clearly, this was a matter of some importance. Uncle Nine, is Han Sen in a dangerous situation? Exquisite couldn't help but ask. Uncle Nine nodded and said, we will talk about it when we reach the leader. This is a very serious matter. If we don't sort this out correctly, it could have terrible consequences. After that, Uncle Nine didn't wait for a response from either Han Sen or Exquisite. He rolled up his sleeves and teleported away with both of them. Old Nine, what brings you here? Why the rush? The very high leader was resting on a rocking chair inside a wooden tower. When he saw Uncle Nine bring Han Sen and Exquisite into his wooden home, he frowned. Instead of explaining, Uncle Nine merely pointed to Han Sen and the blood coral and said, Leader, look at his body. The very high leader was confused, but when he saw the blood coral and Han Sen's scales, his face changed. He was the leader of the entire race, but he shot to his feet in surprise. His eyes widened as he stared at Han Sen and the blood coral. He couldn't even blink. Han Sen now knew for sure that this would be a very troublesome affair. If even the very high leader was showing such a strong reaction, that meant the situation was already very serious. Far more so than Han Sen had initially believed. Han Sen was going to ask what was going on, but Uncle Nine already opened his mouth to inquire, "Leader, is this what I think it is?" The very high leader nodded his head heavily. After a while, he spoke in a distant tone of voice. "I can't believe it has happened." Upon hearing the very high leader's confirmation, Uncle Nine's face looked even dourer. "What should we do?" he asked the very high leader seriously, looking at Han Sen. "We must suppress this. We can't take any chances," the very high leader responded without hesitation. "Sir, what is wrong with Han Sen?" Exquisite asked, now deeply worried about what was going on. The very high leader and Uncle Nine stared silently at Han Sen. After a pause, the very high leader said, "This is something that began in the sacred era. Back then, the very high were not so grand and famous, and the sky had yet to splinter from us. The strongest race in the universe was sacred, and sacred was also the strongest faction." The very high leader paused, and his expression was unreadable. "According to our historical records, a disaster struck our race. It prompted us to ask Sacred for their help. In response, Sacred sent an elite to outer sky to help us overcome the challenge. But for some reason, the elite of Sacred died in the buried Dragon Sea. Is whatever is happening to me related to the Sacred elite?" Han Sen asked. Sacred leader nodded and said, "That elite sacrificed himself to help us out of the disaster. But he was cursed by his opponent due to his actions." Han Sen's eyes narrowed and he asked, "If that elite is dead, why does the curse still exist? Our ancestors thought that the matter came to a close when the sacred elite was killed. But evidently, they were wrong. Your body is growing scales. That means the curse didn't end with the sacred elite's death," Uncle Nine answered, pointing to the blood coral and the scales on Han Sen. "What kind of curse is this?" Exquisite asked with worry. The very high leader and Uncle Nine looked at each other. Uncle Nine sighed and said, "The curse proclaimed that after the sacred elite died, he would someday rise again. He would become a monster that only knew how to kill. Our ancestors believed the sacred elite was completely destroyed, far too damaged to be revived. They thought the calamity was over, but," the very high leader trailed off, looking at Han Sen's blood coral. After a while, he said, "But the blood coral you are holding is just like the Geno armament wielded by the sacred elite. The scales you are growing look just like his scale armor. That sacred elite might end up being reborn through your body. That is the nature of the curse. Is there no way to erase this infection?" Han Sen wasn't excited about this news at all. Very high leader and Uncle Nine shook their heads apprehensively. Exquisite quickly said, "Mr. Leader, with your power, there must be something you can do. Please save Han Sen." The very high leader sighed and said, "I'm not remaining inactive because I don't want to help. I really can't. The scary being that cursed the sacred elite was a real god. That sacred elite fought that god. When the god was chased away, the toxic curse came into effect. It cannot be removed with our power." "A god cursed the sacred elite?" Han Sen asked, his heart suddenly pounding. The very high leader said, "Maybe you don't believe this universe has gods, but they do exist. Most ordinary creatures cannot see them. I believe in gods. What was this god called? And what was that sacred elite's name?" Han Sen asked the very high leader, trying to keep his excitement under wraps. "I don't know much about what happened. Not much detail was recorded about that fight. It appears that someone tried to erase the details of it. We only know that the fight was called God's Disaster, and that the sacred elite was named Dragon. Those are the only details we have." Only the very high leader looked at Han Sen and said, "If Dragon's power is being reborn through you, then we will have to suppress you. If the curse is real, then we can't allow you to become a killing monster that might destroy the universe. Dragon's power might not end up being reborn through Han Sen's body. Maybe the whole reborn thing means Dragon himself. Didn't Han Sen say that the blood coral forest contains the carcass of a monster? Maybe that is the real dragon," Exquisite quickly suggested. The very high leader nodded and said, "That coral forest and the body down below will be suppressed as well." Han Sen didn't think things were going too well. The very high were planning to lock him up like an animal. "Mr. Leader, I might be infected, but perhaps there is a way for me to save myself. The very high have many elites, so there has to be a way to remove these small things from my body," Han Sen said quickly. "We will try our best, but if nothing works, we might have to lock you up to prevent something very bad from happening." The very high leader was a very logical man. Like most very high, he didn't get emotional when he faced a crisis. He sorted out problems in the most efficient way that he could. Han Sen knew that right now, he was like a patient who had a very contagious disease. The best way to deal with it was to quarantine him. The very high leader was right. But Han Sen didn't see being locked in a cage as an acceptable solution. He felt very upset. 2754 The hope to break free. Uncle Nine sent Han Sen to a palace, and the very high leader began gathering an army of very high elites to go to the buried Dragon Sea. They planned to suppress the blood coral and uncover what was buried beneath it. Han Sen didn't know how they were going to suppress the blood coral and the thing below it, but 4 days later, the elite warriors began to gather in the very high leader's palace. When the last of them arrived, there were 4 true god elites and a dozen butterflies. It was a very powerful team. They investigated Han Sen's scales before they left, but sadly, every attempt to remove the scales failed. They even tried peeling off Han Sen's skin, but nothing seemed to work. The scales remained firmly in place. Han Sen's flesh could be sliced off, but when his flesh regrew, so did the scales. The very high couldn't do anything about Han Sen's mutation. Things seemed to be going very poorly for him. And of course, the very high decided to suppress Han Sen as well as the blood coral, just in case the curse turned out to be true. Nobody wanted Han Sen to turn into a monster that could bring ruin and destruction to the entire universe. Han Sen hated the idea of being put in a cage, but he knew this was the best way for them to go about it. Even though the very high were known for their brutal efficiency, they didn't simply kill him. Killing him would have been the most surefire way of dealing with the situation, and Han Sen had expected them to consider it as an option. He was rather relieved when he found out that they weren't planning to end him permanently. They left Han Sen in a palace surrounded by clouds and mist, and he had settled himself on the stairs that led to the palace's front door. He stared off into the clouds, his mind distant. Although the palace looked like an ordinary building, in truth, the entire place was contained inside a very high true god item. Han Sen had seen the true god item, which was a jade bottle of sorts, but he hadn't learned much about it. He had been taken in front of the very high alpha's statue and then put inside the bottle. Although the clouds that surrounded his palace were beautiful, the place was still just a prison. Furthermore, the prison contained only him. Everything aside from the palace was just a blur. There were no life forces to examine, and the place seemed to be disconnected from the rest of the universe, too. In fact, Han Sen couldn't even continue practicing. If the very high cannot find a way to remove my scales, does that mean I will be trapped here forever? Han Sen's face grew more distraught with every minute that passed. Although the strange piece of blood coral had been moved elsewhere by the very high and no longer reappeared next to Han Sen, the scales continued to grow across his body. Right now, most of his body had been claimed by the scales. Aside from his head, not having horns, he looked like some sort of humanoid dragon beast. The palace contained food and fresh spring water, but it only satiated his hunger and kept him alive. It didn't allow him to practice more, and it did nothing to reinforce his genes. In the beginning, the very high elites would visit now and again. They would also try out new methods to remove his scales, but they failed every time. As time passed, they visited less and less often. As Han Sen sat on the steps, it had been 10 days since he last saw any of the very high elites. Right now, the very high weren't helping Han Sen. They had become his oppressors. They couldn't confirm that Han Sen was dragon reborn via the curse, but in their usual style, the very high had opted to trap him there. Because there was a small possibility that he could be destructive, they wouldn't let him leave. The very high promised me that they would send Bauer to Sky Palace. I suppose they will do that for me, at least. Now, it is all down to me. I need to figure out a way to escape. Han Sen made many attempts, but they all seemed useless. The palace was completely cut off from the outside world. He couldn't even jump to a sanctuary. He couldn't go to the god area or anywhere else, either. That place was like a giant prison. He wasn't really living, nor was he actually dying. He was just there. He was trapped. How can I be this unlucky? Han Sen sighed. Then an idea flashed through his head, and he said, right, maybe I can try this. Han Sen's heart jumped. He ran into the palace and closed the gate. Han Sen had been there for a while, so he knew roughly how the bottle worked. Because the world inside the bottle was completely separate from the outside world, it was impossible to see in or out. Unless the very high came in person to visit, they wouldn't be able to see what he was doing. Han Sen had already tested this before, so he was certain that was the case. Once Han Sen had locked himself in the palace, he summoned something from Destiny's tower. It was a bronze object that was a few meters tall. A sheep head marked each of the bronze object's 4 corners, and the entire thing looked rather evil. One of the sheep heads can send me to the world that trapped the Breeksky Alpha. I wonder if the other 3 sheep heads do the same thing. Or can they take me elsewhere? This thing was capable of transporting me away from outer sky, so perhaps it will still work here. Han Sen gritted his teeth. He went to one of the sheep heads on the 4 sheep cube. With a silent prayer, he placed his hand on the sheep head. The sheep head lowered under the force of Han Sen's hand. The black and white fish in the center of the object began to swim faster. Their speed formed a vortex within the water. Han Sen felt a force of suction attempt to pull his body into the swirl. He was surprised that it had actually worked. He didn't know where the 4 sheep cube would take him, but no matter where it was a chance to get free. He didn't want to remain in the palace forever. Voila! When Han Sen emerged from the water, he knew immediately that he was no longer in the palace. Han Sen was afraid of exposing the scales on his skin, so he immediately put on his Dongshuan armor. Even if a creature knew about Dongshuan armor, they would just assume he was Dollar. No one would know he had escaped from the very high true god item. What is this place? Han Sen looked around in alarm. Moving as fast as he could, Han Sen returned to the 4 sheep cube. He slammed his hand down on the head of a sheep. Han Sen was standing on a giant stone platform surrounded by scary stone xenogeniacs. To the east, there was a xenogeniac that was a white-haired, black-faced, giant ape. To the south, there was a human-bodied monster with the head of a cow. To the north, there was a beast that was like a Kirin. To the west, there was a weird snake with 9 heads. The 4 giant xenogeniacs gave off a frightening presence. Sensing them sent chills right down Han Sen's spine. The monsters surrounded the stone platform, looming over it like the stone platform was a dinner table and Han Sen was the sole sausage in the middle that they would fight over. Pang! Han Sen could see the white-haired, black-faced giant ape's hand stretching toward him. Han Sen was already getting sucked into the 4 sheep cube. And then, his vision started to spin. When he emerged from the water, he was back in the palace contained within the very highest bottle. I'm fortunate that my reactions were quick. If I was too slow, I would have become food for those scary xenogeniacs. Han Sen patted his chest and spoke to himself in a shaky voice, trying to comfort his frightened little heart. Han Sen couldn't risk going back to that scary place. He looked at the 2 sheep heads he hadn't tried and said, "Why does the 4 sheep cube only send me to such weird and dangerous places?" The 4 sheep cube was Han Sen's only chance of escape. He couldn't stop trying. He wouldn't give up hope until he had tried journeying to all 4 locations. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as he pressed down another sheep head. The 4 sheep cube was activated again, and it sucked Han Sen inside it. Voila! Han Sen emerged from the 4 sheep cube, his body already tense. He immediately had a look around. Luckily, things were different from the last location. Here, no scary xenogeniacs were staring at him. This place looked fairly ordinary. Han Sen was standing on an asteroid in an asteroid belt. He could see a lot of stars in the sky. There were very big stars all around him. Han Sen looked at the stars and realized there were many planets nearby, as well. He saw a planet with a life force. Looking a bit hesitant, Han Sen flew down toward the planet. Holy sh*t. Is it a grass field? After Han Sen entered the atmosphere, he was surprised to see that the entire surface of the planet seemed to be covered in a grassy field. He could see a lot of sheep grazing in those fields. They were all crowded together, and the smallest flock of sheep had at least 1,000 in their midst. The sheep were a variety of different colors and breeds. Most of them looked thin and swift, like antelopes. Some of them were stock and powerful, like goats. Some of them just looked like ordinary sheep. Did I fall into a sheep farm? It is a shame that cowardly sheep I met in the sanctuaries isn't here. He could translate for me and ask the sheep where this place is. Han Sen could sense that the flocks of sheep were nothing mighty. The average sheep appeared to be no greater than Baron class. Even Viscounts were rare. Han Sen wasn't accustomed to being surrounded by such weak creatures. The other 2 sheep heads had sent Han Sen to very dangerous places, but now, he was on a world of prey animals. He wasn't used to that. As Han Sen flew down to land on the grass field, the flocks of sheep noticed him and raced to surround him. One of the sheep came forward to bleat at Han Sen while he was in the sky. Bah! Han Sen didn't speak sheepnese, so he activated the Dongshuan area and used it to read the sheep's mind. He heard the sheep speak the universal language. It was saying to him, outsider. How did you come to God's farm? It is good that it can speak, Han Sen thought happily. He looked at the sheep and said, I was lost in space, and I found this planet by chance. I was hoping you could tell me what this place is. If it is possible, can you sell me a star map? When the flock of sheep heard what Han Sen said, their response looked very human. They looked at each other, and then they started laughing. Han Sen had never seen an enormous flock of sheep all laughing themselves silly. It was a very strange sight. He frowned and coldly said, what is so funny? One of the sheep laughed and said, this is God's farm. We are the food that grows for God. Once you are here, you do not leave. You and I will become food for God together. I can come and go as I please. No one can keep me here, Han Sen said in annoyance. The flock looked at Han Sen with mirth. One of the sheep smirked and said, try it now, then. See if you can leave God's farm. This God's farm you keep talking about, do you mean the planet as a whole? Han Sen asked. Yes, the sheep affirmed with a nod. What is so hard about leaving here? Han Sen crouched and then launched himself up into the sky like a rocket, intending to fly out of the atmosphere and leave that field-covered planet behind. He had almost exited the atmosphere when he saw the wind change. It suddenly came together to form a giant blade that slashed toward him as he flew. Han Sen's eyes narrowed. He generated a sword light in his hand and slashed toward the giant blade. Pang! The sword light came against the giant blade, and Han Sen felt a backlash of expended power wash over him. It knocked him out of the air. He fell back to the planet's surface, and he hit the ground so hard that he created a large crater. The giant blade disappeared as if it had never existed. Han Sen frowned up at the sky. The sheep were laughing. Since you are here, you should accept your fate. You will become food for God sooner or later. You must accept this. Han Sen didn't believe this was God's farm, unless God was the biggest fan of lamb shanks ever. If all God did was grow sheep, he would have smelled a lot more gamey. Han Sen turned his attention back to the sky and jumped into the air again. He was headed for the cosmos once more. When Han Sen was almost out of the atmosphere, the giant blade reappeared and slashed toward him. It is useless. Once you enter God's farm, you are God's food. No one can escape, the sheep proclaimed, shouting so that Han Sen could hear him. Pang! The next second, the eyes of all the sheep opened wide. They stared up in disbelief. Rather than attempting to dodge the blade, Han Sen punched it. His fist came against the big blade, and the blade broke. The blade shattered like a chunk of badly forged iron, and it disappeared in the air. If that was God's power, then God is pretty lame, Han Sen thought to himself. He was planning to fly back to the field so that he could ask the sheep more questions about this place, but he suddenly saw many more blades appearing in the sky. A sea of swords rose before him, shielding the entire sky. They turned to point at Han Sen. Only Han Sen was shocked. He didn't say anything, and he just teleported back to the grass field. He raised his head and saw the countless blades that blanketed the sky start to disappear. They were gone within seconds. Han Sen's face turned grim. The power of a giant blade was as good as a primitive deified attack. If that many giant blades came down on him at once, not even Han Sen could block them. We told you, this is God's farm. It doesn't matter how strong you are. In God's eye, you are just food, the sheep said with a smile. The God you are talking about, what does he look like? Han Sen said, ignoring the blathering of the brainwashed sheep. God is God. What else could he be? The sheep answered, looking at Han Sen with disdain. Han Sen wanted to ask something more, but he suddenly saw a carriage fly through the sky. 9 white unicorns were pulling a white carriage as it headed for the grassy field. When the flock of sheep saw the white carriage, they started to shake on the ground. It was like they didn't even have the power to run. It was all they could do to remain standing as they trembled. They lowered their heads, like they were ostriches that wanted nothing more than to put their heads in the sand. 2756 Butchering the flock of sheep. Han Sen looked around and remembered that he was on an endless grassy field. There was nowhere to hide. So instead of attempting to flee, he reduced his presence to hide inside the flock of sheep. The 9 white unicorns descended to the field, swooping down elegantly until the carriage touched down on the grass. Han Sen hid within the flock of sheep, but he kept his eyes pinned to the door of the carriage. He wondered what sort of scary being might be lurking within. It had to be something fierce if it was scaring the sheep this much. None of them dared to run, and they all remained rooted to the ground, shivering and shaking. The 9 unicorns finally came to a halt, and a drawn-out creak sounded as the door of the carriage opened. A small figure descended from the carriage, and Han Sen's brow furrowed. The person coming out of that carriage was a little girl. She looked to be no more than 10 years old. The scary being that the sheep all fear cannot be this little girl, surely. Han Sen didn't take his eyes away from the carriage. He believed another creature would emerge behind the girl. She must be a servant or slave of some kind. But the carriage now seemed to be empty. The little girl was the only one to come out, and in her hands was a sharp knife. She moved toward a flock of sheep. Han Sen turned his attention back to the girl. Her body was undoubtedly that of a child, but for some reason, something about her eyes seemed a bit mature for her age. Is she a sky? Han Sen felt the presence of the girl, and he noticed there was a mark on her forehead. She might have been one of the sky. Either that or she was a very high. Although there were large cultural differences between them, in terms of simple physicality, the two races were practically the same. The very high simply had purer blood. The girl lifted the sharp knife before the flock. She reached out her hand towards a sheep's head and sighed. Little sheep, I have no choice but to do this. If you ever seek revenge, come for me. Don't take out your rage on someone else. After that, the sharp knife in the girl's hands was thrust forward. It slid straight into the heart of the sheep and killed it in a single strike. Blood dribbled across the hilt of the knife and gushed from the new cavity in the sheep's chest. The weird thing was, the blood never had a chance to drip to the ground. As soon as the sheep's blood welled up, it was absorbed by the knife that killed it. In moments, the sheep's body had been sucked dry by the weapon. Under the draining powers of the knife, the sheep became a dried-up husk of its former self. The knife's color changed to a dark red, and it began to give off a very strong and bloody presence. Once the first sheep was dead, the girl moved on to another sheep. Every member of the flock was shivering violently, but they didn't dare to resist. The girl lifted her knife and thrust it through the next creature. Like the last, its blood was sucked dry. Han Sen was shocked at the sight. The girl continued killing the sheep, and not a single one of them tried to resist. It was like they were all queuing up to die, one after another. Soon, the death toll had reached 100 sheep. The blade of her knife had become as red as blood, now. It looked like blood was going to begin dripping out of it any second. The strong, coppery smell was awful. Han Sen could have detected the scent from a few miles away, and the smell was nauseating. There's definitely something wrong with that girl's knife, Han Sen murmured with a frown. He looked at the weapon in the little girl's hand. The girl's presence wasn't very strong, but there was something very frightening and strange about the aura of the sharp knife. It was much greater than the presence of the little girl herself. The little girl shouldn't have been capable of using such a powerful blade, but she was using it with finesse. The knife's power hadn't consumed her. This was a situation that Han Sen had never encountered before. Before he became deified, even Han Sen couldn't make use of 100% of a deified treasure's power. Yet the little girl was casually able to use a supremely sharp knife that was far greater than herself. Every strike she unleashed was lethal, and a sheep died each time she swung her hand. Everything about this situation was weird. This flock of sheep must be more afraid of the knife than the girl, Han Sen guessed to himself, but he still wasn't too sure what was going on. He kept staring at the sharp knife. It was a short knife that was composed of a wooden handle and a steel blade. The wooden handle was 7 inches long, but he couldn't determine what sort of wood it had been carved from. The handle was so darkly colored that it was almost black. The blade, on the other hand, was 1 foot long. It was shaped like a crescent moon. Because it had absorbed so much blood, it was gleaming red. It looked as if it was going to start gushing blood from its tip at any second. The girl didn't seem to be holding any sort of scabbard or sheath for the knife. Also, based on its shape, Han Sen surmised that the knife wasn't a combat weapon. It was more of a chef's knife or a butcher's tool. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a chill. Maybe it was because it had absorbed so much blood, but under the sunlight, Han Sen saw the blade expel some sort of bloody light. The bloody light rose, forming itself into the shadow of a red demon. The more sheep the girl killed, the more blood the demon could absorb. The blood demon grew scarier as more time passed. When that girl killed her 1,000th sheep, the shadow of the sharp knife had already generated a blood flame that was visible to the naked eye. Of course, the flock is afraid of the knife, not the little girl who is holding it. Still, this is such a strange situation. The girl is so weak. How can she wield such a potent weapon? And the sharp knife's power hasn't consumed her, Han Sen thought to himself as he observed the girl and her knife. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine. He had been focusing too much on the knife, and the blood demon's shadow had discovered his existence. The shadowy body suddenly turned. The creature's eye sockets were empty aside from a pair of blood flames, and those fires now stared in Han Sen's direction. Bzzzt. Before Han Sen could do anything, the sharp knife released a weird buzzing noise. Then, the sharp knife started to fly. Carrying the little girl's body along behind it, the weapon shot toward Han Sen. Han Sen could see the blood demon shadow clearly. It was opening its jaws, looking ready to devour him. The knife pulled the little girl straight toward Han Sen. The moment she saw him, she froze in surprise. Han Sen was prepared to fight, but the little girl's hand yanked back against the knife. Using all of her strength, the girl tried to keep the knife from heading for Han Sen. But her power was too small, and the sharp knife had a real lust for Han Sen. She wrapped both hands around the knife's handle and pulled as hard as she could, but her efforts were futile. She couldn't stop the knife. Her slim body was pulled steadily forward. Han Sen's frown deepened. He readied himself to fight, but the little girl gritted her teeth and pressed her hands down on the blade itself. The blade sliced into her hands, and the knife quickly absorbed the blood that welled up in her palms. Then, the blade went quiet. The blood shadow demon was still visible above the blade, but it seemed to have been suppressed by some mystical power. The bloody light that formed the image of a red demon had dimmed slightly. No wonder she can use that sharp, weird knife. Something about her body is special. She must have some unusual connection to the knife, Han Sen thought to himself. Judging from the little girl's behavior, she didn't seem to be hostile toward Han Sen. He walked over to the girl and asked her, "Little girl, what is your name?" "Run. Leave here quickly," the little girl said in a rush, still keeping a white-knuckled grip on the knife. "Why do I have to leave?" Han Sen asked the little girl, planting his feet firmly on the ground. "I can't control it much longer. It's going to kill you. Run," the little girl said, the panic in her voice growing. Han Sen looked at the little girl holding that knife. Her hands continued to bleed profusely. As her blood continued to flow the blade, the sharp knife's presence faded a little. It wasn't gone, though. The knife's aura was still there, pressing out against the little girl's hand. It moaned gently. Han Sen knew that if the little girl stopped giving it blood, the knife would immediately go after him again. "I'll leave then. Can you tell me how to exit this planet? And also, what is your name?" Han Sen knew that if he stayed, he would only be causing the little girl more pain. He crouched down as he prepared to leap up into the sky. The little girl shook her head. "I don't know. You just need to get away from here, as far as you possibly can." "Fine. What is your name, though?" Han Sen asked. "Gu Wanner. You should leave now. Get as far away from here as you can, and don't come back until I am gone," the little girl said. Han Sen was ready to leave, but when he heard her name, his body went completely still. He looked at the little girl in shock, and he asked her, "Your name is Gu Wanner. Do you know Lone Bamboo?" Han Sen remembered that Lone Bamboo had once mentioned his little sister was called Wanner because prey to God was taken away by God. It was an incident that the man was never able to let go. If Han Sen remembered things correctly, Lone Bamboo's sister was around 10 years old when she was taken away. It had been many years since then, so Gu Wanner should have been a grown-up. Finding her in a child's body was quite the surprise. You know my big brother." A sudden smile bloomed over Gu Wanner's face as she looked at Han Sen. "I know him. We are good friends. Why are you here? What is this place?" Han Sen glanced at Wanner's sharp knife, then walked closer to her. He could have simply left if they were strangers. Now that he knew this little girl was Lone Bamboo's sister, though, he couldn't just leave. "This is God's farm. It is like a buffet for God's knife. God brought me here to take care of the knife," Gu Wanner explained. Then she quickly asked, "Is my big brother okay?" Although Gu Wanner's explanation had been brief, Han Sen understood. She had been taken by God and brought her there. God had then given her this sharp knife and put her in charge of feeding it. God's knife ate by feasting on the blood of creatures. This place was called God's farm, but it was one of many. Many similar planets were in this system, and Gu Wanner had to follow a precise schedule. She took the blade to each planet at the right time, allowing God's knife to feed on a variety of different types of blood. Han Sen could immediately see that there were gaps in what Gu Wanner was telling him. She was hiding something. Aside from the blood of those xenogenics, it also requires your blood, right? Han Sen asked, looking directly at Ji Yuaner. Ji Yuaner hesitated and forced a smile. Yes, I have to feed it some of my blood every day. But do not worry, I have an immortal body. When I sleep, my body recovers. That is fine with me. But about my brother, is he doing fine? If you leave this place, can you not tell him you saw me? No. Han Sen looked terrible. Although Ji Yuaner spoke with little concern for herself, Han Sen knew that God had done something very cruel. God had brought Ji Yuaner here and given her an immortal body so she could use her blood to feed the knife. There was nothing godly about this knife. It was more like a depraved vampire. Ji Yuaner had been made a slave who was forced to sacrifice her own blood. Every day, she needed to offer the demon her blood without rest. She couldn't even die. What do you mean by no? What happened to my brother? God promised me that if I helped him raise the knife, he would let my brother go on to live a good life. Ji Yuaner paled, and she spoke more rapidly. Her body was so small, and it was obvious that she didn't have much blood to give. She had been bleeding for too long, and her body couldn't take it anymore. If you aren't there, the world means nothing to him. Han Sen walked in front of Ji Yuaner, and he reached his hand out to the sharp knife. Give me the knife. No, no, no. You should leave now. It will kill you. Ji Yuaner stepped back. Han Sen knew that Ji Yuaner wasn't lying. When he first sensed the knife, he knew it was a ruthless weapon. That was why Han Sen had originally intended to leave. He didn't want to put himself at risk. But now that he knew that Lone Bamboo's sister was right here, and she was being tortured, he couldn't just turn his back on her and leave her to her fate. He had to try and help, no matter the cost. He was hoping to take Ji Yuaner away. It can't kill me. Moving fast, Han Sen slapped Ji Yuaner's hands away from the knife. He stole the blood-sucking knife and clutched it in his hands. Ji Yuaner's eyes widened when she saw that she was no longer holding the knife. She said, "Give it back to me quickly. This is God's knife. It is so scary, and it will kill you." Han Sen ignored Ji Yuaner. He continued holding the knife by its handle, and he observed the blade carefully. Without Ji Yuaner's blood, the crimson color of the metal was starting to fade. The demon-like shadow rose again. It was like a beast that would merrily feast on anyone it could. It turned to look at Han Sen. The blade began to tremble in his hands. Boom! When the sharp knife realized that Han Sen was holding it, a flash of bloody light shone around it. Han Sen's power was insufficient to maintain a grip on the knife, and it flew out of his hands. The demon shadow of the knife formed a body out of bloody flames. Its shape was roughly humanoid, but it seemed to be wreathed in fire. It rattled and shook as it held the sharp knife. The red, ghostly eyes peered at Han Sen as if it wanted nothing more than to dine on his blood. Bzzzt. The bloody shadow moved. The sharp knife tore through space, carrying a bloody presence with it as it tried to attack Han Sen. Only, don't kill him. Ji Yuaner shouted. She stepped in front of Han Sen, spreading her arms. Before the sharp knife got close enough to touch her, Han Sen grabbed the little girl and spun her around him. He threw a punch toward the sharp knife and said, "Remember, no matter when or where, girls should stay behind men and be protected. Don't try to get in the way of the man. You'll just get him hurt." Boom! While he was talking, the fist and the sharp knife struck each other. The bloody flame danced madly as the punching power was shattered. The resulting shockwave tore into the field around them, forming a giant crater. The nearby sheep were affected, too. The explosion washed over them, reducing them to a bloody mist. Han Sen didn't fall back, but he felt something tear in his chest. He felt the urge to cough up a little blood, but he swallowed it back down. The knife roared, sounding like some terrible beast issuing a challenge. The next second, all four of Han Sen's Geno arts activated within his body. He combined with spell, and he entered his xenogenic battle body mode. 2758 Every knife shows blood. Han Sen's xenogenic body was covered by a black flame. He looked like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. He stared at the red demon that was holding a sharp knife. They looked like two lords of hell preparing to do battle. "Stay away. This is the battleground of men. This is nothing for you to be involved in," Han Sen said over his shoulder, keeping his eyes on the red demon. After Han Sen combined his four Geno arts, the Dongshuan area's power increased exponentially. Han Sen discovered that this god's knife wasn't really a knife. It was a xenogenic, Although it was a living creature, its body and soul were like knives. Han Sen didn't know the level of this xenogenic, but its power was already beyond what Han Sen could accurately gauge. The blood demon's shadow stared at Han Sen coldly. The sharp knife in its hands glowed with a bloody light. The space around the knife was twisted by that bloody light, hiding the body of the knife. The only thing still visible through the twisted space was the knife light held by the glowing shadow of a hand. The next second, the shadow moved. It traveled like a red mist beneath the sun. It was coming for Han Sen. The power in Han Sen's body exploded. He teleported behind the shadow and sent a punch toward the blood demon. But the blood demon looked as if it didn't know that Han Sen had already teleported away. Its knife was still headed for Han Sen's previous location. Han Sen was surprised that his opponent had been thrown off course by such a simple trick, but he continued with his strike. For him, this was a good opportunity. He couldn't just stop mid-attack because of his suspicion. Gotcha! But before Han Sen's fist hit the blood demon, his chest was cut open. A few of his ribs were sliced clean through, and some of his organs and crystallized blood were showing. What is going on? Why did I get hit? Han Sen's face contorted in sudden pain. He didn't understand how the creature had managed to hit him. The blood shadow hadn't turned around or even swung its knife toward Han Sen, but he had still been injured. This was so weird. There was no time to think. He summoned his immortal dragon, and it immediately released an immortal substance chain toward Han Sen's chest that healed Han Sen's wounds quickly. The blood demon moved forward and swung its knife at Han Sen in a crazed fury. Han Sen understood that his xenogenic power was extremely inferior to that of the blood demon. He wanted to know how he had been hit, as well, so instead of attempting to block the attack, he used teleport again. But this time, he didn't teleport closer to the blood demon. He teleported away, trying to put some distance between his enemy and himself. Gotcha! There was a space of 100 miles separating Han Sen and the blood demon, and the knife light wasn't slashing toward Han Sen. But even so, an invisible blade split Han Sen's head open. His skull cracked down the center, opening wide enough to show his pink brain. The pain of the attack was excruciating, and Han Sen's face turned white. I see, although the attack had been brutal, Han Sen had learned something. He now understood how he had been hit. The bloody knife light had traveled to where Han Sen had previously been standing. There, a very dim blood shadow had appeared. That blood shadow resembled Han Sen's face. The bloody knife light slashed that blood shadow, and Han Sen's body was injured by the blow. Is it a time or space power? Or is it a bit of both? Han Sen's wounds were healed by the immortal dragon's power. Not even such a grievous injury was going to kill him now. But the blood demon was clearly a scarier opponent than he had expected. Han Sen had already used Forever Solid on himself. Under the buffs of Forever Solid, even transmutation deifieds couldn't damage his xenogenic battle body. Plus, the pesky dragon scales growing on his skin gave him an immunity power. He was indestructible. The bloody knife light wasn't physically striking his body, but it could still cut through his armor, scales, and bones. This was very frightening. The blood demon didn't seem to be putting as much thought into the situation as Han Sen was. Its face looked murderous as it came for him without hesitation. Wherever the knife light went, the space nearby was badly distorted. It was like many twisting blood lights were dancing around the knife light. This time, Han Sen didn't try to teleport. Instead, he summoned his shield of the Medusa's gaze. He was going to block the blood demon's knife. The blood demon's power was strange, and trying to dodge it seemed to be useless. Han Sen had to block it, but the next second, Han Sen's chest was spilling blood. His entire body flew away. He hurtled through the air for a few miles, then his body slammed into the field like an asteroid. Han Sen regained his senses in a giant, circular hole. The armor on his chest had been cut open, revealing the flesh inside. His scales, bones, and ribs were cut in half. Han Sen's shield was still fine. Although the shield could stop all sorts of physical attacks, it was apparently unable to inhibit the knife light. That weird knife light phased through the shield like a ghost and struck Han Sen in the chest, completely unimpeded. The blood demon's body flashed, and it kept up an endless stream of attacks. No matter how Han Sen dodged or blocked, he couldn't manage to stop the blood demon's knife light. Every slash hit him, and Han Sen's god body bled as he incurred more and more knife-borne injuries. If not for the immortal dragon madly healing him as he fought, Han Sen would probably have been sliced to pieces a long time ago. Even so, There was a limit to how fast the immortal dragon could heal him. Its healing ability was beginning to lag behind the injuries Han Sen was receiving. Before Han Sen's wounds healed completely, he was hit a few more times. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. It is so powerful that fighting it makes one feel rather hopeless. Just run. You're going to get killed. Ji Yu Wanner shouted from her position near the carriage. Countless shockwaves were being unleashed from Han Sen and the Blood Demon's fight, but the carriage wasn't taking any damage. It looked as if some magical power was protecting the vehicle in some capacity. Whenever a shockwave reached the carriage, it would fade. Han Sen wanted to run away, too, but he couldn't. Even teleporting away was futile. He would still end up injured by the demon. And some sort of cruel, restrictive power was locking this planet down. Entering was easy, but leaving would require Han Sen to somehow break through the Baisima. Not even his teleportation skills were enough. The knife's power was so weird. No matter what Han Sen did, he would end up being hit. The only good thing about this situation was that the Blood Demon's power couldn't kill him in a single blow. If it had been any stronger, he would have died before he even had a chance to fight back. Gotcha! A slash struck Han Sen's body again. Han Sen couldn't even see how he had been injured. The blow almost severed his arm at the shoulder. Suddenly, Han Sen's body started to glow with blood light. Black scales grew like crazy, forcing their way through his armor. In seconds, the scales had wrapped all the way around Han Sen's body and through his armor. Before Han Sen figured out what was going on, he felt the ground shake. A blood light had shot down from space, and now it was gleaming in front of Han Sen. It was the blood coral that looked like a blood dragon. Chapter 2759 Reborn. Didn't the very high elders seal the blood coral? Why is it here now, all of a sudden? Han Sen stared at the relic in surprise. He had used the 4-sheep cube to reach this place. How could a sealed chunk of coral make its way there? While Han Sen was still trying to figure out what was going on, his left arm started to move. It was like the blood in his arm was driving his muscles forward. Han Sen's brain definitely wasn't telling his arm to move, but his hand reached out to grip the blood coral anyway. Han Sen looked at his hand in consternation, but he couldn't stop it. His left hand gripped the part of the blood coral that looked like a dragon's head. That sacred elite isn't planning on using my body to be reborn, is he? Han Sen wondered. His body and the blood coral began to glow with a red light. The most frustrating thing was that this was the most critical moment of the fight. He was losing control of his body, and the demon was still coming toward him. It was going to kill him. Big brother, I understand that you're probably trying to take over my body, but can't it wait until later? Now is a bad time. To his surprise, Han Sen noticed that the blood demon wasn't attacking him. It stood some distance away, looking at Han Sen with confusion. Boom! Blood light surged from Han Sen's body, but the process was actually the reverse of his expectations. Instead of changing Han Sen, the light was leaving Han Sen's body and going toward the blood coral in his hands. The blood light sank into the blood coral, and Han Sen's black scales started to dull and thin. It was like he was devolving. What is going on? It isn't going to take over my body. Is it going to suck me dry instead? Han Sen looked at the blood coral. The dragon-shaped blood coral began to change as it absorbed the blood light coming from Han Sen. Oddly enough, the blood coral had lost its serpentine appearance and was now taking on a humanoid shape. No, it was taking on an actual human shape. The dragon head was becoming a human head, and long human arms were growing out of the body. The tail, however, still looked the same. As the blood coral changed, Han Sen's black scales quickly disappeared. Soon, Han Sen looked normal again. It seemed like something had been pulled out of his body. Wait a minute, the shape of the blood coral looks rather familiar, old blood dragon lady. Isn't this what the old blood dragon lady looks like? It took Han Sen a minute, but he finally realized why the half-human, half-dragon shape of the blood coral looked so familiar. The blood coral now had a human head and a dragon tail. Dragon scales covered the being, and horns protruded from her head. The old blood dragon lady was the being that had been drawn on his back long ago. But the old blood dragon lady on his back had possessed silver scales, whereas this one had red scales. I understand now. I understand why the blood coral has been following me. It is because there are still remnants of the old blood dragon lady in the tattoo on my back. If the old blood dragon lady was the blood coral's master, that means she is using the old blood dragon lady drawing on my back to be reborn. The coral was never trying to claim my body at all, Han Sen thought, trying to logic his way through what was happening. Although Han Sen didn't entirely understand the events occurring around him, he could sense that his guesses were getting near to the truth. When the black scales on Han Sen's body disappeared completely, the blood coral became the old blood dragon lady. Her body hung silently in the air, her eyes closed. She looked like a statue. Sacred sent the old blood dragon lady to help out the very high. Now, everything is explained. Han Sen's body was free once more. He looked at the old blood dragon lady in the air, but he didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The blood demon didn't have Han Sen's patience. It saw that the old blood dragon lady was hanging motionless in the air like a dead statue, and the blood demon's flames exploded. The knife flew to attack the old blood dragon lady. Be careful, Han Sen shouted. It didn't seem the old blood dragon lady had woken up yet, and Han Sen was afraid for her. He channeled some of his power into the shout, trying to rouse the old blood dragon lady. He didn't know if the old blood dragon lady was a friend or foe, but the blood demon was definitely an enemy. And as far as Han Sen was concerned, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Right now, Han Sen hoped the old blood dragon lady wasn't going to wind up dead before she had woken up. The bloody knife light surged toward the old blood dragon lady, but her eyes remained closed. She didn't react to the incoming storm of destructive power. Han Sen knew how strong that knife was. Its attacks couldn't even be blocked. If the old blood dragon lady was struck without even being aware of its coming, there was no telling whether or not she could withstand the blow. At this time, the old blood dragon lady finally opened her eyes. Han Sen had never seen eyes like hers before. It was like stars were spinning around inside them. They held all the possibilities of a clear, open sky. Just looking into those eyes would be enough for most people to be conquered by their purity and greatness. Your eyes are my home for eternity. Han Sen had heard romantic things like that said before, but he had never understood what people meant. Until now, looking into the old blood dragon lady's eyes, he understood. The old blood dragon lady calmly looked on the blood demon. As the knife light landed, she raised her arm. Her fingers that looked like jade were pointed forward. Boom! A beam of light as thin as a pen shot out of her finger. The force of it destroyed the bloody knife light and the blood demon shadow, revealing the sharp knife's real body. The sharp knife was struck, and it whirled away like a windmill. It hit the field, digging a hole into the turf. God knew how deep that hole was. So strong. Han Sen was shocked. The sharp knife was a strange xenogenic. It was probably larva class, or perhaps even stronger. The old blood dragon lady had annihilated it with only her finger. Based on that alone, it would be difficult to comprehend how scarily powerful she was. The sharp knife seemed to be quite resilient. Although the bloody flame shadow was destroyed, the blade itself hadn't been injured. Bzzzt. In the blink of an eye, the sharp blade shot out of that bottomless pit. The blood flame surrounding it had gotten scarier. It generated a blood demon shadow once more, which grabbed the sharp knife and slashed toward the old blood dragon lady. The old blood dragon lady didn't move. She raised her finger and destroyed the bloody flame shadow surrounding the sharp knife again. The sharp knife generated bloody flames again and again, but the old blood dragon lady casually blew them all up. It made Han Sen's blood boil. This is an example of true power. No wonder the old blood dragon lady forced one of those people who call themselves God to fall back. She is so strong. Han Sen looked at the sharp knife that was still trying ceaselessly to reach the old blood dragon lady. Han Sen had to shout, "Big sister dragon lady, please blow up that knife." Pang! The sharp knife was struck by old blood dragon lady. The weapon flew a few hundred miles away, and a minute later, it was flying back. It was carrying its scary, bloody flames. The terror still hadn't been stopped. Han Sen was going to keep cheering the old blood dragon lady on, but the old blood dragon lady's body froze. Suddenly, she fell from the sky. She landed close to Han Sen, looking like blood coral again. Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He had been about to shout his support, but now there was no point. He was looking at the blood demon face to face. The atmosphere was quiet and tense. 2760 super space / the old blood dragon lady looked like she could raise some ancient, forbidden power, then use it to destroy the sky and the earth. Just by lifting her hands or feet, she could defy terrifying enemies. But in reality, she was just a useless, silver-faced, sausage spearhead. After a few hits, she was done for, and she returned to looking like a mere chunk of blood coral. When the old blood dragon lady became blood coral again, her battle presence disappeared. It was like the first time Han Sen had seen a powerful enemy and thought that he lacked the strength to fight back. The blood shadow demon stared at the blood coral for a while, looking very confused. Its intelligence wasn't very impressive. Once it realized that it was no longer able to feel the presence of the blood coral, it turned away from the motionless item. With that enemy gone, it refocused its attention on Han Sen. Han Sen's stomach sank. He had thought a magical savior had come to help him and get rid of God's knife. But this was the measly result he had received. The appearance of Old Blood Dragon Lady hadn't been entirely useless, though. At least Old Blood Dragon Lady had confirmed Han Sen's suspicions about God's knife. It was just a xenogeniac. It was different from the beings that called themselves gods. This was just a creature that, with enough trial and error, could be beaten. Those gods cannot fight in the Geno universe, but God's knife can. So, it isn't the same thing as its masters. But for some reason, those gods have instructed Gu Wanner to raise this frightening xenogeniac. That must mean that the creature isn't fully grown yet. I still have a chance of defeating it, Han Sen thought to himself. He wanted to figure out how to get rid of God's knife. Even Old Blood Dragon Lady's power wasn't enough to destroy the knife. The material of the blade was very unique, and its weird powers kept Han Sen from dodging its attacks. If it wasn't a strangely powerful being, a god wouldn't want to raise it. But Old Blood Dragon Lady already gave me a hint. Its knife light isn't entirely invincible. There is a way to break it. As Han Sen thought this through, the Blood Shadow Demon lost its self-control and attacked again. A red mist flashed through the sky to teleport in front of Han Sen. Han Sen used teleport again to dodge. Just like the last time, he successfully avoided the knife light. Even so, when the knife light reached the place he had been standing moments before, a wound was opened in his chest again. That's it. This must be right. What he uses is a Geno art that is a combination of time and space powers. Han Sen had made that guess as he studied the fight between God's knife and Old Blood Dragon Lady. Now that he had experienced it again himself, he could turn those guesses into facts that could help him. The Blood Shadow Demon was holding a sharp knife. It sent a crazy storm of blazing knife lights to attack Han Sen. Han Sen cast his 4 Geno arts to the max. His xenogeniac battle body exploded with scary power. His teleportation and movements combined, but in the end, he still couldn't avoid that knife. Seeing another knife wound on his chest, Han Sen wasn't shocked. On the contrary, he was happy. That knife should have hit his head. But now, it had only struck his chest. That proved that his guess had been right, and his attempt to test that guess had been successful. He just hadn't yet gotten the timing spot on. A Geno art that can combine time and space. Its power can go through time and space. It slashed my body, where it was in the past. Because it will always know where I was standing in the past, attempting to dodge it will be futile. It will get me wherever I go, and it won't even have to chase after me to do so. As long as it can attack my past, I won't have to touch my actual body. It is a scary Geno art, a super space slash. Han Sen could see through the secrets that fueled God's knife power. But seeing through it was one thing. Being able to break it was another thing entirely. Han Sen knew that this attack had many limitations. It could only slash the area of space and time shortly in the past, but Han Sen only managed to dodge it a few times, and God's knife only missed by a shave. He could not completely dodge the super space slash. If it wasn't for the immortal dragon that kept on healing Han Sen's body, he would have been slashed to pieces long ago. No, it still won't work. This was the hardest fight Han Sen had ever had to endure. He knew what his opponent's power was, but he couldn't break it. His body continued to accumulate injuries. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to dodge the most harmful blows, and the immortal dragon had sick healing power. God's knife wouldn't kill him anytime soon. Stop fighting. You need to go. You can't beat him, and he is going to kill you. You cannot die here. Gu Wanner was waiting far away near the carriage. She was crying as she yelled at Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to flee, as well. But he couldn't leave that planet, so there was no point in trying to escape. He needed to deal with the trouble in front of him. Ha! Han Sen let out a raging roar. Countless knives and swords appeared in the air. The knife stream looked like a river in the sky as it poured down toward the Blood Shadow Demon. Han Sen didn't think the knife stream could destroy God's knife. He just hoped it could imitate the Old Blood Dragon Lady's attack and disrupt the knife's power long enough to buy Han Sen some time. But Han Sen underestimated God's knife. The demon's knife light flashed, breaking the sky full of knife lights, and it continued toward Han Sen. Blurg. The knife sank into the muscle of Han Sen's neck. It cut open his throat and blood spewed out. Han Sen had lost count of how many injuries he had sustained. Every spot in his body had been attacked by the knife. Han Sen had tried many different ways to evade God's knife's super space slash. But none had worked. Han Sen had even tried to make use of the Zhen Yellow Sutra. He wanted to lower God's knife's level, but it didn't work. The Geno art couldn't touch the sharp knife's body. After Han Sen summoned the Zhen Yellow Sutra power, the God's knife continued to slash his past self. It wouldn't connect with the power he had now. The immortal dragon kept healing Han Sen without looking tired. Han Sen was depending entirely on the immortal dragon's powerful healing abilities to keep him in the fight. Wanner, follow me. Han Sen teleported next to Wanner and summoned the Four-Sheep Cube. He was going to use the Four-Sheep Cube to escape that place and take Wanner to the very high. Even though that place was a jail, it was better than becoming food for a weird knife. I cannot go. You should leave here quickly. Gu Wanner shook her head. Her voice sounded certain. Han Sen wanted to ask why, but he was hit again. He screamed as he flew away. The Blood Shadow Demon tried to chase after Han Sen, but Gu Wanner threw herself before the Blood Shadow Demon. Han Sen looked on in shock. Fortunately, the Blood Shadow Demon's knife light didn't cut her down. It didn't want to kill Wanner. It spun sideways through the air, trying to bypass Wanner and reach Han Sen. But Wanner stayed between them. She clutched the god's knife's blade, and the blood on her hands dyed the blade red. Blood poured out of the wounds in her hands. Within a second, Wanner's face became as pale as a piece of paper. Leave now, it still needs me, it will not kill me, plus, I have an immortal body, I won't die, but you will die if you stay here. Wanner tightened her grip on the sharp knife as she shouted. She was clearly determined not to let it escape. 2761 A way to break I in his palace inside the bottle. Han Sen's face was looking grim. He was sitting on the floor, frowning as he tried to think. He had never been as embarrassed as he was right then. He had needed a little girl to step in and save his life. If Gu Wanner hadn't stalled God's knife for him, he never would have had the chance to use the Four-Sheep Cube to escape. And he had even told Gu Wanner not to get in his way. But in the end, this was how things had turned out. He would never forget the expression on Gu Wanner's face when he had to leave her. I must find a way to defeat that crappy knife and bring Wanner back safely. Han Sen calmed himself and tried to think rationally. He knew feeling angry and embarrassed wasn't going to solve anything. He needed to find a way to sort out that so-called God's knife to save Gu Wanner. He needed to take her away from that place. If I use my Super God Spirit body, I shouldn't be harmed by Super Space Slash. But even if Wanner and my Super God Spirit body didn't conflict with each other, my Super God Spirit body wouldn't last long. It couldn't support me long enough to defeat God's knife. So, how can I block Super Space Slash while not using Super God Spirit body? Plus, on top of that, just blocking Super Space Slash isn't enough. I need to find a way to counter and break God's knife itself. Even Old Blood Dragon Lady was unable to destroy its body, and my power will be far weaker than what she was capable of generating. It will be even harder for me to destroy its body. Han Sen wasn't going to give up just because of that, though. He took time to calculate every possibility of what might transpire there. There was still a sliver of a chance he could succeed, one which he calculated to be 1/10, but that wasn't going to sway his firm resolve. The immortal dragon had been healing Han Sen's body non-stop, but he had been taking too many injuries. When he was in God's farm, the immortal dragon could only heal each wound partially, leaving his body looking like a spider web of scars. That fight had injured him so much that he hadn't even known how badly he was injured. I can't change the past, so dodging is impossible. Unless I can erase the past. At that thought, Han Sen's eyes brightened. Maybe I can try the Alpha Sit and Forget Sutra. The Sit and Forget Sutra is about looking for a way for the body to disconnect from the universe, so the user can reside in a space that is outside of time and space. If a person's power is disconnected from the universe, then the blood demon will be unable to see me in the past. That abides by the rules of the universe. Han Sen thought this was something he could try. He had the experience of the Alpha, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. But even if the Sit and Forget Sutra could break Super Space Slash, Han Sen still had no way of destroying God's knife. This would only allow him to avoid losing for an indeterminate amount of time. Han Sen couldn't think of a way in which he could destroy God's knife, but for now, he had a plan. First and foremost, he had to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. He needed to see if he could break Super Space Slash. Because he didn't have the very high sense as a base, Han Sen could only use his Under the Sky as a base. He put the Sit and Forget Sutra into a part of the Under the Sky knife skill. It had been 2 weeks, and Han Sen hadn't set one foot out of the palace. Ever since the old blood dragon lady appeared, Han Sen's body had no longer grown any scales. And the blood coral hadn't so much as twitched in all that time, either. If Han Sen hadn't seen it become the old blood dragon lady, he would have thought it was just an ordinary lump of coral. It looks like the drop of the old blood dragon lady's blood that I have wasn't enough to support her full rebirth. But that is fine. I don't know if she is a friend or foe, and so this is likely the best result for now. Han Sen looked at the chunk of blood coral next to him, and then he walked outside of the palace. For the past 2 weeks, he had been trying to let the Sit and Forget Sutra melt into his Under the Sky knife skills. But he had encountered a few problems he had been unable to overcome. He needed an idea or two, but there was nothing inspiring about that bottle palace. It was hard to come up with ideas. Han Sen walked around the palace in circles. He still didn't understand, and he felt a bit annoyed. Although he understood that he had to be calm right now, the thought of Wanner and her situation was driving him insane. He couldn't keep calm. He brought out the siren bottle and summoned the siren virgin. He spoke to her, hoping to get some ideas from her. The results were very disappointing for Han Sen once again, though. The siren virgin had never seen the Super Space Slash before, so she couldn't think of a way in which he might be able to break it. After the siren virgin spent half a day spouting useless crap that he didn't need to hear, Han Sen had to put his foot down. He sent her back into the bottle and tossed her into storage. There was no one in that bottle palace to give Han Sen advice. After hesitating for a while, he eventually decided to enter Destiny's Tower. He was going to see Ancient Devil, who had been trapped there for the longest time. Currently, Ancient Devil was the only prisoner that Han Sen was keeping in Destiny's Tower. All the other creatures he once kept there had been sent to Purgatory Heaven a long time ago. Only Ancient Devil seemed too dangerous to be allowed to leave Destiny's Tower. You need something from me. Ancient Devil had been trapped there for a very long time, but he didn't look angry or restless like the average prisoner. It looked like he was on vacation, rather than trapped in an inescapable prison. Han Sen had to admire his attitude. If Han Sen had been trapped in there for so many years, he didn't think he would be so chill. I have encountered a creature that wields a Super Space Slash power. I don't know how to break it. Rather than trying to hide anything, Han Sen laid out what had happened as plain as could be. Ancient Devil's intelligence was remarkably high. He wasn't someone you could fool easily with a few lies, so Han Sen didn't even bother trying. That is easy. If you promise to let me go, I can teach you how to break it, Ancient Devil answered calmly. When he spoke about the conditions for his aid, he didn't sound excited about the prospect. Your powers are at the lowest tier of this universe, and my opponent is one of the most powerful beings in this reality. Do you really think I'm going to believe you? Han Sen asked coldly, staring at Ancient Devil. Yes, that is why you came, isn't it? Ancient Devil paused, and then went on to say, plus, strength and knowledge don't go hand in hand. Time and space in this universe are the same as time and space in other places, after all. They work the same here as they do in the sanctuaries. Super Space Slash works the same as well. The reasoning behind it is the same. If you understand that, you can find a way to break it. Then tell me, how would you break Super Space Slash? Han Sen asked. Agree to my conditions first, Ancient Devil shot back. You have to at least prove to me that you can really break the Super Space Slash power, Han Sen said, while looking expressionlessly at Ancient Devil. That Ancient Devil guy was too dangerous. Han Sen wouldn't let him out unless he had no other option. This had nothing to do with Ancient Devil's strength. The man was simply too scary. Even if he was just at a barren level, Han Sen wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen. He smiled and said, you just want to trick me. You want me to give you the solution, and then you can abandon your end of the bargain and keep me here. I don't think you're going to get what you want. Tell me something I have never heard about first, Han Sen said, his face unchanging. Ancient Devil was quick-witted. He did not keep saying that Han Sen wouldn't provide him his freedom. He fell silent, then said, according to theory, there is only one way to break super space / What way is that? Han Sen said quickly. He had expected Ancient Devil to continue refusing to answer, but the man had replied startlingly fast. It is to kill yourself. Ancient Devil looked serious, and Han Sen could tell that the man meant what he said. But this was an answer that confused Han Sen. 2,762 dead yesterday, alive today, are you serious? Han Sen thought Ancient Devil was playing with him. He couldn't imagine how killing himself would solve anything. Ancient Devil gave Han Sen a predatory grin. Haven't you heard about dying and then being reborn? If you don't die, how are you supposed to dodge super space / Han Sen had heard of rebirth before, but he didn't know what it had to do with super space / He wanted to find a way to counter super space / because he wanted to live. What was the point of killing himself? Ancient Devil pointed at Han Sen and said, before, we all swore to die like it was yesterday. And after, swore to live like today. Today, you are still alive. Then, what is the difference if you were to die yesterday? As he listened to Ancient Devil, Han Sen felt like he was lost in an impenetrable fog. He had no idea what Ancient Devil was talking about, but he knew that continuing to ask wouldn't improve the situation. Unless he agreed to let Ancient Devil go, of course. Otherwise, Ancient Devil would continue to avoid reaching the crux of the matter and explaining what was required to break super space / Although in truth, the hints that Han Sen had received thus far weren't all that bad. After leaving Destiny's Tower, Han Sen thought about what Ancient Devil had said to him. He still couldn't understand what the man was saying. Suicide, and dying yesterday, being alive today, what is Ancient Devil trying to tell me? Han Sen spent a long time thinking the matter over, but he couldn't quite figure it out. It felt like the concept was just beyond reach. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave rolled through the air. Two shadows emerged from a quickly gathering mist, and they landed on the plaza of the palace. Exquisite, and Li Qi are finally here. Han Sen exulted, once he looked closer to confirm that it was them. Ever since he had been locked up in this bottle world, he hadn't seen hide nor hair of Li Qi or Exquisite. As both of them walked before him now, Han Sen didn't say anything. He knew Exquisite and Li Qi were only youngsters among the very high. They wouldn't be allowed to make any important decisions. Even if they wanted to free Han Sen, they didn't have the authority. The scales across your body are gone. Li Qi gasped, looking Han Sen over. Yes, I don't know why, but the scales just vanished. Can you ask the leader if I can leave now? Han Sen said. Exquisite and Li Qi looked at each other. It was as if they wanted to tell him something, but they were hesitant to actually say it. In the end, Exquisite ended up saying, the leader still wants you to stay in the bottle. Does that mean he's going to keep me bottled up in here forever? Han Sen said with a frown. Don't worry, Li Qi assured him. We will try our best to show everyone that you aren't a threat. We will try to get your freedom back as soon as possible. My body no longer possesses the scales. Doesn't that help erase any suspicions they have about me? Han Sen pointed out, but his voice didn't sound particularly hopeful. Exquisite sighed. If the scales had been removed by my people, of course, they wouldn't remain suspect. But now it seems that the scales have simply disappeared by themselves. I'm afraid the leader and the elders won't believe that the scales just vanished of their own accord and went away for good. That means I'm still to be trapped here. Han Sen's mind had become placid once again. He didn't expect the very high to let him go. He would have to escape using his own power. Li Qi tried to provide comfort by saying, we will try to help you in any way we can. You just need to hold out a little longer, okay? Han Sen wasn't a rookie who had only just started adventuring. He knew these were just words of comfort that wouldn't lead to any real changes in his situation. If I can't leave this place, can you bring me some books so that I'm not completely bored? Han Sen asked flatly. What kind of books would you like to read? In a situation like this, I don't think our people will let you read any kind of Geno art, Li Qi said, as straight as an arrow. She was often like that, telling Han Sen what he needed to know. No Geno arts, I just want some books about philosophy and theology. Something about life and death would be best. Han Sen was hoping that these books might give him inspiration, perhaps revealing what Ancient Devil meant when he spoke of suicide. Let me find a way. We will try and get these books for you, Li Qi answered. Thanks a lot, Han Sen smiled. You're our silkworm. This is what we should be doing. Li Qiu trailed off halfway and fell silent. Han Sen's situation now was different. He wasn't really their silkworm anymore. But Han Sen seemed to be doing better than they had expected. The way he casually spoke with them, he didn't sound as if he was going to be locked up forever. Before they left, Exquisite told Han Sen, "I will tell the leader that the scales have disappeared. They will most likely send someone to examine your condition, but I don't think there is a high chance of you leaving. So, do not put too much hope in getting out soon." "I understand," Han Sen said with a nod. He knew Exquisite had no authority in this matter, so the final say-so wasn't her decision to make. Not long after they left, a very high true god elite appeared before Han Sen. He checked Han Sen out and asked Han Sen some questions. Han Sen had already composed his answers a long time ago, so when he was asked what had happened, he had a story ready to go. The explanation wasn't entirely perfect because Han Sen kept trying to avoid talking about certain things. The Very High Elder couldn't tell what was going on. After the Very High Elder left, no one came to see him for a few days. Han Sen spent the entire time practicing the Sit and Forget Sutra. Time passed rather easily. It has been a while since I saw Yanran and Ling I wonder if Ling has grown up yet. And I wonder what is going on with Little Flower. Mom and Dad said they wanted to spend some time traveling. I wonder if they have come back yet. Sometimes, Han Sen would get distracted as he thought about how much he missed his family. The Sit and Forget Sutra is completely different from Under the Sky. One of them is about entering the world, and the other is about exiting the world. Combining them will be hard, and I have never practiced Very High Sense before, so I have to use Under the Sky as a base. If I start from the beginning with my practice, I don't know how long it will take for me to learn the Sit and Forget Sutra. Han Sen had no way of accurately predicting when he would elevate the new skill to a usable level. The Sit and Forget Sutra and Under the Sky were similar in structure, but according to the theory, they operated on different wavelengths. They were practically polar opposites. Even though he had managed to obtain the Alpha's experience in mind, he couldn't combine the two techniques. While Han Sen was stewing in his own frustration, a shadow appeared through the mist surrounding the palace. It was an old very high man Han Sen wasn't familiar with. The old man didn't speak. He only tossed something at Han Sen, then turned around and left. Han Sen raised an eyebrow, having no clue what the old man had just done. He picked up the item and looked it over. It was a mini laptop, about the size of a person's hand. Han Sen turned on the computer. He couldn't connect to the internet, but there were many ebooks inside it. Now Han Sen understood. This was probably Li Qiu and Exquisite's delivery. Han Sen browsed quickly through the titles, and he realized that ebooks really were the only things that the computer contained. Most of the books were about philosophy and theology. There wasn't anything about Geno arts, at all. Han Sen hadn't really expected to find a Geno art, anyway. He flicked through the books. With how much his brain had evolved, it was an easy task for him to memorize the exact contents of a book with 1,000,000 words. He could recall the content perfectly, without forgetting a single word. Understanding it, however, was something else entirely. Flush Real Sutra. Han Sen jerked when he saw the title of one of the books. 2763 Judgment. A second ago Han Sen had seen the Flush Real Sutra before, but that time, the Geno art had been written on a tablet. Han Sen hadn't understood it. To be more accurate, the Geno art had been transcribed across many tablets, and Han Sen had only seen one part of it. According to legend, the Buddha had gained so much strength in recent times because they were researching the broken Flush Real Sutra. That was how they had risen to such prominence in the universe. Many Buddha Geno arts had been developed from the Flush Real Sutra. Even the shapeshifting skill that Burning Lamp Alpha once used to turn Han Sen into an ant had originated in the Flush Real Sutra. This book must just happen to have the same name. This isn't the actual Geno art, is it? Han Sen opened it to take a look. He scanned through the text, but it didn't seem to be a Geno art. It was just a treatise involving concepts of theology and science. It was just like an ordinary theology book. The Flush Real Sutra had so many vague and deep passages, it was difficult to even determine a correct interpretation of the Geno art's contents. But Han Sen had a head start in understanding it. After all, he had once put a great deal of effort into studying the Dongshuan Sutra. Now, that hard work was paying dividends. Han Sen continued paging through the book, searching for something noteworthy. Nothing important jumped out at him, and the more he read, the less interested he became. After a while, the content became so boring that Han Sen was about to move on to a different manuscript. At that moment, Han Sen found an article that triggered his interest. It talked about there being more than one universe in existence. It was trying to say that the universe didn't exist alone, it was actually a part of a fabric containing many different universes. It was possible for creatures to travel between these universes. The concept was difficult to understand. It was like Han Sen was standing on a train, and the universe he inhabited was the carriage around him. However, if he walked forward into a different carriage, he would be in another universe. People weren't locked into the universes that they were born in. Throughout their lives, they flowed seamlessly from one universe into another, and most of the time, they didn't even realize that anything had changed. The divisions between universes weren't as obvious as a train that was partitioned into carriages. Universes were separated from each other by rules of time and space. The space you were in during one particular second would be different from the space you occupied in the next second. Based on this multiverse theory, it was logical that a person could go back in time or forward into the future. If there was only one universe, then a person would be locked into a single moment in time, and the past and future would remain forever out of reach. But if reality actually existed as a multiverse, then time could be altered. If a parallel universe existed in the past or the future, then it would be possible to go there. Of course, the Flush Real Sutra didn't give any clear instructions on how Han Sen could go forward and backward in the multiverse. But the theory did provide Han Sen with some inspiration. According to the theory, super space/'s power could slash through one universe and reach the next. So, even though Han Sen could see a knife light, he couldn't block the knife light. Therefore, he couldn't dodge it. That was because the attack was actually landing in a previous universe, and Han Sen was only being injured as a sort of after effect. If I use my body to block God's knife's power in the last universe, then I won't get hurt in the present. Like when I use Super God Spirit Body. No matter what time or universe I might be in, God's knife's power cannot hurt me. But the problem is, the Super God Spirit Body is limited right now. Even if I could use it, I'd just end up in a stalemate with God's knife unless I could find some way to destroy it. When my time with Super God Spirit Body expired, the fight would be over. I'd lose. Han Sen continued talking to himself. It isn't like there is no other way. My body cannot withstand God's knife, but super space/'s power doesn't seem to be complete. It cannot choose which universe it slashes into. He can only slash the universe 1 second before. If I could only predict the creature's attacks a second before they land, I could block. But God's knife continues to grow, and its attacks might no longer be limited to a second before. It would be immensely difficult to predict where an attack was coming from, and if God's knife continues to develop, it will become even more difficult. Plus, God's knife can see where I've moved in the following second. No matter what my defense is, the beast can choose to avoid my defensive position and target whichever weak point of mine it wishes to attack. If I can learn the Sit and Forget Sutra, I can cut off my connection to the past. Even if the me in the last universe was killed, then the me in the present wouldn't be affected. That would be the best case scenario. But the Sit and Forget Sutra and Under the Sky are in conflict. They cannot be practiced together. So, if I want to block Super Space/, I have to predict the attack's direction a second before it is unleashed. Maybe I can use the shield of the Medusa's gaze to block the attack. That would be difficult, but it isn't as if I cannot do it. Judgment and formation talents are what I am best at, after all. Under the Sky is the top Geno art for those who excel in those skills. Maybe I can really predict 1 second before, but now, the biggest problem is how to allow God's knife to see my movement and still keep it from hitting a vulnerable point. The Sit and Forget Sutra couldn't be combined with Under the Sky, and he couldn't understand what Ancient Devil was talking about. Instead of worrying about both problems at once, Han Sen focused on practicing Under the Sky to see if he could predict the actions of someone 1 second in advance. God's knife could predict what would happen 1 second in the future, and so Han Sen had to learn the future that God's knife already knew. Somehow, he had to force his opponent to attack his shield, rather than his vulnerable flesh. It was an incredibly difficult challenge. Ordinary people couldn't fathom doing such a thing. But Han Sen didn't believe it was an impossible task. Super Space/ was only one skill, it must be breakable. The fight would be something like a game of chess. Every time Han Sen moved, it would alter his opponent's response. Checkmate was achieved by pushing his opponent into a place where none of his options were good ones. But that thought led to another difficulty. In chess, a player had to attack their opponent's weakness. In order to limit his opponent's options, Han Sen would need to threaten him. If the threat level wasn't high enough, God's knife could just ignore Han Sen's provocation. God's knife is so durable. Even old blood dragon lady couldn't destroy his body. I don't have a strong enough weapon, and my personal power hasn't reached such a godly level. But even if I can't kill God's knife, if I can just rattle it, I might stand a chance. Han Sen was so excited thinking about this. He finally had an idea. Han Sen's strongest skill was Super Spank. In addition, he had Break 6 Skies and Hard Connection. The levels and powers of each skill were different. Super Spank wasn't powerful enough to shatter the substance chains of God's knife. So, right now, it wasn't useful. Hard Connection's penetration power was strong, but against God's knife's strong body, it would be useless. The explosive power of Break 6 Skies, however, was perfect for Han Sen's situation. Chapter 2764 Walk Your Own Path. In the days that followed, Han Sen didn't eat or drink much. He spent all his time modifying Under the Sky and Break 6 Skies. Under the Sky wasn't very compatible with Break 6 Skies, so Han Sen would have to use his dual pistols from spell to channel the power. And Break 6 Skies had to be modified, as well. He might not be using the Geno Art's full destructive capability, but the explosive power had to be sufficient to annihilate God's knife. Only by doing that could Han Sen perform his 1-second judgment into the past. This was a very big project. Han Sen focused all his attention on modifying the skills. He wanted to make the technique as perfect as possible. God's knife was such a scary being. If there was the slightest flaw in his plan, Han Sen would lose the fight and die. But Han Sen was confident that he had what it took. Sooner or later, he'd make it work. Now that I have sorted out how to deal with the super space / problem, I must move on to the last problem that is standing in my way. How can I actually destroy God's knife? While Han Sen was practicing, he mulled over this next task. If he was unable to destroy God's knife, blocking super space / was pointless. Reaching a stalemate would be the same as losing. Gu Wanner would remain trapped either way. But with Han Sen's current resources and power, he couldn't defeat God's knife. If I can't break it, then I must find a way to trap it. Maybe Turtle would be a good choice for that, but I just don't know if it will work on God's knife. Han Sen realized that his imagination alone wouldn't be enough to solve the problem. Whether he was attempting to predict his opponent's attack vector or trying to determine the effectiveness of Turtle, he needed to perform real-world tests. He had to see how his plans worked out in proper combat. It looks like I still need to go to God's farm. I wonder if God's knife is still on the Demon Sheep planet. Once Han Sen finished modifying Under the Sky and Break 6 Skies, he planned to go to God's farm. The path other people walk is the path for them. I have to walk my own path. Han Sen continued not to eat and drink, and he kept chipping away at his modifications to the Geno Arts. He didn't sleep or rest for 2 weeks. Every time he thought of Gu Wanner having to use her own blood to feed that knife every day, Han Sen's heart ached. Before the modification works were finished, Exquisite came back. But this time, it was only her. Li Kier didn't join her. The leader still isn't willing to let me out? Han Sen asked, glancing at Li Kier. He was already prepared. Exquisite didn't answer Han Sen. She only coldly told him to follow her. Then, she flew toward the mist. Han Sen was surprised. This was well beyond his wildest expectations. Exquisite was going to lead him out of the bottle. Han Sen had never expected the very high to actually free him. But if he was able to leave there so easily, he wasn't going to hesitate or complain. He flew to catch up with Exquisite, and he followed her through the mist. Does the leader believe that I'm not cursed? Han Sen asked Exquisite. Don't say or ask anything. I've got this. You just need to be quiet and follow me, Exquisite said without even looking at him. Han Sen could feel there was something amiss here, but he didn't dare to speak again. He remained silent and followed after Exquisite. Exquisite guided the two of them through the mist, and they eventually emerged outside the bottle. The hall that held the bottle had such powerful restrictions that they didn't need a very high to guard the place. Exquisite had used a small stamp to enter, and it kept the restrictions from affecting her. She led Han Sen out of the hall. After exiting the hall, Exquisite placed her hand on Han Sen's shoulder. She was going to teleport both of them away from that place. But Han Sen took her hand, stopping her from using galaxy teleport. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with confusion, and Han Sen looked back at her with a very serious expression. In a quiet voice, he said, "Answer my question. Are you taking me to the leader?" Exquisite hesitated a bit, but then she shook her head and said, "No." With that answer, Han Sen was almost certain that his guess was correct. He persisted and asked Exquisite, "The leader hasn't given you permission to take me out of the bottle world, has he? You don't need to concern yourself with such matters. I'm taking you away from Outer Sky. After you leave Outer Sky, you should go back to Sky Palace. Tell everything that happened here to Zhang Xuandao. If he is willing to keep you, I don't think our leader will try to take you back from Sky Palace," Exquisite said. Han Sen's expression became unreadable. He knew what was happening now. Exquisite was taking a huge risk. She was breaking the rules and setting him free on the sly. Han Sen had never expected that Exquisite might do something like this for him. Han Sen had only thought of Exquisite as a tool for accelerating his growth, but now, he couldn't consider her that way anymore. "Why?" Han Sen asked, giving Exquisite a complex look. "You came into this place alive. I'm going to make sure you leave this place the same way," Exquisite said with an emotionless look. "If I leave, what is going to happen to you?" Han Sen knew the Very High's rules were strict. The Very High could be an extremely heartless people. If someone broke the rules, they wouldn't look on the transgression kindly. "Nothing much will happen. All I have done is set my silkworm free. It isn't a big deal. And I have other things to do, anyway. Stop wasting my time," Exquisite said coldly. Han Sen nodded and said, "Yes. We really can't waste any time. Take me back to the bottle world." Exquisite froze. Then, she looked at Han Sen with confusion and asked, "You don't want to leave?" "That is correct. If you had destroyed your contract with me and trapped me in the bottle world and scolded me, someday I would put my knife to your neck and leave this place by force." Han Sen paused, and then he went on to say, "But if you let me go like this, I will feel very guilty. I cannot owe someone this much." Han Sen hadn't been with the Very High for very long, but he had taken the time to read their cruel rules. He knew what would happen if she let him go. She might not be killed, but she would be imprisoned for a century. Han Sen's personality wouldn't allow that to happen. He didn't mind fighting people. No matter how cruel the enemy was, he could find a way to kill them. But he was afraid of people treating him too kindly. He didn't want to owe anyone too much. Han Sen didn't know how he could pay back a woman who had wasted her youth on him. He didn't want Exquisite to be in jail on his behalf for 100 years. So, he had no choice but to stay. Of course, Han Sen also had a plan. His situation wasn't hopeless. If it had been hopeless, he would have simply left and taken Exquisite with him. But he couldn't do that just yet, because Exquisite might not completely betray the Very High to be with him. So, Han Sen had to reject Exquisite's good intentions. "You won't owe me anything. This isn't a big deal," Exquisite said to Han Sen casually. "How can a century of jail time be considered nothing? How many centuries can you even live for?" Han Sen asked. "How did you know that?" Exquisite was shocked. "Send me back." Han Sen didn't answer. He calmly looked at Exquisite with soft eyes. "You need to know that if you miss this chance, you risk being trapped inside the bottle's world forever." Exquisite looked at Han Sen with a conflicted expression. "No, I will not. I will use my powers to leave. Nothing can trap me there," Han Sen said firmly. His face looked so confident, as if he was telling her that 1 + 1 = 2. Chapter 2765 Escape. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. Her resolve had been firm when she decided to go against the rules and risk releasing Han Sen. She might not be jailed for 100 years, but she could still receive extremely dire punishments. But now Han Sen wasn't willing to leave, and he said he would use his powers to escape. Exquisite didn't know why Han Sen was so confident about this. To her, the things he said were mad. The bottle world was inside the hall of the Very High's Alpha. The restrictions there were extremely powerful. In all likelihood, not even a true god elite could access such a place without the Very High stamp that disarmed the restrictions. Han Sen was a man who had just become deified, and he was proudly announcing that he could use his own power to escape the Alpha's hall. But his certainty aside, he was still locked inside the bottle world. Anyone would think Han Sen was crazy for claiming to be capable of such a thing. "You need to think about this. My offer now is your only chance," Exquisite said, looking intently at Han Sen. "Send me back." It will look bad if people find us here like this, Han Sen said calmly. Exquisite could feel what Han Sen was thinking, and she felt rather touched by it. He didn't want her to get dragged into so much trouble on his behalf. That was why he was so determined to return to the bottle. But Exquisite still didn't understand where Han Sen was getting his confidence. It was outlandish to think he could escape a true god prison of his own volition. Suddenly, Exquisite's face went blank. She sighed and said, "Now it is too late for you to go." After that, she stopped hesitating. She took Han Sen back to the Alpha's hall and returned him to the bottle world. When Exquisite returned into the bottle with Han Sen, she found Uncle Nine waiting for her inside. He looked at Exquisite and frowned. "Exquisite, come with me." Han Sen knew Uncle Nine must have found out that she had taken him away for a brief spell. It was fortunate that he didn't actually leave. Otherwise, the Very High would have considered Exquisite to be a criminal. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with a complex expression. Then, she followed Uncle Nine to leave the bottle world. "It looks like the Very High haven't found out that the blood coral has escaped their seal and come back to me. It's amazing that even their elders didn't notice it was gone." Han Sen was very curious about the blood coral, but although it seemed to be quite resilient, he couldn't use it as a weapon. It was just a vessel for Old Blood Dragon Lady's body. Han Sen continued to modify his Under the Sky and break 6 skies until he couldn't think of any way to take them further. Then he found the time to go to God's farm again. Han Sen carefully entered God's farm, but he didn't see Gu Wanner or God's knife anywhere. The carriage that was pulled by 9 unicorns had also vanished. Gu Wanner should come back, right? Han Sen was no longer worried about his safety. He was worried about what had happened last time. The knife or its master might have decided to stop Wanner from coming to Demon Sheep Planet now. What is God's farm, exactly? Is it a xenogenic space or is it part of the normal universe? Han Sen realized he hadn't tried going back to the sanctuary from there. He knew the chances of it working were slim, but he didn't mind trying. But when he tested it, he really was transported back home. Even Han Sen was surprised, and he said, "If I can travel back here, that means God's farm is somewhere in the universe. It isn't a separate dimension like outer sky. If that is the case, then I will be free if I can escape the Demon Sheep Planet's restrictions." If Han Sen's only problem was being trapped inside the bottle world, this would have made him extremely happy. But now, even though he was free, he couldn't be happy because he had no way of saving Wanner. Should I tell Lone Bamboo about Wanner? But I don't know where to find God's farm unless I travel to it using the 4-sheep cube. It is pointless to tell Lone Bamboo this. I need to figure it all out for myself first. Han Sen went back home. He saw his baby daughter Ling and felt much more relaxed. "My dear Ling, when Dad was not around, were you being naughty?" He held Ling in his arms. He kissed her on the cheek and smiled. "Ling did behave. Daddy didn't behave," Ling said with a blink. "Since when have I been a naughty boy?" Han Sen asked curiously. Ling looked at Ji Yanran, who was cooking in the kitchen. She quietly told Han Sen, "Daddy hasn't been back for a long time. It has made Mommy very angry." "How angry is she?" Han Sen quietly asked Ling Ling held onto Han Sen's neck, placed her little mouth next to Han Sen's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them would hear. "Mommy said she would teach you a lesson when you came back." Han Sen stayed at home for a few days. Every now and again, he would return to God's farm. He still hadn't seen Wanner or God's knife, and he didn't have any idea when they would return to the planet. "I can't just keep waiting like this. I guess it's time to see if I can break the defenses of Demon Sheep Planet." Han Sen looked up into the skies above him. He became a xenogeniac and flew up off the surface. Just like last time, as Han Sen was about to breach the atmosphere, countless knife lights manifested around him. Each attack dealt damage that was equivalent to the strike of a primitive deified elite. The sea of knife lights seemed endless. Han Sen could have ignored 1 or 2 of those knife lights, but he couldn't deal with them in the tens or hundreds. There were just too many of those knife lights. They swept toward him like a river, coming down on him without reprieve. Han Sen used his Medusa shield to fight back, and although the shield didn't break, the scary impacts knocked Han Sen down from the sky. He shot to the surface like a meteor, creating a huge impact crater when he hit the ground. Han Sen made several attempts to get past the planet's defenses, but he realized he couldn't escape the planet using brute force. Even larva-class deifieds wouldn't be able to break through the defensive net. If my super god spirit body wasn't being affected by water, I could escape. I haven't been able to use super god spirit body for the longest time, though. It only stays active for a few seconds, and I don't know if that would be enough time for me to escape. Now that he had exhausted his other options, Han Sen knew he'd have to give it a try. He lifted his shield and flew into the sky once more. When his body could no longer take the impact of the knife lights, he lowered the Medusa shield and activated his super god spirit mode. While he was in his invincible mode, Han Sen teleported. This attempt worked out much better than Han Sen had expected. His heart began to beat more quickly. He needed to teleport as far as he could in order to escape the planet's defenses. But when he teleported again, he lost track of how far he had traveled. When he emerged from the jump, he found himself in a strange part of the cosmos. After a while, he noticed located demon sheep planet behind him. It was so distant that it appeared to be the size of his fist. It looked like little more than a small moon from here. His super god spirit mode came to an end. It had only lasted long enough for him to teleport once. As Han Sen looked around, he saw a group of people flying past. He looked closer, and he noticed a particular destroyed amongst them. It was Bar. Chapter 2766 Fair and Square Way to SPLI, $. Why are you here? Bar noticed Han Sen and recognized his Dongshuan armor. If I said I was lost, would you believe me? Han Sen asked. Bar raised his eyebrows at the answer. He gave Han Sen a weird look and said, "You are lost out here." "What is this place?" Han Sen asked. "We're in an underdeveloped, barren area. It isn't far from a large barren system. As for precisely where we are, I can't really tell you. After all, this place is mostly unexplored. There are no maps here," Bar said. Han Sen was shocked. He thought to himself, a big barren system. That means it most likely belonged to sacred in ancient times. It is an entrance to the sanctuaries. This was the place that Old Cat brought Little Flower. "What are you doing in such a dangerous place?" Han Sen asked Bar. "This place isn't a large barren system, so it isn't too dangerous. It is just a poor system with few resources, but a small race here discovered a xenogenic space. They claimed they found something awesome here. That is why I have come out here to look." Bar looked at Han Sen and said, "Are you interested in visiting this xenogenic space to check?" Han Sen didn't answer. The few deified elites that were accompanying Bar approached him. One of them smiled and said, "Bar, why don't you introduce us to this friend of yours? This is the human called $. He was the Marquis winner of the last Geno being scroll," Bar explained to the deified, his voice carrying a modicum of respect. He was quite polite to this other destroyed. After that, Bar pointed at the deified elite and said, $. This is the destroyed's transmutation deified. He is Elder Nader." Bar didn't introduce the other people around Elder Nader. He only said they were students of Elder Nader. They were all just kings or half-deifieds. Bar himself was already deified, and he couldn't be bothered to introduce them all. Elder Nader could see that Bar was being very friendly to Han Sen. He thought Han Sen had to be an elite from some big race, but he was just some scion of a smaller race. The man swiftly lost interest, and he only addressed the occasional casual remark toward Han Sen. $. Had reached first place in the Marquis Geno being scroll, but Marquises were very different from deifieds. Nader thought he had no reason to take a deified that came from a small race seriously. Although it was difficult to become deified, the smaller races occasionally got lucky. They might stumble upon a treasure or get their hands on a resource from a stronger race and become deified. But deifieds like that always had a bad base. They lacked knowledge and practical skills, and they were likely to cause trouble. The destroyed had previously adopted a few deifieds like that, but showing such benevolence had never worked out well for the destroyed. The deifieds did little to benefit the destroyed, and instead, they were a frequent pain in the *SS for their host race. Ever since then, the destroyed had stopped recruiting deifieds from smaller races. They would rather raise their own elites. If Han Sen had been from a big race, Elder Nader would have liked to talk to him. But after learning who $. Was, he was no longer interested. Elder Nader might not take Han Sen seriously, but Bar knew about $. Through Dia Robber. Even Dia Robber really admired the elusive $, so Bar would never think about underestimating him. "Brother $, if there is nothing else for you to do here, how about you come with us to explore that xenogenic space?" Bar said, inviting Han Sen along again. "We can explore together, but if we get something good, how will we split it?" Han Sen wasn't really interested in a xenogenic space, but he didn't know much about this system. Following Bar and the others might save him from some trouble in the future. Elder Nader is a transmutation deified. He has the most power here. He will take 60% of the goods. How about we split the other 40% between you and me? Bar suggested after a moment of silence. Elder Nader wasn't very happy about that proposition. In his eyes, Dollar was just a primitive deified. 20% was too much, he believed. Dollar shouldn't receive any more than 10%. But since Bar had already made the offer, Elder Nader wasn't going to embarrass the man by stepping on his toes. He remained quiet. Han Sen shook his head. That isn't very fair. Never mind. Brother Dollar, how would you suggest we split it? You can tell us. Bar knew this adventure would be dangerous. Having an elite like Dollar would benefit their mission quite a bit. I'm always very fair. If this is a cooperation, I think we should split the rewards 50-50. The destroyed get 50, and the humans get 50, Han Sen said seriously. Fury swept through Elder Nader and his students, and they wanted to burst out crying and laughing at the same time. He had already been a little upset about the prospect of Han Sen receiving 20%, but he knew that discovering a new xenogenic space could be a dangerous and weird adventure. Enlisting the help of an extra deified was a good idea. He wouldn't have agreed to the 20% offer if he hadn't understood that having Han Sen along could prove useful. But now, Han Sen wanted 50% of the total goods. That was too ridiculous. Small races have their diminutive status for a reason. After becoming deified, they do tend to become full of themselves. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the difference between a primitive deified and a transmutation deified. And he wants to split the goods 50-50. Elder Nader was angered by the suggestion. He looked at Han Sen and snorted. If you were a larva deified, I would consider 50-50. I am primitive. I will only accept 50-50. Han Sen stood his ground. Even though he was only primitive, his body was incredibly strong, and he had studied many geno arts. Even ordinary transmutation deifieds couldn't really defeat Han Sen. So, Han Sen believed 50-50 was fair. But Elder Nader was not of the same opinion. After hearing Han Sen, he laughed. Your stomach is too big. We can't feed you. In that case, I have to go, Han Sen said. Then, he turned to Bar and told him, Brother Bar, do you have a star map I can purchase? I would really appreciate it if you could sell one to me. It is just a star map. It isn't worth much. Just take it, if you need it. Bar opened his communicator and sent the star map to Han Sen. Thanks a lot. We will meet again, Brother Bar. Han Sen accepted it and nodded his thanks. Seeing Han Sen leave, one of Elder Nader's students laughed. He really doesn't know his place. He thinks that becoming deified has made him invincible in the universe. A deified like him, who doesn't know his place, is as insubstantial as smoke. There is nothing for him to be cocky about. Yeah, he is just a primitive deified. Our master could squeeze him to death with one hand. Why be so polite to him? I am afraid he doesn't understand how much difference there is between a primitive and a transmutation. That is why he was so confident. Master, you should take this into your own hands and show him who the boss is. Who gave him the confidence to suggest going 50-50 with the master? The students kept talking and judging Han Sen. They sounded as if they were all stronger than Han Sen. They had clearly forgotten that they were all kings and Han Sen was deified. 2767A xenogenic space that seems familiar. Han Sen kept flying. As he went, he examined his star map. A quick perusal of the star map confirmed that the system he was currently in was near a big barren system. It is a shame they aren't exploring the big barren system. Otherwise, I would have gone with them for free, Han Sen said to himself. But not long after, he encountered someone he was familiar with once again. He saw Dragon 1 flying quickly toward him. Dollar. Dragon 1 screamed in shock. Upon seeing Dollar, the man had recognized him immediately. Han Sen had no choice but to talk to Dragon 1. Dragon 1 was headed toward the xenogenic space, but something must have happened to the dragon race, because he was going alone. Brother Dollar, are you interested in exploring a xenogenic space with me? Dragon 1 thought the same thing as Bar. People like Han Sen were good to have as allies when you were going someplace dangerous. We can go together, but if we do, we must split the rewards 50-50, Han Sen said immediately, not wanting to waste time beating around the bush. Dragon 1 didn't hesitate, he smiled. Of course, once Dragon 1 had agreed to Han Sen's request, he explained the situation inside the xenogenic space. Because it was near the Big Barren system, and it was largely unexplored, not many of the high races went there. So, this place had been taken over by a lower race known as the Red Rats. The Red Rats were a small race, and the strongest of them were only king class. They didn't even have a half-deified in their midst. There weren't many xenogenics in that system, so they had always been fine. But in more recent times, a star had exploded in the system. The explosion had turned out to have important ramifications for the Red Rats. After the star exploded, the Red Rats discovered, to their shock, that the star had hidden the entrance to a xenogenic space. The Red Rats were happy about this, and so they sent people to explore the xenogenic space. But then, something happened. 100 million Red Rats had gone to explore that xenogenic space, but only one Red Rat made it back. The other Red Rats perished someplace inside. According to the Red Rat that survived, the xenogenic space was a very spooky place. It was like there were countless suns hanging in there. The xenogenic space was very hot and scary. They tried to get close to one of the suns, but the sun suddenly exploded. Millions of the Red Rats were turned into dust. Only that one Red Rat made it back, but it didn't even know why it had been spared. By all logic, it should have died in the explosion like the other Red Rats. The survivor was only a small viscount, too. It wasn't any stronger than the 100 million Red Rats that had died. Since no marquises had survived, it was hard to imagine how he managed to make it out. And then, a few days later, that lucky Red Rat evolved. It went from Viscount to Earl. And then it continued leveling up. This sudden evolution was shocking for everyone. When Dragon 1 arrived, the creature had just become king class. The situation was so weird, and the strange Red Rat had garnered the attention of every race. They wanted to figure out what spurred the creature's swift evolution. They wondered what sort of benefit the Red Rat had managed to get his hands on inside the xenogenic space. He had been evolving at an unbelievable rate. Many races had sent their low-level people into the xenogenic space, but none of those teams had been heard from again. So, all the races were now forced to send their deified elites to check the place out. After hearing Dragon 1 explain all this, Han Sen's curiosity was piqued. He also wanted to know why the Red Rat had evolved so quickly. Its evolution speed was something of a miracle in the Geno universe. Han Sen and Dragon 1 raced to the entrance of that xenogenic space. On the way, Dragon 1 had been thinking quite a bit. He glanced at Han Sen, who seemed content to travel silently beside him. He couldn't help but cough and say, "Brother Dollar, aren't you interested in how I leveled up to deified so quickly? Is becoming deified something special?" Han Sen looked at Dragon 1 with confusion. Dragon 1 didn't know what to say. The speed with which he had become deified made him one of the best of the dragons. Han Sen had made it sound like something average and expected. That depressed him a little. He had intended to show off and maybe brag a little, but he couldn't do that now. After they reached their destination, Han Sen couldn't keep the surprise off his face. The entrance to the xenogenic space was a black hole. It must have become a black hole after the sun exploded. Once the destructive power was expended, it had collapsed into the entrance to a xenogenic space. The two of them had gone there to explore, so they weren't going to be put off or frightened by the intimidating sight. They both entered the black hole. As soon as they did, Han Sen felt as if he had been teleported through space. What was inside the xenogenic space caught Han Sen off guard. Dragon 1 had said that the place was filled with suns, so he had thought the xenogenic space was in space. After getting there, he realized it was a large landmass. The land stretched into the distance, seemingly without end. There were mountains, boulders, and trees everywhere that Han Sen looked. But it was different from ordinary lands. The mountains, boulders, and woods all looked like charcoal. It was like this whole world had turned into ash. Everything in sight was painted in shades of black and white. The scene wasn't colorful like a normal landscape should have been. All of the surrounding land and mountains were a monochromatic pitch black. Some of them even had burned, charcoal-like crystals. The air was frighteningly hot. It felt like the whole place might catch fire any second. Han Sen raised his head to the sky, and there he saw what Dragon 1 had told him about. Several enormous suns hung in the sky. There had to be at least a dozen of them. What do these suns do? Are they planets, or are they some sort of creature? Han Sen wondered aloud. He stared at the suns in the sky as he spoke. He was so far away that he couldn't feel the presence of the suns. He could only feel the scary heat that was coming from them. I don't know. What I do know for sure, though, is that these suns must not have always been here, Dragon 1 said. Why do you say that? Han Sen looked at Dragon 1 with confusion. Dragon 1 pointed at a nearby mountain that was black and crystalline. It was all burned, and he said, look over there. There is a building next to that mountain. That means there used to be life there. Han Sen looked to where Dragon 1 was pointing. He saw that, in the middle of the burned mountain, there was a tower. It seemed to have 7 floors. But just like the mountains, boulders, and trees around it, the tower was as black as charcoal. It could have easily been mistaken for a lump of coal. The two of them flew toward the tower, and when they reached it, they found many other charcoal buildings as well. They stumbled across an old, charcoal city. Although they saw no creatures, judging from the size of the city, there must have been at least 100,000 creatures living there at one point. But for some reason, the old city was just like the landscape around it. It had become charcoal in the course of a single second. Everything stood perfectly still, retaining the shape it might have once had before it was blackened. Even the leaves still had their veins. This place, I think I have seen it someplace before. Wait, this place is like the place in the sanctuary where I found the little red bird. Is this the Phoenix Nirvana? Han Sen was shocked as he came to this conclusion. Chapter 2768 Between Two Mountains. This place looked like the area in which Han Sen had first found the little red bird. Even the mountains and stones were charcoal. The little red bird was born in a place just like this, if you remove the additional suns from the equation. This is an impressive use of the fire element. It turned this whole place into charcoal. That isn't something ordinary heat can do, Dragon 1 said in awe. Han Sen raised his head and looked into the sun high above. He thought the suns were the most suspicious aspect of this realm. Perhaps they weren't even suns, at all. They might have been some scary, fire element xenogenics for all he knew. According to the Red Rat survivor, one of the suns exploded and turned them all to dust. So, it is certainly possible that they're living beings. Han Sen considered the possibility, but he didn't dare to try teleporting closer to the suns to check. He was there to claim easy rewards, not to needlessly risk his life. Even if the suns were some sort of powerful xenogenic, there was no need for Han Sen to risk his own safety. Dragon 1 tilted his nose into the wind and sniffed, then smiled. It looks like many other creatures have already been here before we arrived. You're a dragon, not a dog, Han Sen thought. How can you take a whiff of the air and discern how many people were here before us? Dragon 1 was oblivious to Han Sen's skepticism, though. He went on to say, the destroyed have been here. The foxes have been here, as well. Dragon 1 named a dozen different races. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't know about most of the races Dragon 1 mentioned, but Bar and Elder Nader had been there, so Dragon 1 was correct about the presence of the destroyed. Your nose sure is powerful, Han Sen complimented. Dragon 1 smiled. That is nothing remarkable. It is just a small trick of mine. I can analyze the substances that creatures and people leave behind, and it lets me learn who they were. That is so powerful, Han Sen said, with honest admiration in his voice. His Dongshuan aura was similar to this, but this was more straightforward. As the pair were talking, a shadow appeared. It was heading for the old charcoal city. Han Sen and Dragon 1 looked warily at the shadow. In a place like this, they needed to be cautious until they were certain of who was approaching them. It could very well have been an enemy. They couldn't let their vigilance slip for one moment. It's Bao Lian of the Extreme King, Han Sen thought. He looked at the shadow with shock. He hadn't expected to meet Bao Lian there. But when he had seen Bao Lian before, he was Han Sen. Bao Lian had never met Dollar before, so Han Sen stayed silent and didn't say anything. This is a deified from the Extreme King. His name is Bao Lian, Dragon 1 said with a frown. While they were talking, Bao Lian landed at a place that wasn't too far from them. He observed the two of them, and then he looked at Dragon 1 and said, "Ah, it is Mr. Dragon 1, I didn't expect to see you here. Since we've encountered each other under such unlikely circumstances, I can only consider it as fate. Are you willing to explore this xenogenic space with me?" Bao Lian was surprisingly polite. He didn't act like the average Extreme King elite. Han Sen was surprised. The dragons were brave people, but compared to the Extreme King, they weren't as talented. And the dragons sort of relied on the power and infrastructure of the Extreme King. In a way, the Extreme King were their employers or landlords. There was no need for Bao Lian to behave so politely. Han Sen had no idea that while Qin Bai was in charge, the Bao family had been doing poorly. They were doing anything that they could to gain an edge. This time, they had sent Bao Lian to explore the new xenogenic space. Bao Lian must have known it was a dangerous endeavor. Cooperating with powerful elites like Dragon One would be safer than exploring alone. I would like to. Dragon One looked at Han Sen and smiled with his answer. Dragon One was worried that this place might be too dangerous, just as Bao Lian thought it might be. Since they shared a like mind, an alliance seemed to make sense. Who is this? Bao Lian asked, indicating Han Sen. Dragon One introduced Han Sen as Dollar. Bao Lian stared at Han Sen in amazement, and he said, "Is this the Dollar who came first place in the Geno Being Scroll battles? I heard your name a long time ago. It is a shame it has taken me so long to finally meet you. You really are a talented young man." Although the Extreme King hadn't had any of their people participate in the Geno Being Scroll fights, Bao Lian had made sure to watch the battles unfold. He recognized Dollar, but he wasn't really as starstruck as he was pretending to be. He only knew there was a guy called Dollar who was supposedly pretty good. "Mr. Bao Lian, you are more knowledgeable than I am. Can you tell me which civilization might have once occupied a city such as this?" Dragon One asked Bao Lian after their greetings were over. Bao Lian glanced at the buildings all around them. These structures are fairly primitive. Races usually create buildings like this when they are in their infancy. Because this culture was obviously new and underdeveloped, it is difficult to determine which race might have actually owned these. After pausing briefly, Bao Lian pointed at a tower in the old city. On this tower's wall, you can see the traces of a carving. It looks like a carving of a phoenix. And this place seems to have been barbecued by something possessing a frightening amount of power with the fire element. A deified phoenix, perhaps? Dragon One asked in wonder. He quickly looked where Bao Lian was pointing, and he noticed there was indeed a carving there, albeit a slightly blurred one. Very faintly, he could make out the shape of a bird. But Dragon One had never seen one of the legendary, true god phoenixes before. He didn't know if that was what a phoenix actually looked like. Bao Lian nodded and said, "Phoenixes are the alphas of the fire element. It is very rare that a true god phoenix arises, and if one does, even the Extreme King will not dare offend it. If this place really is connected with a phoenix, we are going to have to be careful. We cannot risk provoking it." Dragon One nodded his agreement, then turned the conversation to how they should proceed. Once they decided on a route to follow, they moved past the city and ventured deeper into the xenogenic space. Han Sen pretended to not know who Bao Lian was, and Bao Lian seemed interested enough to meet Han Sen. They talked quite a bit, and Bao Lian seemed to like him. Bao Lian continued to behave humbly, and he didn't act like the typically arrogant Extreme King. But Han Sen knew Bao Lian was a very powerful adversary. The last time they fought, Han Sen found himself in a very tricky situation. And Han Sen had yet to figure out what sort of power Bao Lian had wielded when they last fought. In truth, he was a little afraid of Bao Lian. He needed to figure out how the man's power worked. The two of them got along very well. They chatted so much along the way, it was almost as if they were brothers. "There are creatures over there," Dragon One interrupted them from up front. Han Sen and Bao Lian looked ahead and found themselves looking at two large mountains. They were 10,000 meters high, and a long stretch of wood bridged the distance between them, running from one peak to the other. In the middle of the bridge stood a big, black steel bell. Many creatures were standing along the bridge, staring at the black steel bell. Chapter 2769 2 Mountain. The bell's base was 100 meters wide. It hung between the two mountains, and the mass and gravity of the bell made it an impressive sight to anyone within range. Mystical engravings covered the surface of the giant bell, visible, even from a great distance because of the size of the bell. The engravings looked rather strange. They seemed to depict a bird that was flying through a complex series of loops and twirls. Han Sen and the others were unsure what it meant, but on the front of the bell, there was an engraving of a true god bird. There was no doubt about this picture, it represented a true god phoenix. Many creatures stood across the bridge, looking up at the black steel bell. But for some reason, none of them were fighting over it. They simply stared up at the object, enthralled. Han Sen noticed Bar and Elder Nader among the creatures standing on the bridge. They were staring up at the bell with the same expression on their faces as the creatures around them. They weren't trying to claim the item as their own, and neither were they leaving. They were transfixed. It was a strange thing for Han Sen to see. Dragon 1 called to Bar, but Bar paid him no heed. The destroyed's eyes remained firmly locked on the bell. Something is wrong, Dragon 1 said quietly. He looked in the direction of the black steel bell and frowned. There was no need for him to say it, though. Han Sen and Bao Lian had already noticed that something was off. Bar and the others seemed to have been trapped by some unseen force. Why else would they be ignoring people who were calling their names? Han Sen secretly cast his Dongshuan Sutra. He focused his attention on the two mountains, the wood that bridged them, and the black steel bell, hoping to discern a clue or two from them. As he stared at them, he did notice something. The bridge between the two mountains and the big steel bell had some sort of natural connection. They were subtly releasing some sort of power. It was rather weird. The big mountains, the bridge, the big steel bell, they were composed of three different materials. In ordinary circumstances, they shouldn't have been exuding the same type of power, and yet they were. The energy that radiated from them was all of the same wavelength. Weird. This is so weird, Bao Lian mumbled as he kept looking. What have you found, Mr. Bao? Dragon 1 asked. Bao Lian pointed at the two big mountains and said, don't you think these two mountains look rather unique? Unique? What kind of unique are you talking about? Dragon 1 looked over the two mountains again and didn't seem to be anything too special about them. It's their shape. Don't you think those two mountains look like two giant apes? Bao Lian asked in a strained voice, pointing at the two big mountains. Han Sen had been looking at the two mountains for some time, but he hadn't noticed that. Now that Bao Lian had pointed it out, Han Sen noticed that the two big mountains really did look like two apes holding up a bridge of wood. They supported the weight of the black steel bell, which looked as if it was going to fall any second. Han Sen had many questions about what they were seeing. He was curious about the design, but he didn't come to any conclusions. Dragon 1 looked at it for a while, and before long, his eyes widened. Two apes holding up a bridge of wood. Does that mean we're actually looking at the legendary Two-Ape Mountain? No way. Two-Ape Mountain belonged to Sacred, and it was destroyed long ago. Why is it here? This might not be the genuine Two-Ape Mountain. For all we know, it just looks similar, Bao Lian said. But he couldn't seem to tear his eyes away from the Two-Ape Mountain. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. What is the Two-Ape Mountain? Han Sen had never heard the term before. He looked at Bao Lian and Dragon 1. In the legends regarding Sacred, tales tell of a very famous mountain, Dragon 1 explained. Originally, Two-Ape Mountain was just a pair of ordinary mountains. They were nothing special, but later on, Sacred Leader and his trusted partner played chess for 7 days and 7 nights. Eventually, the game ended in a tie. So, the Sacred Leader decided to build a bridge between those two mountains and construct a pavilion at the center of the bridge to play chess. That way, he could continue playing chess with that forever trusted partner. The two big mountains looked like old apes, and after the bridge and the pavilion were built, it looked like the two old apes were carrying a carriage. Therefore, Two-Ape Mountain is occasionally called Two Apes Holding Up a Carriage Mountain. Bai Lian carried on with the story, saying, in the legends, that pavilion was used for many chess matches between Sacred Leader and his trusted partner. It is a heavenly topic for those who love chess. But in the legends, when Sacred was destroyed, Two-Ape Mountain was also destroyed. The bridge and the pavilion went missing. What we're looking at here might appear similar, but it isn't actually Two-Ape Mountain. Dragon 1 went on to say, although moving mountains isn't difficult for deified elites, the most important part of Two-Ape Mountain was the chess records located inside the pavilion. Since the pavilion containing those records is missing, who would have gone to the effort of relocating Two-Ape Mountain all the way out here? The pavilion has been replaced with a big steel bell. I highly doubt that this is the Two-Ape Mountain that came from Sacred. Han Sen didn't really know anything about this, so he had nothing to add to the conversation. He merely listened to them explain the history. A person who could play chess with Sacred Leader. I bet Sacred's partner was very famous. What was his name, and what race did he hail from? Han Sen inquired. Dragon 1 shrugged and said, that's all I know. It is documented in the history books of our race, but I've never actually read them myself. And the books never did state who Sacred's chess partner was. Back then, Sacred Leader ruled almost the entire universe. He had many strong subordinates. He had 4 holy beasts and 10 generals. All of them were amazingly powerful elites. It would be hard to find out which of them played chess with him, Bao Lian said. Han Sen started to ask something, but he suddenly heard a loud ringing noise. Although the air around them was still and devoid of wind, the black steel bell started to chime. Every time it moved, it unleashed a loud bell chime. The sound that the bell produced seemed entirely ordinary. There was nothing special about the acoustics. It didn't seem to possess any special kind of power. But the next second, Han Sen, Bao Lian, and Dragon One froze. As the bell rang, the charcoal appearance of the trees and the mountains suddenly faded away. Color began to seep back into the black and white world. The charred appearance of the trees vanished, and healthy shades of green and brown swept over them. New leaves sprang into existence as Han Sen and the others watched. The vegetation around them was coming back to life with startling speed. Across the two ape-like mountains, small shrubs and grass rose around and between the rocks. What Han Sen saw was very weird. It was like a dead man coming back to life. A second later, the world around them was full of greenery. Life was spreading to cover every surface, flourishing in unchecked glory. The two mountains started to look green, as well. Everything in sight seemed to be radiating a life force. The landscape looked completely different than it had looked before. The only thing that hadn't changed was the black steel bell. It looked exactly as it had before it began to chime. The noise of the bell died down, and it remained where it was, very still. 2770. God Bird. The bridge itself began to sprout branches, and Bar and the others snapped out of their daze. They all sought to fly away from the growing limbs, but as soon as they started to move, branches came at them from all directions. Bar was a primitive deified elite. With his full power, he could devastate a planet with a single punch. But he couldn't resist those branches that reached out and began to wrap themselves around him. The branches tied him up like a cocoon, with only his head poking out above the leaves. Bar wasn't the only one to be caught. Even the transmutation class Elder Nader was unable to escape. He released his power in a massive surge, but under the force of the branches, his power was like snow melting under a spring sun. His attempts to protect himself dissolved into nothing, and then the branches bound him firmly. No creature upon the plank bridge was exempted from this. They were all tied up in cocoons of various sizes, and soon they were all dangling helplessly from the bridge. As Han Sen looked at them, he was struck by how much they looked like caterpillars. He had often found those insects hanging from the trees near his old house. They would hang from the branches, motionless unless a wind caught them and waved them back and forth. The sight before him was eerily similar. Han Sen kept observing the captured creatures, falling back as he did. Even Elder Nader had been unable to resist the ensnaring branches. Han Sen didn't think he was much stronger than Elder Nader. If he got close, he might end up suffering the same fate. He didn't want to end up snared by the branches, too. Dragon One and Bao Lian seemed to share his opinion. They all made sure to retreat with haste. The squawking of a bird sounded clearly throughout the sky. Within a second, Han Sen felt a very frightening presence descending on the strange realm. It rushed down from the sky in a blur, moving too quickly for them to react. It was like watching a plane crash. Although the bird itself remained in the sky, the weight of the bird's aura hit the ground, instantly crushing anything on the surface. Han Sen found that his body had been slammed down into the dirt, and he couldn't get up. The scary pressure was slowly pushing him into the ground like it was made of quicksand. His face had almost been crushed. He couldn't get out. Han Sen's face was on its side, trying to discern where the sound of that bird came from. Far away, up in the sky, he saw a large bird burning with a white flame. It was soaring through the air, and the very scary pressure came from its body. Han Sen couldn't be certain what kind of bird it was. It looked elegant, proud, gorgeous, majestic. It was like a god from the sky. It was like the legends that described the god Phoenix. But Han Sen had never seen a real phoenix before, so he couldn't be sure if he was seeing one now. The big bird was soaring casually over the mountain. Wherever it went, the landscape beneath it came back to life. Every tree, bush, and blade of grass was brimming with life force once more. The big bird flew in slow circles, and it seemed like the whole world was following it, hoping to be given a life force again. The green trees were repopulated with leaves. Flowers were popping up out of the ground. Wherever the bird went, new life followed behind. The deserted wasteland was turning into a tropical paradise. A phoenix, it really is a phoenix. Bao Lian was lying on the ground next to Han Sen. He stared up blankly, seemingly at a loss for how to react. I've been so unlucky recently. I entered an undeveloped xenogenic space and found a true god-class xenogenic phoenix. The chances of that are lower than winning the lottery, Han Sen grumbled in his heart. Fortunately, the phoenix wasn't flying toward them. It flew to the plank bridging the two-ape mountain. It glided slowly forward on its huge wings until it reached the bridge. After circling the bridge 3 times, the phoenix with its white flames descended onto the wood. The fire on its body didn't harm the wood. It actually seemed to be forcing more life force into the plank, and it made the branches grow even faster. The phoenix then lowered its head to look at the creature nearest to it. The creature looked like a golem from what Han Sen could see through the cocoon of branches. Only the golem's head was clearly visible. Answer a question for me. If the answer satisfies me, then I will forgive you for offending me. The phoenix didn't physically speak, but everyone who could see the phoenix could hear its voice in their minds. I will answer any question you would like me to. What do you want to know? The golem-like creature said. One day, you and your partner encounter danger. One of you has to die for the other to be saved, and you have the power to decide, do you choose to die for your partner to be saved? Or would you prefer that your partner perish so that you could live? The voice of the phoenix rumbled, shaking their minds as it spoke. Everyone was shocked. They had expected the deity to ask about some ancient secret. They never expected a question like this. And it didn't seem like the question had a single correct answer. Different people would respond in different ways. But since the phoenix had already asked, the golem couldn't refuse to answer. It swallowed and replied, I would sacrifice myself to save my partner so that she could live. Hypocrite. The phoenix's voice played in everyone's head. It sounded disdainful. The next second, Han Sen and the others watched the phoenix lower its head. It opened its beak in the golem's direction. But the phoenix didn't bite down. Rather, it made a sucking motion, as if it was drawing in a breath. A weird power came out of the golem's body and vanished into the phoenix's mouth. After that strange power was taken away, the golem's head looked like a dried-up husk. Then, the entire creature turned into sand and scattered across the wind. No trace of the being was left to see. Everyone stared at the place where the golem had been in silence. Although the golem was just a king-class creature, its power had been drained until it was nothing more than dust. It was a bit too scary to fully comprehend. The phoenix didn't seem to think that what it had done was a big deal. Ignoring the sand that was still leaking from the now empty cocoon, the phoenix moved to the next cocooned creature like it was walking down the aisle in a grocery store. This creature's head looked like it belonged to an octopus or squid. Han Sen recognized this one. This being had been following Elder Nader, so it had to be one of Elder Nader's students. That creature turned pale when the phoenix looked at him. And then, he heard the phoenix's voice sound again. Once more, it was in everyone's head. One day, you and your partner encounter danger. One of you has to die for the other to be saved, and you have the power to decide. Do you choose to die for your partner to be saved? Or would you prefer that your partner perish so that you could live? That creature was terrified, but it noticed that the question was exactly the same as before. He was so happy. The golem had already given one answer, and that answer was wrong. So, the squid creature assumed that the other answer must be correct. Thinking of that, the creature hastily shouted, I would choose to save myself. Obscene. Before the creature could explain why he had chosen to save himself at his partner's expense, the phoenix's angry voice rumbled in everyone's heads. The phoenix lowered its head and drew in a breath. The creature's power was ripped out of it, and the body turned into dust. The wind carried it away. A chill sank into the hearts of all the onlookers, and goosebumps flared all over their skin. They thought that giving a different answer to the question would allow them to live. But now, it seemed as if the question posed by the phoenix had no correct answer. It all depended on the phoenix's mood. Chapter 2771 You Can Eat This. Han Sen, Bao Lian and Dragon 1 felt a cold sweat gather across their brows. There was nothing in the world that was scarier than an unreasonable deity. It was obvious that the god Phoenix wasn't acting rationally. You answer this question. The Phoenix turned to another king-class noble. That person was also a student of Elder Nader, and he was asked the same question. Master, the guy seemed to be on the verge of tears. He spoke to Elder Nader with a trembling voice. Elder Nader's face turned green. He had brought many of his students there to explore the new xenogenic space. He hadn't expected them to run face first into a true god. Such a being was a truly terrifying existence. He knew this was going to be bad. But this student was behaving with such weakness. He was a king-class elite with destroyed blood. And yet, he sounded weaker than some low-ranking outsider. Answer my question. The flames across the phoenix's body exploded, covering the skies and the earth with a white flame. The eyes of the bird stared down at the destroyed king with demonic intensity. The destroyed student looked pale, and he hurried up to answer, "I would listen to my partner. If she wanted me to live, I would live. If she wanted me to die, I would die." What a wimp. The phoenix grunted callously. It opened its mouth and drew in a breath. Just like the other two creatures, the destroyed king's body was reduced to nothing but ash. Every person's heart sank. It was obvious that the phoenix was playing with them. No matter what they answered, they were going to die. "If you want to kill me, kill me. I'm not answering your crappy bird-brained question," shouted a nameless king when he saw the phoenix looking down on him. "If that is what you desire, then I will do it." The phoenix was still acting very high class and elegant. It lowered its head, opened its beak, and inhaled. The king dissolved into dust. Han Sen's heart sank. He had been hoping that the phoenix's question was similar to the wishes offered by the gods. He had suspected that if he didn't answer the question, the phoenix might not be able to hurt him. But after watching the death of the most recent victim, it was evident things weren't like that. Dragon 1 and Bao Lian's faces looked gray, and sweat had beaded across their faces. They thought their feelings would be reflected in Han Sen, and that they would feel hopeless. The phoenix asked the same question to another few creatures, but no matter what they answered, the results were the same. They all had their life forces ripped out of them. The powerful Elder Nader was a transmutation deified, but he could only watch the events unfold. He couldn't resist or do anything about it. Eventually, the phoenix came before Elder Nader. Elder Nader's 3 heads and 6 eyes stared back at the phoenix. It looked as if he wanted to attack the phoenix, but his body was bound too tightly by the branches. He couldn't even move, let alone fight. He couldn't even wiggle his fingers. The branches hadn't just trapped his body. If the situation was that simple, then his elite transmutation powers would have allowed him to turn a simple exhale into an end of the world thunder god. He wouldn't be rendered helpless by mere physical restraints. But now, Elder Nader couldn't exert any strength. He wasn't even sure if his power had been contained or drained entirely. As everyone waited for Elder Nader to die, the phoenix turned its face away. It turned around, and its raptor-like gaze locked onto Han Sen and the 2 others on the ground next to him. The hearts of the 3 began to bound. Before they realized what was going on, the phoenix flapped its wings and flew down the mountain. Oh no, Han Sen suddenly felt sick with fear. Why had that phoenix suddenly changed its mind, leaving a deified elite to fly toward them instead? The faces of Dragon 1 and Bao Lian turned green. Losing all sense of decorum, Dragon 1 shouted at Bao Lian, "Mr. Bao, if we don't fight, we don't stand a chance." Bao Lian's face darkened with frustration. "You think I don't want to fight? Have you been paying attention? The power gap is too significant. Even though my king body isn't suppressed, I can't seem to use its power. There is no chance of fighting back. Aren't you a dragon? Don't you call yourself the bravest race? Don't you guys have high resistance to any kind of power? Can you break the suppression on me so that I can activate my king body? Perhaps that way we can get out of this mess." Dragon 1 sank against his bonds. "If I could break free, do you think I would remain here trapped?" The discussion was pointless. The 2 of them were locked down there, and neither of them could get free. Dragon 1 could see that Bao Lian was useless, so he shouted at Han Sen, "Dollar, if you can escape, take us away now. Do it before it is too late." Han Sen shook his head. Even if he used his super god spirit body to escape, it would only last a second. Once that time was up, the phoenix's power would be back to suppressing him. He was a dead man, either way. There was nothing that the 3 of them could do to escape. And by now, the phoenix had reached them. It landed 10 meters away from the 3 and looked at Han Sen. "No way, there are so many creatures you can eat, but you choose to eat me. I am not Tang Sanzang. What are you staring at me for?" Han Sen felt so depressed. He prepared to activate his super god spirit body. Although his chances of escape were low, it was worth a shot. Han Sen was going to wait until the phoenix asked its question, and as soon as it started speaking, he would use his super god spirit body to teleport away. Perhaps he would survive, somehow. But when the phoenix opened its beak, it didn't ask a question. The scary suction pulled on Han Sen's body. Oh no, it's all over. Han Sen thought in sudden despair. It was too late for him to use his super god spirit body now. Han Sen thought he was going to be turned into dust, but that wasn't what happened. His body flew through the air toward the phoenix. Before Han Sen realized what was going on, the phoenix flapped its wings and shot up into the air beneath Han Sen, catching him on its back. Han Sen was sitting on the white fire, but it didn't feel hot. It was a very warm, relaxing sensation. He felt as if he was sitting in a hot spring. The phoenix's body had a seemingly limitless life force. The feeling rushed through him, and it made his body feel like old wood receiving life again. His cells were active, and they began to multiply at a much faster rate. What is going on? Han Sen was confused. Bao Lian, Dragon 1, and many of the other creatures that were wrapped up in branches were looking quite confused. They couldn't believe this was happening. They all thought Dollar was going to bite the dust. They would never have guessed that he would end up riding the phoenix. They all stared at Han Sen in shock, unsure what sort of reaction they should give. After the phoenix placed Han Sen on its back, it flapped its wings and returned to the wooden bridge. Han Sen sat atop the phoenix's back. He could tell that the phoenix didn't hold any hostility toward him. The phoenix dropped back onto the bridge, landing in front of Elder Nader, who was tied up like a cocoon. The bird's resonating voice played in everyone's head again. "You can eat this," the phoenix said. All around Han Sen, the jaws of the onlookers fell open. Even though the phoenix hadn't used Elder Nader's name, it was obvious that the bird thought the destroyed would be tasty and nutritious. And he wanted Han Sen to eat the man. Chapter 2772. As long as you like you're letting me eat him. Han Sen looked surprised. Yes, he is the best meal here. Are you worried that he won't taste good? That is fine, if so. You can have your pick. Eat anything you want. If you like it, it is yours, the phoenix said. Looks of confused horror covered the faces of Elder Nader and all the others. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. They had all been trapped in this place, and the phoenix considered them to be nothing more than food. Dollar, however, had been invited to eat with the phoenix like a guest of honor. If he wanted to, he could consume them until his belly was full. Although Han Sen had no idea why the phoenix was treating him differently, he felt as if he was relatively safe now. "You're giving them all to me?" Han Sen asked, looking at Elder Nader and the others. "Of course, assuming you like them, that is." The phoenix smiled. It was like a doting mother who had found an opportunity to spoil her kid. It was difficult for Han Sen to comprehend its current behavior, given that he had just watched it toy with the lives of its prisoners. It had turned kings and deifieds into piles of dust with ease. "I can do whatever I want to them. I mean, if I don't want to eat them, can I let them go?" Han Sen asked. "Yes, as long as that is what you want." The phoenix looked as if it really was spoiling him. Han Sen only wanted to save Dragon 1, but then he hesitated. He decided to save Bao Lian, too. He wanted to beat Bao Lian by himself. He didn't want the man to die like this before Han Sen could settle the score between them. "Then, let those two go." Han Sen pointed at Dragon 1 and Bao Lian. When the phoenix heard Han Sen's request, it didn't move. But Bao Lian and Dragon 1, who were being pressed into the ground, suddenly felt the crushing gravitational force lift from their bodies. "Brother Dollar, I really appreciate this," Dragon 1 declared, his face looking rather shaken. Immediately after he finished speaking, he flew away. He didn't dare stay any longer. "What you've done here today will be paid back in full. I owe you one," Bao Lian said. And then, he left with Dragon 1. "Mr. Dollar, help." Many elites that were bound to the bridge had seen that the phoenix agreed to free Dragon 1 and Bao Lian at Dollar's request. They were shocked, but hope quickly dawned in their eyes. A few desperate kings called out to Han Sen for help. "I can really do whatever I want with these people?" Han Sen asked again, looking at the god phoenix with uncertainty. "Of course, they are all yours," the phoenix said with a smile. Han Sen squinted and looked at Elder Nader and all the others. He remained silent for a long moment, and his reluctance made everyone worry profusely. "Mr. Dollar, please be kind and let us live. I have a family back home to raise," begged a king from a small race. "I have no association with your people, and neither am I cooperating with you. Why should I save you?" Han Sen looked at the king and spoke coldly. The king immediately answered, "I have many xenogenic treasures and genes. I can give them all to you, I just want to live. I will owe you so much. Are you truly willing to do that?" "I haven't forced you," Han Sen said with a blink. "Of course, I'm willing to. I will be eternally thankful if I'm allowed to live. You will be my savior for all time, and I will work my hardest to pay you back," the king quickly said. "Mr. Dollar, I am willing to offer you all my treasures and xenogenic genes. Mr. Dollar, please take mine. Suddenly, many kings were fighting to be the ones to give Han Sen treasure. They pleaded with Han Sen to show mercy and let them live. If you guys are being this nice, I won't decline your offers, Han Sen said, his voice slightly awkward. He quickly collected the treasures and xenogenic genes from the kings. And then, he asked the phoenix to remove the restrictions binding them. The kings were delighted. After they thanked Han Sen, they were quick to escape that place. Brother Dollar, this is all I have. Is it enough to spare my life? Bar said. Bar never saved up much. The only thing of real value that he possessed was a deified sawblade. And it was only at the primitive level. If Brother Bar is willing to give that up, then I will accept it. Han Sen nodded and took Bar's sawblade. The phoenix then released the restrictions holding Bar. When the deified elites who were present saw Bar give up a deified treasure in exchange for his life, they all decided to follow his example. They were willing to give up their deified treasures in exchange for permission to live. Han Sen turned to the other deifieds with a wolfish grin. He said, Bar and his buddy Dia Robber are old clients of mine. That is why he is getting special treatment. If the rest of you would like to purchase your lives, deified treasure alone is not enough. Amazement swept through the deified prisoners. That was especially true of Elder Nader. His face kept warping, shifting from green to white as his emotions vacillated between nausea and rage. Before, he had thought of Dollar as a useless nobody. He refused to team up with Dollar. Who would have known his life would end up in this man's hands? He wasn't optimistic enough to believe that his chances of being saved were 50-50. He probably wouldn't be allowed to live, even if he gave Han Sen everything that he had. As he watched Han Sen scam the other deified elites, Elder Nader's first impression of Han Sen grew deeper. This was a greedy man. Those were the 5 words he would pick to describe Han Sen. This guy is so greedy. No wonder people call him Dollar. Now that the other deifieds were being forced to give up all their prized possessions in exchange for their freedom, they also realized what sort of person Han Sen really was. But losing all their money was better than dying there. It might have been unpleasant, but the deifieds paid up rather quickly. None of them were bold enough to try to bargain with Han Sen. A short time later, Han Sen was a much wealthier man, and all the elites that were bound by the bridge were released. Only Elder Nader remained, and he hadn't said a word thus far. Elder Nader couldn't even move his head to look away. His face was turning a deeper and deeper shade of red, but he didn't say anything. I don't believe you will release everyone from all these races, yet dare to kill me. Killing me in front of all these witnesses is like declaring war upon the destroyed, Elder Nader thought to himself, but still, he did not speak. Mr. Phoenix, thank you for your kindness and generosity. The rest of these people are useless to me. You can have them all. Han Sen bowed to the Phoenix. Elder Nader's mouth fell open, but before he could protest or say anything, the god Phoenix opened its mouth and drew in a breath. Elder Nader turned into clouds of dust. Everyone stared in mute silence. They were terrified by the fact that a transmutation deified had been murdered in an instant, but they were also happy that they had made a smarter decision. If they hadn't coughed up Han Sen's ransom demand, they would have ended up like Elder Nader. Elder Nader stayed at home for too long. He must have forgotten how dangerous the universe is. Even to the moment of his death, he was just thinking about preserving his reputation. Bar shook his head casually, then chuckled a little. Although the destroyed were powerful, they didn't have many deifieds. Losing a transmutation deified like that was a big blow to them. But Elder Nader had been famous for too long. Instead of spending his time fighting for survival in the universe, he had spent the last few hundred years teaching students. He had lost his edge and forgotten how cruel the universe can be. He had taken his reputation too seriously. When everyone was gone, Han Sen bowed to the god Phoenix and said, "Thank you for your help. If there is something you need me to do, I will try my best to help you. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave." After Han Sen said that, the Phoenix picked him up in its beak. It flew deep into the xenogenic space. 2,773 God Phoenixes Rex. When the God Phoenix departed, the bridge between the two halves of Two Ape Mountain reverted to its former, lifeless appearance. The branches that had sprouted from it retreated, and its surface began to look like charcoal once more. The black steel bell stopped moving, too. It hung motionless and silent. After the Phoenix lifted Han Sen into the air, it rocketed forward with blinding speed. This was nothing like the slow, ponderous way the bird had moved when it first approached Two-Ape Mountain. Before Han Sen could say anything, he saw that they were heading toward one of the suns in the sky. The orb glowed with power and heat as they shot recklessly toward it. They were still some distance from the sun, but Han Sen thought that the incredible heat was about to melt his deified body. He didn't know what would happen if he entered that glowing orb, and his heart rose into his throat at the thought. The phoenix flapped its wings, and they shot past the sun, flying deeper into the xenogenic space. The phoenix accelerated, leaving behind the glowing suns that hung threateningly in the sky. Han Sen looked ahead and saw, in the distant sky, a giant sycamore tree that was growing upside down. Han Sen had seen many strange trees in his life before, but he had never seen a tree growing upside down. The top of the giant sycamore tree was on the ground, but its roots were growing into the sky. The roots were like a dragon's beard, all tangled up like a large bird nest. People say phoenixes live in sycamore trees. Perhaps this phoenix doesn't live atop the sycamore tree, but rather, in its roots. Han Sen looked at the upside-down growing tree with a strange expression. The god phoenix soared up to the roots and landed deftly among them. The creature opened its beak, letting Han Sen fall into a knot of roots that looked something like a nest. Han Sen quickly discovered that the place wasn't, like, a bird's nest. It really was a bird's nest. In that bird's nest that was composed of the roots of the tree, Han Sen saw a giant egg that was around 10 meters tall. The egg was burning with the same white fire as the phoenix. "Why have you brought me here? You don't think I look like a phoenix, do you? You're not going to raise me as a child, are you?" Han Sen spoke to the phoenix that was now settling down in the nest. "Of course I know you aren't a phoenix. Phoenixes don't give birth to ugly children like you. And this is my child," the phoenix said proudly. "Then why did you bring me here?" Han Sen let out a long sigh. If he was raised by a phoenix, he would become a phoenix man. "Your body has traces of a presence that belongs to a member of my race. And I must say, it is a nice one. I'm sure you must have been spending a lot of time with a youngster of my race," the phoenix said while looking at Han Sen. A young phoenix? Han Sen was shocked. Then he thought of something. With a weird look on his face, he said, "She can't be talking about the little red bird, can she? The little red bird is a hybrid, though. It isn't actually a phoenix." Now Han Sen understood why the phoenix was treating him differently. It was because of the little red bird. "We did spend time together for quite a while. And our relationship is solid. We are kind of like brothers," Han Sen said seriously. Han Sen wasn't going to tell the phoenix that the little red bird was a hybrid. If the phoenix was racist to the hybrid kind, then his special treatment would vanish. Thinking about how cold and cruel the phoenix appeared when it started eating people, Han Sen shuddered. He sincerely hoped the phoenix wouldn't have a change of heart and became callous enough to dine on him. "I thought I was the only phoenix remaining in this universe. I didn't suspect there was another one of my kind out there in the universe." The phoenix looked very happy, but then it said, "If you can, I hope you will be able to help me. Bring that baby phoenix here. I'm afraid that might be rather difficult. I have been separated from the phoenix for quite a while, and I'm not sure where it is right now, but don't worry. If you want to see it, I will do my best to find him and bring him to you. If you guys are seeking a reunion, I will do my best to make it happen. A reunion with your family will be a beautiful thing." Han Sen could see that the phoenix's expression was growing a little rigid, so he quickly tried to make his voice sound more positive and certain. The phoenix looked very happy again. "Don't just try your best. You must bring him here. Don't worry, I will make sure to complete this request," Han Sen agreed. He wanted to trick the phoenix and leave that xenogenic space as soon as possible. Han Sen didn't know if the phoenix could accept a hybrid. He wouldn't risk his safety or the little red bird's by actually bringing it there. The phoenix seemed very happy. It extended one of its wings, and Han Sen saw a feather that looked very fiery and white fall through the air. The feather seemed to have a life of its own, and it flew before Han Sen. "This phoenix feather is for you. It is my gift for you. If you complete my request, I will reward you with more," the phoenix said seriously. "You are so kind. I'm more than flattered to receive this," Han Sen said. Then, he grabbed the fire-wreathed feather in his hand. It was a true god-class treasure. Even a mere feather from the phoenix would be wildly powerful. The feather was pure white, almost transparent. The whole thing looked as if it was made of fire, but it wasn't like a fire that Han Sen couldn't touch. It was actually solid. This fire feather was a small piece of an actual phoenix, but it was still only 1 meter long. When he held it in his hands, though, it looked like a flaming sword. Han Sen grinned widely. He could use the feather as a weapon. Han Sen was lacking a decent weapon right now. This fire feather was perfect for him. The longer he held it, the more he liked it. A fire element fire feather. This should be quite powerful, Han Sen thought to himself. He wasn't going to try out the sword there in the phoenix's nest, though. After he had examined the gift, Han Sen changed the subject. Why are you looking for a baby phoenix? I think that the baby bird is substantially weaker than you. Han Sen was speaking the truth. This phoenix had pure ancestry, and it was a born deified xenogenic. The little red bird was just a hybrid, and it had been very weak when it was born. Compared to a true god xenogenic, it was 180,000 miles behind. The phoenix sighed and said, breeding is difficult for our race. There aren't many of us left, if there are any at all. Up until now, I haven't been able to find another of my kind. I can't believe there is a baby bird alive somewhere. For me and my race, this is great news. Once my child is born, they can become a couple. That way, they should be able to breed. Han Sen froze when he heard that. The phoenix wanted to use the little red bird as a breeding machine. It planned for the little red bird to make babies and repopulate the phoenixes. Hang on, I don't even know if the little red bird is male or female, Han Sen thought. If they are the same sex, how will they make babies? Han Sen didn't say that aloud, however. He only agreed to the request, promising that he would bring the little red bird there. If there is nothing else, I will go and search for the little red bird and bring it here. Han Sen just wanted to get out of there now. There is no rush. Before you leave, there is something very important you must do, the phoenix said. Then, it spat some fire at Han Sen. 2774 Extreme Living Land. The phoenix's white flame wrapped around Han Sen in a flash. It made Han Sen look like a burning torch, but it didn't actually sear him. He felt no pain or burning sensation. While the fire looked scary, there was no heat. But within the burning flames, Han Sen's black Dongshuan armor started to turn white. Aside from that, Han Sen felt no changes occurring within his body. His Dongshuan armor's power wasn't locked or limited. When the fire went out, the Dongshuan armor had turned into a white, semi-transparent crystal. It looked like a dream, like something that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. Han Sen's eyes suddenly widened. He generated his Dongshuan Sutra power and realized his Dongshuan power was activated. With it, he could harness white phoenix fires. Now that you have the phoenix flame's power, you can make effective use of the phoenix feather, the phoenix said with a smile. Han Sen wasn't overjoyed by this, though. His Dongshuan Sutra was already fine, but now his armor was linked to the god phoenix flame. If he used his Dongshuan armor, it would trigger the phoenix fire. That seemed like a good thing at first thought. The phoenix fires was a high-class power that most people would admire, but it simply wasn't Han Sen's forte. If the phoenix had placed its phoenix flames on the Dongshuan armor, it wasn't likely that the fire's only function was allowing Han Sen to use the phoenix feather. Although Han Sen immediately thought this, he didn't say anything to the phoenix. Go. If you can bring back that baby phoenix, I will allow your people to live here, protected by our race, the phoenix promised. This place is a smoldering wasteland. Who would want to live here? Han Sen thought to himself. The conditions that the phoenix had wrought on the land around it didn't seem to be all that inviting. It seemed to understand what Han Sen was thinking, though. The phoenix continued, explaining, this is where the phoenix race started. Now, only I am left. I don't really need much space anymore. If you can bring that baby phoenix back to me, I will allow you to make use of 1,000,000 miles. You may cultivate it however you see fit, and if an enemy shows up, I promise to help you chase them away. After that, the phoenix looked across the burned world and said, after bad things reach their lowest point, good things then tend to rise. This is an incinerated land, but it isn't a dead realm. It can yield benefits beyond your wildest dreams. What kind of benefits? Han Sen couldn't help but ask. Only the dying can live. Death comes first so that newborns can grow. This xenogenic space has extremely potent powers of life. Any creature, whether it is a plant, animal, or xenogenic, will grow better here than they would in the outside world, the phoenix said. Why don't I feel anything special about this place? Han Sen didn't believe what the phoenix said because he couldn't feel anything strange going on inside him. He couldn't detect the life force in this xenogenic space doing anything that the phoenix had just described. Do you have any seeds? The phoenix asked, looking at Han Sen. I don't have seeds, but I do have a small plant. Han Sen brought out a cactus from Destiny's tower in a glass pot. Put it in the soil, the phoenix said. Han Sen was confused. He took the cactus out of the pot and planted it in the soil. Then, a miracle happened. The cactus had been the size of a fist, but as Han Sen watched, it began to grow. A second later, it was the size of a football. And it was still growing. Any creature that can absorb this extreme living power can grow quickly, just like this plant you have planted. Beneath the extreme living power, a being can develop very fast and reach the max of what one's genes can support. There is only one extreme living land in the universe, and it is here. It belongs to the phoenixes. There is no other in the universe, the phoenix said with a cocky look. As the phoenix spoke, the cactus that Han Sen had planted reached the size of a barrel. And still, it continued to grow. It shocked Han Sen a great deal. He couldn't even explain how staggering this was. Does all the land in this place have power similar to what I'm seeing here? Han Sen asked, looking at the phoenix in wonder. He knew what that meant. If any creature could grow that rapidly in a certain location, it almost suggested that the area was a glitch. It went against the laws of nature. Yes, the phoenix said with a nod. Han Sen was speechless. He was so happy to hear that he might be allowed to enter a xenogenic space as profound as that. It would be a great boon for the development of humans. Plus, he would have a true god phoenix to protect the race. Humans in this universe would be as safe as Tarzan. Aside from the 3 higher races, no one could even attempt to assault the territory protected by the phoenix. Now, Han Sen was seriously considering handing over the little red bird. Don't worry, Mr. Phoenix. I'm going to try my best to locate the baby phoenix. I will bring it to you. Han Sen licked his lips as he spoke. The phoenix was happy with Han Sen's performance thus far, and it didn't keep him. It told Han Sen that when he located the baby phoenix, he simply needed to return and ring the black steel bell. Then, the phoenix would come to pick up Han Sen and the baby phoenix. Han Sen collected his phoenix feather and left that nirvana. He was so tempted by the phoenix's offer that he thought to himself, it is a shame that the little red bird is a mix. If the phoenix isn't fond of it, this might turn bad. I shouldn't risk it. Han Sen decided that he wouldn't bring the little red bird there, after all. After departing from the xenogenic space, he traveled a great many leagues away. The very high don't know that I have escaped, but I'm not going back to Sky Palace. In case the very high have already found out, I should delay the news for as long as I can, Han Sen thought for a while. He was now planning to go back to the god area to hunt deified xenogenics for a while. That way, he could max out his deified gene tallies. But Han Sen didn't dare stay near the nirvana. He contacted Xianxia King and made plans to live with him for a while. Xianxia King immediately agreed to Han Sen's request. He gave out orders to send ships to collect Han Sen. You don't have to pick me up. I just need to know if it is safe where you are. I'm in trouble, and my identity can't be exposed, Han Sen said. Xianxia King was chewing on a big cigar. With a pleased look, he said, a while ago, I bought a system that was part of the Sky Music area. There are 2 planets with life, and the views aren't bad. I bought them to use as a vacation home. You should consider living there. The Sky Music area is part of the 1,000 treasures. They are in charge of defense and security. Unless there is a universal war, I doubt any petty thieves would risk trying to break in. Holy crap, do you earn that much money from writing comics? Han Sen's eyes were wide open. Xianxia King had bought an entire system to use as a vacation spot. It was too ridiculous to believe. Call me Teacher Xie. I am the most famous author with the best-selling books ever. The books have millions of fans across millions of races across the entire universe, Xianxia King said lazily, waving his cigar. Teacher Xie, does your comic studio need any extra hands? Han Sen was practically drooling. It sounded like easy money. Yes, but we don't need people like you who don't have active imaginations. There's also the fact that you're very stingy. Xianxia King obviously wasn't mincing his words when it came to insulting Han Sen. Han Sen was rendered speechless. His personality was certainly rooted in reality, but he didn't lack imagination. Still, Han Sen had to admit that he had no artistic capabilities. Shaking his head, he struck an agreement with Xianxia King and went to the man's vacation planet. 2775 Space Garden. Although he already knew Xianxia was very rich, after seeing the system that the man had purchased, Han Sen was well and truly flabbergasted. That was especially true when he saw Xianxia piloting a ZT-27 Ming King battleship to pick him up. Han Sen suddenly doubted that Xianxia had earned all this dough just by selling comics. The man had to be selling weapons on the black market or something. That battleship had once belonged to the Extreme King. It was the type of battleship only their kings could use. Ordinarily, only princes, princesses, and other royals were allowed to pilot such powerful ships. Although it was a small battleship compared to what some races possessed, the equipment, tools, and weapons on board were the best in the universe. That was especially true of its defenses. It could withstand the strikes of a primitive deified without even having its paint scratched. This wasn't something you could buy in your average street market. The Extreme King Prince Qin is a fan of my books. This was a gift he sent me, in exchange for the latest edition in my series. Xianxia looked and sounded so proud when he saw Han Sen's open-jawed astonishment. You cow! Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. He had nothing else to say. He really did admire his old friend's success. There were a lot of humans, spirits, and creatures who had crossed over from the sanctuary in recent times, but he was certain Xianxia had been the most successful. But the key for him reaching this monetary zenith was a vast amount of self-determination. He got there himself, and he hadn't relied on anyone. Han Sen admired that Snowball, who was sitting next to Xianxia, had received a complete makeover. It was wearing all sorts of fancy stuff. Even the dog tags on its neck were famous in the universe. It had a small, gentleman's hat upon its head which just so happened to be a high-class treasure. Aside from the word, rich, Han Sen didn't know how to describe the pair. Old Han, have you ever thought about making your own mountain? Xianxia tossed an arm around Han Sen's shoulders and passed him a cigarette. What kind of mountain? We aren't some sort of gang. Han Sen rolled his eyes. Xianxia's eyes were serious. That is precisely what I mean. Although my work is going well, the more I work, the more empty I feel. In this universe, I don't have a true place to call home. I don't have a territory. Everything within reach is controlled by others. And if I was ever to offend the wrong people, they could take away everything I own with a mere wave of their hands. That feeling sucks. Aren't you rich? Can't you just buy an abandoned system and build it up? Han Sen said. Xianxia drew a long breath through his cigar and puffed out some smoke rings, then he gnashed his teeth and said, that won't do sh*t. Without enough power to support us, having a territory is no different from having no territory. Then what are you suggesting? Han Sen had actually been planning this for a long time. It had long been his goal to mark out territory for himself in the universe. But there were many issues going on in the universe right now. Even if they were to take over a xenogenic space, they might not be able to hold it. Xianxia seemed to be prepared for that question. He turned on a hologram and revealed a map of the universe. He pointed at part of the map and said, would you like to join me in taking a gamble? If we win, this big place will belong to us. What if we lose? Han Sen asked, looking at that place. Then we will just end up bankrupt and have to start all over, Xianxia said with a laugh. Tell me about your plan. Han Sen's eyes were locked on that space. The two words read, Space Garden. It was a xenogenic space in the universe that belonged to the flower god race. The flower gods weren't a high race, and Space Garden was just a medium-sized xenogenic space. In regards to their abilities, the flower gods didn't have the power or resources that the high races did. The flower god people were just good at making genofluids, and making genofluids had given them a higher stake in the greater universe. Even the top 10 high races couldn't replicate the genofluids they made. It wasn't like their genofluid skills were better than those of the higher races. Space Garden simply offered many nutritious genes. The resources that they used could only be obtained in the Space Garden. The Space Garden wasn't very big, but it had very special rules. As long as the flower gods held onto the Space Garden and didn't leave, the three highest races couldn't set foot there. While the flower gods made a lot of fantastic genofluids, their combat powers were rather weak. They had been working hard to improve themselves for many years, and at this point, no one knew how many genofluids they had produced and consumed. But there were no deified elites growing amongst them. They didn't have the power to become one of the high races. But the flower gods weren't to blame for their weakness. Fighting wasn't what their genes had been developed for. They just didn't have the right genes for combat, so it didn't matter how many geno-fluids they consumed. No deified elites would rise amongst them. On top of that, many factions were suppressing them. Again and again, they were stopped from trying to become one of the higher races. Because the flower gods knew they couldn't become stronger, they sought a lot of outside powers to bolster their own. Normally, if a race wanted to start a lantern war, all of their fighters had to share the same blood. If an outsider joined the fight, even if they beat the higher race, the lantern would refuse to light. But the flower gods had recently developed an intriguing geno-fluid. If one was to use that geno-fluid, they could temporarily possess the blood of a flower god. If a deified elite used that geno-fluid, they could be considered a flower god for a while and help the flower gods earn a slot amidst the higher races. The adopted warrior could light the lantern on the flower god's behalf. But such a powerful geno-fluid could only be used once due to the resources it cost. Even the flower gods couldn't keep producing that sort of concoction. Therefore, they were currently considering which deified elite would be willing to help them become a high race. People were evil. Even deified elites that had been friendly to the flower gods couldn't be trusted now. Therefore, the flower gods were hesitating to make a decision. They couldn't decide which elite to trust. The gamble Xianxia King was talking about was in regards to the space garden. He wanted to get the space garden for himself. That was Xianxia King's scheme. If he was able to claim the space garden, then even if the 3 higher races came for him, it would be pointless. As long as the space garden was in their hands, no outsider could enter. If the 3 high races cannot take the space garden, how can we claim it? Han Sen looked at Xianxia King and asked. The flower gods aren't talented fighters. They own the space garden, which is a nice place. They also have great technology that helps them produce geno-fluid. Many of the higher races want it. They want to own the flower gods, but sadly, the space garden has its special rules. In all this time, none of the higher races have found a way to invade them. After pausing, Xianxia King went on to say, the puppeteers in the shadows cannot enter the space garden, but they do not want the flower gods to become a higher race. They are afraid that if the fitness of the flower gods was improved, their race would become dangerous. So, they are trying to suppress the flower gods every way they can. Although the flower gods have the potential to become a high race, they are forced to remain a low race. That means that if the flower gods want to become a high race, they have to do more than just beat another high race, Han Sen said with a frown. You are right, otherwise, looking for a deified elite that could help them wouldn't take much time. But looking for one that could sort out all of their issues and not affect the reputation of the flower gods. That is hard. If the elite was too weak, there wouldn't be enough power to help them become a high race. If the elite was too strong, the flower gods wouldn't feel safe. Therefore, the flower gods have been unable to decide which elite can help them. Right now, the pickings are slim for the flower gods, but they are also offering a lot to the person they hire. If someone helps them become a high race, they will share the space garden with their new ally. Xianxia King pointed at the map with a look of excitement. 2776 Bank, the guy we need to talk to is called Violet. He is the spokesperson for the flower gods. The deified elites of many races have been trying to get in contact with him, so they can try their hand at earning half of the space garden. Xianxia King punched a command into his display to reveal the image of a flower god. Is it a male or a female? Han Sen looked at the flower god in the video. It looked somewhat like a very gorgeous human, but a flower rose from its head. This flower was a violet. It is a male. In the flower gods, both the men and women look very beautiful. Don't think that Violet is weak because of his beauty, however. He is actually very strong. He isn't simple-minded or easily influenced. I have contacted him before, and he is a tricky guy to negotiate with, Xianxia King said. If he was easy to push around, I doubt the flower gods would let him deal with such important matters. After all, this decision will be a pivotal part of the flower gods becoming a higher race. If they fail, their entire race could be destroyed. They need to be careful with such matters. Han Sen paused and then asked, which race do the flower gods wish to replace? I don't know yet. The flower gods are being very careful, and they don't leak information easily. Judging from what others have guessed, they would likely seek to take out the tree men that are next to them. The flower gods and the tree men have been in conflict for a long time, so they are already enemies. Furthermore, the tree men have been doing poorly in recent times. It has been a few hundred years since they had a deified in their race. They aren't exactly a powerful high race. They would be one of the easier races to knock down a peg. There are a few other targets, too. Xianxia King brought up all the information he had on the subject. Do these high races not have any allies? Han Sen asked, tapping his lip in thought. Yes, but because they aren't very strong, people don't take them seriously. Plus, the flower gods have connections with the ancient god. If they want to fight, it's unlikely that others would interfere. Xianxia King pointed out more information about Violet. He then pointed at the man's image and said, "Now, this guy is the key that we need. All we need to do is convince him, and then, we will be partnered with the flower gods and earn half of Space Garden." Xianxia King smiled at Han Sen and said, "The crystallizers aren't thought of as a strong race. I don't think the flower gods will worry too much about you completely overpowering them. And then, all you need to do is use your power to impress Violet. Why don't you go there on your own?" Han Sen didn't seem satisfied. "I wanted to go, but I'm not deified yet," Xianxia King confessed hopelessly. He opened his palms. "So, sometimes there are things you can't do yourself." Han Sen laughed. Xianxia King stared back at Han Sen and said, "It isn't that I can't. It's that I can't do it yet." Han Sen stayed on Xianxia King's planet for a few days. The environment wasn't too shabby. It was almost like heaven. If it was a peaceful period, it wouldn't be a bad choice to retire there for good. Every day, Han Sen used the 4-sheep cube to access God's farm. He was hoping to see Wanner and God's knife again. But even though a lot of time had passed, Han Sen had yet to see them again. It was strange. Han Sen was initially worried that if he used the 4-sheep cube, he would be thrown back to the very high. But now he noticed that no matter where he was, he would travel to God's farm and then return to where he last used the cube. With things like that, it also meant he had no way of returning to the bottle world. If the very high went to visit him, they would learn that he had escaped. In fact, Han Sen's escape had already been discovered. A very high elder had planned to give Han Sen another full-body checkup, but when he went into the bottle world, he was unable to find Han Sen. This surprised the very high a lot. Han Sen had escaped from their Alpha Hall without anyone noticing. As far as they were concerned, this was very bad. But the very high now believed someone must have helped Han Sen. Otherwise, how could he have escaped? Exquisite was initially their prime suspect, since she had done it once before. But after a thorough investigation, they realized that it couldn't have been Exquisite. After confirming that it wasn't Exquisite, matters became more complicated. They believed there was a traitor in the very high that their investigation had failed to uncover. He really escaped. Exquisite was more shocked than any of the other very high. She hadn't believed Han Sen when he insisted that he would get out on his own. But a short time after she had last seen him, Han Sen had done as he promised. This was quite unbelievable. Han Sen had been imprisoned by the very high, the top race in the universe. Not even true god elites could escape from the Alpha Hall once they were trapped there. She couldn't imagine how Han Sen had managed to do what he had done. The very high tried to predict where Han Sen might go, and they used some special geno arts of deduction, but they were unable to catch his trail. They hadn't the faintest trace of a clue as to where he had fled. That made the very high even more certain that there was a traitor in their midst. If there wasn't a traitor, Han Sen would have been tracked down by now, they believed. Han Sen, in the meantime, had just been introduced to Violet of the Flower Gods. The guy looked just as he had in the hologram. The man was so pretty that he could make a country fall. But a pretty face like that didn't influence Han Sen much. He felt like Violet was too soft, and it gave him the impression that the man was actually a toxic snake. Soft on the exterior, but filled to the brim with evil and poison. The prettier the snake is, the more toxic it is. I wonder how dangerous this Violet truly is. Han Sen wondered to himself. You said Violet hosted a banquet and invited many deified elites from all sorts of races. What does that mean? Han Sen lowered his voice to ask Xianxia King next to him. I don't know. Xianxia King fell silent, and then he said, maybe he wants to put the cooperation up as an auction, and have deified elites compete with each other. See who comes up with the highest price and whatnot. No way. That would be ridiculous. This decision will decide the fate of the whole race of the flower gods. They can't host an auction for something this serious unless the people in charge of the flower gods are absolutely nuts. Han Sen shook his head. In that case, I don't know. Aside from that, I can't really think of a reason that they would bring so many deified elites together. Contacting them via private means would be more beneficial. Xianxia King really didn't understand much about politics. Han Sen looked around. He saw a few people he already knew. There was Dragon 1 from the Dragons, and Dia Robber from the Destroyed. Bai Wanji from the Extreme King. Even Lone Bamboo was there. And there were many other deified elites Han Sen did not know. It looks like the Space Garden is a juicy morsel for a lot of races. There were so many competitors, Han Sen didn't think he would be the one to be contracted. These big races are like hungry wolves circling prey. The Flower King might not want to cooperate with them. We still stand a chance. Although Xianxia King said that, seeing people like that all around, he knew how important the Space Garden was to everyone. It had exceeded his expectations, and he knew it wouldn't be an easy prize to win. Chapter 2777 Flower God Mutation. I'm sorry to have asked everyone to convene here today, but I'm afraid the Flower Gods have a problem. I regret to inform you that our plans have changed. To prevent everyone from thinking the Flower Gods are not reliable, we have asked everyone to come here so we can explain things in person. Violet's words were shocking to everyone in attendance. What happened to the Flower Gods? Is there any way in which I can help? Extreme King Prince Bai Wanji quickly said. He had just become deified not too long ago. He was only primitive, so he definitely wasn't the highest-ranking deified that was present. Far from it, he was a crown prince of the Extreme King, however. He was one of the most qualified emissaries who had come to this meeting. Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince. Our race needs a favor. I want to invite you all to enter the Space Garden so that you can help my people. A stunned silence descended over the meeting. The Flower Gods had never let outsiders into the Space Garden. They wanted to keep it for themselves. People only knew that the Space Garden was full of high-level geno-fluid resources. As for what it looked like inside, hardly anyone other than the Flower Gods had ever seen it. Across history, only a few outsiders had been allowed to enter the Space Garden, and they were very close with the Flower Gods. But the elites who had come to this meeting barely had any connection to the Flower Gods. Despite the fact that they were practically strangers, the Flower Gods were inviting them all to spend time in the Space Garden. The whole situation was quite strange. Violet seemed to know that everyone would think of this as suspicious, and so he quickly said, "The talents of my people aren't the only reason that we are able to create such unique geno-fluids. The primary reason, in truth, is that the Space Garden provides us access to resources not available to any other race. Therefore, no one has been able to copy the geno-fluids that we make." Are you saying that something has happened to the resources that you use to create your products? Dragon 1 asked Violet, tilting his head to one side. Upon hearing that, everyone thought what Dragon 1 said made sense. If there wasn't some issue with the resources of the Space Garden, Violet wouldn't be speaking so openly about the secrets of the Flower Gods. Violet nodded and said, "There is a very serious problem, and if we do not sort this out, I'm afraid the Flower Gods will no longer be able to create the special high-class geno-fluids that we are famous for." What is the problem? You can tell us. There are many elites here, and even the Extreme King's Crown Prince. We can help you, Dia Robber said. Yes, we will find a way to help you together. We will not allow the geno-fluids of the Flower Gods to go extinct. That would be a great loss for the entire universe. Everyone was trying to show earnest support. But more than anything, they just wanted to learn the secrets of the geno-fluids. They were only offering aid because of the benefits they would receive. No one would help the Flower Gods for no reason. Violet sighed and said, "I really want to tell you all so that we can sort out this problem quickly, but this information is a matter of national security to the Flower Gods. The leader has commanded us not to tell anyone. Otherwise, we could be exiled." Violet, what is that supposed to mean? You asked us to come here, but now you're not telling us anything. In that case, how are we supposed to help? Demanded a deified elite with a short temper. Violet's face looked glum. He sighed and said, "The Flower Gods would like all of you to come to the Space Garden to help our race. But before you enter the Space Garden, I cannot tell you what is going on there. I know this is rude, but we have no choice. What is happening is too important for my people, and so we cannot risk leaking our secrets. You aren't telling us anything, and yet you want our help. How are we supposed to know if we can help?" Bai Wanji said, "We know this is very awkward for everyone involved, and if you don't want to enter, we won't try to force you. We would rather let our resources be destroyed than allow our secrets to become public knowledge, Violet said. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Even if you don't tell us now, we will still learn your secrets once we go in. Yes, so, you must tell us now. And then, when we go, we will find a way. But no matter what people said, Violet was stalwart. He wasn't going to give them a single detail. There's really no point in continuing this conversation. If you really want to help us, our race will pay you back. We will do everything in our power to return the favor. If you aren't willing to help, then that is also fine. But right now, this situation is an urgent one. I need to return to the Space Garden with haste. Anyone who is willing to help us can journey to the Space Garden with me now. Otherwise, we will part ways here and hope that we can meet again someday. Everyone was talking quietly amongst themselves. They had never expected something like this to occur. But quickly, someone spoke up, agreeing to help the flower gods despite the lack of information. The person walked over to join Violet. Han Sen and Xianxia King looked at each other. They seemed to know this was how things were going to be. Everyone was interested in the secrets of the flower gods. Otherwise, they never would have come in the first place. Now, there was a chance for everyone here to see the secrets with their own two eyes. No one would miss out on a chance like this. Even if there was a conspiracy at play, the flower gods were a small race. They didn't have any deified elites to wreak serious harm upon the elites that had gathered here. The flower gods depended on the space garden and the genofluids they produced. That was their only claim to fame. The elites who had come to this meeting were mostly deifieds, so they weren't afraid of anything the flower gods might do. Even if the flower gods were planning something devious, the elites believed that their powers would be enough to escape whatever mischief might befall them. Are we going? Han Sen asked Xianxia King. Since we are already here, it isn't like we can simply leave. Let's follow and have a peek, so we can see what our future territory might look like. Xianxia King shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. You are right, Han Sen nodded, but now, he was playing the role of Xianxia King's subordinate. He couldn't speak out of turn, and so he had to let Xianxia King do the talking. Violet wasn't turning anyone away. He was more than happy to accept anyone who was willing to go to the space garden with him. Kings and deifieds alike were joining the crowd that was preparing to leave. Before they headed out, Violet told them that the trip would be a very dangerous one. They needed to think this through carefully and make sure that they wished to come. However, in the end, every elite that had come to the meeting decided to follow Violet. They all entered the Flower God's battleship and left the planet that belonged to the Thousand Treasures. Han Sen and Xianxia King were inside, as well. Because there was a mix of high races and low races, it was a real melting pot. All that diversity also meant that Xianxia King and Han Sen didn't stand out too much. As Han Sen and Xianxia King were getting a bite to eat in the battleship's restaurant, Dia Robber approached. He seemed excited to see Xianxia King. Are you the author of Overbearing President Love Louvre, Teacher Xie? I am Xianxia. Xianxia King had gotten used to this sort of thing happening. He smiled amiably as he spoke. It really is Mr. Xie. This is great. I have finally met Teacher Xie. I am a big fan of your comics. Dia Robber passionately grabbed Xianxia King by the hand. Han Sen was frozen. Dia Robber was the future of the destroyed. He was a guy who could kill people with a wave of his hand. He was also a fan of Xianxia King. It was hard for Han Sen to wrap his mind around. Is this guy for real? Han Sen wondered. He never would have thought that someone like Dia Robber would like comics. The destroyed was probably just looking for an excuse to get close to Xianxia King. Teacher Xie, can I have your signature? Dia Robber asked, whipping out a pen and paper and holding them out so that Xianxia King could jot down his signature. Of course, Xianxia King said in a friendly tone. He grabbed the pen and started to write his signature. He wrote his name like a dragon and a phoenix that were flying together. Why did his signature look like a dragon and a phoenix dancing? Han Sen couldn't tell what words they were supposed to be, or if they were even words at all. They were jumbled and looked conjoined. No one could have read what Xianxia King had written. Dia Robber looked as if he had found a treasure. He took it very seriously and carefully hid the notepad back within his clothing. Chapter 2778 The Space Garden, Mr. Xie, unless it is truly necessary, I suggest that you do not go to the flower gods, Dia Robber suddenly said to Xianxia King with a hushed voice. Why is that? Xianxia King glanced at Dia Robber with a raised eyebrow. Since the battle powers of the flower gods are extremely low, they focus their efforts on protecting their space garden. In all the time that their race has lived here, very few outsiders have ever been able to access the space garden. Now it seems like they're letting everyone in. Don't you think that is a little suspicious? Dia Robber said as he sat down. It really is quite suspicious. Do you know anything about what is going on? Xianxia King asked with some curiosity. Dia Robber shook his head. Not really, but from what I have experienced in the past, I am inclined to believe that this will be a very dangerous trip. Teacher Xie, you are a man of great knowledge. There is no need for you to risk your life. It is fine, it is fine. There are some places I wouldn't dare to go, but with him protecting me, going to the flower gods should be okay, Xianxia King said, tipping a thumb toward Han Sen. Dia Robber could see the confidence Xianxia King had in his guard, and so he looked at Han Sen and asked, I have never formally met you before. Who are you? This is my bodyguard, San Mu. He is such a skilled fighter that he can battle 2 or 3 deifieds at once. Xianxia King was bluffing and hyping Han Sen up already. San Mu, if you have earned the admiration of Teacher Xie, you must be a very powerful person. I wonder where you are from, brother San Mu. Dia Robber didn't use a Geno art to analyze Han Sen, but he noticed that he couldn't feel or discern Han Sen's presence. That surprised him. I'm just from a nameless race. You wouldn't know them, so it wouldn't matter even if I told you, Han Sen muttered, his voice dismissive and short. Xianxia King looked at Dia Robber and laughed. Don't worry about it, he has a bad temper. He's always like that, I'm afraid. Even to his boss, there is nothing that can be done about it. It's fine, people with power can get away with more than most. Just like Teacher Xie said, if Brother San Mu can beat 3 enemies at once, then it's understandable even if he is a little abrupt. Dia Robber let out a slight chuckle. Even though you say he is good, I think he is just good at bluffing and being **ck, said a provocative voice behind them. The 3 of them looked over to its source, and they found that the voice had come from another table. There were 2 extreme kings, one of whom was the Crown Prince, Bai Wanji. The other person was a young girl. She had a very intriguing and powerful presence, but judging from her age, there was no way she could have been deified already. She was the one who had spoken. Han Sen and the other 2 at his table had experienced a lot in their lives. Unlike ordinary young people, they weren't easily riled. They weren't going to argue with a little girl. They just pretended not to hear her and resumed talking. The little girl, upon seeing that her declaration received no response from Han Sen, grew bored with the thought of taunting them further. She stopped trying to rile others up. Because Violet had needed to cram everyone into a small battleship, there were a lot of deifieds in one place. It was only natural that arguments might arise. Fortunately, everyone had assembled there for a singular purpose. Until they reached the space garden, no all-out fights would break out. Han Sen tried to memorize the route to the space garden, so he could recall how to get back there if he ever needed to. But the battleship was moving too quickly. After a few space jumps, Han Sen lost track of where he was. Once they entered the xenogenic space of the flower gods, Han Sen finally understood why the place was called the Space Garden. What Han Sen saw was blankets of flowers covering sprawling meadows. The flower fields looked like stairs rising between the clouds. There were loads of weird flowers scattered everywhere that Han Sen looked. All of them were xenogenic plants of various levels. It was unbelievably pretty. The ship parked next to the flower fields, and then, Violet brought them down. After they left the battleship, Han Sen smelled the scent of all those flowers. While the fragrance was very strong, it wasn't cloying or overbearing. It had a natural tinge to it. Is this a canna lily? Dia Robber asked suddenly, looking at a particular flower. Han Sen and Xianxia King followed Dia Robber's gaze. There was a flowery vine that was half a meter long. A few flowers had sprouted from the vine, and each bloom looked like a little girl practicing ballet. They looked very pretty. Yes, that is a canna lily. You have a good pair of eyes. Violet gave Dia Robber a thumbs up. But Dia Robber didn't seem to be happy about his discovery. In fact, he looked rather glum. After everyone's focus turned away from Dia Robber to move forward, Han Sen walked over to Dia Robber's side and asked, "What is it?" Dia Robber frowned and said, "From what I can tell, canna lilies should be deified plants. They grow in very unique environments, and their powers are never weaker than a primitive deified xenogenic. The flower gods just grow them randomly on the side of the road. Isn't that a little too strange? It is surprising to learn that the flower gods can grow deified plants with such ease, Xianxia said with a frown. Violet kept moving. Han Sen and the others walked past countless flowers and fields of grass. There were so many varieties of plants, and Han Sen could only recognize a tiny fraction of them. But judging from the life force of the grasses and flowers, he could feel that they were nothing ordinary. They were all xenogenic plants. Only, none of these plants are ordinary. No wonder the flower gods can create so many genofluids. Han Sen kept looking around him. He didn't know what most of the plants were called, but he could tell from their life force that they were some good stuff. This is such a nice place. If we can take over this territory, we would never have to worry about resources. The xenogenic plant resources here could feed 100,000 people, Xianxia murmured to Han Sen. Han Sen was thinking about something else, though. He ignored Xianxia. Xenogenic plants bear fruit from time to time. As long as the seeds inside a fruit are not damaged, I can take them to the land of the fire phoenix to grow. I don't know how much that would reduce their growing time, though. Han Sen couldn't imagine how much he would gain if he could accelerate the growth of plants like this. If he brought a few seeds to the extreme living land, he could reap enormous quantities of xenogenic fruit in a short amount of time. Then, he would most certainly become rich. We are nearing the place where the incident happened. Please be careful. Violet's footsteps slowed. Don't we need to meet the leader of your race first? Dragon 1 asked with suspicion. The leader and the others are already there, Violet said. He kept walking as he talked, so no one slowed down and they all continued following. Something is wrong. How come we have traveled all this way, but we have yet to encounter a single other flower god? Xianxia frowned and lowered his voice to speak with Han Sen. Han Sen had noticed the same thing. Violet was the only flower god they had seen this entire time. The only other people around them were members of other races. Since being in the space garden, they had yet to see a single other flower god. This was the home of the flower gods. Even if something had happened, they still should have been encountering other members of Violet's race. Everyone had warning sirens blaring in their heads. They followed Violet carefully as they flew through the space garden, but they didn't see anything dangerous around. And there was no sign of a battle, either. It looked as if nothing concerning had actually happened. But when they reached the highest flower field, what they saw froze them in place. They saw many men and women with their bodies buried in the field. Only half their heads were sticking up above the soil. Each of them had a flower on their heads. Some of them were peonies, and some looked like chrysanthemums. Each flower was unique, and they all looked like they were opening in bloom. Clearly, the people who looked like carrots in the flower fields were the missing flower gods. Violet, what is this? Bai Wanji asked Violet. The flower gods buried in the ground were still alive, but they were as still as half-buried vegetables. Ever so slowly, their life forces seemed to be waning. I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Crown Prince. The whole of the flower gods, myself excluded, are here, Violet said as he pointed at the half-buried heads in the field. Bai Wanji didn't ask how the flower gods had ended up in such a strange situation. Instead, he asked Violet, before you left the space garden, were they already buried this way? You are very smart, Mr. Crown Prince. Violet nodded and admitted this to be the case. So, when you said that the flower gods wanted to become a higher place, it was all a lie. A trick that you used to lure us here? Bai Wanji asked, staring at Violet. Yes. Violet nodded again. He clearly didn't intend to hide anything. Violet and Bai Wanji just stared at each other. They didn't look away. Violet went on to say, although I lied about the cause, I truly intend to offer you the prize that I promised. If any of you can save my people, we are willing to sign a contract that will offer up half of the space garden. Is that true? Everyone's eyes brightened. You guys have seen what has happened to the flower gods. Do you think we have the gall, let alone the power, to break our promise? Violet drawled. He wasn't in a hurry. What happened to your people? Can you explain it to us now? Bai Wanji looked at the heads protruding from the flower fields. The fields were indescribable. Flower gods were planted in the soil as far as the eye could see. There were millions of them. And with the small flowers rising from each head, they looked so pretty. It didn't matter how pretty they were, though. They were half buried in the soil, which made the whole scene rather disturbing. Violet was no longer trying to withhold information. For the first time since they had met him, Violet explained what happened completely. The flower gods were good at gardening, and they had discovered the space garden long ago. It was a suitable place for many xenogenic plants to grow. They thought they had lucked out, but they soon found out that there was something wrong with the xenogenic space. The leader of the flower gods buried himself in the flower fields, just like Han Sen and the others were seeing now. The flower gods didn't know why their leader did that, but they eventually figured out what was going on. They needed to appease the garden itself. Every once in a while, they would bring sacrifices to the garden. That way, the garden would no longer mess with their minds. As long as they kept the garden satisfied, it wouldn't force any of the flower gods to bury themselves. But as time went by, the space garden seemed to become hungrier. It required more xenogenics to support itself. 2 months ago, the sacrifice that they buried in the flower fields was useless. The flower god leader and many elites suddenly dug holes in the field and buried themselves there. Aside from Violet, every flower god was now buried there. "Why didn't you guys bury yourselves as they did?" asked a small race deified as he looked on Violet with suspicion. Clearly, he didn't believe the tale that Violet was spinning. "I don't know, only I was okay. I don't feel any danger. And I don't know why this happened. That is why I am begging you all to save my people." "We will never turn back on our word," Violet said with a look of seriousness. "Have you tried digging them out?" a king-class elite asked. That question was kind of pointless. The flower gods had been buried there for a while. Violet must have tried everything already. Violet would only have contacted outside deifieds if he had no other choice. He had exhausted all of his options. "I can't dig them up. The soil might seem normal, but it is incredibly durable. You cannot dig through this land, and you might even hurt the people in the soil," Violet answered. One of the elites tried to grab a handful of the soil. The eyes of everyone watching widened. The kings, and even the deifieds, couldn't summon enough power to rip out a chunk of that turf. "What kind of soil is this? Why is it so resilient?" a king-class elite asked in shock. "I don't know. When they dug the holes to bury themselves, it didn't seem that difficult. But when I tried digging them out, I couldn't dislodge even a tiny piece of the ground." Violet explained the situation to them once. Only the elites tried many tests, but each attempt to crack this puzzle failed. They were unable to free the denizens of the flower fields. Many of the elites focused on the task with feverish intensity. They thought of all kinds of methods, trying to get the half-buried flower gods out. But their efforts accomplished nothing. All of their attempts were fruitless. One deified elite even grabbed a flower god by the head. The flower god's neck almost broke, and he still didn't move an inch. The elites were there to save people, not kill them. So, the deified elite stopped trying to yank the head out. "San Mu, what do you think is going on here?" Xie Qing King turned and asked Han Sen. He didn't know what to make of the half-buried flower gods. "It's a bit creepy, to say the least." Han Sen squinted slightly as he spoke. He was checking out those half-buried flower gods, but he seemed to notice something weird. It's almost like the entire space garden is giving off a life force. What if the space garden itself is a giant creature? When Han Sen came up with an answer, it was something that not even he could believe. Chapter 2780 The Excavated Flower God. "If anyone here can save our race, we will give you a key to half the space garden," Violet declared once again. He was keen on making promises, it seemed. "Half of its entirety will be shared. That is our pledge." The group of elites had all reached the space garden via the flower god's battleship. They weren't aware of the route they took to get there or even how they had made it through the border of the xenogenic space. Because of that, they still didn't know if entry to the space garden required some special password or technique. So, even if they took down the space garden now, there was no point in doing so if they wouldn't be able to find or enter it again. As a result, no one tried anything suspicious or hostile. Based on what Violet had said, it seemed that something special was required to enter the space garden. And that made everyone think. This was obviously a very difficult and vulnerable moment for the flower gods. But if Violet had dared to bring them all here anyway, then that had to mean he had contingencies in place. He couldn't simply be carrying a special item on his person that would allow them to access the space garden at a later date. All the deified elites were looking at the half-buried flower gods, and as they did, Han Sen was also thinking. Then, he leapt into the air and flew up into the sky. He wanted to look down on the space garden from above and see what it looked like from a bird's eye view. But as Han Sen flew, he noticed a shadow flying alongside him. Someone else had obviously had the same thought. That shadow noticed Han Sen, too. They glanced at each other, and Han Sen realized it was the little girl that had been following Bai Wanji. They had met briefly in the battleship's canteen. The girl didn't look any older than Bai Wanji, but the Crown Prince seemed to respect her a great deal, judging from the way that he treated her. Han Sen couldn't correctly guess her identity. The Bai family had many princes and princesses, and Han Sen had never been able to meet them all. And there were many other members of the royal family, as well. Not to mention that Han Sen had seen only a few of the extreme king superiors. "What are you doing up here?" the girl asked with a lift of her lips. "I am admiring the view," Han Sen replied with a smile. "HMPH, you are weird." The girl turned away from Han Sen and continued flying high. Han Sen knew how to teleport, but if he used it openly, some of the elites might recognize it as God's wonder. He didn't want other people to see it, so he didn't use it there. The space garden was only the size of a planet, but that didn't affect its rare and unique properties. When Han Sen flew high enough to see the whole of the space garden, he was stunned to discover that the entire place was like a giant Ganoderma lucidum mushroom with many layers. The flower fields were like steps, and they were all a part of that mushroom. It was put together with an amazing level of detail and complexity. Now, Han Sen was able to confirm his guess. The space garden could very well be alive. Maybe it was a very high-level planet xenogenic. Growing plants on a plant xenogenic seemed quite unbelievable, now that he really considered the idea. But Han Sen had seen all the beings that lived within the black hole spider before. This was certainly possible. "What do you see?" the extreme king girl asked, flying over next to Han Sen. "I see a big mushroom." Han Sen smiled. "HMPH, you were boasting about your strength when we were on the battleship, and yet, you cannot see anything." The girl lifted her lips. "So, do you see what's actually going on?" Han Sen asked. Of course. The little girl looked quite cocky. She patted herself on the chest. "You are too young to see anything." Han Sen pretended not to believe her. The girl shot him an arch look, and she said, "Being older doesn't mean someone is better. Just like you. You have eyes, but you are still blind. You cannot see anything." "Then tell me, what you see," Han Sen said. Full of confidence, the girl said, "Of course. If I see it correctly, the space garden itself is a giant plant. It is a very high-level xenogenic. It could even be true God class. But its life force is so weak, it looks as if it is going to die soon." Violet said that when the flower gods made genofluids a long time ago, they used a special material that was native to this region. "I didn't believe it back then, but I sure am starting to now. If this is a true God class xenogenic plant, the xenogenic plants that grow inside it will adopt its elements. Even an ordinary species that develops here will become different from those on the outside." The girl really did seem to know her stuff. Just like Han Sen, she seemed to think the space garden was one large xenogenic plant. Han Sen looked at the little girl with shock, and he thought to himself, the extreme king really are different. With their knowledge and their power, they really are much better than smaller races. If you think the space garden is a true god plant, then what do you make of all the flower gods that are buried in the field? Han Sen asked. The girl really liked how amazed Han Sen was, and she answered, "That is difficult to judge. It could be that the xenogenic plant knows it is dying, and thus, it is trying to collect more energy to keep itself alive. Either that, or the flower gods themselves signed a contract with the xenogenic plant. Right now, the xenogenic plant is going to die, so the flower gods must die with it. There are many possibilities, but until we learn more, it will be difficult to tell which explanation is correct. In that case, how do we find out the truth?" Han Sen was truly flabbergasted this time. The extreme king had many resources, but such powerful materials still took time to absorb. This girl was so young, and so, he was surprised that she had so much knowledge. The girl thought for a moment and said, "The only way to learn more is to dig up the flower god people. And then, if we fully examine their bodies, we are bound to learn a clue or two." "That is easier said than done. Didn't you see the power of those deified elites? Even they could not dig up the soil in that garden." Han Sen lifted his lips. He had been infected by the girl's mannerisms, it seemed. He had already adopted her gestures. The girl glanced at the field with disdain. "You underestimate the deified elites. I don't know about any others, but I know for sure that Bai Wanji is not that useless. If he thinks hard enough, he'll find a way to excavate the flower gods. The only thing that matters, following that, is the fact that whoever we excavate will probably die. With my knowledge of him, I think he is going to strike gold real soon. Isn't Bai Wanji your senior? Han Sen asked when he noticed that the girl wasn't using an honorific when she referred to Bai Wanji. This weirded him out, and so he felt compelled to ask. Who told you Bai Wanji was my senior? That is backward. I am his senior, the girl said while looking at Han Sen angrily. Han Sen wanted to say something, but he saw Bai Wanji do something just like the girl had predicted. He started to do something special. As Han Sen watched, the man selected an average member of the flower gods. And then, out of nowhere, Bai Wanji pulled out a wine cup. He covered the flower god member with it, and then pulled him up. The flower god had been motionless and almost completely buried in the soil, but now Bai Wanji was pulling him up little by little. His head and his neck were showing. Furthermore, the flower god's body didn't seem to be injured by the pull. He looked fine. Bai Wanji kept on pulling. Soon after, the flower god's feet popped out of the soil. Many people turned to look at him. While everyone turned to observe the excavated flower god, the flower god opened his eyes. The flower on his head opened, and it exploded with a powerful substance chain. The creature jumped furiously at Bai Wanji, who was the closest. Weird, I thought the flower gods didn't have deified elites. Han Sen was shocked. That flower god had substance chain powers that only a deified should have possessed. Bai Wanji's own substance chains exploded. He punched the flower god in the chest. If the power of that blow had been delivered to another deified elite of the same level, the foe would have been severely injured. But when the strike landed on the newly emerged flower god, only the being's clothes were damaged. The creature itself merely staggered backward, then lunged at Bai Wanji again. Everyone was shocked. They knew what the flower gods were like. Even if they were very good at making genofluids, their battle powers were lame and their bodies lacked strength. There wasn't a single deified in their entire race. Right now, the flower god had been able to absorb Bai Wanji's strike and remain totally intact. This was a truly frightening thing to witness. Bai Wanji's body flashed. He swung another fist that brought a black hole with it. He sucked the flower god into the black hole. Everyone nearby could see that the black hole was about to close and exile the flower god into space. But suddenly, a purple flower opened. It appeared in the mouth of the closing black hole and wedged it open. The power of the black hole strained to close itself, but it couldn't make any headway. The purple flower came further and further out of the pit. It looked like a creepy face that was smiling. The next second, a pair of hands came out of the purple flower and ripped apart the black hole. And then, the entire purple flower emerged from the remains of the black hole. Everyone was shocked. That creature had used the raw power of its body to tear a black hole to shreds and fight its way back to reality. That was a very scary physical power. Oh, no, how can the flower god possess such a scary body? Everybody watched as the flower god fought back against Bai Wanji, and it wasn't showing any signs of weakness against its enemy. Bai Wanji cycled through a few dozen Geno arts as he attempted to repel the foe, but he wasn't able to heavily damage the flower god's body. Violet, since when have the flower gods added such a powerful deified to their ranks? Congratulations, a deified elite said to Violet with a cold smile. Violet shook his head. This is an Earl-class flower god. He is just a very ordinary person. He shouldn't be deified, and I do not know where such power came from. The deified elite started to say something else, but his face suddenly changed. Someone screamed aloud, all the flower gods are coming out of the earth. Han Sen could see what was happening down below, and indeed, all the flower gods were fighting their way out of the soil. A single one of these creatures was hard to deal with, but now, tens of thousands of the buried monsters were emerging. If they were all as scary as Bai Wanji's enemy, then the situation had just taken a rather horrifying turn. But the elites didn't think that was likely. It simply wasn't possible. If a race all became deified, then deifieds wouldn't be special anymore. I want to see what is going on with these guys, a deified elite said while generating a substance chain. It became a scary bolt of lightning that arose from the ground to strike a flower god. Boom! The lightning slammed into the flower god, blowing the creature's armor to bits. But the body of the flower god was still sound. It was crystal clear like jade and wholly untarnished. The head of the flower god possessed a flower that appeared to be blooming at just the right moment. This guy, is he deified, too? The faces of the elites were growing pale. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber felt like something was wrong. Fall back. Something is wrong with these things, Dia Robber called for his people to retreat. Bai Wanji was even more certain that they needed to leave. He jumped out of the fray, looked around, and saw the girl in the sky. He flew up to her and shouted at the little girl, saying, "Great aunt, something is wrong. This is too dangerous. We have to go." But before Bai Wanji could drag the girl away, the flower god he had been fighting with leapt after him. Arg! A king was torn in half by a flower god woman. His blood and guts were spilled everywhere, leaving a chilling pool of viscera on the colorful field. Right now, the flower gods that came out of the ground all had deified powers, regardless of their age or gender. And they didn't speak after they emerged, either. They were enraged, and they mindlessly attacked anything in front of them. Pang! Xianxia King punched a flower god man in the face. The force of his blow rebounded, and Xianxia King was sent shooting away like a meteor. The bones in his hand were shattered. FCK, what the hell is going on? How can this guy have deified power and speed? His voice was drowned out by other sordid screams. The whole of the space garden echoed with the sounds of terrified cries. Deified elites like Dragon 1 could barely keep their own fear in check. The kings weren't faring too well, and they were falling one by one to the flower gods. They weren't fast or powerful enough to fight back, and neither could they flee. The flower god people had all sorts of flowers on their heads. They were killing everyone they could reach. "Where is Violet?" Han Sen ran next to Xianxia King. He swung his fist and punched away the flower god that was coming for Xianxia King. The flower god that was punched by Han Sen, although it flew away with a cavity in its chest, didn't even seem to notice the pain. It was like the creature didn't know that it had been injured. It just got up and started running back at them. "I don't see him. He was right here, but now he is gone," Xianxia King said as he fell back away from the fight. "Something is very wrong with the flower gods. We shouldn't stay here, though. We should get out of here as soon as we can." Han Sen pulled Xianxia King away, wanting to lead him out of the space garden. Pang! Han Sen tried to fly out of the space garden, but he hit an unseen barrier. It bounced him and Xianxia King back. "Oh no, it is a space wall. Without the key to open the space wall, we cannot get through. Brute force won't get us through, no matter how much power we throw at it," Han Sen said with a frown. "DMN it, if I became deified, I could punch them all to death and we wouldn't have to flee," Xianxia King said with a streak of bitter depression. "Only, now isn't the time to whine about what we can't do. We have to find Violet. He's the only person who can get us out of here." Han Sen used his Dongshuan area to the max of his abilities. He scoured the whole of the space garden, trying to locate Violet. It was a mess down there. Every elite was in a similar situation to Han Sen, and none of them could escape. They had to fight the flower gods or die trying. But the flower gods all held the power of deified elites. They were all so strong. The king-class nobles didn't stand a chance against such powerful enemies. They were being torn apart where they stood. Even deified elites, against the 10,000 flower gods who were coming after them, were in grave danger. Lone Bamboo stood by himself, wielding a jade sword. He moved quickly through the flower gods, and, wherever the jade sword went, a flower god was slashed and sent soaring. But even though his sword was powerful, he still couldn't kill the flower gods with it. Lone Bamboo wasn't the only one who was struggling, either. Bai Wanji, Dia Robber, and Dragon 1 were faring terribly, too. No one was able to kill a flower god. Chapter 2782 God Corpse Kacha. Bai Wanji used a deified weapon to slice straight through a flower god's brain. But even though its bisected brain and body fell into the soil, the creature healed so fast that the process could be seen with the naked eye. The creature was back on its feet in moments. That big space garden was filled to the brim with the acoustics of killing. The kings were basically all dead, and the deified elites themselves were not faring very well. Deified blood was everywhere. "Let's go." Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo. The talented Sky still had the power to fight, so Han Sen wasn't too worried about him. He grabbed Xianxia King by the arm and flew tens of thousands of meters away, heading deeper into the space garden. The lower reaches of the space garden weren't too safe, either, but Han Sen had detected the presence of Violet somewhere around there. Han Sen sensed that Violet and a few other flower gods had survived the violent rapture, and they must have escaped to someplace below. A few of the flower gods emerged, and Han Sen swung his fists to punch them away like sandbags. Many of the enraged beings tried to stop them, but Han Sen couldn't be stopped. He fought his way through the space garden to reach the deepest recesses of the realm. He eventually came before a tree, and he struck the trunk, knocking a big hole in it. The tree was apparently hollow, and Han Sen hauled Xie Qing inside with him. Once they were inside, flower gods that were chasing them backed off. "This place seems weird," Xie Qing said quietly as he followed. "Indeed, it is weird," Han Sen agreed with a nod, glancing around warily. They were walking down a subterranean path, but the walls around them were not made of dirt or stone. They were very large vines that had woven themselves together like a solid wall. Furthermore, the vines were semi-transparent, and so they looked like blood vessels. Han Sen could barely make out the shape of the vines, but he could tell something was moving inside them. They hadn't walked for very long when they suddenly saw the space ahead of them start to widen. It led to a giant, empty void. Countless tendrils had gathered together to form the walls of that giant underworld. Han Sen found Violet and the other flower gods there. They were standing in front of a huge vine that connected the floor to the ceiling. "Violet, you are a very evil man. Your tricks have brought harm to a lot of good people. Do you think you can get away with such acts in this universe?" Han Sen asked, walking slowly up to Violet. But Violet and the others didn't even spare him a glance. Their hands were folded in a praying gesture, and they were mumbling something to themselves. Violet did answer him, though. He coldly said, "If we didn't do this, the flower gods would have become extinct. There would have been no future for our people." As Violet spoke, Han Sen and Xie Qing reached him. They looked at what he was keeping his attention on, and they saw a creature inside the pillar of tangled-up vines in the center of the enormous room. It was sitting there, and it looked like a giant. The creature had to have been 100 meters tall. Its entire body was like jade. The surface of its flesh shimmered like crystal. Tentacles coiled around its body, latching onto the creature in various places. They kept absorbing a substance or energy out of the giant. "What is it?" Han Sen asked, looking at the giant. That looked like a jade statue. He felt a familiar presence from the giant. "He is God," Violet answered, his eyes looking very impassioned and earnest. "God? What kind of God is he?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "He has no tear. He isn't like those rubbish deified creatures. This is an actual God. It is God, and God can do anything." Violet's expression looked like that of a deranged madman. "How do you know he is really God?" Han Sen finally understood why that giant had a familiar presence. It was because, even though the being seemed to be dead, its body still had that feeling Han Sen despised. It wasn't really God. It was a god like King Zhen. "I just know it," Violet coldly grunted. Then, he quickly explained, "The space garden you have come to know used to be a small Ganoderma lucidum. It was only the size of a man's hand. But due to an accident, the small Ganoderma lucidum's spores landed on the god's dead body. It absorbed the god's power, and it has been growing all the way up until now. The Ganoderma lucidum's body became its own xenogenic space, and it spawned so many xenogenic plants. If this being is not a god, then what sort of creature's corpse could offer such power?" Han Sen looked at the jade giant. For all he knew, gods couldn't attack creatures of the universe. But also, the creatures of the world shouldn't be able to touch them, either. If that jade giant really was a god like King Zhen, even if he died, it shouldn't be possible to use his corpse as a base that other beings could grow off of. What is this thing? Could it really be the corpse of a god? Han Sen's heart pounded as he tried to think. Before Han Sen could ask anything further, Violet kept on talking. He seemed pretty excited. "Our ancestors witnessed the beginning of the Ganoderma lucidum's parasitic claiming of the god's corpse, and they guarded this place with their lives. They tried to figure out what the god was, exactly. But they were never able to find out. Our race, however, started to grow many flowers on our heads. These flowers gave us the ability to evolve quickly. Although we have been developing quickly, we've been struggling to catch up to the other creatures of the universe, which have been evolving for billions of years. The speed of our development has accelerated dramatically, though. It was like a big jump for our people. After many generations of research, we finally found a way to absorb God's power directly. We just had to turn ourselves into plants. We have imitated the Ganoderma lucidum's parasitic claiming of the god's corpse, in a way. It absorbed the god's corpse's power, and we intend to do the same. I don't think that your plan is going all that well. Those flower gods have power, but it looks like they were driven insane in the process." Han Sen now understood why the flower gods suddenly possessed such frightening levels of power. It was due to them leeching off the god corpse's energy. Yes, but we can say that we succeeded as much as we can say we failed. We used the tentacles of the space garden to allow ourselves to absorb the god corpse's power faster. We don't need to eat the xenogenic plants to gain God's power anymore. This way is faster, and our people are evolving much faster, which proves that our theory was correct. In the past, it was impossible for us to gain a deified elite. But right now, after directly absorbing the power from the god's corpse, everyone has started to become deified like it was the easiest thing in the world. As he said this, Violet's face was brimming with pride. But it is a shame. Right now, at this time, a complication has shown up in the bodies of most of my people. They cannot handle the power of the god, and so they have started to become plants. Even their thoughts are starting to decompose. They even buried themselves in the soil to behave more like a plant. But I am different. Why are you different? Han Sen knew this was the most important point. He stared at Violet, who was looking more insane with every minute that passed. Violet's face looked so prideful, it couldn't be described. I am the chosen one. I can accept God's power. I won't become a vegetable like the rest of my people. I do, however, have a minor issue. I have to pass a test that God himself gave me. What test? Han Sen asked, his expression remaining completely impassive. I need the genes of other creatures to keep myself from turning into a god. Violet turned to look at the giant jade god. His eyes looked very sincere as he spoke. Xianxia laughed out loud. He lifted his lips and said, "You make it sound so good. I think you need the genes of other creatures to avoid turning into a vegetable. This is a test given to me by a god. It is the first step on my path of ascendance. The first step for me becoming a god," Violet said coldly. He didn't seem shaken or put off by Xianxia's mockery. Han Sen was still a bit confused by all this, so he asked, "If you need the genes of other creatures, why aren't you gathering the genes from the creatures that are dying up above us? Why are you praying to the god down here?" Violet smiled and said, "I don't need to take part in the chaos on the surface. When you guys came down here, everything was settled. You guys will become the sacrifice to the god, and I will take his place. If I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is that you aren't the one who needs the genes. It's him, isn't it?" Han Sen asked, pointing at the giant jade god. "You are quite smart. The power of the god's corpse is too strong. If I absorb it immediately, my body won't be able to withstand its power. But if I let the god's corpse absorb the genes of other creatures, those genes might help to soften the god's energy. Then, I can absorb the power of the god's corpse. Once the power is diluted slightly, it shouldn't be as destructive to my body." It seemed like the plan had almost succeeded. Violet was in a good mood, and he clearly wanted someone else to appreciate how successful his plan had been. That was why he was taking the time to brag to Han Sen and Xianxia. Han Sen sighed and shook his head. "You are pathetic. I didn't think you would be so stupid as to do something like this. You are about to become his sacrifice, too." Violet smiled and said, "I know what you mean, but that's impossible. When gods die, they die. It doesn't matter how powerful they were in life, once they're dead, they're just inanimate objects." "Are you sure that is true?" Han Sen kept an eye on the jade giant. He didn't think a god would die so easily. "Of course, I want to let him absorb the genes of other creatures, and I have expended a lot of effort making this happen. The more genes he has, the more power I will get." Violet sounded very confident. Han Sen didn't know if all the men who had fallen under a god's thumb were this dumb, but it was clear that Violet was completely convinced. It was like Violet was being sold as a slave, yet he was taking pride in calculating how much he was worth. "Time is almost up. You guys should offer up your power for me to become a god." As Violet was speaking, a jade substance chain rose from his body. The purple flower on his head turned green and sparkled like a piece of crystal. "Deified power is nothing special. When I become a god, I will show the universe the true meaning of power. True god deifieds will be eliminated on a whim. The very high, ancient gods, and extreme kings will be wiped out. The only high race in the universe will be the flower gods. I will be the leader of the universe." Violet's eyes were brimming with passion. "What a naive kid. You should wait until you've become a god to make proclamations like that." Xianxia quickly retreated. Then, he shouted at Han Sen, "Brother, I will leave you to deal with this psycho. Get rid of him. I don't want to become food." "Since when did you learn how to fall back?" Han Sen thought that was strange. Xianxia had retreated. That had never been the man's style before. It would be stupid to fight when I know the likelihood of my death is very high. Xianxia lit up a cigar and clamped it between his teeth as he spoke to Han Sen. I'm not deified yet, so I will let you perform. Enjoy the moment before I catch up with you. When I become deified, your time to shine will be up. This guy is becoming more and more human. Han Sen looked at Xianxia happily. When he was in the sanctuaries, he had been blinded by the need to fight. He would never have behaved so rationally. Teacher Xie, I like your comics, and I admire your talent a great deal. But real life is not a comic. Right now, Bai Wanji and those other nobles are nothing compared to me. I am stronger. I am afraid your guard will be of no protection to you. As Violent spoke, his substance chains became green vines. They writhed like long dragons as they reached out for Han Sen. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen was trapped between the vines. He was wrapped up like filling in a dumpling. Teacher Xie, before I kill you, I will let you witness the power of a god. It is a shame you will be unable to draw this for one of your comics. Violet's eyes looked spaced out. The green vines were hollow like hoses, and they looked as if they were going to suck something out of Han Sen's body. God is above everything. God controls everything. God can take away everything. Although I am not God, I can take anyone's power for myself. Violet's face was full of haughty confidence as he finished boasting, but then his eyes widened. The green vines were attempting to suck Han Sen's power out of his body, but it wasn't working. Nothing was being drawn from him. That confused Violet a bit. Xianxia laughed and said, I forgot to tell you. You aren't God yet, and even if you did become God, it would be pointless. That is because the guy in front of you is God's daddy. Even if you become God, you would still have to kneel before him. What are you talking about? Violet didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence. Only pang. The green substance chains that had become vines were suddenly shattered. Han Sen walked safely out of their clutches. He looked at Violet and said, that was the breadth of your amazing god powers. Impossible, even Bai Wanji couldn't tear down my powers so easily, but you, who are you? Violet looked at Han Sen with shock. God's daddy, Han Sen said simply. He walked up to Violet, and his body was suddenly cloaked in half-transparent white armor. His form was wreathed in a white flame. Violet recomposed his power with the intent of fighting Han Sen, but when he generated his green substance chains, he froze. He was suddenly hanging in the air, and he couldn't move. It was like he had been pinned in space. You, who are you? Violet was shocked as he realized he could no longer use his power. His body and his power were like a volcano that was ready to erupt, but he couldn't quite release an attack. Han Sen kept walking forward. The Dongshuan area controlled the universal cogwheels of the encompassing zone. Unless Violet's power was stronger than his, the flower god wouldn't be able to use his universal cogwheel. He wouldn't be able to unleash his power. 2784 Sky Vine Radish. Violet's eyes opened so wide that they seemed to be on the verge of popping out of their sockets. But no matter how much strength he used, he still couldn't unleash the power that was brimming within him. He could only watch Han Sen approach. Violet tried to shy back from Han Sen, but he had lost all control of his body. Han Sen continued to approach him with the placidity of an all-powerful god. Just as Han Sen was about to reach Violet, the flower on Violet's head suddenly flashed with light. Many green sproutlings surged out of Violet's scalp and wrapped down around his body like jade tentacles. The vines formed a green set of armor. Gotcha! Violet's body finally moved. The green air around his body was burning, and he was finally able to unleash his power. His emerald eyes peered through the vine helmet's slit. They were looking right at Han Sen. Should I call you Violet or God now? Han Sen asked, stopping in his tracks as he carefully examined Violet in his vine armor. My name is Sky Vine Radish, said Violet from within his armor. Although his voice hadn't changed, his tone and inflection sounded different. It was just a small change, but it was enough to make him come across as a different person. You really are a god? Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow at Sky Vine Radish. I guess, Sky Vine Radish said dispassionately. A god that can satisfy one's wishes. Han Sen asked again. No. Sky Vine Radish's answer surprised Han Sen. Sky Vine Radish went on to say, my god body was almost destroyed in a god battle. I don't have the power to fulfill your wishes. Of course, if you guys can help me by making a wish that isn't too difficult to fulfill, then I can give it a shot. I could, For instance, level you up once so you can become a transmutation deified. You need power to fulfill wishes. In reality, don't those wishes only benefit gods like you? Han Sen sneered at Sky Vine Radish. Now, he knew for sure that Sky Vine Radish was just like King Zhen. He was an empty god. But he looked damaged. Otherwise, he never would have gotten himself into this situation. Sky Vine Radish's eyes shone with a green light, and he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the guy who will kill you." Han Sen suddenly exploded with his own power. He cast his Dongshuan powers and had them firing on all cylinders. He threw a punch at Sky Vine Radish. The white phoenix flames licked hungrily around Han Sen's hand. Sky Vine Radish didn't show any indication that he intended to step back. Instead, with amazing speed, he reached out his hand and grabbed Han Sen's fist. Han Sen gathered up power to attack again, but it was blocked by his enemy. "Although I am heavily injured and borrowing a low-levels body, pathetic creatures like you can't hope to compete," Sky Vine Radish proclaimed in a cold, distant voice. But the next second, Sky Vine Radish let go of Han Sen's fist as if he had been electrified. He stumbled backward, raising and clutching the hand he had used to grab Han Sen's fist. His hand was burning with a white fire. "Phoenix flame, are you a phoenix?" "No, obviously not." Sky Vine Radish looked at Han Sen in shock. His face was wrought with confusion. The phoenix flame refused to be extinguished, and it burned farther and farther across the god's body. In seconds, the god's entire arm was covered in flames. Han Sen hadn't expected his phoenix flame to be that powerful. His full power attack had been blocked by Sky Vine Radish, but his enemy hadn't been able to do anything to douse the phoenix fire. The man could only watch his body smolder and burn. "Regrettably for you, you aren't a true phoenix. If you were, this fight would be quite annoying for my damaged body," Sky Vine Radish said to himself as he watched his burning arm. The phoenix fire was spreading all across his body, turning his form momentarily white. It was very strange to see. The phoenix fires were burning brightly, but after they passed over Sky Vine Radish, only the green vine armor was burned away. The body that the god had taken from Violet was left undamaged. When the phoenix flames disappeared, Violet's body was left looking perfect. Not even a single strand of his hair was singed. The vine armor encasing his body, however, was gone. The only thing that was missing from Violet's body was that flower atop his head. Beneath the ravaging fires of the phoenix, even that flower had been turned to ash. Han Sen could feel the presence of Violet's body change. What Han Sen now sensed was different from when Violet had been in control of himself, but it wasn't the presence of Sky Vine Radish, either. Regardless, Violet didn't have his deified power anymore. Han Sen could feel his enemy's power fading and becoming insignificant. He was no longer even king class. Why is the phoenix's power so strange? It didn't hurt Violet. Is that a coincidence, or is that how it works? Han Sen's heart mulled over the conundrum. Han Sen didn't have time to think through the matter thoroughly, though. He ignored the currently unconscious Violet, and instead looked at the giant, jade god beyond the vines. Clearly, this was Sky Vine Radish's actual body, which had been damaged long ago. According to what Han Sen knew, gods were unable to directly harm beings of the universe, and the beings of the universe couldn't harm them either. But this god body was clearly some sort of exception to that rule. "How about we make a trade?" The giant, jade eyes of the being were still shut. Its lips didn't move, but even so, a voice bellowed through the air and rang in Han Sen's ears. "I don't make deals with gods," Han Sen said flatly. Then he threw a punch at the jade giant. Pang! Han Sen's fist struck the jade giant's eye. It made the sound of jade stone being broken. Han Sen had used all his power, but the jade giant's body didn't move. The phoenix flame burned on the jade giant's skin, but it was only alight for a brief time before it was extinguished. It didn't seem to be capable of burning the creature's skin. "If you really were a phoenix, you probably would stand a chance of harming my god body. But you only have the phoenix's flames. As you can see, that doesn't work on me. Why don't we just chill for a minute and talk?" said Sky Vine Radish's voice again. Han Sen paid little attention to what the creature was saying, though. This might be his final chance to defeat a god. Who knew if he would ever get another opportunity like this one? Right now, Sky Vine Radish just wanted to talk things over. He could make himself heard to anyone in the chamber, but he couldn't move. His body was badly damaged, and even after all the years his remains had been here, it had yet to recover. Han Sen kept on punching Sky Vine Radish's body, and the god couldn't so much as twitch in retaliation. However, the only thing that Han Sen's phoenix flame could do was scorch a small part of its skin. I told you, you cannot hurt my body, Sky Vine Radish said imperiously. That might not be true. Han Sen retrieved his phoenix feather from Destiny's tower. He gripped it in his hand like a sword, then slashed across Sky Vine Radish's body. Screech. The white flames formed the shape of a phoenix feather. Han Sen thrust his weapon halfway into Sky Vine Radish's body. The resulting wound showed that Sky Vine Radish's flesh was green like jade, and green blood began to leak steadily from the opened flesh. 2785 Killing Sky Radish. Han Sen stared with wide eyes at the wound that his phoenix feather had just delivered. Up to this point, Han Sen had completely failed to injure the god. Even his phoenix fires had only burned briefly across the monster's skin. But now, the phoenix feather was able to perforate Sky Vine Radish's indestructible god body. The white phoenix fires ravaged the wound. This injury was so small that it clearly mattered little to Sky Vine Radish and his god body, but to Han Sen, it was a very important step on the path to taking down Sky Vine Radish completely. If he was unable to harm the god body at all, how could he even think about killing a god? Han Sen had now focused his awareness on the phoenix flame that the phoenix had given him. He had originally wanted to get rid of it, but he hadn't expected that the phoenix flame used in conjunction with the phoenix feather would unleash such devastating power. It was able to slice open a god's body. But right now, Han Sen didn't have the time to sit idly by and think through all the ramifications of what he had just done. He continued to swing his phoenix feather with the ferocity of a furious storm cloud. Sword lights flew everywhere, slashing here and there across Sky Vine Radish's god body. As Han Sen cut Sky Vine Radish again and again, the flow of blood increased. Stop or I will bury you. Sky Vine Radish bellowed angrily. Han Sen ignored the warning. He kept slashing Sky Vine Radish's god body without relenting. He let the god blood splatter him. This is blasphemy against God. Your sons and your grandsons and the rest of your filthy race will be cursed now and forever. Great disaster will fall upon you. Sky Vine Radish released an enraged roar into the sky, but over time, it slowly turned into a scream. And still, he couldn't move. Han Sen continued to slash the god body like a madman. Although each slash only cut a little bit into the god's flesh, after Han Sen slashed his enemy 1,000 times, then 10,000 times, he was able to open Sky Vine Radish's flesh to the bone. God blood poured out. Kacha. As Sky Vine Radish's voice kept up an unending stream of curses and profanity, Han Sen lost count of how many times he had slashed the god. But before long, he was able to lop the god's head off. That big jade head fell to the ground, creating a big crater in the earth when it landed. The jade skull's face was turned up toward the sky. The eyes that had been closed were now finally open. They glared at Han Sen right before the head shouted, "Gods can never die. Today, you have destroyed my god body, but I will ensure that your sons and your grandsons pay me back millions and billions of times more. All the women in your race will become whores, and all the men will become slaves." Kacha. Han Sen thrust his feather sword into the god's eye, blinding it. God blood sprayed up like a freshwater spring, splattering all over Han Sen's body. Han Sen had nothing to be afraid of. Han Sen knew that his family was meant to fight these gods. He would not be intimidated by the empty threat of some ominous curse. Han Sen had seen how Sky Vine Radish treated the flower gods, so he knew that the gods never treated the people of the universe as equals. Gods thought of the people in this universe as little more than livestock. They would kill and eat the people that Han Sen knew for nutrition. If gods can eat people, then why can't people eat gods? Today, I, Han Sen, will be the first person to dine on the flesh of a god. Han Sen licked the god blood around his lips. It felt as hot as boiling water. Deified gene +1, god body evolution +1, just one drop of blood can raise my tally by one whole deified gene, no wonder you are considered a god. Han Sen looked at his fallen enemy with disdain. He didn't stop moving his sword. He kept slashing the corpse over and over. Every slash parted flesh and broke bones. There was a reason that these gods were creatures of legend. Even with a heavily damaged body, it was still so strong. Its strength was difficult to comprehend. Han Sen had decapitated the creature and perforated its heart, but he still couldn't kill it. I don't believe you can still live if I wholly dismember your god body. Han Sen continued to hack his way through the creature's flesh. He made sure to consume the blood that sprayed him. It was like he was swallowing lava into his belly. Han Sen felt as if his entire body was on fire. It was so hot, he wanted to take off his skin just to cool down a little. Deified Gene +1, deified Gene +1, the announcements kept adding up. A single drop of god blood granted a deified gene. The body of a god could bring an unimaginable bounty of wealth to someone like Han Sen. God evolution 100%, can evolve. Finally, Han Sen heard the announcement that he had been waiting for. But he didn't have the time to evolve right now. He was determined to kill Sky Vine Radish and do it soon. He couldn't give the monster any chance to reassemble itself and regain its fighting strength. Dong. Han Sen had been cutting his way through Sky Vine Radish's giant skeleton, but his blade had come up against a bone that it couldn't cut through. The other bones had snapped with relative ease, but he couldn't even leave a mark on this one. Han Sen was shocked, and he leaned closer to the bone to get a better look. Han Sen didn't understand much about how these god bodies worked, but it was clear that this bone didn't resemble any of the structures in a human body. The bone snaked its way around the heart and lungs like a crooked vine. It was green, and it was only 2 meters long. A bone like that, in a giant god body like Sky Vine Radish's, was truly tiny. Interestingly, the bone was shaped differently than the rest of the god's skeleton, as well. Although most of the bones looked like they were made of a green stone, this one was rather transparent. Inside that bone, it looked like there were strange symbols floating. The bone seemed like something out of a dream, some mysterious item that could exist only in Han Sen's imagination. Let's make a deal. If you stop this, I can help you conquer the universe. Sky Vine Radish's voice quivered with something that resembled fear. Gotcha. Han Sen acted as if he hadn't heard Sky Vine Radish. He slashed at the bone that connected the giant's heart and lungs, and it was sliced open. Arg! Sky Vine Radish screamed like his heart was being ripped out and his lungs torn open. He hadn't even moaned when his head was cut off, but now, he was squealing like a pig. That must have been your weak spot. Han Sen grinned in delight. He swung his phoenix feather at the strange bone even faster. Every slash struck the tether between the bones, the flesh, and the organs. He cut the tether slowly. Sky Vine Radish kept screaming and cursing Han Sen, but Han Sen remained undeterred. Han Sen might obey God, but not this sort of God. You will die. Sky Vine Radish suddenly screamed when he saw that Han Sen was on the verge of slicing through the strange bone. His god body flashed with a green light. His flesh began to glow like superheated steel. Oh, no! Han Sen suddenly understood what Sky Vine Radish was doing. The god knew that he didn't stand a chance against Han Sen, so he was going to self-destruct. Han Sen couldn't stop the god from self-destructing, so he pushed himself to strike even faster with his sword. He wanted to dig out the bone before the monster blew itself up. But Sky Vine Radish's body detonated far too quickly, and Han Sen didn't have enough time to cut the strange bone free. A scary power suddenly exploded from Sky Vine Radish's god body. It was like a nuclear bomb going off. Boom! At the top of the space garden, a green light shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Once it entered the sky, it spread out and began to shower the area. The light rain rained down across the flower fields, and the xenogenic plants that touched the light rain started to grow at an accelerated rate. The whole of the space garden changed. It was like the sky and the earth had been flipped. Han Sen exited his super god spirit mode, and then, he heard the announcement play in his head. Killed god spirit, obtained god spirit, found god spirit gene, 2786 fallen god in the space garden. A green light fired into the sky like an erupting volcano. It made that whole area shake. In every corner of the Geno universe, a green tear became visible in space. It was like the very fabric of the universe had been wounded. BZZT. In that green, ripped space, a giant thing that looked like the temple of some ancient god emerged from the crack. The Geno Hall. The creatures of the universe, seeing the Geno Hall appear before them, looked confused. They raised their heads to stare uncertainly at the mysterious Geno Hall. No one had any idea why it had shown up. The Geno being scroll fights finished up not too long ago. Why is the Geno Hall appearing again? I bet some elite triggered the door for another lantern fight. I don't think so. Last time, when Kong Fei fought, there was a different feeling permeating the atmosphere. This feels like something else entirely. Back then, all the stars arose. But now, it looks like there is a wound in the universe itself. It feels different from the way it felt before. Yes, what is going on with the green crack? This is incredibly strange. I have never heard of something like this before. Seeing the green crack, I feel kind of sad. I want to cry. What is going on? On the peak of Empty Mountain, there was a woman with a holy horn rising from her head. She was standing next to a beast with green fur. They were looking out across the universe's green crack. Their gazes were oddly intense. It has finally appeared again. It has been a billion years since I was last able to witness the sadness of a god. I miss the era of Mountain Leader, the man who could go against the sky and kill gods, break the doors, and mark his place. He became a god spirit. It has been a billion years since someone did something like this. Today, I am able to witness God's sadness once more, the green-haired beast said. He looked at the sight, an oddly conflicted expression on his face. I don't know who could go against the sky and slay a god right now, though. And even claim their god spirit seat. The horned woman frowned. This is a good thing no matter who has done it. It proves that the Geno Hall's suppression is not infallible. Those gods are no longer omnipotent opponents. We can slay them and take their thrones, the green-haired beast said. It looked at the sleeping gold beast and said, this might be Empty Mountain's chance. With Little Mountain Leader here, nothing can prevent Empty Mountain from rising. Hearing the 3 words, Little Mountain Leader, the woman's serious face showed a rare smile. The blood of the Little Mountain Leader isn't pure, so its potential is unpredictable, but it can certainly become a true god. And then, it will be able to go against the sky and become something even greater. It will go into the Geno Hall as Mountain Leader did. People will then know that Empty Mountain is still here, and the race is composed of invincible blood. Inside a scary red dwarf, there was a hidden palace. Within that palace, there were many creatures that looked like humans. They were staring at the god's sadness in space. If Han Sen had been there, he would have been shocked to find God's retribution amongst them. He was a member of Blood Legion. What we knew would happen has finally come to pass. For the first time since Sacred, a war of gods has finally started anew. It is a shame that we haven't sufficiently prepared yet. A man with blue eyes stared at the sky and sighed. Although we aren't yet prepared, it isn't as if we don't stand a chance. Blood Legion has remained hidden for too long. It is time to fight the god spirits in the sky. Perhaps. The blue-eyed man looked at the green crack in the distance. No one could tell what he was thinking. On a small planet that belonged to the 1,000 treasures, an old man who was holding a cloth flag frowned and looked up at the green crack in space. He spoke to himself, saying, this shouldn't be happening. Time isn't yet up. The Geno Hall's bindings should still be in place. Was someone able to kill a god right now? Weird. That shouldn't be possible. On countless mysterious places in the universe, scary elites stared at the green crack in the Geno Hall that was slowly appearing. All of them were thinking about different things. Some were very excited, some were suspicious, some of them were only watching. They were watching in the hopes of finding out who had managed to kill a god spirit and take the god spirit's place. The Geno Hall had completely revealed itself now. The whole universe went pitch black, and only the green light shone in space with its beautiful vacillations. The door of the ancient, mysterious Geno Hall looked like it hadn't been opened for a billion years. Today, it was finally opened again. This was different from Kong Fei's lantern fight. And it was different from ancient water god's fight to break through the door. This Geno Hall's door was completely open. Any creature from any corner of the universe could see what was inside the door now. Inside the door was a giant statue that looked like it had been made from jade. Although it was just a statue, it was too intimidating to be described. The mere sight of it weighed on the mind like an anvil. When creatures with weaker minds looked at the statue, they found themselves kneeling before they even knew what had happened. But right now, blood was trickling down from the statue's eyes. The sight filled everyone who saw it with sadness. It was intimidating, but it didn't feel as threatening as one might have expected. With many creatures watching, that statue slowly came out of the Geno Hall. A webwork of cracks covered it. When the statue passed the threshold of the Geno Hall's door, it shattered into a countless number of pieces that scattered everywhere. The sky shook as if a thunderstorm was rocking space itself. It was like the sky was crying over the death of a god spirit. Who will be the new god spirit? Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes. He stared at the Geno Hall with its open door. A statue had departed the Geno Hall. There was an empty god slot up there now, and there was guaranteed to be a new master to claim the space. Sky Palace leader wanted to know who, in that era, could go against the sky and slay a god. The other people of Sky Palace felt the same way, too. They all stared at the Geno Hall door, and they waited for the elite who killed a god spirit to ascend to their rightful platform as a new god. But after waiting for a long time, they still hadn't seen a new being fly toward the Geno Hall to claim their seat. A voice boomed from the Geno Hall, sounding clearly across the nothingness of space. Sky Vine Radish has fallen. The god's personality is lost. Whoever has the personality of Sky Vine Radish can claim the god spirit's seat. Every person in the universe was shocked. A god spirit had fallen, and the god's personality had vanished. They had never heard of something like this happening before. The elite that killed Sky Vine Radish should have taken their god personality to the Geno Hall and become a god themselves. What does it mean for a god's personality to be lost? Does it mean that the elite killed a god spirit and didn't take the god's personality? No way. Such a powerful thing. Why did he not take it? Maybe the elite died alongside Sky Vine Radish. It is possible. The hearts of many people were pounding in their chests. If the elite and the god really had died together, then anyone could find where the god died, claim the personality, and become a god themselves. As people all across the universe found their minds racing, the door shut, and the Geno Hall returned to the nether. But the sadness in the sky still lingered like a green mark. It didn't fade. The things around him were not so lucky. Everything else had been destroyed by that explosion. There was not even dust left. Only that jade-like bone remained. It was unharmed by that manic explosion. It was the bone Han Sen assumed to be Sky Vine Radish's weakness and the god spirit gene that was announced in his head. If I knew Sky Vine Radish's self-destruction would have evaporated all of his blood, I would have drunk my fill, Han Sen said with a greedy tone of voice. It was not easy to kill a god spirit, and now I am only walking away with a bone. Oh, no, did Brother King die in the explosion? Han Sen thought of Xie King, and nothing pleasant came to mind. Before Han Sen went looking for him, he saw Xie King emerge from a cave with a face covered in dust. He flew toward Han Sen and said, "That thing was so strong. It almost killed me." Han Sen felt some relief. Fortunately, you were quick to escape the radius of the detonation. Otherwise, not even a deified elite would have been able to withstand that self-destructive explosive. Seeing that Xie King was fine, Han Sen now had the time to check out his Sea of Soul. There was a giant spirit body that looked like jade. It was similar to Sky Vine Radish's god body, but Sky Vine Radish had a solid body. This was just a spirit body. When ordinary xenogenics die, they leave behind beast souls, Han Sen said while he examined the spirit body's information. Sky Vine Radish left behind a god spirit. I wonder what the difference is. Sky Radish god. Destroyed class god spirit. What does it mean for it to be a destroyed class? Han Sen's head was filled with questions. The levels of a god spirit seemed to be different from beast souls. There was no defined type, but there was a class. This was a destroyed class. Han Sen tried to summon his Sky Radish god and see what it could do. Sky Radish god's giant god spirit body suddenly appeared in front of Han Sen. Its presence was like that of a flooding beast. It was immeasurably scary. It was like it could blow up the world with one punch. Is this thing like a pet beast soul? Han Sen's heart jumped. He commanded Sky Radish god to punch a wall in front of him. Sky Radish god adhered to Han Sen's thoughts and did what he was told. The green god spirit light on his body shone as he threw a punch into the wall. With its power, it was going to blow up the entire space garden. Han Sen was worried about Space Garden being destroyed, but he was immediately frozen. Sky Radish god's power went through the wall, but it did not do anything to it. Even Sky Radish god's body went through the wall as if it was a phantom. Are these god spirits like gods? Can they not touch the substances of the universe? Han Sen tried to repeat the action a few times. No matter how strong Sky Radish god was or how much power it unleashed, it could not harm the smallest leaf. Han Sen was left fairly disappointed. I thought this was some good stuff, but it can't touch anything. This is rubbish, Han Sen suddenly thought, but that can't be right. If the god spirit was just like the other gods and could not touch or harm the substances of the universe, it proves they were the same kind. Does that mean the god spirit can hurt the gods? Han Sen was thinking that might be possible, but there weren't any gods willing to stand up to him. He wanted to try his hand at guessing. But why was Sky Vine Radish's actual body able to be harmed by ordinary creatures like me? Was it really because he was injured? Or, is there another reason? Han Sen continued to guess. He thought this entire thing was not that simple. Xianxia King flew over to Han Sen and looked at him with confusion. What are you doing? You keep moving your legs and hands. Did the explosion break your brain? Don't you see it? Han Sen was confused too. Xianxia King looked at Han Sen and asked, see what? Do you mean the green vine that looks like a spear? The one you are holding? Don't you see him? Han Sen pointed to where Sky Radish God was. What? Who? Is there someone here? Xianxia King reached his hand out to touch whatever it was, but there was no solid surface. His hand went right through the Sky Radish God's God Spirit body. There is a weird beast soul that you cannot see or touch. It came from the guy who called himself a god. Han Sen explained the Sky Radish God's situation to him. When he heard that, Xianxia King was momentarily silent before saying, so, do the god spirits look similar to the gods? Maybe it is just as you thought. Perhaps you can use them to go against the gods. I sure hope so. Han Sen nodded. He had been feeling terrible about his inability to fight the gods and how he always had to be passive before them. If the god spirit was able to fight the gods, it would be a beast soul he would cherish more than any other. Let's not talk about that. Xianxia King looked around and said, we made too much noise down here. I am afraid it is only a matter of time before people come. Let's just leave. Only Han Sen nodded. He put the god spirit Gene Bone inside his Destiny's Tower and committed to an escape alongside Xianxia King. After they left, they saw the Geno Hall had been revealed. Han Sen heard a voice coming from the Geno Hall. He quickly realized that the god personality the Geno Hall was referring to could have been the god spirit Gene Bone. Han Sen was not going to take the god spirit Gene to the Geno Hall. He wanted to know more about the bone first. He thought the space garden would have been destroyed because of Sky Vine Radish self-destructing. When he looked closer, Han Sen noticed the space garden had not been destroyed. It had actually become bigger. He did not know how much bigger it was, but the plant xenogenics in the flower fields had mutated. They had become quite big and weird. Not far ahead, Han Sen saw a big tree that looked like a strange snake. It was releasing a scary presence. He was able to tell that it was a deified class. It seems that after Sky Vine Radish's power exploded and spread, it benefited the xenogenic plants all around here. It has made them swiftly evolve. Now, the space garden is worth more than the old space garden. It will be perfect for us to build a base here. It is a shame Violet was blown to bits. That means we have missed out on the key to access the space garden. Xianxia King looked sad as he spoke. There must be a way. In Han Sen's mind, he started to think, the space garden itself is a giant Ganoderma lucidum xenogenic. If it is alive, that means we can talk, and I can convince it. But I am afraid this Ganoderma lucidum's intelligence might be low. If it doesn't understand words, it might be difficult to convince. While Han Sen was thinking, he heard the sounds of people coming from the left. They were headed for the battlefield. The people fighting were a group of extreme kings. They were engaged in a battle against a dozen flower gods. The flower gods had not recovered after Sky Vine Radish's death. They were just as crazy as ever. They were still wildly powerful. As they went, their bodies kept changing. They had become extremely strong. When Bai Wanji unleashed his power against a flower god, he could only send them flying. The flower gods were never slow in catching up. Bai Wanji, who was a deified elite, was the only one who could do that. The others from the Extreme King were doing even worse. There weren't many of the Extreme King following Bai Wanji. Most of them looked to be riddled with injuries. It appeared as if many had been killed. The girl Han Sen had spoken to before made strange movements. She was able to move perfectly when the flower gods chased her, and she was able to avoid taking damage from the fiends. Since they were not able to kill the flower gods, Bai Wanji and the others could only flee. They did not have time to fight them face to face. Han Sen did not have much reason to be interested in their struggle. Plus, they were people from the Extreme King. Han Sen and the Extreme King had a deep-seated grudge with each other. Han Sen considered himself nice enough for not making things worse for them. Either way, he was certainly not going to make an effort to rescue the Extreme King's crown prince. When Bai Wanji and the others walked past them, a few of the flower gods noticed Han Sen and Xianxia King, then went to them. Bai Wanji and the girl saw Xianxia King and Han Sen, but they did not bring the flower gods to them on purpose. Bai Wanji did not believe people could kill those flower gods, so he did not expect Han Sen would be able to do much of anything. They didn't draw the flower gods to them on purpose. When the few flower gods noticed Han Sen and xianxia, they went after them. The girl shouted in Han Sen's direction. Why are you frozen there? Hurry up and run. She had just finished shouting when she saw Han Sen throw a punch toward one of the flower gods. She could not help but shout, is this guy crazy? If he is trapped here and has a burden, he cannot even hope to escape. Pang! While the girl was thinking, Han Sen's fist powered into the face of one of the flower gods. The strong power blasted the flower god a few hundred feet away. It broke through many trees before collapsing to the ground. That power is unbelievable. The girl was shocked. Han Sen's punch was far stronger than what Bai Wanji was able to do, which surprised her a great deal. Even if he is strong, it is futile. The flower gods can never die, never. The girl was frozen. Her eyes were opened wide in sheer disbelief. The flower god that had been punched away by Han Sen was burning with a white flame. The flower gods had been fighting against them for a while. They knew the bodies of the flower gods were obscenely strong. Even if they were hurt, they quickly recovered. They did not seem to know the meaning of pain. Bai Wanji had used many different Geno arts to punch them away. He had done this several times. All the different powers used hadn't been effective on them. He had not been able to make a single one scream. Now, the flower god was screaming and rolling around on fire. It squealed like a pig getting slaughtered. Han Sen and the other flower gods were not content to sit still. Han Sen's body was like a swimming dragon. He punched each of the flower gods once. Within the blink of an eye, they all fell on the floor. It was different from the flower gods Bai Wanji had knocked to the ground. The flower gods Han Sen punched down were unable to get back up. They were all writhing around on the floor, burning due to the pain inflicted by the fire. It made Bai Wanji and the others feel very weird. The scorching white flame was burning them, but the bodies of the flower gods did not look to be incinerated. Either way, the flowers atop their heads were rendered little more than ash. When the flowers were gone, so too was the fire. The few flower gods fell to the ground without any energy. They stopped screaming. They refused to get up and continue their assault. Bai Wanji and the others sensed that the presence of those bodies had been weakened. They were not deified anymore. They were only king class at best. What is that fire? The girl asked with surprise. Clearly, Han Sen's power was the right remedy for sorting out those flower gods. Thank you for helping me out. Bai Wanji brought his people over to see Han Sen. He drew the final few leftover flower gods over, too. Han Sen quickly dropped all of the flower gods onto the ground. Again, they writhed around in pain due to the fire. Upon seeing that, the extreme king people were shocked. They had been chased by the flower gods for a long time and run out of options. They thought they would for sure bite it in the end. After all, many people already had. The monsters, which had once been thought invulnerable, were killed by Han Sen with ease. They could scarcely believe it. That was especially true for the extreme king girl. She looked at Han Sen weirdly, as if they did not know each other. You are welcome, my crown prince, xianxia said with a smile. We are all trapped here, and so it is only right that we help each other out. Bai Wanji thanked xianxia again. He looked at Han Sen and said, I wonder what your name is. San Mu, Han Sen coldly answered, but he did not look at Bai Wanji. Bai Wanji had no idea who he was. It seemed as if he really wanted to ally with Han Sen as he went on to profusely compliment him. Han Sen just ignored him completely. He didn't say a word back. San Mu is always like this. Please, do not mind him, Mr. Crown Prince. Xianxia looked down at the flower gods without their flowers. They were not dead. They eventually staggered up to their feet. Bai Wanji and the others from the extreme king were going to kill them, but the flower gods walked in front of Han Sen and kneeled. They said, thank you for saving us. Please show us mercy and save the rest of our people. Han Sen did not speak. He looked at xianxia nearby. Xianxia cleared his throat and replied, we can save you, but what can you reward us with? If you two are willing to save our endangered people, we are willing to share the space garden, an old flower god said. Only xianxia smiled and said, I don't like sharing things. The faces of the flower gods changed. They understood what xianxia meant. If you guys can save my people, the whole of the flower god race will be willing to serve you. It was still the old flower god doing the talking. Do you stay true to your word? Xianxia looked the old man up and down. Yes, I am the leader of the flower gods, the old man said with a sigh. Han Sen and xianxia looked at each other. They sensed how happy they both were. They had broken their shoes, unable to find what they were looking for. Now, they had achieved it all with ease. Bai Wanji wanted the flower gods, but he did not know who Han Sen was, and he was surprised by Han Sen's strange power. He did not dare fight him. He just watched Xie Qingqing claiming the flower gods. The flower god people had been controlled by Skyvine Radish, but their minds were not consumed. After the Phoenix Flame removed Skyvine Radish's power, they returned to normal with full memory regarding what had happened. They knew if the flower gods were unable to overcome the curse, they would end up like mindless zombies. Now, the space garden had undergone major changes. The whole place was occupied by scary deified plant xenogenics. With the power of the flower gods, they could not cultivate and develop the place. Therefore, they had to request the aid of Han Sen. First, only Han Sen was able to remove the curse plaguing the flower gods and free them from their doom. Second, Xie Qingqing and Han Sen did not have notable backgrounds. Via them, the flower gods might be able to prosper in the future. It is no use just saying that. Xie Qingqing looked at flower god leader and asked, "How are you going to make me believe the rest of the flower gods will be willing to follow us? You too, please follow me. I have something to give you. After receiving it, you can completely control the space garden." The flower god leader had no hesitation in telling Han Sen that. Xie Qingqing and Han Sen looked at each other. Xie Qingqing nodded and said, "Okay. If the flower gods really want to serve us, we will try to save the rest of the flower gods." They were ready to leave with flower god leader when Bai Wanji smiled, stepped forward, and said, "Teacher Xie, since we are trapped here and cannot leave, we would like to help. If Mr. Crown Prince wants to help, please wait here. If there is something we need, we will come to you." Xie Qingqing was not dumb. He wasn't going to let Bai Wanji and the others see the secrets of the space garden. "If things are like that, we will wait here for your good news." Bai Wanji did not try to push it. He let Han Sen and the others go off with the flower god. After waiting for Han Sen and the others disappeared, the girl asked Bai Wanji, "Nephew, why did you not kill them?" "The flower gods and Xie Qingqing are not scary, but San Mu is an enigma," Bai Wanji replied. "His power is like the legendary Phoenix Flame. If it is a Phoenix Flame, he must have a true god Phoenix supporting him. That is one of the sacred beasts. It is not something we can dare try to provoke. No matter which way you look at him, he doesn't look like a phoenix," the girl said. "I thought the 4 sacred beasts were killed in a god war." "That is why it is so scary," Bai Wanji said. "The 4 sacred beasts and 10 generals were killed in all the legends. These days, they seem to keep appearing again and again. Just now, a god spirit was killed. We should be careful. We do not want to get dragged into this grand, frightening conspiracy." "You talk so much, but I think you're just scared of San Mu," the girl said with a smile. "I guess. After all, he is a scary bloke. If he has the legendary Phoenix Flame, I do not think I can fight him." Bai Wanji was fine with being honest. "HMPH." The girl coldly grunted and said nothing. The space garden was 10 times bigger than they initially believed. Although the landscape had not changed much, there were many changes in the details. The scariest thing about all of it was the fact that the ordinary plant xenogenics in the flower fields had all received a large boost in their growth. Some of them were now deified. As they traveled across the flower fields, they saw the fields had a xenogenic with the upper body of a witch and the lower body of a big flower. Deified plant xenogenic. Han Sen looked at that strange witch flower. He saw a weird, plant substance chain on her. She was obviously a deified class being. Has the queen flower already evolved that much? The space garden had many plant xenogenics on the same level as the queen flower. If they saw boosts like the queen flower, the space garden will be a very dangerous place now. The flower god leader had a complicated look on his face. After he spoke, the queen flower opened her eyes. She stared at Han Sen and the others. Her weird purple eyes were glowing. Her purple-red flower clothes were waving in the breeze. She raised her jade arms. Suddenly, the garden had many thorny vines shoot out of the ground. They were like demon dragons headed for Han Sen and the others. Han Sen coldly grunted. He generated a phoenix flame and punched forward. The white flame went right past the flower vine. It was not able to harm the flower vine at all. "Oh, sh*t. Does the phoenix flame only work on sky vine radish? Can't it hurt these vines?" Han Sen was shocked. Those vines were covering the sky and the ground, and they were all coming. The faces of Flower God Leader and others changed. They did not believe Han Sen had the chops to fight the Queen Flower. Han Sen's eyes looked cold, but he did not do anything. He merely coldly shouted, "Damn!" Then, his Dongshuan area was cast around the vines of the flowers. They all stopped a few feet away from them. No matter how the Queen Flower shouted, the vines would not move. Han Sen did not use his Phoenix Flame. He teleported in front of the Queen Flower and punched the strange Queen Flower's body to blow her up. The Flower God Leader and the others were in shock. They thought, "I do not know who this person is. I really cannot tell how strong he is. I do not know if the Flower God serving him is a good or bad idea." For now, the Flower Gods were out of options. Aside from Han Sen, no other being was able to save the Flower Gods, which were being controlled. Deified Xenogenic hunted. Queen Flower. Deified Xenogenic Gene found. There was no beast soul, and it made him feel ashamed. But the Space Garden had undergone many changes, and that managed to keep his spirits lifted. Only there were many plant Xenogenics in the Space Garden, which meant that the realm had a lot of resources to plunder. For Han Sen and the whole race, that was a good thing. Han Sen killed a few more mutated plant Xenogenics on the way, but he did not encounter any more deified Xenogenics. Under the guidance of the Flower God Leader, they arrived at a city made from vines. The vines used to build the city were once dead objects. Now, they were booming with the vibrance of a healthy life force. They grew green leaves and all sorts of flowers. The entire Vine City's aesthetic was given a big boost in the pretty department. It thrived with an unbridled life force. The flower gods were visibly surprised to see what had become of their city. With a wry smile, one of the flower gods said, "The Space Garden is living up to its name. It has become a garden. I love this beautiful garden city. I am going to live here." Xie Qing King expressed his love for that garden-like city. Pang! Suddenly, a fighting force erupted someplace in the distance. The flower god leader's face changed. Someone has invaded this land. The flower god treasure is placed. We need it to control the space garden. Han Sen frowned. He hastened his pace to reach the place the flower god leader had referred to. When Han Sen rushed to that location, he saw that 20 to 30 flower gods were no longer themselves. They were attacking a swordsman. That swordsman was clad in green attire, and he was doing fine despite the conditions of him being surrounded. No matter how strong the flower gods were, they could not lay a finger on his garments. Every sword strike unleashed could damage a flower god. Although the destructive power was not enough to kill the flower gods, they were able to make the flower gods lose their abilities of combat for a bit and fail to chase the swordsman. Lone Bamboo really is so powerful. Han Sen was shocked. He recognized the swordsman as no other than Lone Bamboo. Even though Lone Bamboo was strong, he did not have enough power to kill the flower gods. After all, they were creatures under the control of a god. They had special powers and were very difficult to kill. Han Sen pulled out his phoenix feather and flashed forward. It was one strike for one enemy. The flower gods struck by the phoenix feather burned. They were crying in pain on the floor. Not long later, the flowers on their heads turned to ash and their bodies returned to normal. "You have very powerful sword skills," Lone Bamboo said. "What is your name?" "San Mu," Han Sen answered. Lone Bamboo was shocked. He looked at Han Sen with a weird face. There's no way this guy noticed something, Han Sen nervously thought. Lone Bamboo said nothing more. The flower god leader and the others assembled. They were gasping as they asked, "Lone Bamboo, did you get my flower seed?" Lone Bamboo smiled. "I have heard one of the elders of the race say the flower gods control the space garden through the use of a seed. I was going to go and claim it, but it is a shame that the location of the seed has been captured by a scary Xenogeniac. Not even I can get inside there." "Xenogeniac? What Xenogeniac?" The flower god leader was shocked. The location of the seed should not have had any plants or plant Xenogeniacs around. Even if the space garden Xenogeniacs had mutated, there should not have been anything in that particular location. "I am not sure what kind of Xenogeniac it is, but it is a kid in a red robe. He is bald and has a red mole on his head." Lone Bamboo described what the Xenogeniac looked like and said, "That Xenogeniac's power is weird. It can control the Xenogeniac plants all around it. That place has been taken over by a dozen deified Xenogeniac plants. I was unable to gain access." When the flower god leader heard what Lone Bamboo had to say, his face changed. He screamed and asked, Could it be that the flower seed has mutated and become a xenogenic? If that is true, then that is most terrible. What is the flower seed anyway? Xie Qing asked. The flower god leader knew there was no point in hiding things. He replied, according to the records of my people, when the Ganoderma lucidum spores landed on the corpse of the god, it absorbed the god corpse's nutrients and transformed the space garden. As a matter of fact, the space garden is one giant Ganoderma lucidum xenogenic. That flower seed came with the Ganoderma lucidum spore, but it did not grow. Even so, it had a weird connection with the Ganoderma lucidum. If you possess the seed, you can make the Ganoderma lucidum adhere to your commands. If the flower seed has mutated, we cannot control the Ganoderma lucidum xenogenic anymore. It will not just be the space garden that falls. There is no telling if we can make it out of here alive. In that case, it is worth going to check out what exactly happened. Han Sen was not worried. Even if the flower seed had become a xenogenic, he still had a chance to claim it. The flower god leader looked worried as he led the way forward. Not long later, he saw the city ahead of them had already been taken over by plant xenogenics. The flower vines looked like serpentine dragons, and the flowers looked like giant butterflies. The giant flower trees had many women on them. Their lower bodies were like slithering snakes. This area was like heaven for monsters. There were so many weird plant xenogenics gathered there, and they were very scary. On a vine tower that had a xenogenic atop it, there was a child clad in a red robe. Its eyes were wide open as it checked out Han Sen and the others approaching. When the flower god leader saw the red-robed child, his face turned pale. He said, "That is it. That is what the flower seed has become. Its presence is just like the seed but stronger." Han Sen wanted to ask something, but the red-robed child stood atop the tower pointing at Han Sen like a madman. No one was able to discern what its meaning was, but they saw a xenogenic with many butterfly flowers on it approaching. The trees began to move. Millions of butterfly flowers turned into real butterflies, and they all came at them like the rush of a tide. "Oh, no, everyone, go back," Lone Bamboo shouted. "This deified butterfly tree's radius is far too wide. I am afraid this is not something you and I can go against." "It is fine." Han Sen's heart jumped as he cast his Dongshuan area. He was able to control the cogwheels of the entire universe in that portion of space. As he cast it, he saw all the butterflies in the sky appear to freeze. They were like stars that could not move. "You guys wait for me here. I am going to go check out that red-robed kid." After speaking, Han Sen went in the direction of the vine tower. The butterfly tree did not do anything, and the red-robed kid kept making noises. Han Sen saw the plant xenogenics around the vine tower start shining with a god light. All kinds of power were coming toward him. Han Sen did not care for them. He kept going toward the red-robed child. Sky Vine Radish had only just exploded. All of its genes had scattered across the space garden, and it had made the plant xenogenics mutate. Only the time was too short, and the plant xenogenics were still mutating. They needed time to digest the Sky Vine Radish's genes. Therefore, their levels were not yet too high. The xenogenics that had become deified were only just primitive. Han Sen used his Dongshuan area at the maximum level. He used it to stay the assault of every hostile power. The many scary plant xenogenics that got close to him lost their power. Everyone saw Han Sen walk past the scary plant xenogenics. Wherever he went, the plant xenogenics fell back. Their scary powers were reduced. Han Sen walked past many scary plants all the way to the vine tower. "This person, who is this person?" The flower god leader was in shock. No one was able to believe Han Sen was merely Xie Qing's bodyguard. A primitive deified had used his power to suppress many scary xenogenics alone. That sort of power was something not even the extreme king or very high could muster. No high races produced individuals that intimidating. "It does not matter who he is. All you need to know is that he is on our side," Xie Qing said. His eyes were burning. Han Sen's power made him want to become deified too. The red-robed kid saw Han Sen approaching and that the scary plant xenogenics were absolutely useless before him. He got annoyed and stared at Han Sen. His body produced a strange red light. Han Sen did not know who the red-robed child was. He saw his body flash with a red light. It was flickering like a police car's siren. He did not walk forward. He just stopped and looked at him. He wanted to see what sort of power the child wielded. It was wild to be able to control the powers of a plant xenogenic, but the space garden was not populated by high-level xenogenic plants yet. The primitive deifieds had all been summoned there. After looking at Han Sen, the red-robed child suddenly developed a strange smile. Han Sen then saw the plant xenogenics all around gather power. They were not going for Han Sen. They were going for the red-robed child. There was a sword tree full of old swords. It was becoming a scary sword light. It created a rain of swords that stormed down on the red-robed child. The witch-like flower vines were lashing out on the red-robed child too. All kinds of scary powers were mustered, and they were coming out from the sky and ground. They did not cut the red-robed child any slack. What is going on here? The plant xenogenics are attacking him. Han Sen was not the only one confused by this. Xianxia King and the others were too. It was difficult to understand what was going on and why the plant xenogenics were suddenly attacking the child. Han Sen frowned and looked at the red-robed child. The red-robed child looked back at Han Sen. He had a weird smile on his face. He did not look as if he was going to come under fire by a massive amount of plant xenogenics. Seeing the scary power descend on the red-robed child, the sword lights were going to strike his skin. It was at that moment the red-robed child's body exploded with a red light. It was like a hole full of bugs. In the next moment, something weird happened. Han Sen felt some power come down on him. He did not have time to react. His body suddenly teleported. He appeared right where the red-robed child was a second ago, and the red-robed child appeared where Han Sen had been a moment before. It was like they had just swapped space. It was fine to swap space, but the scary power was surrounding Han Sen. The power was already able to land on his body. It disabled him from being able to use Dongshuan area in time. Boom! A countless number of scary powers struck Han Sen, creating a terrible explosion. Half of the entire flower city was reduced to rubble and ruin. The colorful explosion was like a colorful sun rising. Oh, no, the faces of the flower god leader and the others changed. None would have thought that the red-robed child had a power like that. It could swap places with the enemy at will. Han Sen did not have time to run. Being hit by so many scary powers like that, it was likely a transmutation deified was going to be rendered nothing but a crippled person. Do not worry, that guy wouldn't let himself be taken out that easily. Xianxia King was not worried in the least. The red-robed child had a very smug grin. When the explosion started to disperse, the smile on the red-robed child's face froze stiffly and queerly. Han Sen was able to walk out from that explosion with armor that was as clean and new as ever. It was burning with a white phoenix flame. He did not look like he was injured at all. "You are very weak," Han Sen said as he squinted his eyes at the red-robed child. Before the red-robed child responded, Han Sen's body flashed like a bolt of lightning. He teleported in front of the red-robed child, grabbed him by the collar, and picked him up. The red-robed child started to scream and flail his limbs in a futile bid for escape. The red light on his body exploded again. The red-robed child suddenly swapped locations so that he was the one holding Han Sen. The red-robed child looked very cocky again. He applied strength with his hands. He was planning on throwing Han Sen at the plant xenogenics. Before he had a chance, Han Sen grabbed him by the hands and threw the kid down. He then smacked him on the butt. Whoa! The red-robed child had been slapped. It gave the child teary eyes. He was crying, and his red light was going to explode again. This time, the red light merely flashed. The Dongshuan area had already stopped the universal cogwheels that were responsible for the switching. The red light that came out of the red-robed child's body froze where it was. Suddenly, it just vanished. After 2 switches, Han Sen was able to see through how the red-robed child was able to fight. His power was far weaker compared to Han Sen. With the control of the Dongshuan area, all his weird powers were useless now. Spank, spank, spank. Han Sen waved his hand and slapped the red-robed child's bum a few times. The red-robed child was crying. The red-robed child only had the power to control the plant xenogenics and swap locations. His battle power was weak, and he was unable to fight back. Han Sen was not cruel in case the red-robed child ended up being the flower seed. He might have perhaps needed him to control the space garden. He did not know what might happen if he was killed. Plus, Han Sen was curious about the red-robed child's power. He thought the red-robed child's power had to be space element, and that is how he could trade places with him. The second time the red-robed child used that power, Han Sen stopped the space universal cogwheels around from running. Yet, the red-robed child was still able to swap places with him. Therefore, it was not solely space powers in his employ. Although Han Sen saw what universal cogwheels the red-robed child used, he did not know what element those universal cogwheels were adhering to. Therefore, he did not know what the red-robed child's power was. If you be a good boy and listen, I will let you go. Han Sen stopped his butt-cheek assault and picked up the red-robed child. His face was full of tears as he looked at him. The red-robed child heard what Han Sen had told him. He felt terrible, but he nodded. It was like he was scared. Han Sen thought the eyes of the red-robed child looked a bit evil, but he did not care. He loosened his grip on the red-robed child and let him go. Only the red-robed child was free again. The red light on his body flashed. Instantly, what was in front of Han Sen changed. The red-robed child turned into Xianxia, but he was not standing where Xianxia had been before. The red-robed child stuck out his tongue at Han Sen. He wanted to escape, but he was quickly grabbed by Lone Bamboo. The red-robed child's face exploded with red light again. Lone Bamboo ended up grabbing Flower God Leader. The red-robed child was where the Flower God Leader was. His power was extremely tricky. Although his battle power seemed weak, people did not dare attack the red-robed child because they were afraid of hitting their allies the next second. As the people kept changing, no one knew what to do. The red-robed child had already managed to escape, and he was far away. He made another mocking face toward Han Sen, turned around, and went toward the sea of flower vines. The moment he turned around, he saw a shadow in front of him. The red-robed child hit it. He ended up bouncing back. It was then that he noticed it was Han Sen. Do you want to leave? Han Sen squinted his eyes and looked down on the red-robed child. It gave the red-robed child a chill. The red light flashed on his body. He sought to escape via someone else. This time, it was a futile effort. Han Sen's big hands picked the child up and extinguished the boy's red light. It was like he was bringing back a mischievous puppy. The red-robed child kept flailing his limbs, but he could not escape no matter how much he tried. If you listen to what I say, perhaps you won't suffer much. Otherwise, you will end up like this thing. Han Sen waved his hand and cut the xenogenic plant next to them in half. The red-robed child quietened down. He nibbled his lips and stopped screaming and struggling, but his eyes were still red with tears. He was looking at Han Sen as if he had just been bullied. Get those xenogenic plants out of the way, Han Sen commanded the red-robed child. The red-robed child did not speak or move. Han Sen raised his hand to pretend he was going to hit the boy and shouted, "Yeah." He saw the xenogenic plants simply part to pave a way. Even the deified xenogenic plants were doing it. Han Sen thought, the power to control these plant xenogenics is weird. I wonder if he can control plant xenogenics of an even higher level. If he can, that would surely be awesome. He then addressed the flower god leader and said, "Leader, can you please take a look if the flower seed is still there?" The flower god leader quickly ran to the vine tower that held the flower seed. Everyone followed him. The vine tower was a mess inside, but there was no flower seed. While looking directly at the red-robed child, the flower god leader said, "It is gone. I would wager that he is the flower seed. His body bears the presence of that flower seed." Han Sen nodded and looked at the red-robed child. He was thinking about how best to deal with the child. First and foremost, it all depended on whether or not he could control the space garden. Although the red-robed child did not like this, his power had been restricted by Han Sen. He was not able to defeat him or escape. He now had to listen to Han Sen's commands. Han Sen let the red-robed child find all the flower gods there. With the red-robed child present, all the plant xenogenics in the space garden listened to him. It was easy for them to gather the rest of the flower god people. Han Sen used his phoenix flame to clear away the vegetation that had claimed their heads to bring them back to normal. Upon seeing what Han Sen had done and with the red-robed child adhering to what Han Sen told him to do, the flower god people did not dare break their promise or raise qualms with the new sheriff. They had to stay, listen, and do whatever Han Sen and Xianxia ordered them to do. They had become a subordinate race. There was no doubt about that. Han Sen rounded up the displaced deified elites and commanded the red-robed child to open the space garden's door to send them away. Farewell. Before Long Bamboo left, he smiled at Han Sen. It seemed as if he knew who San Mu really was but simply did not want to expose him. When all the deified elites departed, Han Sen did not worry too much about others learning about the space garden. Even if they knew about it, the knowledge was pointless to them. The Space Garden was a scary xenogenic Ganoderma lucidum. Even true god elites were not able to overcome the power of the Ganoderma lucidum. As long as Han Sen kept a tight leash on the red-robed child, no one else would be able to enter the Space Garden. From now on, we have a territory to call our own. Now, all we need to do is light up a lantern. Xie Qingqing and Han Sen were relaxing in the garden. They were having a barbecue and drinking beer. The red-robed child was sitting next to Han Sen. He was holding some grilled meat, and he really enjoyed it. Breaking the door and lighting a lantern would not be difficult, but we need to think about which lantern we should replace, Han Sen said. Do we need to think about it? Xie Qingqing asked. The flower gods and tree men already have a grudge. We can use the name of the flower gods to get rid of the tree men. Han Sen shook his head and said, by doing that, we will be helping the flower gods light up the lantern. It would have nothing to do with humans and spirits. We will have to light up our own lantern. We cannot use the name of some other race. Does it really matter? Xie Qingqing asked with a laugh. From what I can tell, there is a problem with the human name. Many scary people in this universe are in search of humans. If I use that name to light up the lantern, it will probably attract many disasters and bring danger to the Space Garden. After pausing, Han Sen said, there is no rush. I have another plan. We should use this time to get our people to the Space Garden. I need to watch this little guy in case he tries to stir up some mischief. I suppose you will have to do the people ferrying service. Xie Qingqing agreed and said, that will be easy. I will go to Sky Palace and pick up Bauer and the others. As for the other guys, I will just have to let them know. Han Sen nodded. He really missed Bauer, Zero, Little Angel, and Han Yan. Previously, he did not have a territory of his own, but now he did. He was going to bring them there. Han Sen was worried about one thing. The Sky Vine Radish's gene power was too strong. After it had been absorbed by the Space Garden, the Space Garden was continuously evolving. Many plant xenogenics in the flower fields leveled up to become humongous. And they did so quickly. There were many deified xenogenics around. Han Sen thought, if things keep going like this, there will be transmutation or even larva-class deified xenogenics running about. If he was not able to claim the red-robed child to keep everything under control, he was sure to end up in trouble. Unfortunately, that red-robed child did not accept anything. He was listening to Han Sen's commands for now, but Han Sen sensed that as soon as he had the chance he would revolt. Han Sen thought, it looks like I will have to wait until Bauer gets here. I can't wait to see what Bauer will do to this little guy. If Bauer is unable to tame him, we'll have no choice but to lock him up. After the flower gods lost the flowers on their heads, their levels had significantly dropped. Now, even a king-class flower god was rare to find. Luckily, they only had to make genofluid, and that never cost them much power. Only because the Space Garden had mutated, many of the xenogenic plants had leveled up. They used their old formulas to make genofluids because the ingredients were now better. That meant the effect the fluids had on geno-arts was able to increase. That greatly surprised them. With the talent the flower gods had for synthesizing genofluids, they could reproduce the genes of the xenogenics. One genofluid was able to concentrate a few or even a dozen xenogenic genes. After humans used them, their genes increased quickly. They did not have to waste time by digesting flesh. Technology really does make things much easier, Han Sen said. If I knew there was a skill like this, I would never have had to practice a digesting geno-art. But Han Sen's deified genes had already reached 100. He did not need to drink geno-fluid anymore. Which battle body should I increase first? Han Sen was in his room. He was thinking about which geno-art he should evolve first. By having 100 deified genes, it made one's battle body evolve. Han Sen did not hesitate much. He leveled up The Story of Genes. The Story of Genes was the hardest to evolve. Therefore, Han Sen chose it. Now that he had the Space Garden, it was easy to collect more deified genes. He did not have to worry too much. When Han Sen decided to evolve, he realized things were going to be different from what he believed it would be like. This evolution process was not something separate. The moment Han Sen decided to evolve, his body became a xenogenic by its own volition. His 4 geno-arts started to run, and it prompted the changes. Han Sen felt as if his body was brimming with a strange sort of power. It was like he was peeling off his skin. His gene database kept refreshing by purging old genes and replacing them with new ones that carried a different message. His body had changes that flipped the ground and the sky. Black air was emitted out of his body. It formed a giant cocoon that wholly encased him. Han Sen felt rather happy. It was fortunate he had locked up the red-robed child inside Destiny's tower. He was unable to move now, so it was lucky that he had not given the child a chance to run amok while he was busy. Han Sen thought his evolution process would be over soon, but his body kept on changing. He was like that for an entire month. Still, he had not finished evolving. Because his body was always changing, he could not pause for a timeout. He had to continue, without a break. He had to be patient and wait for it all to be over. He waited a long time. He eventually passed the 2-month mark. It was on day 70 that he felt as if his body had stopped changing. The gene database stopped renewing. Nothing was being released from his body anymore. Kacha, the black ball, which was like a cocoon, was broken. Han Sen walked out of it. Patong. Han Sen stepped onto thin air, which resulted in him falling to the ground. His face almost got crushed. He clutched his face painfully while his eyes dropped tears. Where is my power? Han Sen was shocked. He no longer felt any power in his body. It was like he was just a commoner that had never bothered to practice. He would not have fallen over and felt pain if he had his power. Han Sen quickly examined his body. What he saw made him freeze where he was. He had a small shoulder and small legs. They looked white and cute. Han Sen was shocked. He looked like a child that was only 6 years old. He looked just like the red-robed child. He was inside his body now. Han Sen ran toward a mirror and looked. He saw that he was now indeed a 5 to 6-year-old boy. Yet, he remembered that when he was that age, he did not look like his current appearance. The little boy in the mirror had black eyes and black hair. His face looked as pale as a crystal. His facial structure was very beautiful. He looked rather feminine. Han Sen now knew why he was like this. When he combined with spell, he was likely bound to look a bit more feminine. Han Sen wanted to cancel his combination, but it was no longer working. He felt no power in his body. It really was like he had the body of an average child. How could I end up like this? Did something happen while I was leveling up? Han Sen's head flooded with a barrage of questions. He quickly went to check his status. Fortunately, although his power had gone, his sea of soul and beast souls were still accessible. Han Sen then saw his status. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body Gene Battle Body, Xenogenic Transmutation Class Level, Deified Evolution Level, 0-100ths Lifespan, 2658. That is all correct. I leveled up to Transmutation Class, but why is my body like this? And, why am I unable to use my power? Han Sen's heart flashed with many questions, but he could not find the answers. On a plain full of yellow sand, a man was stepping across the yellow sand. He was walking. The sand, which was over the sky, did not touch his clothes. There was a valley not far through the desert. The man saw the valley. He squinted his eyes and walked toward it. Pang! When the man had almost reached the valley, a bullet shot the ground near his feet. It touched his shoes and hit the sand. This is not a place for people to travel, the valley boomed with a very loud voice. Are you holy pirate of the pirates? My name is Bai Wanji. I would like to conduct business with Mr. Holy Pirate. Bai Wanji no longer walked forward. He stopped and tried to discuss it with the valley. The extreme King Prince Bai Wanji. The voice came from the valley again. It was obviously confused by the traveler's announcement. Yes, that is me, Bai Wanji answered. HMPH. Is your old man Bai King here? If he is, he can talk to me. You are just a pompous junior who does not have what it takes to talk to me. The voice sounded cold again. I have heard Mr. Holy Pirate loves to research drawings. There is a sky silk picture that belongs to my race. I was wondering if you are interested in it, Mr. Holy Pirate. Bai Wanji pulled out a scroll that contained the drawing. Is it the sky silk picture that belonged to Shadow King? While he was talking, the shadow of an old man appeared in front of Bai Wanji. He stared at the painting in his hands. Yes, it belonged to Shadow King. Our ancestor, Bai Wanji said to him with a smile. It is Shadow King's sky silk picture. It was drawn by him. I wonder if Mr. Holy Pirate is interested in obtaining it. What do you want? The old man looked at Bai Wanji. I would like Mr. Holy Pirate to steal one thing for me, Bai Wanji said in a serious tone. Regardless of your success or failure, I will give you this sky silk picture. Is there a place the extreme king cannot access? The old man asked while squinting his eyes. There is no way you are asking me to go to outer sky to steal something. Bai Wanji shook his head. I would like Mr. Holy Pirate to go and steal something from the Space Garden. Only, Space Garden, indeed, that is an annoying place. Aside from me, the Holy Pirate, no one else can force their way in. The old man nodded and asked, what do you want me to steal for you? You should know that there are 3 rules we bind ourselves to. Of course, I know about Mr. Holy Pirate's pirate code, Bai Wanji said with a smile. What I want Mr. Holy Pirate to steal is a 5 to 6-year-old kid. He is just a kid, but he is actually a xenogeniac. Stealing xenogeniacs should not go against Mr. Holy Pirate's 3 sacred rules. An hour later, Bai Wanji left the valley with a smile. The sky silk picture was no longer in his possession. That holy pirate agreed to help me. This is surely a done deal. If I can steal that child, the Space Garden will belong to me. Bai Wanji's smile grew deeper and deeper. Although Bai Wanji did not see Han Sen claim the red-robed child, he saw Han Sen take the red-robed child to save the flower gods. He was able to guess that the red-robed child was doing something special. But the Space Garden was already in Han Sen's hands. It was too hard for outsiders to infiltrate, and Bai Wanji wanted to take the Space Garden all for himself. He did not say this to the superiors of the Extreme King, so he eventually thought of the Holy Pirate of the Pirates. The pirates had been in the universe for many years. Only one person was able to possess the title of Holy Pirate. The reason why only he had become so famous was that he was the only one who was able to sneak into outer sky and steal something. He made it out alive. Everyone thought he was the best pirate, so he earned the reputation of being able to steal anything and everything. Ha, ha, little Sen Sen, you look so much better than how you used to be, Xianxia King said while patting Han Sen on the head. Go to hell, you go to the flower god leader and see if they have finished the geno fluid that was made by the queen flower. I need it now. Han Sen pushed Xianxia King's hand away. He was terribly upset by what had become of him. Xianxia King was very happy. He patted Han Sen's head and said, you just wait here little Sen Sen. Big brother Xianxia will help you. Do not tell me about my body's problems, Han Sen said. He did not want this to cause any more trouble. Xianxia King agreed and went to the flower god leader. He brought the geno fluid formulated by the queen flower. It was only a big, hand-sized bottle. It had purple fluid inside it. Han Sen opened the bottle and had a sip. He soon heard an announcement. Deified gene +1, deified gene +1, Han Sen drank it and earned 2 deified genes. There was still a lot left inside the bottle. That is the right way for a person to increase their deified genes. I used to keep eating meat that ravaged my bowels for a measly increase in gene points. Han Sen sighed. He thought, if I can increase my deified genes with this, that means my body is okay. It is leveling up normally, but why do I look like this? And, why can I not use my powers? Han Sen was a bit depressed. He drank all of the geno fluid. It increased his tally of deified genes by 7, but Han Sen's body did not recover because of it. He was still unable to feel the power inside him. If I can't keep recovering, I will have to collect 100 deified genes and see if I can become larva class. Maybe, just maybe, I might be able to recover. Han Sen tried to comfort himself. He had now encountered a very troublesome thing. Han Sen used to be able to control the red-robed child. He was able to take the red-robed child with him to kill the plant xenogeniacs without any resistance. Now, Han Sen was unable to use his powers. He did not dare consult the red-robed child anymore. It would have been way too difficult for him to kill the deified plant xenogeniacs as well. The flower gods did not have deified elites in their midst, and Xianxia King was only king class. No one there had the ability to take out a deified xenogeniac. I have to wait for Bauer and the little red bird to get here to hunt deified xenogeniacs. Han Sen tried to quell his impatience to endure the awful time. After Xianxia King left the Space Garden to pick up Bauer, Han Sen practiced his geno arts there to see if he could somehow trigger something that would return him to how he used to be. Because his body was not injured, even if he used his super god spirit body, he still looked like a child. He was unable to become normal again. One day, Han Sen was in his garden practicing his geno arts. Unfortunately, no progress on returning to his old self had been made. While he was feeling depressed, someone pushed the gate and entered his garden. Xianxia King is back that soon. Han Sen was shocked. Aside from Xianxia King, the flower god people did not randomly choose to enter his private garden. With Han Sen's guess, he also knew Xianxia King should not have returned so soon. After a closer inspection, he noticed the entrant was not Xianxia King. He was an old man clad in black clothing. His hair and beard were gray. Honestly, he looked a bit disgusting. Han Sen's heart felt a sudden chill. He did not recall seeing someone like that inside the space garden before. If the old man was not from the flower god, he questioned how he was able to gain access to the space garden in the first place. The old man pushed the gate open and saw Han Sen. His eyes looked at Han Sen like the eyes of a dead fish. He mumbled, "It is a xenogeniac that is 6 years old, but he is not wearing red clothes. He is not bald, either. Is this the one?" Han Sen heard him and was shocked. The things the old man was describing had to be about the red-robed child. This old man has come for the red-robed child, but how did he gain access to the space garden? Han Sen thought. He was in a hurry now too. With his body's condition being what it was, he could not use power or negotiate with the man. The old man ignored Han Sen. His eyes had 2 god lights in them. He scanned the area around and spoke to himself. The whole of the flower city only has one xenogeniac that looks like this. Clothes can change and hair can grow. This most likely is the one I am looking for. When Han Sen heard that, he developed black lines across his head. That old man was making the mistake of believing he was the red-robed child. Han Sen wanted to explain he was not the red-robed child, but the old man waved his hand to cast a weird power. Han Sen ended up flying into his sleeves. Very powerful skill. Han Sen could see that inside the sleeves was just darkness. He had no idea where he was. It was like its own independent realm. How unlucky. Why at this time must a creepy old man be coming for me? Han Sen was depressed. He was trapped in that dark place and could not leave. There was nothing he could do. After the weird old man kidnapped Han Sen, he departed. Space Garden. There were many plant xenogeniacs in Space Garden, but Holy Pirate did not think those low-level plant xenogeniacs were important. He just nabbed Han Sen and made a hasty escape. The powerful Space Garden was not able to stop the man from leaving. The two kept traveling through space. In a few days, that weird old man was back to where he lived. Right, Bai Wanji wanted him alive. I can't kill him. The weird old man had thought about Han Sen trapped inside his treasure sleeve for a few days now. Not wanting him to die, he waved his sleeves to let Han Sen out. The weird old man was the holy pirate who Bai Wanji hired. He was going to steal the red-robed child but had accidentally kidnapped Han Sen by mistake. Only Han Sen had been trapped in the treasury sleeve for a while now. It was all black in there. He did not know where he was or what time it was until the old man let him out. He was thrown out onto his backside. The first thing he saw was the weird old man. He quickly looked around. He was in a valley with lots of weird flowers and grass. There was also a blue, babbling stream. Many animals were hanging around there. You should eat this. The strange old man collected 2 pieces of fruit off a tree and tossed them to Han Sen. He accepted the fruit and stared at the old man with a complex look. He did not know if he should explain matters or not. After all, he did not know what the old man wanted from the red-robed child. If he said he was not the right person and the old man thought he was useless, he could end up killing him. That would have been a poor result. Han Sen wasn't going to explain. Instead, he asked, "Why did you bring me here? I captured you for treasure." Holy Pirate was in a good mood. He brought out the sky silk picture. He stared at it like he was drunk. "What treasure did you want?" Han Sen asked. "This is the treasure," Holy Pirate said as he looked at the picture. Han Sen looked at what he was referring to. He noticed it was a painting. In the picture, there was a fairy with her clothes floating. She was flying to Cloud 9. "I have many more pictures of pretty women. If you let me go, I'll give you 10. Actually, no, I will give you 100. Upon realizing he was only worth a picture, Han Sen felt depressed. "You know nothing. This is the sky silk picture that was drawn by the Extreme King's Shadow King. This picture is of the love of Shadow King's life, but it is a shame that he could not get her." Shadow King saw his lover fly to the sky and break the door. She entered the Geno Hall, which meant he knew he would never see her again. In his profound sadness, he decided to draw this sky silk picture. After pausing, Holy Pirate said, "This picture shows how much Shadow King misses her. This is not like an ordinary picture. You can never find a picture that evokes as much emotion as this. What a good picture. Holy Pirate did not look at Han Sen as he spoke. He kept inspecting the silk picture and admiring it. Did the people of the Extreme King use this picture to exchange with my life? Han Sen stabbed at a guess. You just sit tight here, and I will leave you alone. If you do not be honest with me, I will lock you up. Holy Pirate did not look at Han Sen. He thought he was so good that Han Sen could never escape him. Who are you? Han Sen asked. Have you ever heard of Holy Pirate of the Pirates? Holy Pirate had a look of pride as he spoke. I have heard of the pirates, but I have never heard of Holy Pirate before. Han Sen was not trying to make him mad. He had truly never heard of the man. After all, Han Sen did not know much about the universe. For someone like Holy Pirate, if someone had not mentioned him, he would not have known. It does not matter if you don't know. Just sit and wait here. Holy Pirate said that and then ignored Han Sen. He kept admiring the sky silk picture. Han Sen tried asking the man a few questions, but Holy Pirate totally ignored him. He was captivated by the silk picture. Han Sen leaned his head over to get a closer look. He noticed that above Cloud 9, there was a temple that looked like a palace. It looked like the Geno Hall he used to see. Han Sen sought to ask who the woman in the picture was. After all, she had the power to go to the Geno Hall. She had to have been a supremely powerful elite. But Holy Pirate was completely ignoring him. He was obsessed with the picture. Saliva was almost drooling out of his mouth. He had 2 bites of the fruit. It was very sweet. A warm sensation began to spread inside his body. He thought it might have been something truly special. To Han Sen's current body, fruit like that did absolutely nothing for him. This creepy old man calls himself Holy Pirate. He was able to enter the space garden freely. I am afraid his level must be quite high, but I can't use any power. I do not think I can escape this predicament. Han Sen rolled his eyes. He turned to the Holy Pirate and said, "Can I walk around the valley?" Seeing the creepy old man ignoring him, Han Sen just walked out. He wanted to figure out where he was. The valley was not a big place. Aside from a few wooden houses, there were weird flowers and strange grasses. There were animals everywhere. It was a good place to live a nice, private life. Not long later, Han Sen reached the valley's entrance. He looked out and saw something completely different. Yellow sand was everywhere. Beyond the valley was one vast desert wasteland. It was a completely different world to the bosom of that valley. Han Sen did not fancy leaving the valley, so he returned and walked deeper into the valley. When Han Sen walked to the end of the wooden houses, he saw a mountain wall. It displayed a picture. The picture looked to be one of a chess game that had been left unfinished due to a stalemate. This looks like Go, but a Go chessboard only has 19 times 19 squares. There are many more squares here on this one. Judging from the black and white chess pieces in formation, it really does look like Go. When Han Sen used to practice Heavenly Go, he did some research on Go. He was not a professional, but he could play chess pretty well. After staring at it for some time, he confirmed that its rules were just like Go. The picture displayed an unfinished match that was currently in a stalemate. Is this Holy Pirate obsessed with chess? Is that why he carved a stalemate on the wall? Is it so he can look at it every day? Han Sen examined it for a while. He deciphered that in this stalemate, the white chess pieces were actually at a greater advantage that could lead to a win. The black chess pieces, on the other hand, looked weak and destroyed. It seemed as if they were going to lose. Han Sen loved playing chess, but he did not have the mood to play it now. He kept walking further into the valley. It was not long before Han Sen discovered that every now and again, the cliffs and walls displayed a picture of a similar stalemate. When Han Sen walked into the deeper recesses of the valley, he had managed to count 17 of those stalemates. Every picture of a stalemate was different. Some of the games were at the very end, whereas others displayed games that had only just begun. Han Sen thought these games of chess were research samples of what Holy Pirate studied. By inspecting them, they did look like simple games of chess. They did not seem like worthwhile candidates for being scrawled onto the walls. Does this mean Holy Pirate actually sucks at playing chess? Is that why he put such simple chess games on the wall? Han Sen did not think that would be possible. The will of the deified elites should have been enough to make them good at Go. Even if they were not particularly talented, there was no way such a simple chess game could not be understood. There was no need to carve an example on the wall and observe them every day. Aside from those stalemates, Han Sen did not see anything else in the valley. He did not dare enter the wooden houses. The whole valley was mostly natural. There weren't many man-made trails. When Han Sen returned to the wooden house he had emerged from, Holy Pirate had already put away his silk picture. He was lying down on a chair sunbathing. He looked very happy. Why, Holy Pirate, did you put those chessboard images on the mountains? Han Sen tried to frame the question indirectly, hoping to find a way to convince Holy Pirate to start talking about them in a roundabout way. The Extreme King hated him a lot. If he was in the Extreme King's hands, Han Sen did not think he would be safe. Holy Pirate coldly grunted and said, "If I knew what those chess games meant, I would not be in this place that not even birds will come to sh*t on." Only, what does that mean? Didn't you carve those chess matches into the wall? Han Sen looked at Holy Pirate in shock. I would not have the time to do that, Holy Pirate casually said. They were carved by some old fart. He said if I was able to solve the secrets of the chess games, I could find the treasure he left. I have been studying them for a few decades and still have discovered nothing. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Holy Pirate and asked, "If I can help you solve the secret of the chess matches, will you let me go?" "Do not waste your time. I have a title in this universe, and it is Chess King." After inspecting it for a few decades and not finding anything, it must have all been a lie concocted by that old far. He realized he said something he shouldn't have, so Holy Pirate stopped talking. Han Sen thought they were just ordinary games of chess. Therefore, he did not examine them closely. After hearing him say that, he thought now might be a good opportunity. Thus, he went back to look at the chess matches. Although he might not have been able to solve the secrets of the chess matches, this was all Han Sen could do for the time being. If he discovered the secrets of the chess games, perhaps he could negotiate with the man. Han Sen checked out each image once. It was just like the first time he observed them. There was nothing special. There were just 17 different stalemates. Chapter 2796 The Secret of the Chessboard. With Han Sen's chess talent, he was unable to tell what was so special about the 17 stalemates. At the very least, he was unable to tell if any secrets had yet to be discovered. Does that mean the secret of the chessboards isn't actually in the chessboards? Han Sen tried to analyze the stalemates via a different perspective. Han Sen's heavenly go and under the sky knife skills were heavily related to chess. So, he tried to separate the black chess pieces from the white chess pieces and started to move like a chess piece. Han Sen went back to the first stalemate he saw. He thought of himself as a chess piece and started walking per the black chess pieces of the chessboard. Han Sen quickly discovered that would not work. The locations of some of the chess pieces were in reverse to where he went. Unless he had 8 pairs of legs, he would not be able to walk like that. That means these chess pieces do not represent a location to get to. Han Sen tried doing it with every picture. He noticed it did not work in many ways. Even if he walked past it, it was useless. The chessboards were not directions. Little doll, stop wasting your time. I have tried in many different ways. There is no secret. Holy Pirate approached Han Sen. He threw him a few fruits and said, "You should eat more. Someone is going to pick you up tomorrow. Do not worry, no one wants to kill you. You just need to listen to someone's orders. Are the Extreme King people coming tomorrow? That means I have no time." Han Sen looked at the sky. The sun was going to set soon. It did not seem like he could accomplish much in the space of one night. But Han Sen was not going to give up. He sat on top of a wall and ate the fruit while he examined the chess pieces on one of the walls. He thought, the chessboard itself is fine. The chess pieces do not make directions, so what is the secret of these chessboards? Or, is it just how Holy Pirate said? Is it all a big joke? Is there no secret to be discovered with the chessboards? Han Sen had nothing else to do, so he continued watching the chessboards. While he was looking at them, his brain suddenly flashed. What if I played out all of these chess games? What would happen then? After Han Sen thought that, he quickly wanted to do it. He chose a chessboard that was nearing the end. He tried playing chess on his own and continued with the game. Since the stalemate was near the end, the winner was practically determined. Han Sen just continued with it. Throughout the rest of the chess match, he did not notice any problems. Han Sen used the chess pieces he had just played with to walk once. He noticed it still did not work. Han Sen did not give up. He observed the chessboard again. He noticed when the chessboard was finished, it seemed a bit different compared to when it was unfinished. What is the difference? Han Sen looked at the chessboard and thought about it. He looked at it for a while before slapping his legs and saying, could this thing be a password? Is it like how the Breekskis used their hands for a password on that metal box? You needed a set of punching skills to open the metal box. What if I follow that discipline in a chess game? What would happen then? Han Sen was examining one of the chessboards, but he swiftly discovered a problem. He did not know which way to go. This Go was not like the average game of Chinese chess. If it was Chinese chess, one could look at the chess pieces and tell what sort of steps could be taken. In Go, it was extremely hard to see which chess piece was moved first and which chess pieces moved later. So, it was hard to find out the order of the chess pieces. In that case, I have to go backward and replay the entire match of that chessboard. That way, I might be able to find something. Han Sen started to reverse the moves played out on that chessboard. It was not easy for Han Sen to do, even though he was good at Heavenly Go, Dongshuan Sutra, and Under the Sky Knife. By the time he was finished with one chessboard, it was already midnight. It was only a few hours until daylight. His work did not go to waste. After Han Sen replayed the game of chess, he was able to figure out the order of each chess piece. My success hinges exclusively on this. Han Sen walked before that stalemate. He wanted to press the chess pieces on the image, but he was not tall enough. He was unable to touch them. A child's body is horrible. Han Sen had no choice. At the moment, he had no power. He could not hit things in the air. In the valley, he found a thick branch that he could use as a ladder. Han Sen returned to the chessboard with it. He climbed up the mountain with the ladder. According to the order he had calculated, he placed his hand on the first chess piece. Gotcha, that chess piece that was carved onto the mountain and not being pressed inside. It made Han Sen extremely happy. According to what he thought, he then pressed the chess pieces in order. What is going on? Holy Pirate walked before the mountain. He looked up at Han Sen pressing a chess piece in with shock. He had tried to do that before, but he had been unable to press it in. Now, he was seeing Han Sen doing what he had failed to do. That made him quite surprised. He had no clue how Han Sen had managed to do it. Han Sen pressed all the black chess pieces, but it was still quiet all around. He did not see any contraption unlock or secrets unveiled. No danger showed its face either. Han Sen's heart jumped. He started pressing the white chess pieces. It seemed like Han Sen moving his little body via that cumbersome ladder was too slow. Holy Pirate teleported forward and lifted Han Sen up. Tell me which chess piece you want me to press, and I will help you. Han Sen told him the order in which to press the pieces, and Holy Pirate went to press them. He easily pushed in the chess pieces. Soon after, all the chess pieces on the chessboard were pressed in. After they pressed all the chess pieces of the stalemate, nothing happened. Do I have to press the chess pieces on all 17 stalemate images? Han Sen asked. That won't be too hard. Holy Pirate flew over to the second stalemate. He reached his hand out to press a chess piece. When his fingers came down on it, the chess piece did not move. It did not go into the stone as the other ones did. He pressed every chess piece on the chessboard he was able to. Not one of them seemed to budge. Why is it not working? Holy Pirate looked at Han Sen. He was called the chess king in that universe, but his chess skill level was not all that high. It was just as Han Sen thought. Holy Pirate was bad at playing chess, even though the man thought he was great at it. He was confident in his chess playing level. If you want to know how to press these pieces correctly, promise to let me go, Han Sen said. If you make this promise, I will give you the solution. Holy Pirate hesitated. Although Bai Wanji had told him success or failure mattered, he was still in possession of the sky silk picture. But as one of the pirates, stealing the benefits and doing nothing in return was not an option. With these revelations, Holy Pirate did not want to give Han Sen away. It was not easy to uncover the secrets of the chessboards. If Han Sen left, he would not be able to continue. Can it uncover the secrets of the chessboard? This xenogeniac is a bit weird. Holy Pirate looked at Han Sen strangely. How about I tell you the secret of the chessboards, and you let me go, Han Sen said. Just pretend you have never seen me before. Holy Pirate had to shake his head. Even thieves have a moral code. I accepted a job and received the sky silk picture. I cannot go back on my word and break my promise. Han Sen felt depressed and replied, you are just a thief. Don't talk to me about having morals. Does your brain have a problem? Holy Pirate preferred to not go back on his word about handing Han Sen over learning the secret of the chessboards. That really depressed Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly thought of something. He said, "If you think things are really that way, then you don't have to let me go. I will use the chessboards, secret to barter with you. What kind of trade are you thinking about?" Holy Pirate did not want to give up learning the secrets of the chessboards. He looked at Han Sen with interest. "I will hire you to kidnap me again," Han Sen said. He sounded like he was rapping hip-hop. Still, Holy Pirate understood what Han Sen meant. "What you mean to say is that you want me to kidnap you back from the Extreme King once you've been handed over, right?" "That is absolutely right," Han Sen said with a nod. "That is not something easily done," Holy Pirate quietly said. "You can easily go around the Space Garden," Han Sen said. "Is it really that hard to penetrate the Extreme King? In this universe, no one can enter the Space Garden freely except for me," Holy Pirate said. "Entering the Extreme King is easier than going to the Space Garden, but the Extreme Kings have many elites in their ranks. And there is, of course, that horny old man, Bai King. That guy is a true God-class guy. Stealing you under their all-seeing eyes without bringing attention to myself would be incredibly difficult. If I am exposed and they learned I stole you, I am afraid I would have to keep running for the rest of my life. It doesn't work for you no matter what I suggest." Han Sen smiled and said, "I don't think you should call yourself Holy Pirate. Instead, you should call yourself the Crybaby Pirate." Holy Pirate was not angry. He went silent for a little while before saying, "That is fine. I might need to take a risk, but it is worth it for the secret of the chessboards." "Tell me, what is the secret of the chessboards? We will trade when you've done your part. Once you have rescued me from the Extreme King, I will tell you what you need to know." Han Sen was not going to divulge the secrets of the chessboards to Holy Pirate just yet. "I would never betray a promise I made. Everyone in this universe knows I keep my word." Holy Pirate stroked his beard and looked at Han Sen. He looked angry. "You are a thief that kidnaps children, so why would I believe you?" Han Sen asked. Holy Pirate was speechless. His three-rule pirate code consisted of the fact he would never steal a child, but he did not consider xenogenics as counting. After all, hunting xenogenics or eating xenogenics was perfectly normal in the universe. Holy Pirate would never have believed this xenogenic could be so smart and possess the personality it did. "It is the same as when I go and save you," Holy Pirate coldly said. "Who left the pictures of the 17 stalemates on the walls?" Han Sen changed the subject and pointed at the chessboards scrawled into the walls. "An old fart monster." Holy Pirate seemed to be in a bad mood. He did not answer Han Sen's question. He went back to his rocking chair and fell asleep. Han Sen examined the stalemates alone. After researching them for a while, he was unable to open the password of the chests. Thus, he had to remember them. The next morning, someone was outside the valley calling out for Holy Pirate. When Han Sen heard the voice, he immediately knew it was Bai Wanji. "It really is him," Han Sen coldly grunted. "What an annoying man. Don't let me see you again." Holy Pirate picked up Han Sen and teleported away from the valley. He threw him to Bai Wanji and said, "That is what you wanted. This transaction is complete." Bai Wanji picked up Han Sen with confusion and asked, "Why does he have black hair and black eyes?" "I wanted a bald guy in red robes. He could have changed clothes and grew hair," Holy Pirate replied. "Besides, there was only one xenogenic in the Space Garden that met the defined criteria. If you can find another one that looks like this, you can have my head on a plate." "Of course, I believe you, Holy Pirate." Bai Wanji checked out Han Sen. Back then, he had only seen Han Sen bring the red-robed child to save the flower gods. He did not see any further details. Aside from Han Sen's clothes and hair, he did look like the red-robed child. And it was a xenogenic body. Bai Wanji was unable to tell that it was Han Sen and not the red-robed child he was after. Bai Wanji looked at Han Sen as he asked, "Are you the red-robed child from the Space Garden?" Han Sen looked at him coldly and did not speak. Bai Wanji frowned. He was going to do something, but Holy Pirate coldly said, "You guys may go now." "Thanks, Holy Pirate, I am going to leave." Bai Wanji did not want to offend Holy Pirate. He was suspicious, but he still left with Han Sen. After they departed the planet, Bai Wanji returned to his battleship and locked Han Sen inside a supergravity cabin. Bai Wanji looked at the monitor for a while, but he was still unable to confirm if Han Sen was or was not the red-robed child he had seen that day. It looks like I have to return to King's Kingdom and try to read his memories to confirm his identity. Bai Wanji did not bother interrogating Han Sen. That was unnecessary for him to do. There were many professionals in the Extreme King that could do that for him. Only Han Sen was worried Bai Wanji would opt to torture him. If that happened, he was going to suffer a lot. After Bai Wanji locked him in the supergravity cabin, he did not come back. I wonder when Holy Pirate will come to save me. Han Sen did not place all of his faith in Holy Pirate. If Holy Pirate was scared of the Extreme King, then he would be waiting for nothing. If my body was ordinary, I could escape this mere supergravity cabin. It could not contain me. Han Sen felt depressed. His body's power was currently unavailable. He was unable to make use of anything. Fortunately, I can still use beast souls. It is not like there are any other ways. Han Sen was still wondering if there was a way for him to escape. Before Han Sen had the chance, they were already in King's Kingdom. This was Han Sen's second time with the Extreme King, and he was filled with a bevy of emotions. He expected he would come back to the Extreme King again, but he thought he would only have done so as some sort of king. He would have dominated the Extreme King and kept them below his thumb. No one expected he would be returning to the Extreme King as a prisoner. The skies were familiar there, and Han Sen could not help but sigh. I cannot believe this. This is a bad stroke of luck. I am the red-robed child scapegoat, and I have been captured and brought to his Extreme King hellhole. Furthermore, I have no power. After returning to his planet, Bai Wanji told his servant, "Go and fetch Mr. Yin." Out of the top 3 in the universe, the Extreme King was the race with the most outsiders. They had also raised many deified outsiders for themselves. Most of those outsider deifieds were loyal, and they only worked for the Extreme King. They rarely returned to their own races. Mr. Yin was one of the outsider deifieds the Extreme King had raised. It was a ghost head elite that had been raised by Bai Wanji and his faction. He worked for Bai Wanji. Ghost heads were good at reading people's brains. When it came to the transmutation class, Mr. Yin was exceptional. Since he was able to extract the memories of a brain going all the way back to a victim's birth, he only required enough time to bring results. He was also able to alter the memories of a person to control them. Ghost heads were able to turn enemies into friends. It was not difficult for Mr. Yin to do that. Reading shallow memories was something they could do whenever. When it came to reading the deeper memories, they needed to control the person first. It was even harder to change their memories. Han Sen had been locked up inside a supergravity cabin this entire time. When the cabin door opened, he saw Bai Wanji enter. He was with a guy that looked like a big demon King Piccolo. Han Sen checked the green-skinned person out. He also saw the 2 antennas on his head. He knew Bai Wanji would not have invited this person in if it wasn't for some specific reason. "Mr. Yin, thank you for doing this," Bai Wanji said to the green-skinned creep. Mr. Yin smiled and said, "You are welcome, Mr. Crown Prince. After all, this is my job." After that, Mr. Yin walked in front of Han Sen. Since Han Sen had been locked down by the supergravity pressure, he was unable to resist and move his body. He was only able to watch Mr. Yin walk in front of him. Mr. Yin's green eyes peered into Han Sen's. His lips were lifted. He had a weird smile on his face as he said, "Do not be afraid, little child. This will all be over very soon." After that, the green antennas on his head flashed with a green light. In the next second, the green light shot into Han Sen's skull via the space between his eyebrows. Boom! The green light quickly invaded Han Sen's brain. It enabled Han Sen to understand what it was it had come there to do to him. "He wants to read my memories." Han Sen laughed coldly in his heart. He was not afraid of anyone trying to torture him. But by trying to read his memories, it was like a death wish for the invader. Even if he was unable to resist the man, the black crystal armor would not allow the invader to succeed. Even if the black crystal armor did not care about him, it would not allow anyone to scan Han Sen's memories. That would just expose the black armor. After the green light entered Han Sen's brain, the black crystal armor did not react. This confused Han Sen, but he soon saw Mr. Yin's face start to change. His eyes were wide open. His green skin began to expand and turn black. Pang! Mr. Yin screamed and flew backward, hitting the cabin's wall. He coughed up some blood. "Mr. Yin." Bai Wanji frowned as he picked up Mr. Yin from the floor. Mr. Yin wiped the blood off his mouth and stared at Han Sen with immense shock. He said, "This xenogenic is weird. His head is like a rock. There is not a single message leaking out of it. Even my ghost brain power cannot invade his thoughts. Mr. Crown Prince, is he a deified xenogeniac that is above larva class? I do not know what level this xenogeniac is. Bai Wanji frowned and asked, do you think there is a way to read his memories? Right now, we can only use our race's secret Geno art ghost head fall, Mr. Yin hesitantly said. After using this Geno art, even if a xenogeniac is larva class, we can still read their memories. But by using this Geno art, it will end up damaging the target's brain a bit. What? How much will the target be damaged? Bai Wanji asked. If we control it correctly, they will only lose a few of their memories, Mr. Yin said. If things don't go smoothly, and we have to force ourselves in, there can be even more damage. He might end up becoming a simpleton. Bai Wanji thought deeply before asking, if he becomes a simpleton, do you think we can still control his body? That would not be too difficult, Mr. Yin said. We just need to write down the memories and make him do whatever you want. But he will never be able to think by himself again. That is fine, Bai Wanji said with a careless wave of his hand. With Bai Wanji's permission, Mr. Yin did not have to worry about anything. His antenna again flashed with a green bolt of lightning. This time, the green lightning did not strike Han Sen. It was going into the antenna. It made Mr. Yin's whole body crackle and fizz with green lightning. This lasted about 7 to 8 minutes. After that, Mr. Yin's body built up with more and more green lightning. His entire body became a green shadow. It was like he was nothing more than something virtual. At this time, Mr. Yin raised his head and looked at Han Sen spookily. He used his hand to press Han Sen's head. His hands had already turned into green lightning. When his palm touched Han Sen's head, it made Han Sen's head pop and crack with lightning. It was like countless volts of green electricity surging into Han Sen's brain. Mr. Yin's whole body quickly became green lightning that was sent directly into Han Sen's brain. It made Han Sen's body shine with a green light. Even his hair was standing up straight due to the electric shock. The battle power of the ghost heads is not too high, but their ghost brain is really quite overpowering. It is something quite rare in the universe. It is no wonder why Mother spent so many resources raising them. Upon seeing all this, Bai Wanji nodded. Raising an army to be used for one purpose was proving to be worthwhile. Mr. Yin's performance satisfied him. With a ghost head deified like that with him, it was much easier for him to accomplish whatever he wished. While Bai Wanji was thinking, he suddenly saw Han Sen, who was being invaded by Mr. Yin, smiling in his direction. Han Sen gave him a disdained look. Only Bai Wanji's heart was suddenly hit with a bad feeling. Before he could respond, he saw Han Sen's body possess a green light. It was like a firework exploding. Then, it suddenly disappeared. Bai Wanji's face changed. He could no longer feel Mr. Yin's existence inside Han Sen's body. Xenogeniac deified hunted. Yin head ghost. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained weird head ghost beast soul. Deified gene already absorbed. Deified gene, the announcement kept popping up in Han Sen's head. It had 6 deified genes. What a good man. He just gave me free deified genes and a beast soul. Han Sen complimented the gift basket. When Mr. Yin entered his head, he knew he would end up dead. As expected, the black crystal armor was triggered. A minor invasion was all that was needed for Mr. Yin to end up dead a second later. He had become Han Sen's snack. Meanwhile, Bai Wanji looked terrible. He never thought he would be unable to extract Han Sen's memories. He had also lost Mr. Yin, whom he had raised for a long time. Bai Wanji's face looked terrible. Upon seeing it, he knew he had to be correct. If it was not a special xenogeniac, how else could it control a strange place like the Space Garden? Even if I know he is the red-robed child, it will be pointless if I cannot find a way to control it. Even Mr. Yin was unable to control it. So, that means I will have to ask the Grand Master. But the Grand Master went to the Big Baron Systems, so I do not think he will be back anytime soon. Bai Wanji sighed. He quickly thought of someone else. I need to get Mr. White from the Winter Garden. Bai Wanji summoned a servant and gave him a pass. He told him, be polite to Mr. White. Do not offend him. The servant accepted the pass and departed. Bai Wanji thought, Mr. White has a lot of knowledge. Before he was deified, he had already accomplished many shocking things. After becoming deified, he has only become even better. With his weird powers, we might stand a chance. Greetings, Mr. Crown Prince. Mr. White went to the Crown Prince's manor and bowed before Bai Wanji. There is no need for such modesty. Bai Wanji lifted Mr. White and said, "Today, I have asked you to come here because there is something you must understand. I hope you will be able to help me. Please tell me what it is, Mr. Crown Prince," Mr. White gently said. "If I know how to fix what bothers you, it will be my pleasure to do just that." Bai Wanji told him about Mr. Yin using Ghost Head Fall on Han Sen and how he ended up dying, but he did not tell him about Han Sen's story or where he had come from. After hearing this, Mr. White thought for a moment. He soon said, "I will need to take a look at the xenogenic first. Only then can I examine it and give you the accurate answer you seek, Mr. Crown Prince." "Please do that." Bai Wanji took Mr. White over to the supergravity cabin that contained Han Sen. Han Sen saw Bai Wanji had brought Mr. White with him. When he did, he suddenly felt happy. Yet, he did not dare show that happiness on his face. He looked at Bai Wanji and gave him a look of scornful mocking. "That is the xenogenic, Mr. White." Bai Wanji did not care. He gestured toward Mr. White. Mr. White walked in front of Han Sen and checked him out. He reached a hand out to touch Han Sen's head. On the other hand, he was counting his fingers as if he was calculating something. Han Sen's face was full of disdain. His heart was jumping, but he did not seek to give him any hints in case Bai Wanji saw it. Even if Bai Wanji didn't see it, there were cameras. If Bai Wanji went to look at the cameras, he would notice something. That would only lead to harm upon Mr. White. Han Sen thought, with Mr. White's power, he must be able to recognize me. Mr. White did not seem to show any sign of knowing that. His face did not change. He acted as if Han Sen was a total stranger. He touched every inch of Han Sen's body and returned to Bai Wanji. After all that time, however, Han Sen did not see any changes in Mr. White's eyes. Did Mr. White not recognize me? Han Sen felt a bit sad about that, but he could not hint at him in any way. "Did you find out anything?" Bai Wanji asked. Mr. White looked at Han Sen before replying to Bai Wanji. "We should talk about it when we're out of here." Upon hearing that, Han Sen felt a chill. Did Mr. White recognize me? Bai Wanji understood and gestured for them to exit. He and Mr. White left the supergravity cabin. He took Mr. White to a lobby. After they sat down, Bai Wanji said, "We can talk in here. You can tell me anything." Mr. White did not reply. It seemed as if he was trying to find a way to compose what he wished to say. A while later, he said, "From what I have been able to tell, Mr. Yin should not have used Ghost Head Fall on him. Mr. Yin had just become a transmutation class. Even if he was larva class or even butterfly class, using Ghost Head Fall would have likely resulted in his death." Bai Wanji was surprised, so he asked, "Oh, why is that?" "If I have guessed correctly, that xenogenic came from the space garden," Mr. White slowly said. "Is that right? How did you know where it came from?" Bai Wanji was shocked. He had not told Mr. White where Han Sen had come from, yet Mr. White had been able to guess it. That was unbelievable. Mr. White quietly said, "I am good at predicting. It is not hard to see where it came from. You really are a genius, but what is that supposed to mean?" Bai Wanji now believed Mr. White. "From what I have seen, the space garden is a plant xenogenic that is true god class," Mr. White replied. "Its power is very unique. Even if a true god class elite tried to, it may not enter the space garden." Bai Wanji saw that Mr. White was able to tell the secrets of the place. Thus, he believed him even more. The secrets of the space garden being a true god xenogenic was not something many people knew. He had only heard the secret from Bai King once before. Mr. White was from a small race that was raised by the Extreme King, yet he knew this secret. Bai Wanji believed Mr. White even more. "Earlier, I calculated this xenogenic's identity. If I have guessed correctly, he is the son of the space garden. When the space garden raised him, he earned many special abilities. So, he is not just a born deified. He has two talents. He is a special child that can conquer the universe." Only Mr. White paused and said, "I believe that something strange must have happened in the space garden that made many creatures die. That is what must have happened when he was born. When this special child was born, its life force and genes were scarier than ordinary born deifieds. He is almost immortal. Other people might be able to kill it, but taking its mind is an impossible task. If that is true, how can I control him?" Bai Wanji knew Mr. White hadn't gone to the space garden, but he spoke like he had been. He had not missed a single part, which made him very confused. "With my power, I do not think I can help you, Mr. White said. Why don't you find the Grand Master to help? With his power, I am sure you can tame it. The Grand Master is out on business, and I am afraid he will not be back soon. Bai Wanji could see there was more for Mr. White to say, so he asked, Mr. White, is there no other way? It is not that there is not another way, but it would be very troublesome, Mr. White said. Please tell me, Mr. White, Bai Wanji said with glee. If you want to control this child, perhaps you can go and make use of the Extreme King's overbearing eye, Mr. White slowly said. Chapter 2800 Second Ancestor's Legacy, Extreme King's Overbearing Eye. What do you mean? Bai Wanji frowned and looked at Mr. White. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was a forbidden place in the Extreme King's realm. Even within the Extreme King, not many people received permission to enter. Bai Wanji was a crown prince, and he had only just recently earned the correct permission to go there. Of course, he knew what the Extreme King's overbearing eye was, but he did not understand why Mr. White would mention the Extreme King's overbearing eye. What did it have to do with the taming of a xenogeniac? Mr. White was not in a rush as he answered, this xenogeniac is very special. It is a xenogeniac that was grown from a plant, but it has received special treatment. It even has a body. It is a born deified with two extreme bodies. Its body structure and thinking are completely different. That is the reason normal mind control skills like Mr. Yin used are inefficient. After pausing, Mr. White went on to say, from what I can tell, the Extreme King's overbearing eye is a true god eye that was left behind by the second ancestor. It has absolute order power. Use the absolute order power to govern the xenogeniac's two extreme bodies. Then, all you will need is a simple mind control talent to control his heart. You will not need anything like Ghost Head Fall. Bai Wanji looked at Mr. White and asked, will that really work? I am just guessing, but I do not think the truth will differ much, Mr. White quietly said. There is one thing you must remember, though, Crown Prince. Please tell me. Bai Wanji looked at Mr. White with eyes as sharp as a sword. It was like he was attempting to see through his heart. It was just as Mr. White said. The Extreme King's overbearing eye came from the Extreme King's second ancestor. It was a true god eye when he became a true god. It was the best gene the second ancestor had. It had an unbelievable amount of power. The second ancestor did not decide on heading to the Geno Hall. It left its true god eye with the Extreme King to suppress King Kingdom's luck. That was the very core of King Kingdom's defensive systems. Its position was like Sky Palace's Sky Eye. It was the item to control and determine the fate of an entire race. It was more important than any true god item, so it was something they could not afford to lose. It was not just Mr. White. Anyone who mentioned the Extreme King's overbearing eye was put on alert. He never wanted anyone to make use of it. While you use the Extreme King's overbearing eye to split his two extreme bodies, do not rush the process, Mr. White seriously said. You need to be careful. Otherwise, something may backfire. Please remember that, Mr. Crown Prince. If you decide to try this, do not rush it. If you do, there may be a disaster. Extreme King's overbearing eye is the very core of the Extreme King's civilization, Bai Wanji said. I cannot bring any other creature there. Is there another way? Mr. White thought for a while and said, it is not like there isn't. I have heard the king has a king's book. It can split up many creatures in the universe. If you use that book, you can control that spirit. The king's book has not been used by my father for a long time, Bai Wanji said. He will not use it for a small spirit. Then, there is nothing else I can do. Mr. White bowed and said, King's Kingdom has many elites. Perhaps you can ask others for a suggestion on what you might be able to do. Thanks a lot, Mr. White. Bai Wanji sent Mr. White away. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was very important, so Bai Wanji did not believe the man right away. He asked a few other Extreme King deified elites for their opinions to see if there was anything they could do to control Han Sen. But it was just like Mr. White said. There was nothing they could do to Han Sen. A butterfly-class being that was good at using mind control skills was unable to control Han Sen's mind. Bai Wanji asked his uncle to come over. He still could not control Han Sen, so Mr. White told his uncle about Mr. White's method. Uncle, do you think Mr. White's method might actually work? It seems as if it makes sense, but before we try it, I am not sure it is actually all that useful, Nan Weikong quietly said. Do you think I can give it a go, uncle? Bai Wanji asked. The more powerful Han Sen was, the greater Bai Wanji's desire for control became. Back in the space garden, he saw the green light shoot into the sky. He thought the person that killed the god was still inside the space garden. Perhaps the god's personality was still there in the space garden. It made Bai Wanji want to claim the space garden all the more. It could be useful, but the extreme king's overbearing eye is too important, Nan Wai Kong said. In case something happens, perhaps you should not use this on such a trivial matter. Even if you were the one to cause a mess with this, not even that would quell the fury of the king. Nan Wai Kong did not know Bai Wanji wanted the space garden. Aside from the resources of the space garden, he also wanted the god's personality that everyone else wanted. Getting the god's personality meant they could become god spirits. That was something true god elites could not even achieve. Bai Wanji would not miss out on such an opportunity. After sending Nan Wai Kong away, Bai Wanji used many methods and all kinds of torture tools on Han Sen. No matter what he tried, he could not make Han Sen obey. That made him start to do something else. Han Sen's situation was bad. There was no doubt about that. He was injured all over. This time, he was getting tortured so much that his body was in agony. Even so, it was not enough to make him change his mind. Bai Wanji was unable to discover a way to break Han Sen, who was still holding on non-stop. Han Sen was not going to divulge a thing. He knew Bai Wanji wanted the space garden. He would not kill him before he found it. Bai Wanji looked at Han Sen with disdain. After being silent for so long, he suddenly turned off the supergravity suppression. He lifted Han Sen and departed the supergravity cabin. He had thought about it day and night. He could no longer resist the temptation of the space garden and the possibility of finding the god's personality. He wanted to take Han Sen to the extreme king's overbearing eye and do what Mr. White had told him to do. Now, Han Sen was feeling terrible and thought, where is Bai Wanji taking me to? It looks like Mr. White really didn't recognize me. Otherwise, he would have reacted. He should have at least given me a hint if he did. Bai Wanji carried Han Sen the entire way. They went through many doors. Han Sen was shocked. He thought, I did not think his father's bedroom has this much security. Where is he taking me? Han Sen was a bit worried. After all, his body had not yet recovered. He was rather scared. When Bai Wanji stopped before a palace, he saw a familiar statue. That statue was the same as the one he saw in an Extreme King pavilion. It was the second leader of the Extreme King. This statue looked a little different from the statue of the Extreme King's second ancestor he saw in the Extreme King pavilion. The second ancestor's statue on this palace's platform was holding a scale. It made the whole statue look serious. It looked like everything had to be fair and square. It looked like a god, but it did not have the emotion to look at everybody. There was something strange about the statue. One of the eyes was shut, whereas the other was open. The open eye also looked weird. That eye was black and white. The eyeball was white, but the pupils were black. It was still different from ordinary eyes. The eye was half black and half white. The black and white each had a side of their own, and it was very clear to see. Han Sen saw that black and white eye and started to feel goosebumps. Those god eyes gave all who saw them a chill. It was like the eye that looked at everyone and deemed them sinners. Next to the second ancestor's statue, an old voice boomed. Mr. Crown Prince, why have you come? Han Sen suddenly noticed an old person kneeling in front of the statue. One was unable to see what he looked like. Since he was kneeling, he appeared to be someone who was praying to a god. Plus, he was directly in front of the statue. Han Sen saw that his hair was pale like snow, but he could not discern any other colors. The covered his whole body. It was very straight. He was like a kneeling snow ape, which is why Han Sen had not noticed him. Bai Wanji is greeting Old Iron. Bai Wanji's identity within the Extreme King was high. Despite that, he was greeting the old man present. That proved how special the old man must have been. Oh, no, I am just a servant. Why is Mr. Crown Prince coming to La Hall? The old man was still kneeling on the ground. He did not raise his head. If there weren't people there, no one would believe he was talking to Bai Wanji. I caught a born deified xenogeniac, Bai Wanji politely said. I want to capture and control it, but its body is very weird. It is half plant and half flesh. It is two extremes combined. There are no skills capable of moving its heart. So, I want to use the Extreme King's overbearing eye's law power to suppress his body shape and use it for myself. Do you know the Extreme King's overbearing eye is King's Kingdom's base stone? Do you not think it is inappropriate to make us vulnerable by using it for such a small task? The old man's voice had returned, but he was still kneeling before the statue unmoving. Bai Wanji did not dare offend the old man. He politely said, "Old Iron, if this was for the mere taming of a xenogeniac, I would not dare trouble you. But this xenogeniac is so weird and the key to controlling a special xenogeniac space. With this, I can control that xenogeniac space. That xenogeniac space is very important to me. It matters, and it can determine my future as a true god. Therefore, I am hoping Old Iron will be able to help me." The old man did not move or speak. Although Bai Wanji was powerful, his heart was a bit depressed. If there was no other way to solve this issue, he would not have gone there. After a while, the old man's voice came back. "Place it on the left side of the law scale." Bai Wanji was suddenly delighted. He quickly picked up Han Sen and placed him on the scale the second ancestor's statue was holding. Han Sen felt terrible. He did not know what the extreme king's overbearing eye would do. After Bai Wanji let him go, he tried to struggle and get away. He discovered that he was unable to move. It was like some scary power had tied him up and bound him to the left plate of the scale. Han Sen thought the scale was just a decoration. He had not thought the scale would actually work. After he was placed on the left plate, his weight lowered the scale. When the left plate of the scale went down, the second ancestor's eye started to brighten up. Black and white light came out from it. The white light shot toward the left plate of the scale while the black light shot at the right plate of the scale. The white light came down on Han Sen's body. He felt as if some weird power had invaded his body. It felt extremely strange. It was like he was being scanned or an X-ray was looking into his body. Han Sen sensed that the X-ray was not being used to look into his bones. They were looking into his genes. When the white light scanned Han Sen's body, the black light on the right side illuminated the right plate of the scale. It generated a black counterweight. The counterweight had a number that kept changing. It started from 1 and kept rising. What is going on? Han Sen did not feel as if his body was getting damaged, but this weird feeling unsettled him. He did not know what the numbers implied. The old man was still kneeling in front of the statue, so he could not see what was happening. Bai Wanji kept staring at the black counterweights, which were building on the right plate of the scale. Although the Extreme King was started by the Alpha, the core of the civilization was built by the second ancestor. It was easy to start a business, but keeping it going was a different matter entirely. The second ancestor kept the core of what the Alpha had created and built a civilization and the rule of law to uphold and sustain the Extreme King. That had kept the Extreme King going for billions and billions of years. It had amassed quite the history. The legends claim that the second ancestor was very harsh and cold. He treated all of the family members the same. He even executed his son who had broken the law. The Extreme King's overbearing eye was his geno-armament. It had a weird power inside of it that was called sin. It judged whether or not a creature was guilty. If that creature was very sinful, the Extreme King's overbearing eye power would grow. The second ancestor judged a sinful butterfly elite when he had only just become a primitive deified. With one hit, it killed the butterfly elite, not even sparing it a chance. That was how the Extreme King's overbearing eye started to become famous. It had become one of the most powerful geno-armaments. It was in the top 10 in the Geno universe. With the power of the second Alpha, all the creatures believed he could use the Extreme King's overbearing eye to enter the Geno Hall and possibly become a god spirit. Only who would have guessed that the second ancestor would force his geno-armament, the Extreme King's overbearing eye, out and leave it for the Extreme King. By doing so, he lost the right to enter the Geno Hall. One legend claimed that the Extreme King's overbearing eye, despite being very powerful, did not work on a creature that had no sin. No one ever did find out how the Extreme King's overbearing eye determined how a person might have sinned. When the second ancestor was alive, no faction dared attack King's kingdom. The second Alpha settled the foundation of the Extreme King, which kept them going for billions of years. Now, Han Sen was locked down by the Extreme King's overbearing eye. The counterweight on the right was continuing to increase. The higher the number, the more sins Han Sen had committed. When the number of the counterweight equaled Han Sen's amount of sins, the scales would be balanced again. At that time, the Extreme King's overbearing eye was able to judge Han Sen. The counterweight's number was 30, but the left plate of the scale that featured Han Sen was still getting lower. It was not balancing out. Seeing the number on the counterweight quickly increase, Bai Wanji's face looked strange. It is over 100 already, and the scales are still trying to find a balance. It is not coming back. What has this xenogenic done to be deemed so sinful? In the past, when the extreme king's overbearing eye judged a person and the number 50 was displayed, the judge was deemed sinful. Around 80 had committed serious crimes. More than 100 were considered the most sinful. After Han Sen's meter went past 100 and kept on increasing, the scale was still sinking. It was not going back up. Apparently, the counterweight was unable to balance out the crimes he had committed. Destroying an entire race can lead to a counterweight of only 100, so what did this guy do? Bai Wanji frowned as he peered at the counterweight on the right. The number on the scale was now over 200. This kind of sin was reserved for the greatest of villains across the entire universe. The number on the counterweight increased quickly. It made Bai Wanji's heart start to shake. Before long, it was already over 500. That kind of number had to make him the evilest person in the universe. No one else had ever reached such a figure. The counterweight was still increasing. The left plate, where Han Sen was still sinking. It was scary. How could this happen? Bai Wanji was shocked. Although the extreme king's overbearing eye wouldn't kill things, it suppressed the sinner. Under the weight of a sin this big, the person's body should have been crushed and destroyed by now. The old man who was kneeling on the floor suddenly raised his head. He looked at Han Sen on the scale. His expression started to look strange. "Old Iron, can you stop the trial?" Bai Wanji asked. "When the real trial comes, I am afraid that if this keeps going, he will not be unable to withstand the trial's power. It will crush his body." "Okay, but the extreme king's overbearing eye cannot be controlled by others," the old man coldly said. "It won't be controlled by anyone. Even if he is very sinful, he won't be killed. He will just be suppressed." When the old man said that, Bai Wanji did not say anything more. He kept watching the counterweight's number increase. Every time the number jumped, it made Bai Wanji's heart jump. The number on the counterweight soared over 1,000. The old man's face changed. When the second ancestor had slain the butterfly elite, that butterfly elite's sin was only 1,000 to 2,000. That was the villain of that generation. It was hard to find another like that in recent times. The old man looked at Bai Wanji and asked, "Is it really like you described? Is this xenogenic from the Space Garden?" He was shocked by this level of crime. "I asked Holy Pirate to capture him from the Space Garden, so I suppose he was correct," Bai Wanji replied. Holy Pirate is not a man who goes against his word. If he agreed to the task, this should be the correct target. But if this is a son of the Space Garden, why is he deemed to be so evil? The old man raised his head as he spoke. He saw that Han Sen's body was chained up like a prisoner. The old man's eye looked rather purple. He looked at Han Sen, who was on the scale. He shook his head and said, "Weird. It is so weird, I cannot see through his body. Are two extreme bodies that powerful?" Bai Wanji's heart jumped. He suddenly thought of something. Mr. White said this xenogenic was not just a son of the Space Garden. They say he is very talented. There is something special that gave him this body. At one point, the Space Garden was full of green light. At the same time, the God Spirit was killed and the Geno Hall appeared. Is that miracle connected to the God Spirit that was killed? Was the God Spirit that was killed the Space Garden itself? Did the Space Garden absorb the God's personality and create a special xenogenic? As Bai Wanji spoke, his belief in such a possibility became more real. His heart raced faster. If things are truly like that, I just need to tame this son. I can use his power to suppress the Space Garden and get the God's personality. Then, I will be made a God Spirit, he thought. Bai Wanji started to think this truly was a huge opportunity. With this much sin, I bet he must have slain a god. Bai Wanji could see the counterweight number continue to increase. It made him put more stock in what he had been predicting. 2,000, 3,000, the counterweight's number was breaking the limits. Even the old man was visibly shocked. He had never seen a creature's sin be this high. This had never happened before. This xenogenic, he does seem a bit weird. Should we stop the trial, then? The old man looked at Bai Wanji as he spoke. With such a grand amount of sin, not even he knew if something bad might happen. Normally, no one controlled the extreme king's overbearing eye, and it would not kill anyone. For this much sin, the trial was going to be something scary. There was the possibility that this xenogenic would be crushed. They were unsure whether the calculation of his sin would stop and his trial would start. If the trial did not have enough power and was done a second time, they would have to wait a month until the extreme king's overbearing eye could be used again. Thinking of the space garden and having a god's personality there waiting for him, he could not hold his horses. Old Iron, I thought you said if no one controls the extreme king's overbearing eye, it would not kill anyone, Bai Wanji said. Yeah, that is how it is supposed to work. It really is like that. In the past, there has never been a creature this sinful. Old Iron did not keep speaking. If things are like that, let us just wait longer. Bai Wanji went silent. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, the sin meter increased its speed. It made the old man's face change. He had never heard of such a sinful creature before. Bai Wanji's heart was shaking. He said to the old man, Old Iron, let's just end this and go to the trial. I am afraid that if this keeps going, his body will not be able to withstand the force of the trial. The old man nodded. He stood up and planned on walking up to the scales. Pang! The chain on the left side, which connected the plate to the scale, suddenly broke. The left side broke, and the right side fell. It meant the scale that represented justice had suddenly broken. Only the black and white light that shot out of the statue's eyes was still carrying on. It kept Han Sen in the air. The other side of the black scale was also hovering in the air. The numbers were still increasing, and they were increasing faster than before. Amid their shock, the old man and Bai Wanji saw Han Sen's score of sin pass the 10,000 mark. When the scale's sin number hit 10,000, it stopped increasing. The black and white light from the extreme king's overbearing eye still hadn't stopped. There was no sign of a trial going on. It was still shining on Han Sen. The old man was shocked. He did not know what was going on. He had no idea why the sin meter had stopped. Furthermore, there was no trial. This had never happened before. Does this mean the creature's sin cannot be measured more than this? But the extreme king's overbearing eye can only display 10,000 at most. The old man and Bai Wanji shared the same thought of this possibility. Pang! Suddenly, the second ancestor statue that held the extreme king's overbearing eye was shining. The eyes of the sculpture exploded out of their sockets. Chapter 2803 I changed. The old man and Bai Wanji were in shock. The extreme king's overbearing eye was a supremely important item for the extreme king. If something happened to it, it would affect the extreme king a lot. Pang! The black and white eyeballs burst out of the sockets. They were each around the size of a football. Half of each was white and half of each was black. They carried a black and white light that was beaming out madly. The old man was shocked. His body burst with a silver flame that came out of him like a tsunami. He had to become a roaring demon to suppress the black and white eyeballs. After a minor touch, the old man's power vanished. The old man's demonic power was erased into nothing greater than dust. The extreme king's overbearing eye went right in front of Han Sen. Han Sen's body was set free. Before he realized what was going on, the extreme king's overbearing eye went into his left eye. One was not able to imagine what kind of scene this was. A ball the size of a football went into Han Sen's left eye. His eyes were quite big compared to humans, but they were not as big as footballs. Seeing the black and white light explode, the extreme king's overbearing eye went into Han Sen's eye. It made his eyes look like they were erupting like a volcano. It released black and white flames. Under that huge amount of pain, Han Sen could not help but hold his eyes. His hands were unable to prevent the black and white light from exploding. Bai Wanji and the old man were in shock. They did not know what to do, so they just stood where they were. They looked at Han Sen in midair. He was just cupping his hands. The black and white light surged out from the gaps in his fingers. It turned everything around them black and white. It was like a comic without color. Boom, boom, boom. The entire king's kingdom shook a little as if something had broken. Oh, no. Bai Wanji's face turned green. He looked glum. He almost had tears forming. Apparently, something had changed with the extreme king's overbearing eye. It had a problem with King's Kingdom's defensive system. Before Bai Wanji could think of something more, he saw a few people land nearby. All of their bodies had a scary presence. One of them was the extreme king's king. Bai King looked at Han Sen, who was floating in the air with his left eye spewing out a black and white flame. He looked at the old man and asked, "Old Iron, what is going on?" "My lord," the old man was going to say something, but Bai Wanji interrupted. "Father, it was my fault." Bai Wanji kneeled before him and explained what happened. "Go and get Mr. White." After Bai King heard this, he did not pin any blame on Bai Wanji. He only spoke to an extreme king elite. The extreme king elite nodded and quickly disappeared. A moment later, his body reappeared. He had brought Mr. White with him. Bai, greetings, my lord. Mr. White bowed to Bai King. Mr. White, can you explain what has happened here? Bai King looked at Mr. White. He sounded gentle, but there was an inescapable pressure hidden within that was difficult to explain. If he was asking a man with a low level of will, even if the man did not make a mistake, he would be expected to kowtow to Bai King. Mr. White looked at Han Sen, who was floating in the air. He had an ironic smile on his face. He bowed to Bai King and said, "It is my fault. Please punish me." "Why would you say that?" Bai King casually asked without moving. "I told Mr. Crown Prince that the extreme king's overbearing eye could break this xenogeniac's two extreme bodies," Mr. White said with a wry smile. "I did not expect this xenogeniac would be able to attract the extreme king's overbearing eye. This was my fault." "Oh, how did you tell the Crown Prince?" Bai King asked. Mr. White explained what he had told him. He sighed and said, "It was my mistake. You can punish me instead." Bai King ignored Mr. White. He looked at Bai Wanji, who was kneeling. Did Mr. White tell any lies in his story? No, Bai Wanji quietly said with his head lowered. His entire body was quaking. If it was like that when you discovered how strange the sin meter was behaving, why did you not stop it? Bai King asked. Bai Wanji was suddenly speechless. Mr. White had warned him many times that he shouldn't rush things, but all he could think about was the space garden and the god's personality. He did not heed the warnings he had been given. He knew if he did not explain this, he would have committed a serious crime. He might have even lost his crown prince seat. "Father, there is one thing I would like to talk to you about in private." Bai Wanji gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Say it." Bai King did not move, but there was some sort of invisible power spreading that filtered out everything else around. Bai Wanji did not dare hide anything. He told him everything about Han Sen and his thoughts regarding it. Did that really happen? When Bai King heard him, he looked at Han Sen, who was still midair, in shock. Clearly, the god's personality thing had surprised him a good deal. "It was me being dumb. I was too greedy." Bai Wanji lowered his head as he spoke. "Only, if you were not ambitious and someone not decisive, you would not be my son." Bai King changed his tone. "But the way you go about things is still immature." Before Bai King finished, they suddenly heard a sound. Patong. They saw Han Sen fall from the air. He fell to the ground of the hall. His left eye no longer had a black and white flame in it, but he was not entirely his usual self. His left eye looked ordinary. There was a white eyeball with a black pupil. Comparing it to other eyes, this eye had no layers. The white eyeball and black pupil were really distinct. It was white like snow and black like ink. It did not look lively. It was like a lifeless eye. "My lord, it was me who did not watch carefully and made the extreme king's overbearing eye suffer this accident," the old man apologized. "Please punish me." Bai King waved his hand to stop the old man from talking. "There is no need to do this, Old Iron. You have been guarding the extreme king's law hall for a long time. You have always been good to us. This is not your fault, so do not blame yourself." Bai King looked at Han Sen and walked over to him. Han Sen felt terrible. He had no idea what would happen next. Something this huge had happened. Even Bai King had come. Han Sen felt like something really bad was going to happen to him soon. As he watched Bai King approach him, Han Sen was very glum. He thought, "It looks like I am going to have something bad happen to me no matter what. I might as well strike first." After thinking that, Han Sen got up off the floor. He straightened his body and puffed out his chest. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Bai King. He was not going to bow down. "Little kid, do you want to be like him, taking whatever you want and tricking whoever you want?" Bai King walked before Han Sen, and suddenly reached out his hand. He patted Han Sen on the head, smiled, and pointed at Bai Wanji. Han Sen was frozen as he looked at Bai King. He did not know what he was talking about. "If you follow me, you can bully people without remorse," Bai King said as he led Han Sen out. "No one will ever dream of bullying you either. Only you can trick people. No one will trick you." All the extreme king elites had strange looks on their faces. They had no idea what Bai King was thinking. The king's heart was never be something they could accurately gauge. Besides, this was a king that had almost conquered the entire universe. No one dared to say anything. They only looked at Bai King holding Han Sen by the hand, walking him out of Law Hall. Han Sen was also surprised. This change had come too fast. Bai King's thoughts were surprisingly different from what was expected. It made Han Sen unable to act. Han Sen thought he was going to die, but he didn't die. Instead, Bai King brought him into a palace. The pretty women there healed his wounds, and he had waiters bring him nice clothes. He was allowed any meal he fancied. It made Han Sen feel as if he was dreaming. He had never received this kind of treatment before, so it did not seem real. In such a big palace, aside from Bai King, there were women everywhere. Han Sen was the second male in that place. It is no wonder why the legends claim Bai King is a very horny tyrant. It is making sense to me now. Let's not say anything else, but seeing the number of children he has and the infinite number of pretty women in his palace, it is fairly obvious he is a horny man. Han Sen was comfortably lying on a chair. A woman from the feather race was next to him. She was slicing up fruit and putting it in his mouth. He took a bite of the fruit. It tasted amazing. It felt warm inside his body. It was as if he was eating live fruit. All of his pores were so comfortable that they groaned in pleasure. As he gorged on the stuff, Han Sen thought, even the food I eat is ordinary, high-class xenogenic fruit. A random one can bring a baron up to a viscount. They are so rich. He stayed there for 15 days. If he said he wanted something, he got it. No one watched him either. If he wanted to, he could visit any corner of the palace as he pleased. Throughout his time there, he did not see Bai King. It was like Bai King had brought him there and just forgot about him. While he was thinking, Bai King, who was wearing green clothes, entered the garden. He smiled at Han Sen and asked, "Have you gotten used to living here? If there is something you do not like about the place, all you must do is tell me. Mr. Bai King, you should just tell me it straight. What is that you want?" Han Sen was not going to be bought out with fancy stuff. He knew Bai King was not treating him like this because of the goodness of his heart. He knew he must have had a plan. Bai King waved his hand. The servants and women officers all left the garden. Bai King sat on a stone chair next to Han Sen. He poured himself some tea, had a sip, and said, "I have no choice. You combined with my extreme king's overbearing eye. Without this Geno armament, the defensive systems of King's Kingdom are practically fake. Therefore, I need your help." Han Sen looked at Bai King weirdly. This tyrant of legend spoke with surprising modesty. Han Sen did not expect that. Out of the three top high races, Ancient God did not have the ambition to control the rest of the universe. The very high was not bothered to do it. Thus, the extreme king was more like the leader of the universe. For a king like that, if he controlled Han Sen's life, even if Han Sen was a billion light years away and wanted him dead, Han Sen would be dead. Now, Bai King was like a sad, middle-aged man talking about his issues with him. If they were not in his palace, Han Sen would wonder if he was the extreme king's king. "Do not look at me like that," Bai King humbly said. "I am just a normal person in this universe. I am not like the gods in their lofty places. Now, I have two choices. One is to kill you and take your extreme king's overbearing eye. Doing that would be fine. The extreme king's defensive system would go back to normal." Han Sen felt a chill. Bai King smiled and said, "But I am not planning on doing that. A race's development is like going against the water with a boat. If you do not go forward, you will go back. The extreme king is at the top of the universe, but we have not improved for a long time. If there is a chance for us to improve, I am willing to try. Therefore, I have decided to go the other way. If you are willing to help me, our race will improve. Although the chances are slim, it is better than nothing." Han Sen frowned and asked, "Do you want me to go to the space garden with you?" Bai King laughed and said, "You underestimate yourself. The god's personality is a rare thing, but I do not care for it. I want you." Bai King's tone of voice was very calm, but he gave off the feeling of staring down the world. It was something other people couldn't do. "Me." Han Sen did not understand what Bai King was trying to tell him. "Yes, it is you. If you are really the one who killed the god in the space garden, that means you are half a god. Now that you have combined with my second ancestor's extreme king's overbearing eye, I want to see how far you can go. If you are willing to, you could become my one and only student. You can receive more benefits than my own children. I will raise you to true god class." Everything Bai King was saying was extremely shocking. Even when Han Sen heard it, his heart could not stop pounding. "Why would this benefit you?" Han Sen looked at Bai King weirdly. He found it hard to believe that Bai King would willingly help an outsider xenogenic. "I have my own benefits," Bai King coldly said. "Just think of it as me helping you. Are you willing to receive my help or not?" "Only, Do I have a choice? Han Sen asked with a smile. Bai King smiled and said, I do not like forcing people. This must be something you are willing to do. If you don't want to do this, you will have to die. I won't force you. At least, I will give you a quick death and take back my extreme king's overbearing eye. I will also give you a big funeral. I want to live, Han Sen said with a wry smile. If you are willing to, prepare yourself for the next few days. I have never had a student before, so I expect you will not only be my first but also my last. We must have a big ceremony. I want the whole universe to know you are my student. Right, what is your name? If you do not have a name, I can give you a name. You will also have my surname, Holy Baby, Han Sen quickly said. He did not want Bai King's surname. Holy Baby was the name Han Sen had given to the red-robed child. If he was still using Holy Baby's identity, he might as well use his name. Holy Baby, that is a good name, Bai King said while squinting his eyes. From now on, Holy Baby is Bai King's student. You are his only student. Chapter 2805 Bai King's student. Bai King had taken an outsider xenogenic for a student. That news quickly spread across the universe. Upon hearing the news, the elites were shocked. Most ordinary people thought Bai King must have gone crazy. Only scary people were able to understand what Bai King was going to do. But that xenogenic did not have any history or renown. It was only known that he was called Holy Baby. It was a child that looked around 5 to 6 years old. Aside from that, no one knew much about him. No one knew its specific race. No one knew where it came from. Many elites were invited by Bai King to come and join the teacher ceremony. The people who went were keen to learn as much as they could about the Holy Baby xenogenic. They were unable to determine his level or body, which shocked them even more. Han Sen thought Bai King only wanted to take him as a student to trap him with the Extreme King and take his space garden. After the teacher and student bond was made official, Bai King made no further mention of the space garden. He also did not stop Han Sen from going anywhere he desired. Even if he wanted to leave the realm of the Extreme King, Bai King was not going to stop him. While not far away from the Extreme King's door, Han Sen was thinking about whether or not he should leave. He saw Mr. White flying. Mr. White, the Extreme King is not a bad place, Mr. White said. Maybe you should stay for a while. Did you know I want to leave? Han Sen did not know if Mr. White knew who he was. Mr. White smiled. If I did not know, why would I have sent you to the Law Hall? So, did you know who I was a long time ago? Han Sen was frozen. He suddenly realized Mr. White had deliberately sent him to the Law Hall. How did you know that I would combine with the Extreme King's overbearing eye? Han Sen asked with confusion. I did not know, Mr. White said as he shook his head. I was merely making a calculation. Although the wheels of fate forever change, it was an uncertain future I was able to predict. But there are always rules to help you avoid harm. As far as I was able to tell, going there would give you more life force and provide a better result. I thought it was worth spurring you on to try it. Mister, you are a very daring person. What if I had been unable to combine with the Extreme King's overbearing eye? Han Sen wanted to both laugh and cry at the same time. Mr. White smiled and said, in this world, there is nothing absolute. If I did not have an absolute solution, then choosing the one with the likeliest outcome is usually what you should opt for. If you ever get unlucky and something bad falls upon you, it was meant to be. It was a part of life's design. Han Sen knew what Mr. White said made sense, but it was still kind of scary. It is fortunate your predictions were not too bad. So, was making me stay in the Extreme King part of your prediction? That was not something that needed to be predicted, Mr. White said. Bai King has accepted you, an outsider xenogenic, as a student. That is quite the privilege. Now, in this universe, many scary existences have their eyes on you. They want to know why Bai King wanted to accept you as a student. No one will dare to do anything to you in the Extreme King. That much is certain. If you leave the Extreme King, I believe many people will want to kidnap you and take you for their own vile research. Bai King is so manipulative. He wants to tie me up like a figurehead for the ship that is the Extreme King. Han Sen finally understood. You underestimate Bai King, Mr. White said. If those were the only sorts of tricks he could do, he wouldn't be the man in charge of the Extreme King. The Extreme King wouldn't be what it is today, as sound as a pound, if that was all he could do. He must have a greater plan. For now, you and I are unable to see it. So, according to what you are telling me, I should willingly trap myself here, Han Sen said with a frown. Just sit and see what comes next. Mr. White did not have a better idea either. Han Sen had been thinking about things for a while. He now believed Mr. White was likely correct. If Bai King had no plans of doing anything foul to him, staying with the Extreme King was likely a good idea. May I ask, how did your body become like this? Mr. White asked about the crux of Han Sen's troubles. Han Sen wanted to ask Mr. White about it too. He explained what happened when he became transmutation class. After Mr. White listened to his tale and though for a while, he said, if you can practice 4 Geno arts to deified class, that is already something quite incredible. If I have guessed things correctly, your leveling up is fine. It is normal here. If it is normal, how can I not make use of my power? Han Sen asked. Do you know why the deified class is divided into primitive, transmutation, larva, butterfly, and true god? Mr. White asked with a smile. I do not know, Han Sen said with a shake of his head. Actually, the whole process is about a true god being born, Mr. White said. The son of a true god will be born when they become a butterfly. Before that, they are something like a prototype. The body has not developed yet, so they cannot use their powers. In this universe, it is quite rare for one to become a true god. It mostly depends on the practice afterward, but this progress simulates the process of becoming a true god. That is why there are 5 classes. If I have guessed things correctly, when you became deified and your 4 genes became one, it had to mean your body would take on a different shape and appearance. It took on a status similar to a born true god. So, when you became a transmutation class, it meant your fetus was still growing. Maybe when you reach larva or butterfly class and your god body has developed some more, perhaps then you can use your powers. Mr. White paused and said, that is not a bad thing. The primitive genes we humans have come from crystallizers. The core of our bodies is not great. You can experience a second development by making your primitive genes like a born true god, which is very good for you. I hope so, Han Sen replied. After hearing Mr. White speak, he felt better. Mr. White and Han Sen exchanged some more information. Han Sen decided to stay with the Extreme King for now. I do not want to be a student for anything. Didn't Bai King say he will give me anything? Let me go ask him for some deified xenogenic genes. Perhaps if I have enough, I can become a larva class. Hopefully, I can become a butterfly. After Han Sen thought this through, he walked back to the palace. The palace was a serious place. Even the king's daughters and sons were not allowed to enter without prior permission, but Bai King was giving Han Sen special treatment. He was able to enter the palace whenever he chose. With this special treatment, it made Bai King's wives and children upset. Of course, no one said anything about it. Other people were becoming more curious about Han Sen. They wanted to know what was special about him and why Bai King would spoil him like that. After all, this had never happened before. When Han Sen went to Bai King's study, Bai Wanji was there. Holy baby, you are here. Sit down, Bai King nicely said. Even Bai Wanji, who was a crown prince, had to stand. Han Sen, however, was told to take a seat. Han Sen opened his lion mouth. My king, did you say I can have anything I want? Now, I need deified xenogenic genes. I need 300 or 400. He did not think Bai King would give him that many. He was asking for a ridiculous amount, but it would at least mean he would receive as many as possible. Sure. Surprisingly, Bai King agreed straight away. He turned to Bai Wanji and said, Wanji, take holy baby to 9 Defense Palace. That place will belong to him now. When Bai Wanji heard that, his face changed. Although his face changed back quickly, Han Sen could still see that Bai Wanji was very upset. Han Sen followed Bai Wanji out of the palace. Bai King had asked Bai Wanji to take him to the 9 Defense Palace, but he had not explained what the 9 Defense Palace was. As he walked alongside Bai Wanji, Han Sen asked, Crown Prince, what is the 9 Defense Palace? I don't know, Bai Wanji coldly replied. Han Sen was surprised. With Bai Wanji's way of thinking, even if there was something that had upset him, he would not show it on his face. Plus, this was something Bai King wanted him to do. Even if he did not want to do what he was bidden to, he would not let Han Sen see. Now, he was exhibiting quite a bit of emotion. That meant this whole thing must have really triggered him. It had triggered him to the point that he was unable to control his own emotions. Han Sen kept walking and thinking. What kind of place is 9 Defense Palace? On the way, Bai Wanji remained cold. He did not say a word. It was rather scary. Han Sen was not going to keep provoking him. He followed Bai Wanji to a purple palace. That palace was made out of purple metal. Han Sen did not know what kind of metal it was. The weird thing about the palace was it had no window. It was a big, metal, purple palace that seemed 1,000 miles long, yet it did not have a single window. There was only one entrance, and it was at the front. The door was as big as a mountain. Above the door, a plaque read, 9 Defense Palace. Bai Wanji looked at the 9 Defense Palace's door. With a look filled with regret, he said, "Here." He immediately turned around and left. He did not say anything more to Han Sen. Bai Wanji is so mad. It looks like the 9 Defense Palace must be packed with good stuff since Bai King told me he would give me deified xenogenic genes. I suppose this place is filled to the brim with deified xenogenic genes. Is this place a warehouse for the storage of deified xenogenic genes? Han Sen was excited to find out. If there were benefits to claim from the Extreme King, he was not going to be stingy. He was going to take all that he could get. The big palace did not have guards, so Han Sen brought out the purple, metal key Bai King had given him. He inserted the key into the door's keyhole. Han Sen turned the key, but the giant, metal door did not open. He saw a xenogenic statue attached to the door. Its eyes grew bright as it shined down on Han Sen and sucked him in. It was like some kind of teleportation device. When Han Sen's vision returned, he was already in the palace. He saw a semicircular plaza in front of him. Both sides of the plaza had many xenogenic statues. They were also made of metal. Their sizes were all different from each other. Some were 300 feet high, whereas others were as small as a ball. One saw them in every shape and size. Across the plaza, on the circular wall, were 9 big doors. They all had some words on them. They were not written in the common language, so Han Sen was unable to read them. What if Bai Wanji did not tell me what was here because he does not know what is behind these 9 doors? Han Sen hesitated. He selected a door and put the key inside. This time, the door slowly rose. He saw a path behind the door. It looked like it was a path that led to another palace. If Bai King wanted to harm me, there would be no need for him to go to all this trouble. I do not think this place is dangerous. Han Sen kept thinking, but he eventually walked inside. After walking down an extremely long corridor, he saw a giant structure. This is a palace inside a palace. When Han Sen saw the space ahead, there were many more palaces lined up. The palaces were all the same size, which was about the size of a basketball court. Han Sen quickly noticed the palaces were numbered. The first one Han Sen saw was 0001. Sequentially, each palace went up in number. Han Sen looked around, but he could not tell how many palaces were inside that palace. It looks like I am right. This is an Extreme King warehouse, but would Bai King really be that nice and give me the magic key to the Extreme King's stuff? Han Sen had to wonder that, but he did not think that was likely. Cha-cha-cha. As Han Sen thought it through, he still went ahead and opened the palace that was labeled 0001. He immediately saw a xenogenic that looked like a giant ape. It was just inside the palace. Roar. When the big ape saw Han Sen, it made an angry cry. Its black hair went straight. Black substance chains arose across it. It was like the coming of a demon. In the next second, the big ape's chains were attacked by a god light. A spell of some sort flickered, suppressing the big ape's power. It did not matter how hard the big ape struggled. It was unable to escape the magical pressure. Deified xenogenic. This place does not store the deified xenogenic genes themselves. It stores a deified xenogenic that is actually alive. If all these palaces have a deified xenogenic locked inside, how many could there possibly be? Han Sen was shocked. He coldly laughed and said aloud, "Bai King, do you really think my body cannot fight, and I cannot slay these deified xenogenics?" Han Sen immediately summoned a beast soul. It made his entire body look like the red blood demon. He also summoned the Peacock King's soul clothing and 6-core snake bow. His power was still unable to be used, but the 3 deified beast souls could lend him the power to kill a primitive deified xenogenic with ease. The black-haired, big ape was trapped, so it could not fight back. Han Sen pulled the string of his 6-core snake bow and generated heart connection power. He fired an arrow at the black-haired, big ape's head. Gotcha. The big ape was still trapped and unable to move. Its power had been suppressed. Han Sen's arrow neatly punctured its head. The big ape's head was perforated. It madly shouted at Han Sen. To kill it, Han Sen fired another dozen arrows to put him down for good. Xenogenic deified hunted. Black demon ape. Deified xenogenic gene found. Only Han Sen turned off the restrictions in the palace. He looked at the black demon ape's big body and felt rather remorseful. I killed it, but it is so big. How am I supposed to eat it? It would be great if the flower gods were here and turned it into a geno fluid I could down in one gulp. Never mind, I am going to check if the other palaces have deified xenogenics inside them. Han Sen put the black demon ape's body aside. After he left the palace, he went to the palace labeled 0002. He opened the palace and saw a xenogenic inside that was also locked up. It was not another black demon ape. It was a xenogenic he could not see. Its body was completely wrapped in purple armor. This xenogenic did not shout at Han Sen as the black demon ape had. It just coldly looked at Han Sen. Its eyes shone from within the armor and unleashed a purple light. It was like it could see through Han Sen's lungs. Han Sen pulled the string of his 6-core snake bow and fired an arrow at the xenogenic. The xenogenics there were all tied up for him to kill, so he was not going to go easy on them. This was far better than just receiving deified xenogenic genes. Aside from getting xenogenic genes, Han Sen had the chance of receiving a beast soul. Dong. When Han Sen's arrow struck the xenogenic's armor, the projectile did not leave a white mark. The light arrow exploded on impact. Chapter 2807 can only move mouth. A very powerful xenogenic, it looks like it is not just primitive deified. Han Sen knew that his arrows wouldn't be able to hurt the fiend. Before his body recovered, he did not think he would be able to do anything to it. The xenogenic did not react, though. It just coldly looked at Han Sen as if he was a clown. So, Han Sen did not persist attacking. He exited the palace labeled 0002 and decided to check out a few more of the palaces. He noticed that 0003 and 0004 were empty. When he reached Palace 0005, he saw another xenogenic. This time, Han Sen did not strike. That was because he did not need to strike. He saw the scary xenogenic, which looked like a snow dragon, was breathing out an icy, snowy presence. Han Sen knew it was a larva class with just one glance. Thus, he knew he could not kill it anytime soon. I do not know how many deified xenogenics are locked up here, but the quality of them is too high. Han Sen decided to stop looking. That black demon ape xenogenic gene was enough for him to eat for the next few days. He dragged the body of the black demon ape out of the 9 Defense Palace. After he left the 9 Defense Palace, he did not keep using his beast soul. He called on a few of the extreme king guards to help him drag the black demon ape's body back to the palace. Han Sen soon noticed that the guards and the maids in the palace were looking at him strangely. "Why are you looking at me?" Han Sen asked one of the maids. "I am sorry, Mr. Holy Baby." The maid looked scared. She swiftly kneeled upon the floor. "I asked, why are you looking at me? Why don't you just answer me?" Han Sen frowned. I. The maid was so shocked that she was unable to speak. "You are very powerful, Mr. Holy Baby." A voice stemmed from afar. It came from an elegant woman. She was dressed in extraordinarily beautiful clothes. She was of the extreme king. She had many maids who all looked at Han Sen coldly. "Who are you?" Han Sen knew this woman was likely one of Bai King's wives, but Bai King had too many wives. He did not recognize all of them. In fact, he did not care to learn the names of Bai King's wives. "Xenogenics really are xenogenics. This guy has no manners." The elegant woman looked at Han Sen coldly but with pride. "How dare you? Don't you bow before the queen?" A maid near her shouted. "Oh, is this the teacher's wife?" Han Sen smiled, but he was not going to bow. Bai King was the one who had forced him into adopting a new teacher. He never wanted to remain a student there, so he was not going to be respectful to all his wives. Plus, if that woman was a queen, that meant she was Bai Wanji and Bai Wuchang's mother. Those two guys were Han Sen's enemies. There was no need for him to respect her. Han Sen thought the woman had gone there looking for trouble, so Han Sen was not going to just concede. The queen looked more upset, so she addressed one of her maids. "Bao Ying, teach him the rules of this palace, just in case he creates trouble." "Mr. Holy Baby, you should bow to the queen." The maid, Bao Ying, was wearing a snow-white robe. It looked like a nun's robe, but she was not wearing a hood or veil. Her hair was done up in a bun. Bao Ying's skin was as smooth as jade. She was extremely pretty. Her presence was like a fairy coming out of a plume of dust. Her face was so pretty that she looked like a perfect creation by God. Bao Ying showed Han Sen how to perform the bow. It was a half-kneel gesture. She did it very elegantly. When she lowered her head, her neck looked like a pale white jade. It was like the neck of a swan and extremely pretty. Bai King, that old man, is very lucky. Every woman in the palace is both pretty and stunning, Han Sen said to compliment her. Han Sen was merely admiring Bao Ying, but he was not going to go ahead and perform what she had tried to teach him. The queen's face looked dimmer with each passing second. She eventually said, Bao Ying, take him to the manners department to teach him a lesson or two. Yes, Bao Ying said. She looked at Han Sen and said, Mr. Holy Baby, please follow me to the manners department. I do not have time to go to the manners department. You guys can go on ahead. Han Sen said that and turned around, ready to return to his garden. I am sorry, Mr. Holy Baby, Bao Ying said. She lifted her finger. It enabled a sakura flower to manifest atop its tip. It flew to Han Sen. I can't believe she is so young yet is already deified. Han Sen was shocked by this. He immediately dodged the flower that was coming toward him. But that sakura was like a living being. It was like a butterfly with wings, and it followed Han Sen's body as it moved. No matter what, he was unable to avoid it. He saw the sakura was about to land on him. Han Sen's eyes froze as he flipped his hand. A skull appeared in his hand. The eye of the skull blew up with a green light and turned the sakura into nothing. The skull was the yin head ghost beast soul. Han Sen figured out it was a weapon beast soul. However, he had never wielded a weapon that was a skull before. Its effectiveness was not bad, but it was just a little on the weak side. The green substance chains of the yin head ghost had a total power weaker than the 6-core snake bow. Therefore, Han Sen did not use it much. He could have used his other beast souls in this situation, but he was happy to make use of this for the time being. He is resisting, the queen coldly said. How dare you use a xenogenic treasure inside the palace? Bao Ying, take him down. Bao Ying looked at Han Sen and sighed. Mr. Holy Baby, you should just come with me to the manners department. Bao Ying, I asked you to take him down. The queen looked upset as she quietly but harshly made her demand. Yes, Bao Ying agreed. She reached out her hand and brought out a white, jade-like vase. It was quite small. Han Sen knew it was Bao Ying's Geno armament. He was not about to underestimate her. He held the skull and looked at the vase in Bao Ying's hand. Seeing Bao Ying raise her vase, Bao King's voice suddenly boomed. What are you doing, my king? Everyone bowed to Bai King. Bai King approached the queen and looked at Han Sen as he asked, My queen, what are you doing here? The queen said, This child is so rude. He disrespected me, and he used a xenogenic treasure in the palace. I was just going to teach him a lesson. God knows how much trouble he might stir up in the future. Bai King looked at Han Sen and asked, Holy Baby, is that what happened? Teacher, you should really watch your wife, Han Sen said with a smile. When she is bored, she forces people to kneel before her. I do not have the time for that. My king, see how rude he is. The queen was angered by his comments. Upon seeing this scene, the maid's face looked weird. She had never seen someone speak to Bai King like that before. She expected him to get severely punished. Holy Baby is not being disrespectful. He is merely from a different race. Their manners and ways of showing respect are different. You do not have to force him to follow the rules we have imposed on ourselves. After Bai King said this, everyone was shocked. They thought they were dreaming. My king, the queen looked terrible. She wished to say something, but Bai King interrupted her. Bai King paused for a moment and said, All right, Shang Rong, I was looking for you. Holy Baby, you should go back now. He also spoke to Bao Ying. He also needs to learn the rules. Bao Ying, you should try and teach Holy Baby the rules, but you can only teach him. You cannot hit him. Is that understood? Yes, my king. Bao Ying awkwardly lowered her head. 2808 Special Xenogenic Han Sen did not know what Bai King was thinking, but he had to be up to something since he was spoiling him so much. There had to be an ulterior motive. For the time being, Han Sen was unaware of what it was. After this news spread, many of the extreme king elites knew that Bai King spoiled the holy child to an ungodly level. Even Bai King's firstborn son did not receive such lavish treatment. As a matter of fact, Bai King was always harsh toward his children. He rarely spoiled someone like he was doing now. Even more shocking was the fact that Bai King had given Holy Baby access to the 9 Defense Palace. This news spread after many people saw the black demon ape's carcass. They guessed what had happened, which made them even more shocked than what had happened in the palace. Mr. Holy Baby, can you start learning some manners now? Bao Ying saw Han Sen reclining on a rocking chair. She looked hopeless as she made the request. If she had a choice in the matter, she would not bother trying to teach Han Sen. Since Bai King had commanded her to do it, she could not decline and disobey. Han Sen blinked and said, "My name is Holy Baby, and your name is Bao Ying. That is a coincidence. As a result of this stroke of fate, can you answer a question?" "Aside from manners, I do not know anything else," Bao Ying said. "Do not worry," Han Sen said. "I am not asking you to divulge any secrets. I have access to the 9 Defense Palace now, so can you tell me something about the 9 Defense Palace?" "What do you want to know about 9 Defense Palace?" Bao Ying weirdly asked. "What is that place called 9 Defense Palace?" Han Sen asked with a smile. "And, that queen, she was only there to trouble me because of my access to 9 Defense Palace. Isn't that right?" The queen had not come to see him before that, so it was a bit of a coincidence how she had come to trouble him after his first trip to the 9 Defense Palace. Considering Bai Wanji's behavior earlier, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Bao Ying moved her eyes, but she still shook her head. "I am not privy to what motivates the queen to do what she does." "You must know something about the 9 Defense Palace, right?" Han Sen asked. "You must know something. Stop telling me you don't know." "I really don't know. You have the right to access 9 Defense Palace. If you don't know, how am I supposed to know?" Bao Ying still spoke coldly, despite maintaining her elegance. "Let's make a deal," Han Sen said while looking at Bao Ying. "You tell me about the 9 Defense Palace, and I will concede to learning manners from you. Otherwise, get ready to teach me forever." Bao Ying was a little hesitant. She frowned and thought about it for a while. "I don't actually know all that much. I only know that the 9 Defense Palace is a place to lock up special xenogenics. Many generations have been controlled by the king or crown prince." Although Bao Ying had just spoken 3 sentences, there were many hidden messages in the subtext. 9 Defense Palace locked up special xenogenics. Many generations were controlled by the crown princes. It meant that the person who controlled 9 Defense Palace might become the extreme king's future king. Now, Bai King had given 9 Defense Palace to Han Sen. It was weird. Han Sen knew Bai King would not give up the throne to a xenogenic student. It is no wonder Bai Wanji was so mad. He could not even keep a lid on his emotions. "Even the queen came to annoy me. That has to be why. But what is Bai King up to? I do not understand. If Mr. White was here, he might be able to analyze a thing or two. Considering my current identity, seeking him out might be awkward. It might end up harming him." Han Sen was a bit troubled, but he forgot all about it. He wanted to get his benefits. First, what is so special about the xenogenics contained in the 9 Defense Palace? Han Sen asked. "I really do not know." Bao Ying shook her head as she answered him. Seeing Bao Ying not wanting to answer him, Han Sen tried to change the subject. "Your surname is Bao. Do you belong to Bao King's faction? If so, why are you here as a mere maid?" "Mister, we should really get on with our lessons." Bao Ying did not want to answer that even more than his other questions. "Answer one of my questions first, then we can start learning," Han Sen said. There was nothing Bao Ying was able to do. She was silent a moment before saying, 9 Defense Palace has always been in charge of either the king or the crown prince. Outsiders do not know why they trap the xenogenics inside. Those xenogenics are locked up in there by the king himself. I am afraid you are the only one who is not a king or a crown prince to have ever entered 9 Defense Palace. If you want a clearer answer, you will have to find out more by yourself." Seeing that Bao Ying was not misleading him and being earnest, Han Sen did not force her to say anything more. He smiled and said, "Let's start practicing. You can start teaching me manners. We will later take a break to talk about more things." Bao Ying read out the manners to Han Sen. He kept listening but thought, is Bai King's conspiracy related to my access to 9 Defense Palace? But he did not say anything, and he allowed me to kill the xenogenics of the 9 Defense Palace. Why is he doing that? A maid quickly rushed into the garden, speaking to Bao Ying, who was in the middle of reading to Han Sen. "Bao Ying, the queen is not feeling well. She wants you to go be with her." Bao Ying's expression changed. The maid went on to say, the queen says you will have to go back with her, no matter what. Mister, I am afraid we will have to pause our lesson here. Bao Ying stood up and bowed. Bao Ying, it was the king who asked you to teach me, right? Han Sen asked. Mister, I will be back tomorrow, Bao Ying said. I want to learn it now. Teach me now, otherwise, you will be disobeying the king's orders. Han Sen's face did not change. Bao Ying looked troubled. She glanced at the maid, who was frowning. You can learn manners whenever. The queen is ill. She needs Bao Ying there for her. We cannot delay this matter. Are you saying that the queen's concerns are more important than the king's concerns? If the queen's concerns are so important, it looks like I should tell the king about this. I should let him know just how important the queen's affairs are. Han Sen looked like he was smiling at the maid, but he wasn't smiling. The maid's face changed. She gritted her teeth. There is no need. If there is no need, then get the hell out of here. If you enter my garden again, things won't be this copacetic. Han Sen summoned Yin Head Ghost and shown it at the maid. Pang! The maid flew away and started to cry. She was sent soaring far away from the garden. Everyone watched the maid go. He is so cocky. He is beating up a maid that belongs to the queen. That is because he has the backing of the king. When the king was just a king, no one was mistreated like this before. I do not understand what is so special about him that makes the king think he is so important. Why are you offending the queen? Bao Ying asked with a sigh. You don't get anything out of it. You do not want to go back either, right? Han Sen asked with a blink. Bao Ying was shocked. She did not know Han Sen was so perceptive. He was able to see the doubts she harbored in her heart. Bao Ying stayed in the garden for some time. She read about manners to Han Sen, but it was more like she was reading a book. Han Sen felt a little strange about it. No matter how strong the extreme king was, he did not think they were strong enough to use deified elites for a maid. A maid like Bao Ying was being treated as a usual servant. Plus, Bao Ying must have come from Bao King's faction. If that was true, there was no way she was a mere maid. Although Bao King's faction did not control the government, no matter what happened, the deifieds of Bao King's faction would never be treated so poorly as to be made lowly maids and waiters. It seems as if people like Bao Ying have a big story behind them. Han Sen was not interested in Bao Ying's secrets. He kept her there because there might be a time when he needed people to read him stories about the extreme king. Otherwise, Han Sen was in the dark. He did not know who was who and knew there would be many weird things there. Han Sen wanted to find a chance to ask Bai King. He wanted to precisely know what the 9 Defense Palace was, but he had completely eaten the black demon ape's body. During that time, he had not been able to see hide nor hair of Bai King. If he does not explain it, he cannot take it out on me for eating all of his xenogenics. Han Sen was unable to see Bai King, so he went back to the 9 Defense Palace. He was planning to kill more deified xenogenics there to fill up his deified gene tallies to reach larva class. After going back to the 9 Defense Palace, he returned to the last door he visited. He went back to the place where there were lots of palaces. He skipped a few of the palaces in front of him. He started from number 0006. The next few palaces were empty. They were empty up to palace 0013. Han Sen found a xenogenic inside there that was locked up. This time, the palace contained more than one xenogenic. Han Sen saw 4 xenogenics that were exactly the same. They were all locked up in the same palace. It was a xenogenic that looked like a dog and a wolf. Its body had shiny blue fur, but its eyes were red. Han Sen had only just entered the palace when the 4 xenogenics revealed their fangs and angrily barked at Han Sen. The substance chains on their bodies lit up, but the powers of the palace quickly suppressed them. They only looked mean, and that was it. Han Sen saw that they did not possess much power. They were only primitive, so he quit hesitating and summoned his beast souls. He fired at one of the blue fur wolves. The sharp arrow pierced through the blue-furred wolf's head and instantly killed it. Xenogenic deified hunted. Sky Star Wolf. Xenogenic deified gene found. Obtained Sky Star Wolf deified beast soul. Han Sen heard the announcement in his head. He received a beast soul out of his latest kill, and it overjoyed him. I don't know why the Extreme King's king brings the xenogenics here. Some of them are strong, and some of them are weak. They are all different. There are no standardized rules between them. Han Sen looked at the other 3 Sky Star Wolves that barked at him and fired an arrow at each of them. He killed his second Sky Star Wolf. Xenogenic deified hunted. Sky Star Wolf. Xenogenic deified gene found. Obtained Sky Star Wolf deified beast soul. Another beast soul. Today, I am lucky. I have received 2 deified beast souls. Han Sen felt so lucky that he could not believe it. When Han Sen fired at the 3rd Sky Star Wolf, he received another deified beast soul. Holy sh*t. What is going on? My luck is so strong today. I keep getting deified beast souls. This is harder than winning the lottery. The last one surely won't give me another beast soul. While Han Sen was thinking, he fired an arrow at the last Sky Star Wolf. In the next moment, he was unable to believe what he heard. He received another deified beast soul. Oh, my God, what has happened today? Did I just use up all the luck I will have for the rest of my life in this one day? After thinking that, Han Sen went to examine the Sky Star Wolf's beast souls. Deified beast soul Sky Star Wolf, glyph type broken. Han Sen took a look at them. The 4 Sky Star Wolf beast souls were all broken glyph beast souls. 4 broken beast souls. I do not know if I can make a complete beast soul out of them, Han Sen said to himself. But those 4 Sky Star Wolf beast souls were able to be combined. 4 blue lights melded. They quickly came together to create a giant, scary Sky Star Wolf. Its presence was much stronger. Holy sh*t. They really can be combined. Han Sen was frozen. He hastily had a look at the Sky Star Wolf's information after it combined. Deified beast soul Sky Star Wolf, glyph type broken. Why is it still broken? Han Sen felt strange, so he hesitated. He summoned the Sky Star Wolf beast soul. He immediately saw the shape of a blue and angry wolf manifest. It started to become a tattoo of a wolf on Han Sen's body. It made his whole back gleam with the tattoo of a cruel and menacing blue wolf. Han Sen felt his body possess a lot of scary power. It was as if he had been connected to the sky and the stars. It was like every star in the universe had a connection to him. This is an extremely powerful power. Han Sen felt the power of his body madly increase. The tattoo's power was more than when he used his Peacock King soul clothing, 6-core snake bow, and red blood demon shapeshifting beast soul. Weird. The power of the Sky Star Wolf beast soul is so strong. It must have reached the transmutation level. No, it could already be larva level. But the Sky Star Wolf power is not strong. It is a weaker fiend for the primitive class, but the beast souls they give are so strong because 4 of them were able to combine. Han Sen was shocked. That means broken beast souls can be combined. So, xianxia Peacock King beast souls should be able to be combined too. But where do I find another xianxia Peacock King beast soul? Han Sen thought the chances of getting another xianxia Peacock King beast soul were too low. The 4 Sky Star Wolf xenogenic genes provided Han Sen enough to eat for a while. Plus, he had received Sky Star Wolf beast souls. Han Sen was quite happy. Han Sen took the 4 wolf bodies back to the palace with him. He had only just reached the garden when he saw Bao Ying there waiting for him. Only, Bao Ying, you do not have to work that hard, Han Sen said with a laugh. Bao Ying shook her head and said, Mr. Holy Baby, I am here to say goodbye to you. Why, does the queen want you back? Han Sen raised his eyebrows. Bao Ying shook her head. Han Sen killed an extreme king deified in the real old system. The king is so angry that he sent a few deifieds to the real old system to kill Han Sen. I am one of them. Han Sen, he killed an extreme king deified in real old system. Han Sen was frozen. He was right there and had never heard of the real old system before. How could he kill an extreme king deified elite there? Yes, you might not understand. This Han Sen is a rival of the extreme king. I have heard the very high are in search of him as well. Bao Ying explained what had happened to him. Han Sen's face got a lot more excited the more he heard. Whatever Bao Ying told him, though, he had never done. 2810 Lost Land, can I go with you to the real old system? Han Sen asked. I want to help out the extreme king too. If you want to go, you need to ask second uncle, Bao Ying said. He is in charge this time. Okay, take me to see second uncle. Han Sen did not know if he would actually be allowed to leave the extreme king, but he wanted to use this opportunity to test the boundaries and length of Bai King's leash on him. In addition to that, he wanted to know who was pretending to be him. He had killed an extreme king deified. Han Sen had wanted to do that a long time ago, but he had never received the chance. Bao Ying did not deny Han Sen's request. She took Han Sen to see second uncle. Second uncle did not decline Han Sen's request to join them. He just said he needed Bai Qing's blessing to make the decision and ensure he was allowed to go with them. So, he had Han Sen wait for the news. Han Sen did not think Bai Qing would let him leave. Surprisingly, not long after, second uncle returned with Bao Ying to notify Han Sen that he should go and get himself ready. They were all going to the real old system that night. Han Sen really did not understand what Bai Qing was thinking. Bai Qing is willing to let me leave the Extreme King. What if I leave and never come back? He would lose everything. If Bai Qing was willing to let him out, Han Sen did not mind being given the chance to go and see someplace new. That same night, he followed Bao Ying to the gathering where the others had assembled. Out of the people who were going, second uncle was the strongest. Han Sen only knew that second uncle's power was almighty. He wagered that he might have been a butterfly elite, but that was just a rumor. Han Sen's power had yet to recover, so he could not make an accurate judgment. There was also Bao Ying, Bao Qin, Meng Lai, and another 4 outsider deifieds among them. This time, the Extreme King was sending out a task force comprised of 8 deified elites. It looked like they meant business, and they really wanted to take Han Sen. The deified would never have thought that the Han Sen they were venturing out to kill was already secretly among them. On the way, second uncle and the others made no effort to watch Han Sen or keep him on a leash. Han Sen was certain that if he decided to leave, escaping would not be difficult. Han Sen thought, this asshole holy pirate is not trustable. He said he would steal me back, but I haven't seen him make one move to help me. Fortunately, I did not depend on his rescue. Han Sen and the others traveled to the real old system. Once they were there, they realized the place was in a proper mess. The xenogenic space's door had been blown open. Inside, there were signs of a battle. Many of the planets were affected. That fight had to have been a nasty one. The entirety of the real old system was destroyed. Many of the outsiders who reached that place were coming for Han Sen, but none of them were able to find him. Han Sen, second uncle, and the others were a bit late to the party. Many of the places there were destroyed. Fortunately, there were still members of the Extreme King around. They were stationed there to protect the more important places. Second uncle and the others were there now, but the biggest problem they faced was not how to defeat Han Sen. It was how they were going to find Han Sen. The Extreme King team's second uncle had brought were good with that task. They had their own tracking methods. Han Sen and the group that he had come to the battleground with were shocked when they saw what remained. Under the sky knife skills. How is that possible? Han Sen looked at all the knife marks across the planet and felt strange. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was able to tell they were under the sky knife strikes. And, they were not under the sky knife skills from Sky Palace. They were the under the sky knife skills Han Sen had personally modified. It is no wonder everyone believes it was the real Han Sen. If I was not Han Sen, I would believe it too. Who is this impersonator that can replicate my under the sky knife? Han Sen was shocked. Second uncle and the others learned that it was under the sky knife as well. They knew for sure it was a trademark of the real Han Sen, so they didn't believe it was a fake Han Sen. Han Sen's under the sky knife was very unique in the universe. Even Sky Palace, which had the original under the sky knife, was unable to copy the under the sky knife Han Sen used. Second uncle looked at a deified elite and asked, Jir, have you found anything? Jir had shadow eye powers. Although he was unable to see into the future or past, he could piece together what might have happened through the atmosphere. He had the ability to rebuild and replicate the image of what had transpired. It was sort of similar to what the purple eye butterfly could do. Ger's eyes kept flashing and cycling through different images. He quickly started moving his body in a certain direction. Second uncle and the others followed. Everyone was following him, which led to them leaving the real old system. Are we leaving already? Bao Qin asked with a frown. That means our pursuit and capture of the fiend will be much harder. How dare he kill my Extreme King and destroy my xenogenic space, second uncle coldly said. Even if I must chase him to the ends of the universe, I will kill him. Maybe he did not go far, Jir suddenly said. What do you mean? Meng Lai asked. Meng Lai had been frozen by the Medusa shield on his last encounter with Han Sen. It had cost the Extreme King a lot to restore his health. He had been resting in King's Kingdom for most of the time since. This was the first time he had ventured outbound. Jir said, Han Sen left very slowly. It isn't as if he left in a rush. From the video I see inside me, unless he made use of galaxy teleportation, I do not think he went very far from here. I think he learned galaxy teleportation from the Extreme King, but galaxy teleportation cannot be learned in any short period of time, second uncle quietly said. He could not perform a big act of galaxy teleportation. It does not matter what we say now. Let us just continue the pursuit. Meng Lai's eyes flashed. Last time, he had been trapped by Han Sen in space. That had made him very upset. This time, he joined without an invitation to fight Han Sen and exact his revenge. Jia agreed. He continued leading the way forward for everyone. The entire group traveled through space, leaving old real system behind them. Hang on. Second uncle's face changed. He stopped Jia, who was ahead of them leading the group. Everyone looked at second uncle, who looked at Jia and asked, Jia, are you sure Han Sen fled this way? Although it was only for just a second, I assumed this was the way he went, Jia said after thinking for a moment. That is weird, second uncle quietly said. If I am noticing it correctly, that place leads to the Big Barren systems. Second brother, did you remember it wrong? This place is so far away from the Big Barren systems. Meng Lai looked at second uncle with confusion as he spoke. That is correct. When you go forward, you reach the systems of chaos. There are many bug holes and zones of twisted space that many battleships can often fall into by mistake. Going into one can have you end up in the Big Barren systems. If we keep going, we might end up entering the zone of the systems of chaos that is known as the Lost Land. Second uncle's words were spoken with the utmost seriousness. Meng Lai looked at Jia and asked, Jia, are you sure Han Sen went this way? Jia used his power to look and reconfirm it. He nodded and said, right now, it seems to be the way. He went that way, but I do not know if he entered the Lost Land. We need to go there first. Okay, we will go to Lost Land and make plans. Second uncle momentarily thought about it before asking Jia to keep leading the way. Chapter 2811 All the way forward. Second uncle and the group of people hoped the fugitive, Han Sen, had not escaped to the Lost Land and perhaps diverted his path on the way there. When Jia led them to the Lost Land, their final tether of hope was cut. Han Sen knows he made a mistake. That must be why he risked going to the Lost Land. Are we going in or not? Everyone looked at second uncle. Bao Qin was the one who asked. Second uncle hesitated. Although the Lost Land was not a real Big Barren system, it made people mistakenly enter into the Big Barren systems. The Big Barren systems contained the remnants of Sacred. It was weird how Sacred's downfall came about. After their demise, the lands once governed by Sacred became dead zones. Countless mutant xenogeniacs roamed what was left. They were different from ordinary xenogeniacs. Xenogeniacs in the Big Barren systems had mutated a great deal. They were far stronger than their counterparts of the same level, and they all seemed frenzied. They all had an insatiable bloodlust. Even if a deified elite entered, unless they were true gods, it was highly unlikely they'd emerge from that place alive. The king sent many of us deifieds to capture Han Sen, Meng Lai said. If we go back now, we cannot complete the objective given to us. Yeah, if we go back now, we really cannot finish our task, second uncle said. He nodded and went on to say, it should be fine. If Han Sen was able to enter this place, then we can go in too. I do not think he would dare to venture into the Big Barren systems. He is probably just hiding someplace in the Lost Lands. Everyone knew it was dangerous, but they also knew they could not go back without completing their objective. They were hoping to get Han Sen in the Lost Lands, so they agreed to go. If they did not fall into the Big Barren systems, they would be fine. Second uncle looked at Han Sen and said, Holy baby, the Lost Lands are too dangerous. You should not risk it. Let us have Bao Ying take you back. Han Sen was not going to go back. With much braveness, he said, I am a part of the Extreme King now, just like you, and I am the king's student. I cannot just turn back. That would be an embarrassment to the king. Please, second uncle, take me. I want to contribute to the Extreme King. Han Sen said that via his mouth, but in his mind he thought, I am actually thinking that if I have the chance to enter the Big Barren systems, I might be able to seek out Little Flower. It would be great to go with you guys and do something like that. That means I have free muscle to guide me and cannon fodder to bite bullets on my behalf. I just hope this fake Han Sen were after entered the Big Barren systems. Hearing Han Sen say that, second uncle and everyone else looked at him like a star. But they thought it was not nonsense that Bai King had selected him as a student. If you really feel that way, let us push on. Let's capture Han Sen and accomplish our goal. Second uncle nodded. Meng Lai's attitude toward Han Sen was fairly nice. Before this, people weren't really fond of the idea that Bai King had accepted an outsider for a student. They still weren't keen on who the student was, but he had scored a few points by feigning dedication to their cause. Everybody entered the Lost Land. This was the first time Han Sen had ever been there. He saw the magnetic fields and light fizz in the skies, creating strange scenes. A black hole was spinning in the halo, and some spots of light moving around really quickly like lightning. Some strings of light were all twisted. The Lost Land was a magical place. There were many things there that Han Sen had never seen before. After entering the Lost Land, Ger's power stopped working. He looked depressed as he said, "My power needs an environment and space. The space here has been disturbed. Too much. It's twisted. I can barely grasp the faint semblance of an image here. Bao Ying, I guess it all falls on you. We are depending on you." Second uncle seemed to have expected this would happen, so he addressed Bao Ying directly. Everyone turned to look at Bao Ying. Han Sen was curious about what sort of power Bao Ying had. Her identity was still veiled in secrecy. It sparked some curiosity inside Han Sen. Bao Ying nodded. She took out a jade bottle and held it in her hands. It was the same white jade bottle Han Sen had recently seen. It was likely her Geno armament. Bao Ying held her jade bottle up and said, "I need something that belongs to Han Sen." "That is easy. Jir." Second uncle waved at Jir. Jir raised a hand. His fingerprints were laden with dust. He said, "Lady Bao Ying, this is the trail I have been tracking. It is only this much. Is that enough? Let's give it a try." Bao Ying took the specks of dust and placed them inside the vase. Han Sen saw strange movement inside the vase. Bao Ying quickly tilted the jade bottle. It was like she was pouring out water, but what came out from the bottle was not water. They were many sakura petals. The petals were like butterflies, and they all took off flying in a certain direction. The petals were everywhere. They looked quite beautiful. "Follow me." Bao Ying held onto her jade bottle as she started moving. The petals kept coming out of the bottle to lead the way. Via the guidance of the petals, the group traveled quickly through the Lost Land. Thus far, there had been no danger. Bao Ying's Geno armaments are quite unique. I cannot tell what sort of power that is. Seeing those petals, it seems to suggest it might be a plant element. But there is no way the jade bottle is composed of something from the plant element. Han Sen was unable to use his Dongshuan area, so his curiosity was at an all-time high. He had no idea what they were. Why did the petals fly into the black hole? Bao Qin asked with shock. Everyone saw that happen too. The petals, which were like a galaxy, were now flocking into the black hole ahead of them. After the petals entered the black hole, they disappeared. Soon, a majority of the petals had vanished. Second uncle looked at Bao Ying and asked, "Bao Ying, what is going on?" If the dust did come from Han Sen, then he really did go through this black hole. Bao Ying said that and paused. She looked at the black hole and said, "The petals are still alive after traveling through the black hole. They were not killed. This should be one of the more stable black holes. You can travel through it. I am afraid this is a black hole that leads to the Big Barren system. It is easy to go in, but how do we get out?" Bao Qin was displaying a wry smile. "Bao Ying, do you have any other way to learn more about the situation as it currently stands?" Second uncle asked. Bao Ying shook her head. "I think it is too far away. I still feel the petals, but I cannot sense anything else. If it is so far away, this black hole might truly lead to the Big Barren systems." Fourth brother, what do you think? Second uncle looked at Meng Lai, who was on par with second uncle in terms of command. "If this is a stable black hole, why don't we go scope it out first?" Meng Lai suggested. "If there is any danger, we can just hop back through the black hole." "Does it work that way?" Second uncle looked at Bao Ying. "We can try." Bao Ying looked at the black hole. She raised her jade bottle, which had a weird light spinning inside it. There was a galaxy-like number of petals returning from the black hole. They all returned to the jade bottle. When the last petal returned to the jade bottle, Bao Ying said, "All of the petals are accounted for, and none of them were damaged during transport." The ground was destroyed ground. Broken metal and stone buildings were seen everywhere. The broken, metal pieces of machinery were sort of like products from a steampunk era. The buildings seemed even older than them. Stone tripods with bowls atop them, stone stoves, and stone towers were cracked and strewn across the land. A 9-foot stone stove had been split in half. One saw broken stone buildings and tools all around. Giant metal machines were visible in every direction. They were so decayed that one could not tell what they were. Under the light of the setting sun, the whole place was like a ruin left behind by an apocalypse. Han Sen and the others had only just arrived. Upon seeing all this, they frowned. I calculate a 90% probability that this place belongs to the Big Baron Systems, Meng Lai said as he looked around. Han Sen observed the broken buildings all around. They looked familiar. The style of the buildings looked like the stone-era stylings of the architecture in the Valley of Time in the sanctuaries. He thought, does this mean the stone tools came from here? That must mean the Destiny Tablet comes from here as well. Because Ger's power was still there but not working, they had to continue depending on Bao Ying in their pursuit of the fugitive Han Sen. The way the petals led into the ruins was like a stream. Second uncle and the others carefully followed the petals that were guiding them. None of them dared to risk carelessness. The Big Baron Systems were the scariest places in the entire universe. Even a deified as strong as second uncle did not underestimate such a place. After walking 100 miles, they still only saw ruins. They did not see any xenogenics, however, which made the travelers feel moderately better. Even so, no one dared to lose their vigilance. The petals suddenly stopped before a stone tower. They kept spinning around the stone tower. Bao Ying looked at the stone tower and said, "This is it." Everyone was happy. If they could catch Han Sen inside there, they would not have to venture too deep into the Big Baron Systems. It looks like that kid Han Sen did not think we would dare to chase him to this wretched place, Bao Qin said. He did not think he would have to go far, so he decided to hide here. Londo, break this stone tower. Second uncle spoke to a deified man with the head of a cow. The man with a cow head adhered to the order and summoned his Geno armament. It was a big axe that shone with indestructible substance chains. Roar! The man with a cow head roared. His big axe was madly swung toward the stone tower. He cut the tower, which was a few dozen feet tall, in half. Dong! The split stone tower flopped to both sides. When the giant axe reached the feet of the stone tower, something blocked its descent. It created the sound of metallic noise. Everyone was left staring at where the giant axe had stopped its swing. They saw a young man, who had apparently been sitting inside the stone tower. He lifted his right hand. The big axe's descent had been stopped by the squeeze of the man's index finger and middle finger. Roar! Londo madly roared. A substance chain exploded on his axe like a volcano. He wanted to slash down and cut the young man's arm off. No matter how much power Londo exploded, the big axe was unable to be moved. The young man laughed. He applied more strength with his fingers to make a "kacha" noise. The giant head of the axe broke between his fingers. Blurg! Londo's mouth spewed with blood. It made him stumble backward. His face was white. The giant axe was his Geno armament. The Geno armament broke, so he was heavily damaged. The faces of second uncle and the others looked grim. Although Londo was just a primitive deified and not one of the extreme king, his power was supposed to be indestructible. Yet, that young man had just used his fingers to effortlessly break the story of genes. Via that one small move, one saw just how powerful the young man must have been. Second uncle surrounded the young person. Bao Qin coldly shouted at the young man, "Han Sen, no matter how evil you are, today is the day that you die." Han Sen looked at the young man. His face morphed into a strange expression. That was because the young man he was looking at looked identical to him. He looked at the young man and thought he was looking in the mirror. Who is this guy that has this sort of power? He is stronger than me. He is not any weaker than me when I turned. Why is he disguised as me? Han Sen thought about it with suspicion. The young man looked at second uncle and smiled. I thought the very high would get here first. I did not expect it to be you guys, but that is fine. Since you guys are here first, then it is you guys. From now on, you will have to listen to my commands. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. How that young man spoke was very demanding. It sounded like second uncle and the others were his slaves. Second uncle and Meng Lai were Bai King's family. They had been in lofty positions their entire lives. They had never been treated like this before. It made them feel extremely agitated. Meng Lai coldly grunted, "Han Sen, do not be all cocky here just because you have the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Today, I will be letting you know that the Medusa shield is rubbish." After that, Meng Lai brought out a pill. He crushed the pill. Soon after, a scary deified xenogeniac came out. When the wind arrived, it became a 30-foot, black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake. Meng Lai grabbed the tail of the black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake. His body shone with a gold god light. He dyed the giant black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake in gold color. When Meng Lai shouted, the black-scaled, 9-headed, big snake became a gold, 9-headed trident. Meng Lai grabbed it, took aim at the young man who was sitting on a platform, and unleashed a scary power. It made Jir and the others fall back. This guy Meng Lai is stronger. Did he become larva? Han Sen thought. Only the young man looked at Meng Lai with interest. He did not plan on standing up from the platform. He smiled and looked at the gold, 9-headed trident. He said, "Gold soldier body. That is interesting, but I still think you are too weak." "It is still enough to kill you," Meng Lai coldly grunted. The gold, 9-headed trident unleashed a scary gold light. It was attacking the young man on the stone platform. With that strike, the gold, 9-headed trident became 9 gold, evil snakes that were heading for the young man. They were like 9 gold, evil dragons that could swallow the world. Han Sen had to admit that Meng Lai had become stronger. When Han Sen was primitive, if he used his xenogeniac battle body, he would have been unable to block that attack. "Fourth brother's gold soldier body is getting stronger," second uncle said. In the next second, everyone froze. The young man sat on the stone and flicked his finger 9 times. Each flick hit the head of one of the gold, evil snakes. Instantly, 9 gold, evil snake heads exploded. The gold, 9-headed trident was destroyed. Meng Lai could no longer hold his broken trident. He threw up blood and went soaring away. He collapsed among several metal tools. Everyone was shocked. Meng Lai was already a larva-class deified, and he had turned a larva-class black-scaled, 9-headed snake into a gold soldier. Even so, he was not able to deflect one small strike. How scary could that power be? "Impossible, you are not Han Sen." Meng Lai was shaking and shivering as he emerged from the scrap heap. His hands were full of blood, but he did not care. He stared at the young man and spoke directly to him. "Oh, why am I not Han Sen? Is it because I did not use under the sky knife skills? If you would like to watch me perform them, I can show you." The young man looked at Meng Lai with interest. Almost at the same time, his body had an under the sky skill play out. The scary mind suddenly covered everything around. Even second uncle's face changed while witnessing it. His will was affected by the strength of that mind. It gave him a strange and unsettling feeling. It was like they had all become puppets. If that man wanted to, he could change their fates in the blink of an eye. Han Sen finally noticed the young man's knife mind was similar to his under-the-sky knife skills, but it was a bit different. The young man's knife mind was more like the very high mind. It was like he was the person who played chess. Everything was a chess piece, and the pieces were in his hands. It was like Han Sen's mind, but he used himself as a chess piece. He was not the one who controlled the game of chess. The young man's mind was strong, and he was in no way inferior to him. He was a bit shocked that the young man might very well be the smartest person in the world. He just did not have a clue why he had disguised himself as Han Sen. "You are not Han Sen," Meng Lai stubbornly repeated. He stared at the young man intently. "Oh, are you saying this because I have proven myself to be too strong and he is not that strong?" The young man coldly asked. Hearing the young man say that, everyone understood how Meng Lai was correct. That young man was not Han Sen. No, you have sensed it differently. Although you wear his face, you cannot copy his presence. You are not Han Sen. Meng Lai gnashed his teeth as he asked, "So, who are you?" "You are right," the man coldly said. "Han Sen is just a small, low-life creature. It does not matter how I try to disguise myself as him. I still cannot get a hold of his cheap presence." Second uncle's face changed. He looked at the young man and said, "If you are not Han Sen, then we are not your enemy. This was all just a big misunderstanding. How about we stop fighting now?" The young man lifted his lips, smiled, and asked, "Did I not just tell you that from now on, you must all listen to my command? If you perform your duties well, I might be inclined to spare your lives. You really are powerful, but if we got into a real fight, there is no guarantee you can win. Why not be friends instead of enemies? This time, you offended us. If you stop now, you can become an ally of the Extreme King." Second uncle's power was stronger than Meng Lai's, but he was not a person who sorted out problems via simple force. He also did not think he could beat that mysterious man in front of him. After listening to second uncle, the young man's face broke into an even bigger smile. In the eyes of the low-life creatures, the extreme king might sound like stalwart allies. For someone like me, through my god eyes, the extreme kings of the universe are just as much of low lives as all the others. They do not have what it takes to negotiate with the likes of me, who is a god. Who is this guy? He is very cocky. He does not spare the extreme king a second thought. Han Sen did not speak. He just looked at the young man. You are too cocky. Second uncle was furious. There was no way he was going to let the young man's attitude fly. Many weird shockwaves came out of second uncle's body. The shockwaves were shapeless and colorless, but one could see the shockwaves ripple through space. They created a special area for second uncle's body. Han Sen was slightly shocked. The power second uncle used seemed to be like a time power. It was a very rare element. Time element, that is very rare, but you are too weak. The young man stood up from the stone platform. In the next moment, he was flying toward second uncle. It was just one step, yet he was already before second uncle. Second uncle's eyes had a god light in them. The time power in his body quickly spun. It twisted the space around. It was like the area Han Sen was in. Time was slowing down. Everyone there was moving in slow motion. Even Bao Qin's screaming had been slowed down many times. His mouth was open, but he could not make a sound for a long time. Pang! The young man was not at all affected. His hands pressed down on second uncle's head, but second uncle's legs went soft. He knelt before the young man. Everybody was unable to believe what they were seeing. The butterfly second uncle, who had a time king body, had been suppressed into a kneel by one hand. How strong was that power? Second uncle was extremely mad. He had never been humiliated like this before. The power in him quickly exploded. He wanted to break the young man's power. No matter how he exploded, the young man was still as stable as Tarzan. His hands were still holding onto second uncle's head, so that is where second uncle continued to kneel. I told you, your time power element is strong, but you are still too weak for the likes of me. Low-life creatures really are low-life creatures. You have powerful element powers, but you can exercise the full potential of such strength. The young man was acting like he was teaching a junior. He made second uncle's face burn red. Although second uncle was angry, he could not break the young man's suppressing power. It made him feel terrible. His anger continued to grow. Only, let's go. Meng Lai roared. He picked up the broken, gold, nine-headed trident. The gold god light on him exploded like a tsunami. It was going toward the young man. Jir, Londo, Bao Qin, Bao Ying, and all the deified elites used their strongest powers. They were all going to attack the young man at the same time. They wanted to use this chance while the young man was dealing with second uncle. Now was the time to damage him. The young man looked disdained. One of his hands held onto second uncle, but he did not move. He shone with a god light. He was like a god light surrounded by a god light from a halo. Pang! All kinds of scary powers struck the halo, but they could not break it. Let me give you one last chance. If you still do not listen, your lives are worthless and you don't deserve to live, the young man said. His body exploded with god light. It blew away Meng Lai and the other deifieds. Seeing the deifieds elites that fell, Han Sen was shocked. He thought, who is this guy? Is he a true god-class elite? Why did he disguise himself as me? Is he a friend or foe? Second uncle looked up at the man, who looked like a god, and thought of something. His eyes started to narrow. Do you come from the god hall? He looked at the man with a moderate amount of fear as he spoke. You have a little knowledge, the young man coldly said. He removed his hand from second uncle's head. You really do come from the god hall. Second uncle stood up. He still looked at the young man in disbelief. There is no need to speak much. From now on, you just listen to what I tell you. Me, God. The young man spoke with a lot of pride. This time, second uncle stopped questioning him. He bowed and said, how should we refer to you, Mr. God? Evil Lotus, the young man proudly answered. What do you want us to do, Mr. God? It would be an honor to serve Mr. God. Second uncle's words suddenly sounded very subservient. Han Sen thought, God Hall. Does that mean the Geno Hall? Can the creatures from the Geno Hall come out of there? They should be able to come out. Otherwise, Sky Vine Radish would not have been damaged in the Space Garden. It is good that you are listening now. All you must do is work hard for me. After we are done, You guys will receive your benefits. Evil Lotus seemed to know how to play them. He waved his hand, revealing he also knew how not to damage them. The god light shone on everyone. Their wounds quickly healed. They were back to being as fit as fiddles. I wonder what you want us to do, Mr. God, second uncle politely said. Just follow me. Evil Lotus did not say much. He just had the people follow him into the big barren systems. Second uncle and the others were worried. Evil Lotus might have been able to survive in the big barren systems, but they could not. If they went any deeper, they did not know if they would be walking out alive. Han Sen and Meng Lai were at the back of the group. Han Sen quietly asked Meng Lai, fourth uncle, is this god from the Geno Hall? Meng Lai nodded and said, let's not talk too much. Let's just follow him. You stay with Bao Ying and do not leave my side too much. Han Sen nodded, but he saw Evil Lotus turn his head to look at him. He knew Evil Lotus heard them speak, but he did not care. Evil Lotus looked at Han Sen, but there was nothing more to hear. They kept traveling through the ruins. It seemed as if he was trying to avoid something. While he was traveling, he went by specific routes. Han Sen thought too, weird. The guys that call themselves gods should not be able to be damaged, and they cannot deal damage to people and creatures of the universe. Evil Lotus and Sky Vine Radish are clearly different, but why are there these differences? Are they not the same kind of gods? Evil Lotus seemed to know his way around that place. It was a very safe trek. They did not encounter any of the horrible xenogeniacs that prowled the big barren systems. They reached an old city that was in shambles. That old city was not just destroyed. It was half buried underground. The gates to the city were only a moon-like hole. The rest of it was buried underground. The city's carved plaque of the city was still there. 3 words were written on it, East Holy Garden. Second uncle and the others saw the 3 words, East Holy Garden, and was delivered another shock. Is this the East Holy Garden that the Holy Kirin of the 4 holy beasts of sacred comes from? You know quite a lot. Do you know about the East Holy Kirin? Evil Lotus looked at second uncle. I have only heard about it, second uncle quickly replied. Evil Lotus looked at the 3 words, East Holy Garden. He sounded a bit weird when he said, yes. This is the place where the Holy Kirin, one of the 4 holy beasts of sacred, lived. Sacred's 4 holy beasts were born a true god. They were different to you low lives. They were born as superior creatures. Somehow, even such superior creatures were used by sacred leader. I never understood how. I have come to the big barren systems because there is information I seek. I want to learn it from the houses of the 4 holy beasts. After pausing, Evil Lotus pointed at East Holy Garden and said, right now, I have only found the ruins of the East Holy Garden, and half of it is buried in the ground. I need it to be dug away. You guys will be the ones to do that. Within a month, you must dig out the whole of the East Holy Garden. Now, everyone knew Evil Lotus only wanted them there to do slave labor for him. Although they knew Holy Kirin's house might not be dangerous, digging randomly was just a recipe for disaster. With Evil Lotus present, they did not dare disobey what they were ordered to do. Everyone followed Evil Lotus's command and started digging at East Holy Garden's gate. The soil and rock of the big, barren systems were special. They were much harder than the stones of other systems. The soil near the East Holy Garden was like crystal or jade. With deified powers, they could not dig up much of the rock and sand. If I turn this soil and sand into treasure, it will be better than any deified treasure, Han Sen quietly said. Bao Ying, who was near him, said, that is impossible. The big barren system has some scary power that corrodes the place for unknown reasons. The substances here have changed. You cannot make treasures out of it. By using high-tech tools to analyze the substances, it was learned that the substances here contain traces of nuclear dust. It is very radioactive. If creatures stay here for long, they are affected by radiation and start to exhibit changes in their body. Bao Qin said, we are deified. So, we can withstand the radiation just enough, but we cannot stay here for long. Otherwise, we will turn into those xenogeniacs. Our minds will be destroyed, and we will be rendered monsters that only know how to kill. Only Bao Qin looked at Han Sen and asked, speaking of that, holy baby, are you born deified? How can your power be so weak? My race is not very good at fighting, Han Sen quietly said. Dong. It seemed as if Meng Lai had found something. The tap emitted a metallic sound. Everyone quickly went over to look. They saw that where he was digging was the gate. The door opened. There was sand inside it. For some reason, the sand there had become red instead of gray. The light red sand had become more solid. Every hit made a dinging noise. The deeper he dug, the darker and harder the sand was. After digging several feet deep, they saw the sand ahead of them oozed a dark red liquid. Arg! Lando's cow feet touched the dark red liquid, which resulted in him screaming. He quickly scrambled away. In the blink of an eye, his strong deified cow feet had been melted by the corrosive dark red liquid. Lando's cow feet were still being corroded. It seemed as if his cow feet were going to melt off. Evil Lotus moved his hand. A knife light flashed by. He cut off Lando's cow feet. Everyone watched the cow feet melt into liquid. Losing his cow feet was not much for a deified like Lando, but the pain made him turn pale. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Mr. God, what is this red liquid? How can it corrode a god body? Second uncle asked with a frown. The reason he asked was not that he wanted to know what the liquid was. It was because he did not want to keep digging. They were digging into the houses of true god Xenogeniacs in the middle of a large battlefield. If he kept digging, it was hard to imagine what more dangers they would end up finding. Evil Lotus coldly said, that is the Holy Kirin's blood. It has pure and true gene powers. They can combine with any gene. If any creature's gene touches the blood of the Holy Kirin, it will be absorbed. Even true god-class deifieds do not dare touch the body of the Holy Kirin. Now, seeing the holy blood here, I can confirm that the Holy Kirin really did die here. Holy Kirin's gene power is so powerful, second uncle said. It can still consume the genes of other creatures even after it died. If we cannot touch the blood, how do we keep on digging? Evil Lotus saw the soil that possessed the red liquid. After a pause, he quietly said, well, dig someplace else. Just try to avoid the Kirin blood as best as you can. Although no one wanted to dig anymore, they had no choice if Evil Lotus was forcing them. They just changed their digging location and went along with what they were told to do. They did not dare to dig near the gate anymore. Fortunately, the East Holy Garden was a big open garden. If this was before, there would have been a Bai Sima guarding it. Now, East Holy Garden had become a ruin. There were no more Bai Sima there. People were able to just walk right into the garden. Evil Lotus selected a spot for Han Sen and the others to keep digging. This time, the place they were digging was a palace with visible soil. It was unknown how tall the palace was. They could only see the corridor. The rest was buried in the sand. Han Sen thought, Evil Lotus's power is stronger than second uncle's, but he does not dare to dig. He is clearly scared of Holy Kirin. The Phoenix Feather and Phoenix Flame were capable of killing Sky Vine Radish. So, it looks like true god elites can battle gods. But there is still something amiss. Second uncle and the others were worried as they dug up the sand. They were staying focused. After digging a few dozen feet, they only saw the top of the palace. God knew how many floors there were. As they kept digging, they found more red sand down below. It had clearly been tainted by the Kirin blood. Second uncle and the others stopped digging. They did not dare continue. Mr. God, there is Kirin blood here too, second uncle politely said. Should we change where we dig? Evil Lotus nodded. So, they changed their position. After changing places a few times and digging a few dozen few down, they again saw more of the red sand. It was like the whole bottom of the East Holy Garden had the Holy Kirin blood. Evil Lotus, face turned gloomy. Second uncle said, Mr. God, Holy Kirin must have died in East Holy Garden. Now, East Holy Garden is full of Holy Kirin's blood. Even if we are willing to keep digging, we cannot dig out the Holy Kirin's body. If you cannot dig it out, then there is only one way, Evil Lotus coldly said. Open the top of the palace's corridor and see what is inside it. Everyone thought they could stop digging, but they still had to continue. Now, they were digging into a house instead of soil. This palace was made of stone, and it was extremely hard. Second uncle used all his power to strike it, but he only left a crack. Everyone kept pounding it for a few dozen hours. Eventually, they broke a hole in the palace's top. Looking down through the hole, they saw that the palace was still fine. They saw many drawings and statues around. You, go in and take a look. Evil Lotus pointed at Londo. Clearly, Evil Lotus was afraid that the palace had been booby-trapped. He did not dare to go first. Londo was hesitant, but he had to listen to the command. He reluctantly went in via the hole. Everyone watched Londo land in the palace. Nothing weird happened, so they felt relieved. There are no traps or tricks in the palace. Londo walked back and forth in the palace a few times. He did not discover anything. Evil Lotus felt safe enough to enter the palace. The wall of the palace was engraved with the images of all kinds of animals, and the statues in the hall were shaped like Kirins. They were statues of the Kirin in all kinds of shapes and sizes on both sides of the hall. The Kirin statue does not look like it was carved. It looks like pottery. Bao Qin looked at one of the Kirin statues, which was 6 feet high. Second uncle squatted in front of a broken Kirin statue. He picked up a piece, looked at it, and said, "It is pottery." While he was talking, second uncle used some strength to break the pottery piece. He frowned and said, "Weird. Why does the holy Kirin have so many Kirin statues made of pottery? The material of the pottery seems quite average. It is not as hard as the sand outside." Evil Lotus looked around the palace. Inside the 3-layered palace, he did not find anything else. Every floor had many Kirin statues made of pottery. It seemed as if the palace had been used to store pottery. As he looked at the Kirin statues, Meng Lai said, "Holy Kirin would not just put some useless pottery here. Maybe there is something special about the pottery. Only, let's break some pottery and find out if there is anything inside," Evil Lotus said to Meng Lai. Meng Lai wanted to smack himself in the head. He should not have spoken so much. He was used to being with fourth uncle, so he often spoke whatever came to mind. He did not expect this. Although he did not want to take such a risk, with Evil Lotus stare, Meng Lai chose to break a small Kirin pottery statue. It was around half the size of the average human. He generated a gold light to strike the pottery from afar. The pottery broke. It was weak and fragile, just like ordinary pottery pieces. Everyone was startled and fell back. They were all afraid something might jump out of the pottery. They quickly realized that the pottery was empty. There was nothing contained inside. There is nothing. Under orders from Evil Lotus, Meng Lai broke another 2 Kirin statues. They were just as empty. There was nothing inside them. Everyone looked at Evil Lotus to await his judgment. Evil Lotus's face changed. His exposed hair and skin were burning like mad. A red light was glowing. Chapter 2816 Pottery Powder, Kirin Power. Evil Lotus's face changed. His body brimmed with a god light that pushed the red light away. The skin on his face and hair returned to normal. Everyone was shocked. They all generated powers to get ready, but they did not notice there was a problem. It was like the power had focused solely on Evil Lotus. HMPH. The pottery statues have a problem. The pottery powder has a Kirin power inside it. Evil Lotus's god light kept releasing. Everyone saw the broken statue had scattered some of its powder onto his body. It resulted in a strong reaction with the god light. It jumped and sparkled like lightning. Everyone had been sprayed with the same powder. Second uncle had crushed a piece of pottery, but nothing had happened to him. Second uncle and the others were confused, but Han Sen could guess why this had come to pass. The Phoenix Fire and Phoenix Flame were like that too. They did not deal any damage to any creature, but they were able to harm the Sky Vine Radish. It seemed as if the pottery pieces had been created by the same stuff. "Break all the pottery here. I want to see what the Holy Kirin is up to," Evil Lotus said to second uncle with a cold and commanding voice. Second uncle's heart leapt inside his chest. He addressed the others. "You all heard the man. Mr. God wants us to break these Kirin statues. Hurry up." After all, second uncle was Meng Lai's brother. He saw second uncle's eyes and knew what he meant. He punched toward a Kirin statue. A whole line of them was broken. Meng Lai had easily destroyed those Kirin statues. This time, he broke them hard. He made sure lots of dust was kicked up. He generated a plume so large that it choked the entire hall. The dust that touched down on Han Sen's body and the bodies of all the others seemed fine. When they landed on Evil Lotus, it prompted a large reaction to occur with his god light. It made his entire body become wrapped up by some burning lightning. Evil Lotus screamed. His body was like a thunderbolt. He raced out of the palace, looking as if he had been severely damaged. "Now is the only chance we have to live. Everyone, put some pottery powder on yourself," second uncle commanded. He collected many pottery pieces. He crushed them and rubbed them on his body. Not long later, it looked as if he was a person that had been built entirely from dust. Everyone realized that the power in the pottery dust only affected Evil Lotus God. It did not affect them. Although they did not know why, they knew it was the best weapon they had against Evil Lotus. "Collect more pottery powder. We will need it to escape this place. We cannot keep digging for him. If we do, it is only a matter of time before we are all killed." After speaking, Second uncle broke a few more pieces of pottery. He used a pill presser to store the powder within. Everyone copied the same method. They broke a few of the pottery statues and collected the powder. Han Sen really admired them. Second uncle, in particular, was very focused when he was very scared. When the time came for them to be decisive, he was decisive. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Bai Buyi, do you know what consequences you will bear if you do this? Do you really think these crappy pottery statues can go against me? I am a god. Evil Lotus, voice boomed from outside the hall. Mr. God, what are you talking about? Second uncle politely asked. We have followed your orders to break the pottery statues. He and Bai Buyi kept breaking the pottery statues while also collecting the pottery's powder. Ha! Han Sen was unable to suppress a laugh. Second uncle was a genius. Even now, while gasping, he still said that. Good, very good, Evil Lotus coldly said from the outside. He stopped talking due to the anger he was feeling. Mr. God, we are breaking the pottery statues, second uncle said. Is there anything else you would like us to do? They did not hear Evil Lotus respond to them anymore. Perhaps he was too mad to even speak, or perhaps he was doing something else entirely. Be quick, we do not have much time. Try to bring all the pottery pieces you can. Our return to the Extreme King is entirely dependent on this. Second uncle hurried them up. Han Sen was collecting pottery statues. Bao Ying suddenly said with shock, this Kirin statue has some stuff in it. Everyone looked at Bao Ying. Seeing a Kirin statue that had been broken by Bao Ying, their attention was snared by the presence of a metal box. The metal box was square. It was pitch black and looked incredibly heavy. On the outside of the box was the carving of a Kirin. It looks like it was left behind by the holy Kirin, but I wonder why it chose to leave a box behind here, second uncle said as he observed the metal box. Should we open it? Bao Qin merrily asked. Perhaps it contains some treasure left behind by the holy Kirin. If the pottery powder did not hurt us, perhaps something inside this thing can help us deal with Evil Lotus God. Second uncle was not as optimistic as Bao Qin. He shook his head and said, we should not take that risk right now. Bring the box, but do not open it. Londo carefully picked up the box. Nothing went awry. Second uncle felt relieved. Everyone went back to collect the pottery powder. They broke all the pottery statues inside the palace and collected the remains, but no other metal boxes were discovered. There was just that one metal box. Second uncle wanted to put the metal box inside a plastic bag that compressed things, but he noticed he was unable to put it in. He made Londo carry the box. When we exit, we need to use the pottery powder, second uncle reminded them. If Evil Lotus comes, everyone just start throwing the pottery powder. There is no need to use any other powers. Everyone now knew what to do, but their hearts were overwhelmed with worry. They did not know if the pottery powder would really rival Evil Lotus. Trying to get back to the Extreme King this way was a long shot. They had a long way to get back to the safety of the Extreme King. Even if the pottery powder repelled Evil Lotus, it might not have been enough to carry them all the way back to the Extreme King. Because there was no other way to go, they still had to try despite the danger. Mr. Holy Baby, please stay next to me, Bao Ying said as she looked at Han Sen. Han Sen nodded. He stayed next to Bao Ying, followed everyone, and went outside. After they exited the palace, they were surprised to no longer see Evil Lotus God. They were not sure where he had gone off to. Where is Evil Lotus? Fourth uncle frowned. There is no need to care about him. Let's just run, second uncle said. He hurried everyone out of the East Holy Garden. Han Sen and the group carefully exited the East Holy Garden. On the way, they did not see Evil Lotus. Evil Lotus must know we have the pottery powder to protect ourselves, Bao Qin said with a laugh. I think it is afraid of us and no longer dares to show up. Second uncle frowned and said, run and stop talking crap. Everybody got ready to move. Suddenly, they felt the ground vibrate. It was like a scary beast was running across the ground. They quickly turned their heads to see where the noise had come from. They shockingly saw Evil Lotus slowly approach. He was not walking fast, but one step was like crossing a mountain and going over water. Behind him was a scary xenogeniac. Upon seeing the xenogeniac, second uncle's face changed. Oh, no, Evil Lotus is scared of the pottery powder, so he won't attack us. But he brought a xenogeniac to deal with us instead. Of course, after second uncle said that, Evil Lotus flashed by their heads and landed on a mechanical ruin that was not far away. The xenogeniac was chasing evil Lotus God. When it saw second uncle and the others, it spat out some scary and pink beams of light. The xenogeniac looked extremely weird. Its body was semi-transparent and pink. It did not look like crystal. It looked more like semi-transparent metal. Its pink upper body was like a giant pink piranha, and its lower body was wriggling with tentacles like an octopus. It looked very strange. Seeing the piranha spew out pink beams of light from its flower, second uncle activated his time power. It made the pink beam of light slower. Now, everyone had a chance to evade the attack. Seeing the pink beam of light land on the ground, it cut a deep trench through the hard soil. It was a clean, laser-like cut. Everybody was shocked. They knew how hard the soil there was, yet the pink light beam had effortlessly cut a 9 to 12 foot deep trench right through it. Such power was certainly on par with second uncle, who was a butterfly. Second uncle opened his time area. He made the time around the xenogeniac slow down. He shouted at Meng Lai and the others, "We need to hurry over there." The xenogeniac's speed was made a bit slower. Everyone wanted to get there, but they saw the xenogeniac's 9 semi-transparent metal tentacles waving. There was a circular thing similar to a sucker on each tentacle. They were lined up across the tentacles. In the next moment, they saw the suckers on the tentacles generate pink beams of light. Suddenly, lots of pink beams of light were fired out. It was like an entire net of lasers was going to come down and throttle Han Sen and the others. In the wide radius of those pink beams, even if they were slowed down, they could not be avoided. "Follow me and break the beams of light," second uncle shouted. The substance chains on his body gathered on a deified treasure longsword. It was wielded to go across the beams of light. Meng Lai, Bao Qin, Bao Ying, Londo, and the others all used their powers to fight alongside second uncle to break the net composed of beams of light. Boom! There was a scary explosion of power. The net of light beams was broken, but second uncle looked as if he had been hit in the process. The ground near his feet cracked. Meng Lai and the others were all coughing up blood. Their bodies sunk into the sand. The net formed from beams of light had been cracked. Unfortunately, they did not have the spare power necessary to run forward. Before they could crawl out of the soil, the xenogeniac was waving its tentacles. Many pink beams of light were coming at them again. Second uncle shouted, which shocked the sky. A sword broke through the sky. It was going for the xenogeniac. Out of all of them, only second uncle could deal with that xenogeniac. It was a shame that second uncle was only good with time power and not destructive power. Although he was able to use his time powers to control the xenogeniac and enable the xenogeniac to not attack him, when his longsword struck the xenogeniac's body, it only made a few light marks. It was unable to damage it properly. Everyone knew that if second uncle continued to fight and used all of his power, he could not use his time powers to keep on suppressing the xenogeniac. Once that happened, they were to surely lose. "You are all low-life creatures. How dare you try and play tricks in front of me, the god? You must have a death wish. You guys were supposed to work for me, a god. I would have let you live, but if you guys want to die, it is not on me." Evil Lotus God looked at second uncle with disdain as he spoke. "Fourth brother, you guys run," second uncle shouted. "Split up while you do so to see how many of us can escape." "Second brother, let me help you." Meng Lai was born a very grumpy person. He knew he had only become larva class, and his 9-headed, evil snake weapon had been broken. Even though he could not deal with the xenogeniac, he was not going to just leave. His king body exploded. He was going to fight hard. "Old 4, we cannot die here together. Someone needs to go back and report to the king. Whoever goes against the extreme king like this cannot go unanswered. We will have to avenge today's events." Second uncle was fighting the xenogeniac while he was shouting. "It should be you leaving, second brother. You have the highest chance of surviving and making it back." Meng Lai said that as he was already rushing out. He was using his xenogeniac spear. It was like an evil dragon going toward the enemy xenogeniac. "Second brother, I've got this. You go. Go back and tell the king. You must avenge my death. You've got this." "What have you got this with?" Second uncle went next to Meng Lai. The time area landed on him at the same time. It made the xenogeniac coming for Meng Lai slow down. Second uncle grabbed Meng Lai and threw him to Bao Ying. He said, "You guys take old 4 with you. Remember, before you go back to the extreme king, you must carry the pottery powder." Second brother, Meng Lai was struggling and trying to move. He discovered that his body was locked. He shouted, "Second brother, if you don't come with us, how do the few of us leave the big barren systems? We will die if we stay, and we will die if we leave. Why don't we fight them together? Second uncle wished to say something, but Evil Lotus laughed and said, you guys do not need to fight. You are all going to die. This place has more than one xenogeniac. Hearing Evil Lotus say that, second uncle's face changed. Evil Lotus God suddenly screamed at the sky. That scream was like a rumbling thunder that extended beyond hundreds of miles. It made the sounds echo and roll. Not long later, the xenogeniacs from a few thousand miles will be drawn here. Although they are not as strong as this cold light charm, it is enough to kill you guys. Evil Lotus God coldly laughed. Second uncle looked terrible. He forced a smile and said, Evil Lotus God, you and I have no grudge. Why must you kill us all? Only, it is too late to say that now, Evil Lotus said emotionlessly. Whoever follows me lives, and whoever goes against me dies. You guys dared to go against me, a god, so you are all going to die. Everyone's face looked panicked. Although they did not see any xenogeniacs, they heard some scary beast noises roaring. They were coming for them. Clearly, many scary xenogeniacs were approaching. Second uncle laughed and said, fourth brother, it looks like today the brothers need to kill. After speaking, second uncle unbound the restrictions he had placed on Meng Lai. He knew they were going to die there. Second brother, it is just you and me. We will kill them until we fall. Meng Lai raised his spear and jumped. Uncles, let me help you guys as well. Han Sen knew this was a life and death moment. He stopped hesitating and summoned his Sky Star Wolf Beast Soul. He was also holding his Ying Head Ghost Beast Soul, which was a skull. He confidently went forward. Second uncle did not think Han Sen could help, but he knew they were going to die in this fight sooner or later. So, he did not stop Han Sen. Han Sen was holding the skull head. The eye sockets fired out two beams of green light. It was a shame that when they touched the cold light charm's pink beams of light, the green light was destroyed. It was not on the same level of power. Han Sen's face did not change. He expected that the Yin Head Ghost Beast Soul's power would be insufficient. Almost at the exact moment, the green light was destroyed, Han Sen activated his Sky Star Wolf Glyph's power. Seeing the pink beam of light, Han Sen took a deep breath and threw a punch toward it. Pang! The blue starlight and pink beam of light collided. The two powers exploded to become a red and blue firework in the air. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Han Sen with absolute shock. No one expected Han Sen, who did not seem as if he could fight, could wield a power that great and fight back against the cold light charm. Even Evil Lotus God looked at Han Sen with surprise. He really did not think Han Sen could explode with such a ferocious power. Second uncle, you and I will fight that xenogeniac together. You use the time area to assist my power, and I will kill it. Han Sen noticed that with one hit, the 4 Sky Star Wolf combination was still weaker than the cold light charm. The full power of his attacks could only tie with one of cold light charm's beams of light. Good. Second uncle felt alive. Although he did not know why Han Sen had such power, it gave him a glimmer of hope to hang on to. Second uncle pushed his time area to the max, making all the time substance chains twist in the air. It made cold light charm's movements a bit slower and Han Sen's speed faster. It was actually not Han Sen's speed that was faster. When time went faster, it made it look like his speed was faster. With one positive and one negative, Han Sen's speed was faster than cold light charm. His body was shining with starlight. He was like a blue stream of stars shooting across the heavens. He soared through the pink beam of light cold light charm fired and went straight for the beast itself. What is the point of being faster than cold light charm? His power still cannot damage cold light charm, and he will still die. Evil Lotus looked at him with disdain as he spoke. He sensed that Han Sen's absolute showing of power was inferior to cold light charm, and it was not as good as second uncle Bai Buyi. With his power being what it was, even if he touched cold light charm, he could not damage cold light charm. Han Sen did not seem to understand that. He was still getting in close to cold light charm. With second uncle's time area control, it made him easily be able to dodge the pink beam of light. Boom! The blue starlight suddenly opened up between Han Sen's fist and cold light charm's tentacles. That starlight power did not break cold light charm's cold semi-transparent metal body. It was shaken and shattered. It didn't work. It is still not enough. Second uncle was a bit disappointed. Although he sort of expected that to happen, seeing it unfold the way he predicted was still a bit disappointing. Bao Qin and the others had just managed to cling onto a thread of hope, but it was severed by that punch. Anyone could tell that Han Sen's power was weaker than Cold Light Charm by a lot. But Han Sen did not give up. His body was like lightning. It surrounded Cold Light Charm and flashed fast. He kept on punching Cold Light Charm's body to make the blue starlight keep breaking. The difference between our powers cannot be replaced by how many times you punch. Even if you generate power like Under the Sky Knife, you cannot beat Cold Light Charm. Evil Lotus God coldly laughed as he spoke. No matter what the others thought, Han Sen kept on punching Cold Light Charm non-stop. As he punched more and more, his punching power did indeed increase. A gathering power Geno art that activates potential. Evil Lotus God looked a bit like he had underestimated him. Activating potential skills can increase one's battle power by a lot, but it needs potential to activate. For a larva-class xenogeniac, no matter how much potential is activated, it still cannot reach butterfly at max power as Cold Light Charm can. Even if you squeeze out all the gene potential and use all your life power for a suicide attack, it still won't be enough to damage Cold Light Charm. Second Uncle and the others knew that Han Sen was forcing the activation of his potential. As Evil Lotus had said, he needed enough potential first. Otherwise, even if he exploded his body, he would still not gather enough power to hurt Cold Light Charm. It was like a 1-liter bottle of gas. No matter how much you blew it up, you would not get the effect of a missile. Han Sen did not care. He kept activating his body's potential. Other people may not have known, but he did. His body was transmutation class, but he could not activate his body's power. To other people, this was activating his potential. To him, he was just trying to activate the ordinary power he had inside him. While Han Sen was being suppressed, the power hidden inside him kept being activated. The starlight of his punch got stronger. It started with starlight. In the end, it looked like a blue sun after every punch. Pang! Cold Light Charm's body had been punched by Han Sen, but it did not shrug it off like it used to. The transparent, metal tentacles had a punch mark in them. The pink dust was everywhere. Cold Light Charm squealed in pain. Is he still activating potential? How much potential does he have? There's no way he can kill Cold Light Charm. Second Uncle kept controlling his time area. He saw Han Sen's starlight was bright like a sun and still expanding. He was as much shocked as he was delighted. Only, HMPH. With this kind of potential power exploding, you are going to die from exhaustion. How long do you think you can last? Evil Lotus God did not care for the spectacle. From what he saw, Han Sen was exploding his potential too much, which was as good as a death wish. Pang! Pang! Han Sen's small body, which looked like a god that was carrying starlight, needed the time area's control to evade the cold light beam attacks. Now, he did not need it. Han Sen swung his fist for a punch. It was like the stars in the sky falling. It suppressed Cold Light Charm and broke Cold Light Charm's pink light beam. It was so powerful and hard to believe. Bao Qin was crazily happy. He screamed, he can continue to activate his potential. That potential is so scary. It is no wonder the king wanted to take him as a student. His potential is scary. Hold on. You must hold on. If you can survive, after we go back to the Extreme King, even if I go bankrupt, I will use everything to heal your exhausted body. Meng Lai's palms were dripping with sweat. He was larva class and knew the body of someone in that class would take an insane amount of power to explode like that. After the fight, if Han Sen defeated the Cold Light Charm, his body would be destroyed. If he suffered bad luck and was unable to defeat Cold Light Charm, Han Sen would be exhausted and end up dead. Beads of sweat cascaded down from Second Uncle's brow. He had a complicated expression as he wiped them away. Han Sen exploded with a power that was greater than his own. It was perhaps even better than Cold Light Charm. For such power to be controlled by a small body like that was concerning. Second Uncle feared Han Sen's body might not be able to keep going. He worried his body might blow up at any moment. Second Uncle was someone who had a lot of knowledge. He had seen many genius elites in his time but never a small body like that blow up with so much potential. He had never seen another put on a show like this before. Hasn't he become exhausted and died yet? Does his body really contain the genes of a true god creature? Evil Lotus God's eyes were starting to flare with shock. Aside from the child of a true god creature, ordinary creatures were not able to display power this scary. Pang! Cold Light Charm's transparent metal body was blown up by Han Sen. With one final punch, its entire body was blown into fleshy chunks. Xenogenic deified hunted. Cold light charm. Deified xenogenic gene found. Obtained cold light charm beast soul. At the same time, the announcement played in Han Sen's head. It is dead. Long live Mr. Holy Baby. Londo screamed with excitement. No one wanted to die. Han Sen had managed to blow up the cold light charm and save their lives. That is why they were so happy. Not bad. That really wasn't bad. To be able to do something like that, you are impressive for the lowlife creature that you are. Evil Lotus was not angry. He clapped and smiled at Han Sen. Evil Lotus, you can leave now. I will spare your life. Han Sen looked at Evil Lotus seriously as he spoke. Spare my life. Evil Lotus God looked at him like an idiot. Upon hearing Han Sen say that, second uncle, Meng Lai, Bao Ying, and the others felt weird. Although they had pottery powder to restrict the Evil Lotus God, making a god mad was never a wise thing to do. Evil Lotus God was not enraged. In fact, he did not even get the slightest bit mad. No one cared for the crazy words of a fool, so he was not going to be mad at a crazy guy. Evil Lotus God looked at Han Sen as if he was in a high place and said, if you can survive against the xenogenic siege that is yet to come, I will kill you. The way he said his words were like it was Han Sen's honor to die by his hands. Before Han Sen said anything in return, Jir was already screaming and shouting, Xenogenics. It's all Xenogenics. They are all cold light charms. Han Sen and the others looked back. In the distant sky, many pink things, which looked like gems in the ocean, were coming for them. All of them were cold light charms. Although they were not as scary as the terrifying first cold light charm, they were still deified class. Some of them were almost as powerful as the first cold light charm. Everyone's face suddenly turned white. Although they knew the big barren systems were scary, they did not think it would be that scary. Within thousands of miles, there were many scary xenogenics. It had been hard for them to kill one cold light charm, and this group of cold light charm presented them with 30 to 40 cold light charms. Some of them even had a power that was closer to the first one. Being surrounded by that many cold light charms, one could use one's ass to figure out what might happen next. Han Sen had been exhausted once. He was not about to exhaust his potential again. Even if he exhausted his potential again, he could not take on 10 enemies alone. Londo grabbed his big axe and shouted, FCK. Killing one was enough. Killing 2 more is extra. We will fight until we die. Seeing the group of cold light charms already arriving, everyone knew they were not going to survive. They were all prepared to die. Second uncle, help me control those cold light charms, Han Sen said. He then waved his right hand. A pink, half-transparent sword appeared in his hand. The sword looked like crystal. It was like a gem, but it was cold like metal. It was only the width of a finger, and it was pink like a crystal. The sword looked evil. The handle of the sword had a pink, eye-like gem. It was like it was looking at people. It gave people goosebumps when they saw it. Deified Beast Soul Cold Light Charm. Cold Light Sword, half complete. This was different from the destroyed Beast Souls Han Sen had received before. This Cold Light Sword Beast Soul was half complete. Han Sen had no idea what that meant, but he sensed how scary the Cold Light Sword's power was just by holding it. Second uncle had not time to react. Han Sen had already turned into a light and was going into the Cold Light Charm group. He was shocked. He subconsciously opened his time area and covered a large portion of the land. Now, it was the universe's era with a lot of technology. Many elites used swords, and there were many swordsmen in the Extreme King. Second uncle and the others had never seen Han Sen's sword skill, nor heard about them either. Perhaps they did not notice which sword skills Han Sen used because the weird red sword light that went across had already enraptured their minds and eyesight. The straight, pink, sword light went across space. It cut a cold light charm in half. Before anyone was able to react, Han Sen had already rushed into the group of cold light charms. Only they saw the sword light go everywhere. It was like a deathly cutting laser that was going across hell. Wherever it went, broken tentacles flew everywhere. The cold light charms were being slaughtered by Han Sen as easy as if he was slicing vegetables. Upon seeing all this, Londo and the others were frozen as he said, "Holy crap. Mr. Holy Baby is that strong. Was he toying with us before?" No one answered him because they were all in complete shock. It would have been fine if the cold light charms were that easy to kill, but the cold light charms there were as scary as the one earlier. Yet, Han Sen was casually able to slice and dice their limbs away. That group of cold light charms was unable to do anything to stop him. Although second uncle's time area helped how Han Sen go through the cold light charms carelessly, it was still too shocking. Seeing all those powerful cold light charms be slain by Han Sen, God blood was bleeding like mad from the sky. The sword lights that shocked the sky had become so outstanding in the chaos of the pink beams of light. Evil Lotus God was in utter shock as he watched Han Sen butcher the cold light charms. He looked confused. He was a god, but he had never seen a xenogenic perform like Han Sen. He was not able to tell how strong he actually was either. What is wrong with that xenogenic? What level is this xenogenic? Evil Lotus God looked Han Sen up and down. His eyes were gleaming with god lights. No matter how he looked at him, what Han Sen was showing put him at transmutation class at the very most. He was not larva class as he had expected. Not long later, Han Sen had killed 30 to 40 cold light charms. The xenogenics from the Big Baron systems were cruel. They knew they were unable to fight him, but they were not afraid of death. They fought until the bitter end. Second uncle and the others were as much shocked as they were happy. They had believed they were going to die, but they were now more alive than ever. Han Sen had exploded with a strong power that was beyond the realms of imagination. It is no wonder the king went against the people and changed the rules about taking on a student. With a power of such magnitude, it was only right you could become the king's student. Meng Lai gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Holy Baby has such wild strength. Why did you not make use of it before? Lando's voice was buzzing. Everyone thought Han Sen had gone undercover far too deep. If this was not a life or death moment, it was unlikely that they would have ever come to learn the true amount of power Han Sen possessed. I am just using the power of my treasure, Han Sen coldly said. It is not my power. Holy Baby, your sword is so scary, Bao Qin said. What is that sword? A deified treasure such as that should be on the rankings list. How come I have never heard of it before? Everyone was talking, but Evil Lotus God coldly laughed. He spoke one sentence for Han Sen and one for himself. You really do have some power. You are worthy for me, a god, to kill you. Londo looked disdained and said, Evil Lotus God, you can cease your bluffing. With the pottery powder here, you cannot touch me. Therefore, you cannot touch the Holy Baby either. Evil Lotus God's eyes were full of disdain. Such an ignorant, low-life creature. The pottery pieces can harm my god body because it contains the ashes of the Holy Kirin. I do not want to waste time with this useless, futile matter. Do you guys really think I cannot deal with the ashes? Come at me, bro, if you think you can. Londo did not believe he could, so he was happy to provoke their nemesis. Everyone thought Evil Lotus God was not able to circumvent the pottery powder. If he could, he would not have had to spend so much effort in attracting the ire of so many cold light charms to the area. What a stupid creature. Evil Lotus God did not bother explaining. His body suddenly had some purple and white fires claim him. His eyes crackled and fizzed with the charge of electricity. They shone with a green and white light. Second uncle and the others were shocked. He felt as if Evil Lotus God's body had a scary sense of suppression on it that could not be explained. It made shock them to their cores. They subconsciously fell back. They almost wanted to turn and run. Looking at the ghost god looking Evil Lotus God approach, second uncle shouted, Get the pottery powder ready. Everyone took out the pottery powder. They started throwing it toward Evil Lotus God. Suddenly, the whole sky was covered with gray pottery powder. At this time, the pottery flame touched the purple and white flame. It looked like an ordinary gust of sand. It was unable to douse Evil Lotus God's god light. Everyone was shocked. The pottery powder was useless against Evil Lotus God, which was what they were depending on for their escape. Evil Lotus God walked up to Han Sen and coldly asked, Is your name Holy Baby, correct? Your name will be remembered by me, a god. You had worth in this life. Han Sen ignored what Evil Lotus God was saying. His eyes stared at Evil Lotus God. He looked as if he was thinking about something. Second uncle and the others were not able to see the purple-looking spirit body that looked like an evil ghost shadow inside him. That spirit body gave Han Sen the same feeling as Skyvine Radish's god spirit did. Han Sen thought, weird. Why does Evil Lotus God give me the same feeling that his body is just a puppet on strings and the purple, evil ghost-looking spirit body is his real body? It was because that purple, evil, ghost spirit body was protecting Evil Lotus God. That was why the pottery powder was no longer working. Han Sen still noticed there was something amiss. When the purple, evil, ghost spirit bodies appeared, Evil Lotus God's life force seemed to fade. One was able to see his blood vessels stick in his skin. They turned into a green and purplish color. They looked like the veins that dead men have. Everyone was now running. Bao Ying, however, could see Han Sen just standing where he was, and so she quickly shouted, "Mr. Holy Baby, run." Han Sen's train of thought was interrupted by Bao Ying. He was staring at Evil Lotus God, who was 30 feet away from him. He asked, "Evil Lotus, do you have a death wish?" Evil Lotus seemed to be annoyed. It looked as if there was some taboo he had to be aware of, so he stopped talking to him. He gathered up power. His finger was like a lotus flower that came to grab Han Sen's head. If Han Sen was grabbed, his head would probably have had 5 holes of blood in it. Second uncle heard Bao Ying's voice and knew it meant that Han Sen had not fled. He looked back and saw Evil Lotus God was going to grab Han Sen. The pottery powder in the air was not working on him. Although they were not able to see it, Han Sen could see it. The purple, evil, ghost spirit body moved the same as Evil Lotus God did. He reached his hand out and grabbed him. The pottery powder was outside the purple, evil, ghost spirit body. The heart kept pounding. Han Sen knew that this strike was extremely dangerous, but he did not hesitate. Han Sen summoned Sky Vine Radish. A green light giant-looking Sky Vine Radish appeared in front of Han Sen. A giant fist punched the purple evil ghost spirit body. Evil Lotus God did not expect that would happen. No one expected that a universal low-life creature possessed a god spirit. That should have been impossible. Evil Lotus God did not have a chance to react. The purple, evil, ghost spirit body was punched in the face by Sky Vine Radish. A purple light exploded everywhere. His mangled head flew away. Only when the purple, evil, ghost spirit body flew away, Evil Lotus God's body flew away with it. The blood in his mouth went soaring away as well. Meng Lai and the others were shocked. It was unbelievable what their eyes had seen. They thought their eyes had gone funny. Evil Lotus God was overpowering in the face of Han Sen, but Han Sen had not moved. He had not even raised his hand. All he did was look at Evil Lotus God, and Evil Lotus God spat out blood and flew away. Oh, my God, what did I see? Holy baby, what did he do? He used his eyes to kill a god. Meng Lai lost his voice and screamed. This was far too difficult for them to believe. Second uncle Bai Buyi was shocked as well. Londo and the others did not know what a god meant anymore. They thought they were strong deifieds, but they knew for sure that a god was not just stronger than deifieds. Only the true god elites in the universe were able to fight against gods, and they could barely stand a chance. They did not know if they could battle and defeat a god. Second uncle would have never dreamed that in this universe, there was a creature that could use their eyes to make a god fly away in a spray of blood. It was like a fairy tale. Bai Buyi felt as if what he had just seen was the same as if he was watching Han Sen kill very high leader. That was supposedly an impossible task. Now, something impossible to happen had just happened, and it happened right in front of him. Sky Vine Radish's god spirit. Are you the creature that killed the god? Did you take Sky Vine Radish's god spirit? I did not expect that a low-life creature could do that. Evil Lotus God stood up. He was still coughing up blood. His eyes were staring at Sky Vine Radish, who stood before Han Sen. Clearly, he could see Sky Vine Radish. Second uncle and the others were even more shocked. When the god's sadness happened, it made for a popular topic of conversation. For it now to be revealed that it was a xenogeniac that killed the god, it was pretty difficult to fathom. Han Sen's face still did not change. Sky Vine Radish's god spirit was still under his control. It had a scary green god light. It was madly attacking Evil Lotus God, or rather, the Evil Lotus's purple, evil ghost spirit body. It was different from Han Sen, who was using his mind control to operate the god spirit. Evil Lotus God's body seemed to exist alongside the purple, evil ghost spirit body. Its movements affected the purple, evil ghost spirit's movements. Han Sen was watching the fight from afar. Evil Lotus God had to join the fight with all his might. If the purple, evil ghost spirit was damaged, Evil Lotus God himself would be damaged too. The purple, evil ghost spirit was fighting Sky Vine Radish like mad. Its scary power was able to destroy everything, but this power was too amazing. Aside from the purple, evil spirit, and Sky Vine Radish, no other substance in that universe could be affected by that power. Second uncle and the others were not able to see the god spirit. From what they could tell, Han Sen was just floating in the air. He was watching Evil Lotus God, and evil Lotus God was an insane lunatic flailing around in the air. He kept spitting out blood and flying away. "Who is Mr. Holy Baby?" Londo mumbled. "He is so shockingly powerful. He looks like more of a god than evil Lotus God does. Maybe only the king knows where Holy Baby came from, and that is why the king accepted him as a student. He can fight against the gods. Only very rare true god class elites can do such a thing." Second uncle looked at Han Sen, who was in the sky, with a complex look. Ger's expression looked strange as he said, "Even evil Lotus God said Mr. Holy Baby killed the god. Is that really true?" No one had the answer. They all wanted to know the answer too. Although Han Sen was the aggressive one, Sky Vine Radish's god spirit power was not any stronger than evil Lotus God's god spirit. Their powers were almost the same. If Han Sen did not use the mistakes of evil Lotus God and damage evil Lotus God's purple, evil spirit in the beginning, he could not suppress him now. A low race is a low race. Even if you have a god spirit, you will only be used by others. Evil Lotus God was suppressed, but he still looked very prideful. His eyes were burning brighter than ever. They even looked greedy. He looked at the Sky Vine Radish's god spirit with greed. "It is enough to kill you." Han Sen sensed that too. After evil Lotus God combined with the purple, evil spirit, it had more agility. He directly used power more. It was not like he was using his mind to control the purple, evil spirit. After all, it was still not natural. Although he had the advantage, he could not beat the purple, evil spirit. In the fight, Han Sen was watching the purple, evil spirit, and evil Lotus God. He knew for sure that the purple, evil spirit was a god spirit, but it was different from the Sky Vine Radish. Sky Vine Radish's green god light was obviously a plant power, and the purple, evil spirit was of another element. Han Sen did not see what the difference was. "I wonder if my body can be combined with the god spirit." Han Sen was looking at evil Lotus God, wanting to know how he could combine with the god spirit to fight. He looked at him for a long time but could not see anything. Evil Lotus God suddenly and coldly said, "Ignorant lowlife creature. Me, a god, will let you know what the true power of a god spirit is." While he was talking, the purple, evil spirit suddenly had a weird mark on its forehead. That mark was made of countless universal rules. It was just a godly miracle, but it showed endless miracles of the universe. Han Sen suddenly felt bad. When that mark appeared, Han Sen sensed that the purple, evil spirit body's spirit power had increased. It was like it had been buffed by the power of the universe. It suddenly went through Sky Vine Radish and was wildly increasing. By the name of evil Lotus God, accept God's punishment. When evil Lotus God's God voice sounded, the purple, evil spirit's hands clasped together to have him sit like a Buddha. Beneath him was a purple, evil lotus. When that evil lotus opened, Han Sen felt the whole world was like a purple lotus flower that had opened. It was like he had fallen into an endless lotus pool. Han Sen looked at second uncle and the others. They had no reaction. They were not able to see the purple lotus flower. Han Sen had many questions to think over. He thought, it looks like Sky Vine Radish and the evil lotus power are just like the gods. They cannot affect other universal creatures, but why are their bodies different from Empty God, Sky Armor God, and the others? They can visit the universe and hurt the creatures of the universe. Evil Lotus God did not stop on the behalf of Han Sen's paws. Many purple lotus flowers opened. They exploded. The power blew up Sky Vine Radish. Evil Lotus God walked with the purple, evil spirit and the purple lotus. It was madly attacking Sky Vine Radish. Only the purple, evil spirit's power was much better than Sky Vine Radish, and it had the help of a purple lotus. Sky Vine Radish was at a bad disadvantage. The purple evil spirit kept attacking. Soon, the green light broke. A second later, an entire arm was severed. Han Sen was not injured because of that. He was different from evil Lotus God. Even if Sky Vine Radish was killed, it would not affect him. Purple, evil spirit power did not affect his body. However, if Sky Vine Radish was killed, Han Sen would have nothing left to go against evil Lotus God. His eyes were like blades. Han Sen moved his body. He was going into the battlefield. He knew that by depending on Sky Vine Radish, the battle would be lost. He had to cooperate with Sky Vine Radish if he wanted to defeat evil Lotus God. Han Sen moved. Evil Lotus God knew what he was going to do. He looked disdained and said, "Ignorant lowlife creature. Do you think a god body cannot hurt your body and you can ignore it? You are so dumb." Evil Lotus God punched Sky Vine Radish and threw a punch at Han Sen. The purple, evil spirit was doing the same thing and threw a punch at Han Sen too. Han Sen did not move. He threw out the suppressing plastic bag and punched it to make it shatter. Lots of pottery powder came out like a gray, dark mist. Holy Kirin is strong, but if you think the ash can hurt a god, you are too naive. Evil Lotus God continued with his punch. The purple, evil spirit broke through the ash. When the ash settled, Han Sen was instantly there. His body went past the purple, evil spirit and came right before Evil Lotus God. Death Wish. Evil Lotus God threw a punch at Han Sen. Suddenly, there was a white flame coming from Han Sen's hand. At the same time, Evil Lotus God's punch hit Han Sen. The white flame went through Evil Lotus God's chest. Phoenix Flame, Phoenix Feather, how could you? Evil Lotus God lowered his head to look at his chest. He saw a phoenix feather in his chest. A white flame was madly surging through his body and organs. Pang! Han Sen did not let him speak. The moment he pulled out the phoenix flame, he controlled Sky Vine Radish to punch the purple, evil spirit, which was connected to Evil Lotus God. When Evil Lotus God was damaged, he did not have the time to react. Sky Vine Radish punched his head, unleashing purple air everywhere. Half of Han Sen's shoulder bones were broken by Evil Lotus God's punch, but Han Sen did not mind. When he was with Sky Vine Radish working together, he was not going to give Evil Lotus God a chance. Arg! Evil Lotus God and the purple, evil spirit received a double whammy of damage. His body was damaged, and it made Evil Lotus God's face immediately change. Han Sen discovered that Evil Lotus God had a weak point that did not really count as a weak point. His purple, evil spirit was not able to affect creatures in the universe. When the evil spirit got injured, Evil Lotus God's body was also injured. His body was like a normal creature that could be harmed by universal powers. This meant that when Han Sen was fighting with Sky Vine Radish, Evil Lotus God was taking double the damage. Although his body was a true god class, it did not mean his battle power was a true god class. At least for Han Sen, Evil Lotus God used the purple, evil spirit, which meant his body's life force was being reduced. When the purple, evil spirit's body got its god mark, his body received even more cracks. It was like his body was going to collapse. Han Sen did not expect the phoenix feather could heavily damage the Evil Lotus God. In fact, the phoenix feather went through Evil Lotus God's body. Evil Lotus God's power had become weaker because of the negative effects that came from using the purple, evil spirit. For Han Sen, this was a situation that yielded quite the advantage. If Evil Lotus God's power kept staying at true god class, the phoenix feather Han Sen held might not hurt him. Now, it was different. When the phoenix flame and Sky Vine Radish kept hitting, Evil Lotus God kept screaming. God blood kept pouring out of him without reprieve. Bao Ying and the others were watching in shock. From what they saw, Han Sen was holding a white flame. He made Evil Lotus God's god blood spill, making it so he was unable to fight back. It was very strong, like a sky god landing on the earth. No, impossible, I am a god, I cannot be killed by a low-life creature, I cannot die, hell no, arg, Evil Lotus God was unable to finish his sentence. Han Sen cut off his left arm, making god blood spill out of him and squirt everywhere like a bloody spring. Damn you, I will cut you up into little pieces for this and ensure you will never be reborn. Evil Lotus God's face was full of anger. He put away the purple, evil spirit to look normal again. Evil Lotus God's purple, evil spirit was gone. Sky Vine Radish's power had returned to normal. Evil Lotus God's body had obviously improved. His face looked enraged. He gathered up power to continue his fight with Han Sen. Han Sen had another 2 compressed plastic bags ready to unload their contents. A lot of pottery powder was unleashed. It went all over Evil Lotus God's body. It made his skin corrode like he was drenched in acid that fizzed and bubbled across him. A big part of Evil Lotus God's body was being corroded away right there. Arg! Evil Lotus God was screaming in pain. Han Sen was going forward to the place full of pottery powder. He used his phoenix feather to strike it against Evil Lotus God's neck. He cut it in half. Impossible, I cannot die, I am a god, I am a god. Evil Lotus God lost that very high sense of nobility and confidence he exuded earlier. He was in a very bad situation on all sides. Using the purple, evil spirit forced him to accept the 2-way attacks from Han Sen and Sky Vine Radish. If had not used the purple, evil spirit, his body would have been harmed by the pottery powder. It seemed as if he had no way out of this bad situation. I am killing a god, Han Sen coldly grunted. His body was covered in pottery powder. He slashed Evil Lotus God. Many white flames flew across the scene. They gave Evil Lotus God more wounds to deal with. Evil Lotus God was screaming in agony. It was hard to imagine that this was the same Evil Lotus God that used his power to defeat Second Uncle and all the others until they had no possible hope of fighting back. Gotcha. Evil Lotus God's head was lopped off by Han Sen. The head dropped and rolled near Second Uncle. The rest of the audience had gathered around to spectate. Second Uncle looked at the bodiless head with shock. His face looked very weird. No one knew which words would be best to muster and speak. I am a god. You dare to kill a god. You will be cursed for eternity. Evil Lotus God's head might have fallen to the ground, but he was not dead yet. He still cursed and cried at Han Sen. Gotcha. Han Sen's body was carrying a white flame. He slashed downward. It split Evil Lotus God's head through the middle. A purple lotus flower came out of it. Many mysterious markings were flickering across it. God Spirit hunted. Found God Spirit Gene. Han Sen was depressed. This time, there was no God Spirit. Han Sen was hoping to claim another God Spirit and compare it to Skyvine Radish's God Spirit. Boom. When Evil Lotus God was killed, a purple light came down from the sky. All of his flesh and bones tuned into a purple light that rose. Han Sen thought another God's sadness would repeat. When the purple pillar of light went through the sky had a weird twist. The purple pillar of light faded away in that twisted space. It was not able to generate a God's sadness. Only after seeing that, Han Sen felt his heart jump. Even the power of a God Spirit's death cannot break out of the big barren systems. What happened to this area? How did Sacred get destroyed? Is that God's personality? Londo looked at the purple lotus flower on the floor. His voice was trembling. That was a God's personality. If they took it, they could go into the skies and become a god. With such an amazing treasure before them, none dared take it. They all looked at Han Sen. After all, when Han Sen killed Evil Lotus God, his performance had been far too shocking. Even Second Uncle or Meng Lai dared not think of doing something so evil. Han Sen picked up the purple lotus flower off the ground. He was going to put it away. He then heard a "Kacha" noise come from Londo, followed by shockwaves. Han Sen thought it was Londo being brave enough to try and steal the god's personality. When he looked closer, it was not Londo that was coming. It was the metal Kirin box that was behind him. It had somehow opened. There was something inside it, and it had come out. It was heading for Han Sen. Han Sen saw that the thing flying toward him was flat. He was not able to see what it was, but it was coming for the God Spirit Gene. Han Sen was not going to let it succeed. Just as he grabbed the evil purple lotus, another hand was also grabbing it. Pang! The flying thing was punched away by Han Sen with one hit. Han Sen did not feel a strong power coming from it, but Han Sen had not broken it. Han Sen watched the thing as it was flying through the air. It was then that he saw what it was. It appeared to be two big sticks that were stuck together. It was about a foot long and dark red. It was not eye-catching at all. He had no idea what it was. Han Sen punched the flying thing that looked like two sticks. It was sent flying back, but it was still going after the evil purple lotus in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen gathered up more power. He used all of his power to punch the thing away, but it still did not take any damage. After the punch again sent it flying backward, it simply headed straight for him. When Han Sen used Sky Star Wolf Glyph, his punch was as strong as a larva-class deified, yet it was not able to harm that thing. That surprised him. Upon seeing it fly back to him, Han Sen summoned his cold light sword. He slashed the circular stick. Pang! The two circular sticks were struck by Han Sen. It was thrown to the deck but not hurt by Han Sen. It bounced back off the ground and went into the sky to fly. It was headed for Han Sen's evil purple lotus again. This time, Han Sen was very surprised. The cold light sword beam was able to kill a butterfly xenogeniac. When it slashed the circular sticks, it did not even leave a white mark. Although that thing did not have strong power, the strength of the material could not be underestimated. What is that thing? Londo and the others looked at the two circular sticks with shocked expressions. As Bao Ying looked at the object, he said, "It looks like a drawing. I think it is a scroll with a drawing on it. It looks like that, but the texture of the drawing does not look like paper or cloth," Second Uncle said. I do not know what material that is, but you cannot break through its layers. Hearing them say it was a drawing, Han Sen realized that it did sort of look like what they described. The two circular sticks must have contained the drawing. There were also dark red papers inside it. Because the papers were sticking to the circular sticks, one could not see them if one did not look closely. One only saw that something was stuck between the two circular sticks. That's weird. The Kirin placed a metal box inside his palace and enclosed it in one of the statues. And the metal box held the drawing scroll. That scroll can steal the god spirit genes. Han Sen was able to tell that the scroll was not very aggressive, but his power couldn't hurt it. His heart jumped. When the scroll fell back, he decided to capture it. It was now in Han Sen's hands, but the scroll still struggled to try to get the purple evil lotus, which was also in his hands. Its power was not very strong, so it was unable to escape Han Sen's grasp on it. Han Sen quickly realized that the scroll wasn't a threat to him, so he put away the evil purple lotus. He used both hands to hold onto the handles of the scroll. He opened the scroll to see if there really was a drawing on it. When he pulled it apart, he felt as if the scroll had been stuck together with strong glue. Han Sen tried his best, but he could only open it about 2 or 3 centimeters. Both sides of the scroll near where it had unrolled showed a part of the picture. It meant that where Han Sen was pulling open was the center of the drawing. Han Sen knew his power was not enough to open the scroll. Its power was too strong. It eventually bounced back. Han Sen quickly looked at what he was able to see, hoping to glean something out of the meager view. While he was looking, he saw something. There was a line of words visible. It was written in the Geno universe's common language, so Han Sen could read each word. The text was black, and it was written on a red background. The words on the scroll read, Tai Yi, which was followed by a space. After that were 3 more words, killing the gods. Han Sen thought, Tai Yi, is that the Tai Yi who I once met? Has he killed a god too? Are gods that easy to kill? I thought only people with super genes could kill gods. Sacred Leader researched it for a long time, and he was unable to kill the gods. Who is this random guy that came out of nowhere and killed gods? His power was already fading, and he was now losing focus. The power in his hands was growing weaker. The scroll closed where Han Sen had revealed the words, making a pat sound. Second uncle and the others flew over to him. Londo curiously asked, Mr. Holy Baby, did you learn what was inside this drawing? I cannot open it. I don't know what's inside it. Han Sen was holding the squirming scroll as he spoke. He did not want to tell people about the scroll, especially people from the Extreme King. Let's not talk right now, Bao Ying said. Let's just leave the Big Baron systems. This place is far too dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? Londo apathetically asked. With Mr. Holy Baby around, why must we be afraid of the xenogenics here? He has the ability to kill a god. Let's just leave. Han Sen knew his business. He was only able to kill evil lotus god because of skyvine radish and the pottery powder. If he'd had to fight a true god class xenogenic, not even his cold light sword would have been enough. Plus, a god spirit was useless against a xenogenic. Bad things were bound to happen to them. Thinking of cold light sword, Han Sen looked into his sea of soul and saw there were another 2 cold light sword beast souls. He had received them when he slaughtered the big band of cold light charms. Only he looked at the cold light charms information and noticed they were the same as the one Han Sen had before. They were cold light swords, but their descriptions were a bit different. One of them said it was broken, and the other was just like the one Han Sen had. That one said it was half complete. Han Sen looked and immediately noticed that the cold light sword beast soul that was labeled as broken was weaker than the other 2. I wonder if the cold light sword beast souls can be combined. Han Sen's heart jumped at the possibility. He saw the 3 cold light charm beast souls stick together. Their spirit bodies combined and started twisting around. They combined into a new cold light sword beast soul. This new cold light charm beast soul was obviously stronger than the other 3 cold light charm beast souls. Just looking at its presence, one could tell that it was much stronger. Han Sen looked at the information, delighted. Deified beast soul cold light charm. Cold light sword perfect, at half complete, it was already like a butterfly treasure weapon. Now, it's perfect. Maybe the cold light sword can compete with true god weapons. If that's true, I am going to be rich, Han Sen thought, mega excited. He anxiously anticipated using his cold light sword again and flexing its power. Han Sen and the others retraced their steps back to the Lost Land. There was not much resistance to slow their return travel. They left the Big Barren system with ease. On their way back to the Extreme King, Han Sen had been mulling over this question quite a bit. Tai Yi that was mentioned in the scroll. Was that the Tai Yi that Bauer and the others saw? When they had been digging in God City, they dug up a strange stone. When Han Sen and the others went into the God City, Bauer said a man appeared. He announced his name as Tai Yi. He even told her to say hello to her father. When Bauer told Han Sen about it, he felt weirded out too. According to Bauer's description of him, Han Sen did not know who Tai Yi fellow could have been. He had heard the name Tai Yi before, but it was the Tai Yi king god in the sanctuaries. It was clearly not the same guy who called himself Tai Yi now. Back then, Han Sen was still wondering about how Tai Yi knew about Bauer's history. The father he mentioned should have been Bauer's true biological father. Ever since then, he had not heard anything about the person known as Tai Yi again. After a prolonged amount of time, Han Sen had almost completely forgotten about him. Now, he had been mentioned in Holy Kiran's drawing scroll. Han Sen had seen Tai Yi's name in the 3 words, killing the gods. That made Han Sen start guessing more about the nature of Tai Yi's identity. But guesses were little more than guesses. He did not even know if the Tai Yi in the drawing was the same one as the Tai Yi he had heard about. It was difficult for him to confirm anything. Han Sen followed second uncle and the others to the Extreme King. On their way, the deified elites treated Han Sen completely differently. They admired him as if he was a god instead. This had been the best way for Han Sen to leave the Extreme King, but he had opted to not abandon them just yet. He followed them back to the Extreme King. Han Sen thought, if I leave now, the Extreme King will talk about me killing a god. I am afraid the scary existences in the Geno Hall might come after me. If I go back to the Extreme King now, they will think I am a part of them. I do not think they will tell anyone the story about me killing evil Lotus God. It would just bring trouble to the Extreme King. Plus, the Extreme King has a lot of deified xenogeniacs for me to kill. There is no point in me leaving now. He used to think he was a bit too weak to stay in the Extreme King. Now that he had the perfect cold light sword, he did not have to worry as much. With cold light sword's power, even if he could not fight against true god elites, he could still fight back a little. Han Sen was playing with the purple evil lotus, thinking of a way in which he might be able to hurt it. It is a shame those 2 god spirit genes cannot be refined. If I was able to refine one of them, perhaps I could achieve true god power straight away. After he went back to the Extreme King, he kept munching on his deified genes. Bai King summoned him. He was with second uncle and the others. They reported what had occurred in the Big Barren system. That was about all that happened. Bai King did not ask why Han Sen had that power, nor did he ask Han Sen to hand over the god's personality and the scroll. Ever since that happened, it was like nothing had changed. Han Sen did not see Bai King again. Only Bao Ying would come to teach him manners every day. Han Sen thought, what is this Bai King thinking? If I wanted to run, I would have run. I have so many secrets in me, yet he is not showing interest. Even with treasures like the god's personality, he hasn't asked about it. What is he truly after? If Bai King had some kind of plan to test him, Han Sen would have felt more convinced. If his opponent was willing to show his cards, he would at least have a way to sort the matter out. But Bai King was not showing his cards, which made Han Sen completely confused. He thought Bai King was a very mysterious character and a difficult person to understand. After a while, every day for Han Sen was just a day in which he ate and slept and ate. His deified gene tallies were greatly increasing. Before long, it reached 100. It is time to become larva class. I hope that after I become larva class, my body will become normal again. Han Sen was happy, but he did not immediately become larva class. This place belonged to the Extreme King, and his identity was that of the Holy Baby. If he strove to become larva class and looked like the real Han Sen again, it would have been like feeding a sheep directly into a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, Bai King did not restrict his freedom. Han Sen found an excuse and took a battleship from the Extreme King to leave the kingdom. He found a planet that was owned by the Extreme King but had no one there. While he was there, he started to evolve his battle body. When the evolution began, Han Sen felt as if his gene messages kept changing. His cells kept splitting and changing. Slowly, Han Sen's body kept getting bigger. It wasn't much longer until he returned to his adult self. Han Sen still kept the xenogenic battle body mode. His body looked weirdly pretty because he had combined with spell. It made his face look as soft as a woman's. I finally became an adult again. Han Sen was so happy. He did not have a fetish to be a child, so he was now much more comfortable. Han Sen had successfully become larva class. He felt as if his power had returned. He enjoyed that powerful power a lot. It was much more powerful than if he relied on using the Sky Star Wolf glyph. This is the real me. Han Sen felt very cocky. When he tried to cancel his xenogenic mode, he found out he was unable to. Do I have to be like this from now on? Han Sen felt kind of depressed, but there was no other way. Although he looked much prettier now, Han Sen still wanted his old face back. Only right now, I am much more powerful. I wonder if I can open the scroll. Han Sen took out the scroll. He generated power and tried to pull open the scroll again. The scroll slowly opened. Once again, he saw Tai Yi's name. Because Han Sen's power was stronger than when he used Sky Star Wolf glyph, the scroll could now be slowly opened. Here it is, there is that text again. As Han Sen looked at the scroll that was being opened, he saw another line of words appear. Purple fight, killing the gods. When Han Sen saw the name, he was shocked. Tai Yi could have the same name and surname, but Purple Fight would not have the same name. The elites that used that name in the universe would only be the renowned Purple Fight of Sacred's 10 generals. Han Sen had seen Purple Fight before, but Purple Fight was not doing so well now. He was riding the Sea Demon car in xianxia system, wandering there forever. After the woman, who called herself a sacred researcher, left Two Worlds Mountain, Purple Fight was gone too. Han Sen thought, has this scroll recorded the elites that killed gods before? He thought something was amiss with what was going on. Sacred leader researched for a long time and was unable to kill the gods. Why would a subordinate of his, Purple Fight, kill a god with success? That is so weird. Plus, that woman in Horizontal Evil used to say that without a super gene, you could not kill a god. Even Sacred Leader was unable to find a super gene. How did Purple Fight find a super gene? Han Sen's brain was flooded with intense wonder. To find an answer in the scroll, Han Sen added power into his hands to pull the scroll open even more. The scroll was hard to open. It was like it was glued shut. It took a lot of power to get it open. The more he pulled it, the harder it became. With Han Sen's larva class power, even he almost couldn't hold it open. There are more words. Horizontal Evil, killing the gods. When Han Sen saw the name, he froze. Horizontal Evil was the Breekski's alpha. Han Sen had pinned him on a mountainside a while ago. He was never granted death, so he was stuck in a state of not living and not dying. Horizontal Evil even told Han Sen that he did not have the power to eliminate a god. If that was true, why did the scroll possess words that suggested the contrary? Han Sen suddenly thought the scroll was Holy Kirin's prank. Otherwise, having such a list of names was pointless. Was he giving Purple Fight, Horizontal Evil, and the others a crime? Although Han Sen doubted the credibility of the scroll, he continued pulling the scroll open. He wanted to see what was at the end. Eventually, when he pulled it to some level, the drawing's power was too strong. He was not able to keep pulling the scroll open anymore. Open, Han Sen groaned. Sky Star Wolf's glyph flashed on his body, giving him a bit more power. He kept pulling the scroll open. Han Sen's arms had veins sticking out. Many substance chains flashed across his hands. He was forcing the scroll open bit by bit. Han Yufei, blasphemy to God, got hit into a loophole never to be reborn. Han Sen finally saw a crime with a different title. That made him wonder even more. Han Sen's head was full of questions. Han Yufei, that should be a woman's name. But who is she? What does it have to do with sacred? How does she have the crime of being blasphemous to a god? That cannot be as bad as killing a god. But why are Purple Fight's crime and the others involved just killing, and this woman was hit into a loophole to never be reborn? Pang! Han Sen's power was no longer able to hold against the strength of the scroll. The scroll's two sticks bounced back into their original position, re-rolling the paper to how it was. The scroll then tried to fly away. Han Sen held onto the scroll and suppressed it enough to stick it in Destiny's tower. What is going on here? Why have so many people managed to kill a god before? Han Sen was very suspicious, but he did not have enough information. He could not make a reasonable judgment just yet. It looks like I will have to wait until my power is stronger. At that time, I can completely open the scroll and learn the meaning of the names in the scroll. Han Sen put the issue of the scroll aside. He was now an adult. Although no one would have been able to tell he was Han Sen, it was not suitable for him to remain with the Extreme King anymore. So, Han Sen teleported back to the sanctuaries. Han Ling was learning how to draw in the garden when she saw Han Sen suddenly appear. She tilted her head to the side, looked at him, and asked, "Are you a thief? If I was a thief, what would you do to me?" Han Sen smiled and looked at Han Ling. He wanted to prank her. Han Ling blinked and said, "Mr. Handsome Thief, you look very hot. If you leave now, I will pretend she never saw you." Han Sen's head was full of dark clouds. Ling is so small, and she is already obsessed with appearances. I should teach her that good-looking men are not trustable. Ling, do you not recognize Dad? Han Sen asked. He looked gloomy. Dad? Han Ling looked at Han Sen with confusion. A while later, she tilted her head and was gladly thrust into Han Sen's hands. She asked, "Dad, since when did you become so handsome?" Han Sen wished to say something more, but he heard Ji Yanran approaching. She looked at Han Sen for a while. With surprise, she said, "Han Sen, why do you look better now?" Han Sen explained what had happened to him. Ji Yanran and Ling were next to Han Sen. He had one in each arm. They were next to him listening to him explain what had happened. Han Sen quickly noticed that his reputation in the house had been greatly increased. Before, when he arrived home, he would just eat normal food. Now, Ji Yanran made some extra good dishes. Ling kept going around Han Sen for hugs. She didn't stop. She kept calling out for daddy and asking for kisses. This mother and daughter, Han Sen noticed that to increase his reputation in their family, power and such were useless. Good looks were the most effective weapons. My original face was not that bad. Han Sen felt sad. His face had not been a super handsome one, but his body shape and presence was always there. He could not have been any worse than a supermodel. His treatment, however, was terrible. The next morning, after resting for a day, Han Sen was woken up by Ji Yanran screaming. "What is it? It is very early in the morning." Han Sen sat up and discovered that something was wrong. He looked closer. His body had turned into the body of a child again. Even Han Sen was shocked. What happened? Why do I look like this again? I thought after reaching larva class that I would be normal. Han Sen developed a cold sweat. Only, so adorable, Ji Yanran hugged Han Sen in her arms. She used her cheeks to rub against Han Sen's cheeks and said, "Little flower was this cute when he was this small." Han Sen did not know what to say. Ji Yanran was very accepting of the fact that her husband had turned into a child. She was not worried. Han Sen researched this for a while. He found out he could not stay an adult for a long amount of time. Every once in a while, he was able to turn into an adult, but he would not be an adult for a long time. He was only able to be an adult for around 10 hours. After that, he turned back into a child. I went through all this trouble, and I am still not recovered. It looks like I will have to become butterfly class to totally recover. Han Sen was thinking about how to escape the Extreme King, but it turned out that there was no need for now. He decided to remain holy baby in the Extreme King and take advantage of their resources. While he was still an adult, Han Sen harnessed his power to use the 4-sheep cube and enter God's farm. He wanted to see if he could find Wanner again. Han Sen had just entered God's farm when he saw Wanner killing sheep with her knife. This delighted him. I researched how to deal with God's knife for a long time. Now, I can put my exercise into practice. Han Sen teleported in front of Wanner. He looked at Wanner, who was holding God's knife and slurping up blood, and said, "Wanner, back off." "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Wanner looked at Han Sen with shock. Han Sen's face looked very different from how it usually did. She was not able to recognize him. Before Han Sen answered, God's knife had already released scary blood flames. It escaped from Wanner's hands and flew toward Han Sen through the air. The blood flames had already generated a blood demon shadow. It was holding God's knife by its handle. It approached Han Sen slashing and thrashing. It is a super space slash that features time and space. It can slash what exists in the past, making it a knife that no one can block. Can I block it? Can I predict its trail a second before in time? Han Sen was unsure, but he knew he had to try. The Medusa shield was instantly in Han Sen's hand. It was positioned before Han Sen as he moved his body. His other hand wielded the cold light sword. Han Sen was planning on using Spell's guns, but Spell was already a part of him. She was not able to be used as a gun for Han Sen to make use of. Plus, Cold Light Sword's power was better than Spell. So, Han Sen was just going to use his Cold Light Sword. Han Sen carefully calculated his moving track, the sword light from Cold Light Sword, and the Medusa shield's location of defense. The reason was to force God's knife slashing where he needed him to be. Han Sen had not been able to make a prediction a second ago, but he could use powerful formation powers to force God's knife to fall into the chess game-like trap he was orchestrating. That made it unable to calculate his location 1 second later. Using a man's intelligence to fight a knife that could travel through time and space, Han Sen could not do it on a whim. But this was the best chance he had to fight God's knife. Kacha. God's knife landed on Han Sen's back. It cut open his skin. The blood came out like crystal, and the severed muscles looked like jade. Han Sen thought, that's a very powerful God's knife. My xenogenic mode is only larva class, but the body strength should be almost like butterfly class. Yet, it can still cut open my body. The power of God's knife has increased. I am afraid it might have reached true God class. The attack was within what Han Sen had predicted, so he kept on moving. He adjusted the position and angle of his Medusa shield and Cold Light Sword. It will kill you, too. Run. Warner did not recognize Han Sen. She was just being nice enough to warn him. Han Sen did not care. Warner was the crux of all Lone Bamboo's sorrows. If he was able to save Warner, then Lone Bamboo would no longer be in such pain. If there was a chance to do that, Han Sen was going to try. Patong. Han Sen's body was slashed again, but it was not in a critical place. It looks like my judgment and calculations are still a little sloppy. It needs to be improved while I'm here in the actual combat. Han Sen was not shocked. Rather, he was happy. Although he had been hit, it was not in a critical place. That meant his method was working. Han Sen kept fighting God's knife, but he incurred more and more wounds. If one looked closer, one could see his wounds were getting smaller and smaller. Dong. God's knife kept slashing against Medusa's shield. It was unable to strike his body. Han Sen was so happy that he almost groaned in pleasure. He blocked the God's knife attack a second before he did. The super space slash's power was like a glitchy exploit, but he still broke it. Patong. While Han Sen was excited, he was hit again. It hurt so badly that it made him focus. He knew now was not the time to get excited. He still couldn't block all of the super space slashes with perfect precision. Compared to his first experience, Han Sen was becoming smoother as he used formation. Slowly, he was able to block more God's knife attacks with the Medusa shield. It was harder for the enemy to use super space slash and harm his body. Warner started reminding Han Sen about the need to run, but she slowly noticed Han Sen was actually able to weather this fight against God's knife. She had a look of awe on her face. She had never seen any creature able to fight against God's knife the way he was. Seeing God's knife, the creatures in God's farm were scared. They were paralyzed with fear and never dared try to rebel against God's knife. The stranger in front of them all was actually able to challenge it, and he was able to keep going at it. He kept blocking the attacks of God's knife. It was unbelievable to witness. Han Sen's entire body was buzzing with an incredible amount of excitement. It was like facing a problem that could not be solved and fighting for a countless amount of days in poor conditions but still seeing it through. The ability to finish and relish in the joy was like his whole heart was leveling up. Han Sen thought God's knife was so powerful and super space slash was scary. Yet, when he blocked his first strike, his mind chilled. He was more relaxed as the fight went on, which made it easier. Before, God's knife created intense pressure. Now, that pressure was gone. Han Sen was able to control super space slash easier as time went by. Han Sen felt as if he could control the universe and all of its rules. It was like he could do whatever he wanted to. Suddenly, Han Sen put away the Medusa shield and used his Cold Light Sword to fight God's knife. That was all he used. He was not defending anymore. He was going to try and go forward to strike. Dong, dong, dong. The knife and sword went against each other in the air. The shockwaves created a lot of cracks in space. Han Sen was depending purely on his sword to tie with the God's knife, which was a second ahead. It was all about attacking now. It was not like before when Han Sen had to block or evade. So, what if you can strike a second before I can? I can block your attacks too. Han Sen was feeling completely relaxed. He was so chill. One could not describe how chill he was. The cold light sword was waving casually to keep fighting God's knife. Wanner opened her small mouth as she looked at Han Sen battling God's knife in disbelief. She had never seen God's knife suppressed like that. It felt like God's knife's strength was being minimized. Only dong. The sword light was seen in the air as God's knife was hit backward. The position of the knife was a bit messed up. God's knife really is suppressed. Now, Wanner believed that God's knife had been suppressed by that wild stranger. In the next moment, Wanner saw God's knife turn around and fly into the sky, but Han Sen's sword light hit it down and prevented it from escaping. God's knife, it is trying to flee. Wanner could not believe what she was seeing. God's knife was trying to flee. She never thought this could happen, but it was actually happening directly in front of her. Han Sen slashed and slashed. He slashed God's knife and got it to fall back. What made Han Sen frown was the fact that he did not know what God's knife was made of. He had slashed God's knife many times, but the strength of the perfect cold light sword did not leave any damage on it. Although I have already broken Super Space Slash, I cannot destroy the body that controls the God's knife. That is not winning. Han Sen frowned, thinking about how to destroy the God's knife. I wonder if the method to kill a god is useful with God's knife. Han Sen's heart jumped. He summoned Sky Vine Radish and threw a punch toward God's knife. Pang! God's knife was not damaged, but the blood flame demon was hit by Sky Vine Radish. The flames of its composure went everywhere. It really works. Is that thing a god too? Han Sen was delighted. Sky Vine Radish was strong. It kept punching the blood flame demon. It made the blood flame demon shatter and shimmer everywhere. It was unable to fight back. God's knife was already falling back. Now, Sky Vine Radish was attacking it. The bloody fires of the knife were becoming weaker. In the end, the bloody flame was broken by Sky Vine Radish. God's knife turned dim as if it had lost all control. Han Sen flew in front of the God's knife, picked it up off the ground, and discovered that God's knife was nothing more than an ordinary sharp knife without its power. Both of his hands held a separate side of the sharp knife. He wanted to break the knife, but he was unable to achieve what he wanted. The knife was still as hard as before. It just did not have a lively presence inside it anymore. Han Sen thought, I didn't hear the hunting announcement. Perhaps that means I didn't kill it. He put God's knife inside Destiny's tower and kept it suppressed. Wanner, follow me. I am going to take you to see Lone Bamboo, Han Sen said as he approached Wanner. Do you know my brother? Wanner was happy, but then she looked sad and shook her head. You should leave now. I cannot come with you. God's knife has already been suppressed by me. What more do you need to concern yourself with? Han Sen saw in Wanner's face that she was hiding something. I signed a contract with a god. I cannot leave here. If I do, I will end up causing my big brother harm. Wanner shook her head. What contract? Han Sen asked with a frown. Wanner shook her head and said, I cannot tell you. If I tell you, Big Brother will be in danger. Han Sen knew he could not blame Wanner for thinking that way. If he was in her position, he would feel as if this was a trick too. Before being 100% sure, he would never try to do something that could put his family at risk. I will not force you to come with me, but God's knife has been suppressed by me. Will the god be okay with that? Han Sen looked at Wanner as he spoke. Wanner nibbled her lips but did not say anything. She was unsure. How about this? Han Sen went on to say, tell me where that god is, and I will go out and look for it. I will see if there is a way for me to kill it. If the god Wanner had signed a contract with was the same as Evil Lotus God, perhaps there was a chance for Han Sen to kill it. If he did that, Wanner would be free again. Wanner still shook her head and said, you should go. A god is not something we can deal with. He is so powerful, and he is everywhere. But I did manage to suppress the god's knife. Suppressing a god is not something impossible. Han Sen tried to convince her. This is different. The god's knife is just a knife. It's one of God's toys. How can it compare with the god itself? The power of a god is not something we can feasibly comprehend. After that, Wanner's small face had a frightening expression. It was as if she was in the recollection of something terrible. How can you know it won't work if you haven't given it a go? If your big brother Lone Bamboo knew you were here, I am sure he would want to see you again. Han Sen hoped to use Lone Bamboo to change her mind. Wanner looked hesitant, but then confidently shook her head. Thanks a lot, but please do not tell Big Brother about me. You should leave now. The god's knife has been affected, and I am sure the god must have felt it. When he comes, it will be too late for you to escape. It is already too late. Wanner's last sentence was spoken a different tone of voice. She was like a different person. Han Sen's face changed. He saw Wanner's body start to morph with a blurry god light. It was like her entire body was being showered in the morning light. Her eyes became weirdly clear. She appeared to become an emotionless machine. You have broken into my farm and destroyed my knife spirit. You are a very interesting person. Wanner looked at Han Sen with interest as she spoke. Her face was like a king in a high place, looking down on a clown's performance at the circus. Han Sen coldly looked at Wanner and asked, "Are you the god?" Han Sen suddenly realized something, but he did not know what it was. "Yes, I am God." Wanner smiled and nodded. She stared at Han Sen and asked, "What is your name? What race do you belong to?" "I am Dollar. I am a human," Han Sen answered. Wanner shook her head and said, "You are not a human. Humans don't look like you. You are a xenogenic." Han Sen's heart jumped with shock. Pretty much no creature in the universe knew about humans, but this so-called god seemed to know about the existence of humanity. It also knew that he was not a human. This was a problem. "How do you know I am not a human?" Han Sen quickly asked. "If I think you are not a human, then you are not a human," Wanner replied. "There is no why. What is your name?" Han Sen asked. "I am God," Wanner answered. "Don't gods have a title? Something like empty god, sky empty god and etc. What is your title?" Han Sen asked. "You know a lot. It is no wonder you were able to destroy the spirit of my knife." It laughed and said, "But I do not have a title. You can just call me God." Before Han Sen said anything more, God went on to say, "You destroyed my knife spirit, and I am okay with that. If you want to take away Wanner, you can do that too. But this world is a fair place. You are taking so much, so you should give something back in the interest of fairness, of course. Wouldn't you agree?" "No, that was something I achieved through my own power. Why should I give out anything?" Han Sen smiled. Only God was shocked, but it then laughed. "Well said. Something you take through your own power means you shouldn't give out anything. I really like you. How about this? It is rare to find an interesting xenogenic like you. I am giving you a chance now. So, let's have a bet. If you can beat me, you can leave without any harm and Wanner can go with you. What if I lose?" Han Sen frowned. "If you lose, you are so funny that I wouldn't want to see you die." God went silent. It went on to say, "You can replace Wanner's job here. You can feed God's knife for the next century." "That's not fair," Han Sen said with a smile. "If I win, you do not have to give anything. If I lose, I have to give you 100 years of my time. Why would I take part in such an unfair gamble? Because that is a bet that involves my own power," God said with a smile. Han Sen was going to say there was nothing he could to him if he didn't do anything. Before he said anything, he shockingly noticed that within God's stare, his hands were not listening to him. He held his neck and squeezed. He squeezed himself so hard that he was going to suffocate. With Han Sen's will and power, he was unable to control his own body. Inside the Sea of Soul, the black crystal armor reduced its presence. It pretended it did not exist. There was no reaction. God smiled at Han Sen as it asked, "Can we agree to a bet now?" Han Sen could not speak. He felt as if he was going to be strangled to death, so he had to nod. "Niece, you have made the right choice. Using your power is more interesting." God laughed. "Should it be me who is deciding what to risk?" Han Sen rubbed his throat. He realized now that this god was a bit evil. It seemed very casual, but it was scarier than the other gods he had encountered. It gave Han Sen real pressure, and it was exerting a sense of danger the other gods had not been able to accomplish. Before, it really did not matter, God said. "Now, I have met a really interesting creature like you. That is why I want to play my favorite game." "What game is that?" Han Sen's brain moved fast. His only option was to escape. He could not defeat this god. Even if he could beat this god, the god had taken over Wanner's body. He could not risk killing Wanner along with it. Also, the black crystal armor had strangely hidden itself. That had never happened before. When he used to meet the kings, he had not seen the black crystal armor react like this. That just showed how scary this god truly was. Han Sen thought gods like the kings would not deal damage to creatures in the universe. Gods like Evil Lotus God, which could hit creatures, were not his enemy. He used Sky Vine Radish and his phoenix feather to establish a tie. This god was totally different. It was possessing honor and still able to wield massive power. It was clearly a god spirit operating on a whole new level. This god, is it the one that met the 7th team? Han Sen wondered. It is so simple. We will predict the fate of each other. God's face looked so weird but only for a second. Predict fate. Predict whose fate? Han Sen asked with a frown. It can be anybody. You can pick any creature you want, God said. It then moved its hand. God light turned into a mirror. The mirror had many shadows. There were all kinds of creatures from the universe there. I don't like altering the fates of others, Han Sen said. You can come and test my fate, but how will you even predict it, and how will you win? We are just making a bet, God coldly said. We cannot bet on ourselves. You pick a creature. It can be anyone you know. It can even be your family. We will predict the choices they make when something happens. You can decide first. Then, I select the very high's leader, Han Sen said. He was thinking, no matter how strong you are, you cannot affect the very high's leader. It was unknown if God saw what Han Sen was thinking, but it did not care and said, yeah, let's bet with very high leader. How do we bet? Han Sen asked. It is not as if we know what the very high leader is going to do. God did not speak. It walked one step and came before Han Sen. It pulled Han Sen with him. Han Sen felt as if he fell into a time vortex. He felt so dizzy that he thought he was going to throw up. Many people had carried him away via galaxy teleport. He had almost finished practicing galaxy teleport himself. But it was never this horrible. When everything returned to normal, Han Sen found himself in outer sky. In front of him was the very familiar star tree. The star tree was full of fruit. They looked like many giant planets hanging from the branches of the tree. A young man of the very high was sitting under the star tree with his legs crossed. The man's white clothing was like snow. He looked very handsome and also very cold. He looked like a guy who everybody owed money to. This man, he looks very familiar. Han Sen thought that the young man looked very familiar. This is very high leader, God said next to him. You are lying. I have seen very high leader, and he is an old man. Before Han Sen could finish, his face changed. He suddenly knew why the young man looked so familiar. His facial structure and body looked like very high leader. He just looked younger, so he seemed different. God smiled and said, that is very high leader when he was young. We are here when he was only 20. We went into the past. Han Sen's face changed. He finally understood why it was so difficult to teleport. It was not because he had not just used galaxy teleport. He had teleported through time. There is nothing amazing about it, God casually said. If you want, I can take you to see what you looked like when you were younger. That is fine, Han Sen said. The past is the past. Whatever happens in the future is always meant to be. If you already know how things pan out, what is the point of making a bet? Who told you the future is already set in stone? God looked at Han Sen with shock. Is it not? Han Sen asked with a smile. If the future could be changed, you could just go and kill the very high's leader now. With the power you have, very high leader will obey you. We do not have to go to the past and find the very high's leader. God preferred spending its power on going back to the past than going to meet very high leader. Clearly, it was afraid of something, which was why Han Sen said what he did. God laughed and said, there are rules in this universe. Even God cannot destroy them. But within these rules, there is nothing in there about changing the future. The future is full of unpredictabilities. We come from a change in the future. Now, there is some accident affecting it. It might create another future, so we are not sure what the future is going to be. Are you saying that you can affect the young very high leader and make him do decisions that benefit you? Han Sen knew what God was trying to say. You can do the same too. That is only fair. God laughed. Han Sen looked at God seriously and asked, can I ask you a question? Only, it depends on what you ask me, God replied with a smile. I might be God, but I do not know the answer to everything. Han Sen looked at God seriously. It looked different from the other king gods. If you like this game of yours so much, you must have played it many times. Han Sen took a deep breath as he asked, did you ever lose? Yes, I have lost twice. God's answer surprised Han Sen. I am curious as to who defeated you, Han Sen said with shock. One from Sacred and a human called Han Jingji, God coldly said. His face looked weird as he spoke. When Han Sen heard that, his heart began to race like crazy. He almost shouted out loud, Han Jingji, Chapter 2829. A different kind of God, how did they beat you? Han Sen was holding in the urge to ask, but he buckled. He knew he was now getting closer to the truth behind what happened to the 7th team. This God could certainly be the one encountered by the 7th team. Do you think I will expose my weaknesses to you? God asked with a laugh. Han Sen looked at it strangely. Although it was possessing honor, this God gave Han Sen the feeling that it was the nice and next-door neighbor kind. It did not have that superior presence like Zhen King and the other god spirits gave off. It did not really try to present himself as an invincible deity either. If Han Sen had not known it was a god, he would never have imagined it was the sort of being to play with the fates of others. Thinking about the elite humans of the 7th team and the bad things that happened to them, Han Sen knew that their appearance and presence could not be trusted. This being that called itself God might have looked kind, but appearances were deceptive. On the inside, it was a wretched demon. While they were talking, Very High Leader, who was sitting beneath the tree, stood up. He looked up at one of the star tree's fruits. The star fruits were very difficult to grow naturally, ripen, and fall to the ground. It was a process that took forever. Even people who guarded the star tree did not have that sort of patience. There was now a fruit that had matured naturally. The young Very High Leader stared at the matured fruit with a face that dripping with seriousness. The star fruit that had matured naturally possessed a deified xenogenic. It was not going to be a primitive or transmutation either. It wasn't that low level. It would be at least larva or butterfly class. Very High Leader was very young. He had only just become primitive, but he was already considered a genius amongst the very high. Such praise did not come easy. Even so, when it came to battling, he was primitive. A primitive going up against a larva or butterfly class fiend was far too much. He did not plan on backing down from the prospect of such a fight, nor did he summon the aid of others of the very high. He silently watched the star fruit with eyes brimming with confidence and pride. The star fruit had some scary light. It was like a sun that was burning at max capacity. When time passed, the star fruit's light became weaker. It changed from white to yellow, yellow to red, red to dark red, and dark red to black. It ended up looking like charcoal. You and I have come here to predict this Very High Leader's actions and see if he can kill the xenogenic, God said. When he heard that, Han Sen frowned. That question was not difficult to answer. The star fruit unleashed a very scary presence. It was stronger than Han Sen was now. Very High Leader was just a primitive deified. His power was not enough to fight against the xenogenic that existed inside such fruit. Also, there were no other Very High there. It would have been impossible for him to slay such a xenogenic. With Han Sen's experience guarding the star tree, he was able to predict that the xenogenic would escape capture and leave outer sky. It was bound to flee into the mountains nearby. Very High Leader would not be able to stop it. Such an obvious result was impossible for the god to not know already. It had picked the time of this incident with purpose, so it was hard to gauge whether or not it was already prepared for this. Are there any more changes in between this? Did Very High Leader manage to kill that xenogenic inside the fruit? Han Sen thought to himself. He then thought, no. God can't be deliberately tricking me to have me think this is a trick. In fact, I believe the xenogenic escaped into the mountains without issue. Han Sen was shocked. He realized he had made a big mistake. Gambling with people who were professional when it came to tricks of the mind was the worst thing possible. He might have merrily walked right into his opponent's scheme. Han Sen knew he was an elite when it came to this stuff, so he immediately forced himself to calm down and sort through the information he had at hand. With what he knew thus far, that was how he was going to make his judgment. Very High Leader will not kill the xenogenic. Han Sen made his decision. It was because it was the most likely thing to happen. Han Sen had to choose the option that adhered to Occam's razor. Fine, I will select the option that states Very High Leader succeeds and slays the xenogenic. God laughed coldly. Nothing special was visible on its face, so Han Sen could not tell if he was right or wrong. Gotcha. The fruit that had turned completely black exploded. It turned into dust and rose. The xenogenic appeared from behind. There was a semi-transparent set of butterfly wings that opened beautifully like flowers. Behind the butterfly wings, a lady with jade skin used her hands and shoulders to hide her body's important parts. She looked shy. Han Sen did not think that the thing that came out of the star fruit would be a xenogenic like that. He thought, such a beautiful xenogenic. I do not think men could be cruel enough to harm something like that. Plus, His power is worse than the xenogenic. He won't be able to kill it. Just as Han Sen thought that the young very high leader was in shock when he saw that beautiful xenogenic. His ice-cold face melted a little. Mr. is a genius of the very high. Butterfly lady has been in the fruit admiring you for the longest time. If Mr. would not mind, Butterfly lady would like to follow Mr. The most surprising thing happened. The xenogenic was extremely intelligent, and she was butterfly class. On top of that, she was willing to follow very high leader, who was only primitive class at the time. That was a very rare thing to happen. It looks like very high leader is not going to kill her. Han Sen looked at the scene. He could see God still smiling. It was like everything was none of its business. That made Han Sen feel a little surreal. Things went so smoothly as everything unfolded. It was going too well for Han Sen. The very high leader was now just a young man. He did not have the mind of a very high forget-love practitioner either. After meeting the beautiful and elegant butterfly lady, he suddenly had a weird feeling. The relationship between the two developed quickly. A few days later, they were already kissing each other together like a couple. Now, I think you lose. Han Sen had been aware of God. He was not going to let it destroy the relationship between very high leader and the butterfly lady. Tomorrow, if very high leader hasn't killed the butterfly lady by tomorrow, then I lose, God said with a smile. Okay, Han Sen agreed, but he thought, they are so in love now. One day later, there is no way they could become enemies and try to kill each other. Plus, even if they did turn against each other, the butterfly lady is much stronger than very high leader. It would probably end up with the butterfly lady killing very high leader. To prevent the god from doing some tricks, Han Sen stared at him. He was not going to let him disturb very high leader and the butterfly lady. That night, very high leader and butterfly lady could not help but eat the forbidden fruit. Han Sen felt relieved and he asked, now that it has happened, very high leader will not want to kill the butterfly lady, right? Han Sen watched God. It was sitting on the branch of a tree holding its jaw as it looked at very high leader and butterfly lady being together. It looked like it was happy for them. God said, it is a relationship that makes people jealous. If you think this relationship is very nice, does that mean we should not disturb them? How about the bet ends here? Although things were drifting in Han Sen's favor, he did not think God would lose and concede so easily. It was only a matter of time before God did something. God's eyes looked a bit weird as it said, no. This is just the beginning of our bet. After that, God's body flashed. It jumped off the tree and stood in front of very high leader and butterfly lady. Han Sen knew that God was going to strike, so he quickly flashed in front of God. It did not matter what God was planning to do, but he knew he had to stop it. He did not know what God could possibly do to make very high leader kill the butterfly lady. Chapter 2830 Sky and Men combined at an extreme level. Very high leader saw Han Sen and God, frowned, and asked, who are you people? How dare you come to the star tree? If this was a normal race, if an important place was suddenly invaded, they would not have spoken like this. They would have attacked before doing anything. Very high people were different. They were not in a rush to strike. God looked at very high leader and coldly said, it does not matter who we are. What is most important is that you betrayed very high forget love's big love path. You have drowned in a little love and little relationship. Is this really what you want? Han Sen thought God would use a harsher method. He did not expect God was just going to try and convince the very high leader. Although it was quite difficult to convince the very high leader to slay the woman who he had fallen in love with, it should have been something impossible. But Han Sen did not drop his guard because of that. Han Sen tried to fight back by saying, big love and little love are all love. If you cannot do small love, how can you have big love? What does it have to do with you guys? Very high leader looked at Han Sen and God with shock. He did not know where these two people had come from and suddenly run up to him to talk about love. Of course, it is related. God pointed at very high leader as he spoke. You are part of the very high. Your responsibilities involve learning about the path of the universe. You are here to maintain the balance of the universe. If you are drowned in small love and a small relationship, who can do the things you should be destined to do? When Han Sen heard him, he thought God was being ridiculous in what he was saying. Although the very high had sky and men combined, it was not at a level that God had mentioned. God's words made it sound like the very high were superheroes there to maintain world peace. It was like without them, the universe was going to stop spinning. I can plan my own plan, Very High Leader glumly said. There is no need for you guys to tell me what to do. Han Sen felt as if this was not a good sign. With the Very High people's personalities, unless something touched the deepest core of their hearts, they would not be showing expressions the way he currently was. Although Very High Leader was very young right now, and his practice was not very strong, he still should not have been so emotionless. I am not here to tell you off, God coldly said. I am here to ask you if you want the sky and men combined together's big love or small love and small relationships between men and women. These two do not contradict each other, Han Sen said. You can have both. Very High Leader's face was pale as he asked, who are you people? If you do not speak clearly, I am going to be rude to you guys. Upon hearing all of this, the butterfly lady was angry. She coldly shouted, you can tell that they are both no good for anybody. Allow me to take them down and ask them. After that, the butterfly lady waved her hand. Many substance chains flashed like a halo. They were headed toward Han Sen and God. Han Sen teleported and dodged them. God did not avoid them. It allowed the halo to tie it up. It did not struggle. After the ring was pulled, God fell to the ground with it. God fell to the ground but still looked cold. It did not look at the butterfly lady. God instead looked at the Very High Leader and said, with sky and men combined together, the Very High will be free. Are you really going to give this up on behalf of the butterfly lady? HMPH. What do you know about sky and men combined together and the Very High's freedom? Very High Leader's face looked a bit disdainful. Very High supremacy and extremely quiet path. Without me, without, God was vaguely talking about some deep skills. Han Sen thought those sentences could be related to Very High sense. Even so, he did not actually understand what any of it meant. After all, he had not practiced Very High sense. You, how do you know all this? Very High Leader looked at God with a look that screamed disbelief. I know more than just that, God said with a smile. I know the extreme levels of sky and men combined together. If you want, I can tell you. Very High Leader looked at God and asked, do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level? He was half confused and half untrusting. Han Sen thought things were going terrible for him, but he could not think of a way to stop God. It did not matter how much of a rush he was in. He could not just go blocking Very High Leader's eyes and ears and tell him not to listen or look. Han Sen's brain was spinning fast. He was thinking about what God was trying to do and how to stop God's conspiracy. God only spoke a few sentences about sky and men combined together at an extreme level, and he had already made Very High Leader overwhelmed and obsessed. When God spoke about the most important aspect, it stopped. Very High Leader was into it so much, but now God had suddenly stopped. He quickly asked, why have you stopped talking? I am talking about the universe's greater path, and you are just drowning in small relationships and small love. My path does not suit you. God shook its head as it spoke. Han Sen now understood what God was trying to do, but he did not think God's method was going to work. His heart flashed with countless possibilities. He was thinking about how best to react to this. He did not speak. He was still waiting to see how this played out. How do you know if this will not suit me if we do not try? Very High Leader looked a bit mad as he spoke. If you are really looking for the path, it is easily found. God looked at the butterfly lady and said, kill her. Kill her, and I will teach you the extreme levels of sky and men combined together. The butterfly lady was enraged. She used a halo to tighten God's body. No matter how much it tightened, it could not harm God's body. Han Sen noticed that Very High Leader remained silent. He did not think this was good. Oh, no, the personality of the Very High is not normal. They practiced Very High sense, so the way they think is different from ordinary creatures. It looks like Very High Leader really wanted God's sky and men combined together's teaching at an extreme level. Maybe he really will kill Butterfly Lady. Han Sen knew it was now impossible to convince the Very High Leader. When he made his mind up, there was no point in Han Sen saying anything. Han Sen did not go and convince Very High Leader. He turned to God and asked, do you really know sky and men combined together at an extreme level? He knew only beating God would suggest to Very High Leader that he should not be swayed by the intruder. Of course, I never lie, God solemnly said. I do not believe you. You are not one of the Very High, so how could you know Very High's sky and men combined together? You should show us right now. Otherwise, I do not believe you, and he will not believe you either. Han Sen had to stall God and make sure the Very High Leader did not make a decision just yet. These two guys are very evil. I will kill them. The butterfly lady was very mad at Han Sen and God about the things they had been saying. She wanted to fight again. There is no rush. Let's have a look first. Very High Leader pulled the butterfly lady back. This shocked the butterfly lady. Are you going to do what they say? Would you kill me to get the sky and men combined together at an extreme level? The butterfly lady looked at the Very High Leader madly as she spoke. Of course not, Very High Leader immediately said. I just want to find out if this person knows about sky and men combined together at an extreme level. After it is performed, I will kill them. Chapter 2831 fell into the trap. God looked at Han Sen, laughed, and said, if you want to learn, I can teach you, as well. It depends on how extreme this extreme level is, Han Sen calmly said. I need to know if it is worth learning. You will have to listen up and not miss out on anything, God said. Do not take it out on me if you are unable to learn anything. God then started to talk about sky and men combined together at an extreme level. This was different from earlier. This time, God explained it all in a very detailed manner. It analyzed every word in every sentence for Han Sen's ears. As God explained, it did not avoid the presence of the Very High Leader. He and the butterfly lady were able to hear it all as well. What is God planning to accomplish? Now, he is talking about the extreme levels. Why would Very High Leader still want to kill the butterfly lady after hearing it all? Han Sen was confused. He was soon put into shock. Oh, no, does this mean he is lying to the Very High Leader? Is the actual thing that can be a killer be the extreme levels itself? Perhaps this has nothing to do with the sky and men combined together skill, and it is just a Geno art that has the power of temptation and control Very High Leader and gets him to kill the butterfly lady. Han Sen quickly tried listening to God's explanation. After listening for a while, he noticed that it really was a tricky Geno art. It had the same effect as the Very High Sense. There was a connection with the Dongshuan Sutra and Under the Sky Knife, both of which Han Sen had practiced. Hearing God's explanation was a benefit for Han Sen too. He used to have some elements he did not understand, but now he understood it all. Is what God is talking about true? Han Sen really did not understand. God had already told him and Very High Leader what they wanted to hear. What other trump cards could God have? God got up from the floor and made a very deep Geno art as simple as could be. It made it so anyone could understand. God did not hold back anything. It explained sky and men combined together's extreme level path as crystal clear as one could. The analysis was so clear that even Han Sen, who had never practiced Very High Sense before, already knew what to do with it. After hearing it all, Very High Leader looked as if he understood a lot. He looked very happy. Clearly, he had learned a lot due to God's explanation. It was like he had sorted out many of the issues he used to have. This skill just sounds ordinary and not special, Han Sen said. I have just casually listened to it and have already learned it. Oh, then you should perform it once and see if you have learned it, God coldly said. This skill is not hard for me. Performing it once can prove this Geno art is not worth the Very High Leader killing the butterfly lady. Wait, Han Sen's face changed. He did not perform it how God said. He looked at Very High Leader and finally understood what God meant. Damn it, was I a part of his entire scheme? If I learned extreme level skill and Very High Leader did not, that would mean he believes what God said before. If he really thought it was the butterfly lady that stopped him from learning the extreme level skill, that means Han Sen's brain was spinning. He was thinking about how best he could resolve this situation. God seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking and said, your heart has big love. Practicing sky and men combined together at an extreme level is not hard. Other people can never learn it like you. After hearing God say that, Han Sen knew things weren't going according to plan. I do not think so. Very High Leader stepped forward and coldly said, I understand your sky and men combined together at an extreme level. It is not that hard. Did you really learn it? It looked like God was smiling while speaking, but God was not smiling. Very High Leader's lips lifted. His body had some weird swirl. It was like his entire body had combined with space and was part of the universe. Han Sen had never seen someone who could combine with it so perfectly. Between grass, wood, a mountain, and stone, it was like he was a part of them from the beginning. Blurg. Suddenly, Very High Leader coughed up some blood. He fell out of sky and men combined together at an extreme level. Very High Leader sounded like he could not accept this result. He stared at God and shouted as he asked, Why, I already understand the extreme levels you taught me. Why am I still being removed from the extreme level of practice? I told you that right now, you are not suitable for this road, God coldly said. I do not believe this, very high leader said as he wiped the blood from his mouth. The extreme level skills you have spoken about must be wrong. God looked at Han Sen and suggested, to see if it is wrong, why do you not just go and ask him? Very high leader stared at Han Sen as he said, show me the extreme level skills you have just learned. Han Sen frowned. He knew he had fallen into God's trap and was now a chess piece in his game. If Han Sen did not perform it or said he had not learned it, very high leader might not believe him. It would be suspicious. If he performed it and it worked, that meant he would do what God wanted. Very powerful guy. God put out everything so clearly but still made everyone fall into ulterior schemes. Han Sen already knew he had failed halfway. No matter how he performed or not, the very high leader's heart was already ensnared and fixated with all of this. God looked at Han Sen with interest. It seemed to have enjoyed the fact Han Sen was all tangled up inside. Its eyes flickered with a weird light. It was like God was saying, how would you choose? Okay, I will show you once, Han Sen said with a nod. After that, some weird waves appeared on Han Sen's body. It looked like very high leader in the past. His whole body had combined with the entire area around him. It was like he had become the sky and the ground, and he could not be apart from it. That was just sky and men combined together skills. The real extreme level was where very high leader failed. Han Sen did not move. He felt as if his body suddenly changed. All the substances around him, the wood, grass, mountains, and stones, seemed to have heard Han Sen's summoning. They all roared. The entire Goliath star tree began to shiver and shake. The tree full of star fruit was leaning toward Han Sen. It was like it was going to leave the soil and go to Han Sen. Even the big mountains around were making some groans that echoed. It was like they were answering Han Sen's summons. Did it work? Very high leader's face looked shocked. He had stared at Han Sen since the beginning. He had done exactly the same thing as Han Sen, but Han Sen had succeeded where he had failed. How did he do that? Very high leader's face did not look good. God's face looked surprised too. He knew Han Sen had already seen through his plan. He thought Han Sen would say he had not learned it and perhaps perform a trick while casting it to deliberately fail. But Han Sen did not do that. He had performed it successfully and worked hard. It worked better than God expected it to. God squinted his eyes and looked at Han Sen. Did he already give up? It does not seem like it. He does not seem like a guy who would give up easily. Clearly, God wanted to find out what Han Sen was going to do next. Han Sen's eyes looked a bit cold as he thought, I have already fallen into God's trap. It is impossible to get out now, and the knotted heart very high leader is still in turmoil. No matter what I do, it will not go away. In that case, I must make his heart knot bigger. 2832 You are not qualified enough. Do you know why you are not able to practice it, but I can practice it? Han Sen looked at the very high leader. The very high leader looked at Han Sen and asked, why? That was what he was wondering too. It is because you are not qualified enough, Han Sen casually said. I am not qualified enough. When the very high leader heard those 5 words, he froze. Ever since he was young, it did not matter if it was a family member or a senior in the family, they kept on complimenting how great he was. No one had ever dared to say he was not qualified enough. He never heard those 5 words said to him before. That is correct, Han Sen said with certainty. It is because you are not qualified enough. That is why you cannot learn it, and I can just learn it on a whim. Han Sen did not want to see the very high leader thinking he had failed his practice because he was in love, which would result in him possibly killing the woman. Ordinary people might not do that, but Han Sen was not sure about the people of the very high. So, he had to change the tracks for the train of thought running in the very high leader's head. He could not let him think that his failure was due to the butterfly lady. Han Sen needed to make him know that he had failed due to his own abilities. If he believed that, he would have no reason to kill the butterfly lady. That meant God's trick would fail. The very high leader coldly said, although I do not think I am some genius of the best generation, I do not permit anyone to call me bad. In that case, it depends on who you are competing with, Han Sen said. If you are only competing with the dumb SSES next door, it does not matter how good people say you are. That would just mean you are the best out of a horde of pigs. How do I compare to you then? The very high leader raised his eyebrows. There are only two words to describe this: absolutely terrible. Han Sen was going to attack the very high leader. He wanted to make him believe that it really was all his fault. The very high leader was still too young. His very high sense wasn't working very well at his age. Han Sen provoked him and made him want to win. The very high leader did not care for what Han Sen said. He looked at Han Sen and said, "You have only learned one Geno art faster than me. Have you not spoken too soon? It is not just a Geno art. It looks like it is a Geno art that you can never learn, but for me it is easy. It is a matter of talent. A Geno art that might take you a year to practice would only take me a second." Han Sen looked at the very high leader with disdain. "Mister, I think you are bluffing a bit too much." The very high leader thought Han Sen was ridiculous. He did not believe him. "If you do not believe me, select a Geno art that you think is hard to learn. You only need to show me once. There is no need to teach me. I will show you the difference between a true genius and a commoner." Han Sen spoke all of his words with powerful confidence. The very high leader was completely enraged by what Han Sen told him. His face turned cold as he said, "Sure. I am keen to see just how much of a genius you are." God watched these two people with interest but did not stop Han Sen or the others from arguing. The very high leader thought for a while. He finally put out 5 of his fingers. A blurry rainbow-colored ball of light was in his hand. He looked at Han Sen and said, "This is a Geno art called 7 Light. It is a beginner Geno art. Do I need to teach you that?" "No." Han Sen looked at the blurry ball of light and cast his Dongshuan Sutra. Countless universal cogwheels spun around in Han Sen's eyeballs. "It really is just a beginner Geno art," Han Sen said with a look of disdain. "It is a bit too easy. Why don't you swap it for one with greater difficulty? You should learn this one first," the very high leader coldly said. "It won't be too late to learn the other ones later." Although it was just a beginner Geno art, 7 Light Geno art was a difficult one to train with. Sometimes, even butterfly or true god class elites could not make use of it. The 7 Light Geno art was difficult because it required 7 different powers that combined into one. Ordinary creatures did not have 7 element powers to command. Even a true god elite who did not have many different elemental powers could not make use of 7 Light. In the universe at large, it was rare to see a creature with more than one element at its command. 3 elements were as rare as a phoenix feather or a Kirin scale. 7 element people were so rare that no one had heard about them. The very high had a special skill to practice 7 Light, but they did not actually carry 7 elements. "Go and change it." Han Sen randomly waved his hand, which presented a blurry rainbow-colored ball of light. It was the same as the very high leader's 7 Light. The very high leader was shocked. He stared at Han Sen. He wanted to know if his 7 Light was a true one. Some xenogeniacs that were good at playing tricks were able to perform illusions that looked fairly authentic. Han Sen could tell what the very high leader was thinking. Han Sen waved his hand and cast 7 Light on the very high leader. The very high leader cast the 7 Light from his hand too. Boom! 2 7 Lights hit each other in the air and exploded. The rainbow halo exploded like a sun. It was so bright that no one could see momentarily. It took a while for things to go back to normal. "It really is 7 Light." The very high leader looked conflicted. He remembered that when he was small, it took him a whole week to practice 7 Light. He broke the record for the very high, and his father even complimented him. That was a rare thing. Now, Han Sen had only seen it once. He did not have to read a book, study, or toil over learning it. He could not believe it. Maybe he had already learned 7 Light before. That was what the very high leader wanted to believe. He said to Han Sen, "If you think 7 Light is too easy, then allow me to present something even harder." "That was what I was trying to tell you earlier." Han Sen smiled at him. It did not really matter what Geno art the very high leader presented to Han Sen. As long as one was displayed, Han Sen could analyze and simulate it with his Dongshuan Sutra. The very high leader was primitive class, but Han Sen was larva class. Simulating his skills was far easier. Although it was not 100% accurate, reaching 80 or 90% was expected each time. The very high leader thought, "These two people are very weird. I do not know where these xenogeniacs came from, but it looks like they know a lot about the very high. If I use a very high Geno art, he might have learned it before." Suddenly, the very high leader's eyes turned bright. He looked at the butterfly lady and said, "Butterfly lady, please show him your butterfly shadow. Let him see." Butterfly shadow was a Geno art that only the butterfly lady knew. There were no similar Geno arts in the very high, so he did not believe Han Sen could learn it. The butterfly lady listened to the very high leader. She immediately cast butterfly shadow and emitted a sky full of butterflies. They were like countless petals. Should I tell you that the butterfly lady's butterfly shadow, before the very high leader finished his sentence, Han Sen waved his hand. He also emitted a sky full of butterflies, just like the butterfly lady's butterfly shadow. How is that possible? Screamed the butterfly lady and the very high leader at the same time. It was hard to believe. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.